In the meantime he founded the paper of the Interborough Organization. Although it had many brilliant contributors, was not successful. At this time only such papers gained wide currency as could rely on strong financial backing or on the disinterested services of a widely ramified organization. Had neither. It began as a weekly, but it came from the presses irregularly. Altogether only 16 issues appeared before the Interborough Organization joined the Bolshevik Party. It was through the spoken rather than the written word that Trotsky made his impact on the political life in the capital. He addressed, usually with Lunakarsky, innumerable meetings. Within only 2 or 3 weeks of his arrival, both he and Lunakarsky had gained enormous popularity as the most eloquent agitators of the Soviet left. 22 The naval base of Kronstadt, situated just outside the capital, was his favorite stumping ground, and Kronstadt proved extremely important in his further political fortunes. The navy was in utter rebellion. The base formed a sort of Red Republic bowing to no authority. The sailors violently resisted attempts to reimpose discipline on them. The ministry appointed commissars, some of whom had been discredited by their association with the old regime and even with the Black Hundred gangs. The sailors refused to admit them on board ship and manhandled some of them. Trotsky urged the sailors to keep their tempers and to refrain from vengeance, but he also did his best to kindle their revolutionary ardor. Towards the end of May the socialist ministers indicted the sailors before the Soviet, and Trotsky came out to defend them. He did not condone their excesses, but he pleaded that these could have been avoided if the government had not appointed as commissars discredited and hated men. Our socialist ministers, he exclaimed, refused to fight against the danger of the Black Hundreds. Instead, they declare war on the sailors and soldiers of Kronstadt. Yet should reaction rise and should a counter-revolutionary general try to throw a noose around the neck of the revolution, your Black Hundred commissars will soap the rope for all of us, while the Kronstadt sailors will come and fight and die with us. 23 This phrase was much quoted later when the sailors of Kronstadt actually defended Kerensky's government against General Kornilov's mutiny. Trotsky also wrote for the sailors the fiery manifesto in which they appealed against the Ministry of War to the country. This was Kerensky's first setback since he had become Minister of War. Henceforward the sailors faithfully followed Trotsky, guarded him, almost idolized him, and obeyed him whether he called them to action or exhorted them to curb their tempers. 24. In these days, too, he established his platform in the Cirque Moderne, where almost every night he addressed enormous crowds. The amphitheater was so densely packed that Trotsky was usually shuffled towards the platform over the heads of the audience, and from his elevation he would catch the excited eyes of the daughters of his first marriage, who attended the meetings. He spoke on the topics of the day and the aims of the revolution with his usual piercing logic, but he also absorbed the spirit of the crowd, its harsh sense of justice, its desire to see things in sharp and clear outline, its suspense, and its great expectations. Later he recollected how at the mere sight of the multitude words and arguments he had prepared well in advance receded and dispersed in his mind, and other words and arguments, unexpected by himself but meeting a need in his listeners, rushed up as if from his subconscious. He then listened to his own voice as to that of a stranger, trying to keep pace with the tumultuous rush of his own ideas and phrases and afraid lest like a sleepwalker he might suddenly wake and break down. Here his politics ceased to be the distillation of individual reflection or of debates in small circles of professional politicians. He merged emotionally with the warm dark human mass in front of him, and became its medium. He became so identified with the Cirque Moderne that when he went back to the Tauride Palace or the Smolny Institute, where the Soviet sat, and assailed his opponents or argued with them, they shouted at him, "This is not your Cirque Moderne," or "At the Cirque Moderne you speak differently." 25. At the beginning of June the first All-Russian Congress of the Soviets assembled in Petrograd, and it was in session for 3 weeks. For the first time the parties and their leaders confronted one another in a national forum, the only national elected body then existing in Russia. The moderate socialists commanded about 5/6 of the votes. They were led by civilian intellectuals, but in their ranks military uniforms and peasant rubrikas were most conspicuous. On the extreme left, among the 120 members of the opposition, workers from the great industrial centers were predominant. The Congress reflected a division between the military and rural elements of the provinces and the proletarian elements of the cities. A few days before, a municipal election in Petrograd had revealed a significant shift. The cadets, dominant in the government, had suffered a crushing defeat in their safest boroughs. The Mensheviks had polled half the votes. The working-class suburbs had solidly voted for the Bolsheviks. The Mensheviks came to the Congress as the hopeful victors of the day. The Bolsheviks brought with them a new confidence in their future victory. 26. The spokesman of the left opposition used against the majority the latter's own success. Prince Lvov and the cadets, they said, had a negligible following. The moderate socialists represented the nation's overwhelming majority. Why then did they content themselves with the roles of ministerial hewers of wood and drawers of water for the cadets? Why did they not form their own government, as they were democratically entitled and in honor bound to do? This was the tenor of Lenin's speech. 27. This was also Trotsky's main theme. 28. Although his argument was in parts more trenchant than Lenin's, he appealed to the majority in a more friendly tone, invoking common interests and destinies. He tried to open the eyes of the Mensheviks and social revolutionaries to their own humiliating position and to persuade them to break up their partnership with the bourgeois parties. It was, he said, no use trying to turn the government into a chamber of conciliation between social classes. A chamber of conciliation cannot exercise power in a revolutionary epoch. Prince Lvov and his friends represented classes accustomed to rule and dominate, and the socialist ministers, with their sense of inferiority, all too easily allowed themselves to be browbeaten. He made, however, a few friendly references to Plekhanov, the least known of the socialist ministers, which brought him applause from the benches of the majority. And he argued that a government consisting only of such Plekhanovs would be a serious step forward. You see, comrades, that in this issue I am starting not from the angle of any faction or party, but from a broader view. He agreed with the socialist ministers that the working classes should be disciplined, but they could not be disciplined by a capitalist ministry and for the sake of capitalist policies. This was the source of all the agitation on the extreme left, about which the majority complained. The so-called left agitators, he pleaded, prepare the future of the Russian Revolution. I venture to say that we, with our work, do not undermine your authority. We are an indispensable element in preparing the future. Comrades, I am not hoping to convince you today, for this would be too bold a hope. What I would like to achieve today is to make you aware that if we oppose you, we do so not from any hostile motives of a selfish faction, but because, together with you, we are suffering all the pangs and agonies of the revolution. We see solutions different from those which you see, and we are firmly convinced that while you are consolidating the present of the revolution, we prepare its future for you. 29. At this stage, Lenin no longer granted his adversaries the credit Trotsky still gave them, although he agreed with Trotsky that a ministry of 12 Plekhanovs would be in advance upon the present coalition. These debates were exacerbated by the Grimm incident. Grimm was a Swiss parliamentarian, a socialist, and a pacifist, who had taken part in the Zimmerwald conference. There he had belonged to the center and disagreed with Lenin's revolutionary tactics. Later he helped to arrange Lenin's journey from Switzerland to Russia, via Germany. In May, Grimm conveyed to leaders of the ruling parties in Petrograd a message from the German government sounding Russia on the possibility of peace. The Russian government expelled him as a German agent, but it did not reveal its reasons. Grimm was not, strictly speaking, a German agent. As a pacifist of not much sophistication, he found it quite natural to convey a peace feeler. Not well versed in the intricacies of Russian revolutionary politics, he could not see why Russian socialists, whether those who, like the Bolsheviks and Trotsky, clamored for peace or those who, like the Mensheviks, merely kept on promising an early peace, should object to his action. 30. Lenin and Trotsky were not informed about his doings. The fact, however, that the government had denounced Grimm as a German agent was at once used to discredit the Russian participants of the Zimmerwald movement. Milyakov made a speech in which he was reported to have branded Lenin and Trotsky, too, as German agents. Trotsky rose in Congress to defend Grimm. He did not believe that the government was right in expelling Grimm, and he saw in the incident Milyakov's sinister intrigue. Referring to Milyakov's charges against himself and Lenin, he said, turning to the journalists' bench, From this platform of revolutionary democracy, I am appealing to the honest Russian press with a request that they should reproduce my words. As long as Milyakov does not withdraw his charges, he is branded as a dishonest slanderer. 31. Trotsky's statement. So Gorky's paper reported the scene, made with law and dignity, met with the unanimous applause of the whole assembly. The whole Congress, without difference of faction, stormily acclaimed Trotsky for several minutes. 32. On the next day Milyakov declared that he had not described Lenin or Trotsky as German agents, he had merely said that the government ought to imprison them for their subversive activity. 33. This was the last occasion on which the Congress so unanimously acclaimed Trotsky. As the debates went on, the gulf between the parties became fixed. Tempers rose during a controversy over the last Duma. That Duma had been elected in 1912 on a very limited franchise. It had functioned as the Tsar's consultative assembly, not as a real parliament, and its great majority had consisted of the Tsar's underlings. The cadets pressed for the revival of the Duma, which they hoped to use as a quasi-parliamentary base for their government. The Mensheviks and social revolutionaries laid before the Soviet a vague resolution, which Martov wittily paraphrased as follows: "The Duma no longer exists, but a warning is hereby issued against any attempts to put it out of existence." 34. Lunacharsky moved that the Duma should be buried as a relic of a shameful past. Trotsky seconded him with a scathing speech. When at one of the next sittings he rose again and as usual began his address with the word comrades, he was interrupted by an outcry, "What sort of comrades are we to you, and stop calling us comrades." He stopped, and he moved closer to the Bolsheviks. 35. The main issue which occupied the Congress was the condition of the army. Since the overthrow of Tsardom the Russian fronts had been inactive. Pressed by the Western Allies, the government and the General Staff were preparing a new offensive for which they were anxious to obtain the Soviets' approval. The General Staff was also pressing for a revision of the famous Order No. 1, the Magna Carta of the soldiers' freedom. In this debate Trotsky made his chief speech, in which he warned the government that after the prodigious losses the army had suffered and after the disruption of its supply services by inefficiency, profiteering, and corruption, the army was incapable of further fighting. The offensive would end in disaster. The attempt to reimpose the old discipline would lead nowhere. Fortunately for Russia's whole history, our revolutionary army has done away with the old outlook of the Russian army, the outlook of the locust, when hundreds of thousands used to die passively, without ever being aware of the purpose of their sacrifice. Let this historical period which we have left behind be damned. What we now value is not the elemental, unconscious heroism of the mass, but a heroism which refracts itself through every individual consciousness. 36. At present the army had no idea to fight for. I repeat, that in this same army, as it has emerged from the revolution, there exist and there will exist ideas, watchwords, purposes capable of rallying it and of imparting to this our army unity and enthusiasm. The army of the great French Revolution consciously responded to calls for an offensive. What is the crux of the matter? It is this: no such purpose that would rally the army exists now. Every thinking soldier asks himself, for every 5 drops of blood which I am going to shed today, will not 1 drop only be shed in the interest of the Russian Revolution, and 4 in the interest of the French Stock Exchange and of English imperialism? 37. If only Russia disentangled herself from the imperialist alignments, if only the power of the old ruling classes was destroyed and a new democratic government established by the Soviets, then we should be able to summon all European peoples and tell them that now a citadel of revolution has risen on the map of Europe. 38. He then resumed his ever-recurring dialogue with a sceptic who did not believe that the revolution would spread and that the Russian Revolutionary Army and Russian democracy would find allies in Europe. My answer is that history has given no guarantee to us, to the Russian Revolution, that we shall not be crushed altogether, that our revolutionary will is not going to be strangled by a coalition of world capital, that world imperialism will not crucify us. The Russian Revolution represented so great a danger to the propertied classes of all countries that they would try to destroy it and to transform Russia into a colony of European or, what was more probable, of American capital. But this trial of strength was still ahead, and the Soviets were in duty bound to be ready for it. If Germany does not rise, or if she rises too feebly, then we shall move our regiments, not in order to defend ourselves but in order to undertake a revolutionary offensive. At this point the powerful peroration was interrupted by an anonymous voice from the floor. "It will be too late, then." Before the year was out, the anonymous voice was proved right. But in the Trotsky who addressed the Congress the features can be clearly discerned of the man who was not only to confront, without any armed strength behind him, the diplomacy of the Hohenzollerns and the Habsburgs, but also to create the Red Army. At this Congress he had his last clash with Plekhanov. They addressed each other frigidly as citizens, not comrades. Plekhanov had reached the extreme of his warlike mood, and even the Mensheviks were so embarrassed by his chauvinist outbursts that they kept aloof from him. But the Congress paid a warm tribute to Plekhanov's past merits, only to be treated by him to a hackneyed patriotic sermon. Trotsky aggressively reproached him for this, and Plekhanov replied haughtily, comparing himself now with Danton and now with Lassalle and contrasting the disheartened and dejected armies of the Russian Revolution with the armies of Cromwell and of the Jacobins, whose spirits soared when they drank the sap of revolution. Little did the sick veteran imagine that it was his younger and much snubbed opponent who was destined for the role of the Russian Danton, destined to make the Russian armies drink the sap of revolution. Through the greater part of the proceedings, the majority treated lightly the Bolsheviks and their associates. When Tseretelli, pleading for the coalition government, challenged the delegates to say whether there was a single party in Russia prepared alone to shoulder responsibility for government, Lenin interrupted from the floor to say that his party was prepared for that. The majority drowned Lenin's words in hilarious laughter. The delegates from the provinces were not aware that in Petrograd the opposition's influence was already growing like an avalanche. Lenin was eager to impress them and to show them that Petrograd demanded an end to the coalition and the formation of a socialist ministry, that is of a ministry consisting only of the moderate socialists. Despite his statement from the floor of the Congress, which was a declaration of principle, not of immediate purpose, Lenin did not yet aim at the overthrow of the government. Still less did he favor a coalition between the moderate socialists and his own party. As long as the Bolsheviks were a minority in the Soviets, he urged his followers not to play at seizing power but patiently to explain their attitude to the masses, until they gained the majority. This was the crux of his Soviet constitutionalism. In the meantime, the Bolshevik slogan was not "down with the government," but "down with the 10 capitalist ministers." Overcoming the forebodings in his own Central Committee, Lenin was in great secrecy preparing a monster demonstration under this slogan for June 10. Trotsky, dispelling his friend's misgivings, induced the interborough organization to join in the demonstration. But on June 9, when Pravda made an open call to the workers and the garrison, the executive of the Congress banned the demonstration. Neither Lenin nor Trotsky wished to defy the ban. They decided to submit to the decision of the majority, to cancel the demonstration, and to explain their attitude in a special manifesto. This was an anxious moment. Would the workers and soldiers take note of the cancellation? If so, would they not misunderstand the party's attitude? Would their urge for action not be chilled? Lenin drafted an explanatory statement, but as his followers and he himself were not pleased with it, he gladly adopted another text, submitted by Trotsky, and this was read out at the Congress in the name of the entire opposition. Trotsky, not yet a member of the party, also composed for the Bolshevik Central Committee a manifesto on the subject. 39. On June 10 Petrograd remained calm. But the leaders of the Soviet majority decided to call another monster demonstration on June 18, hoping to turn it into a manifestation in favor of their policies. On the appointed day, 500,000 workers and soldiers marched past the stands on which the Congress had assembled. In corpore. To the dismay of the moderate socialists, all the banners in the procession had Bolshevik slogans inscribed on them: "Down with the 10 capitalist ministers," "Down with the war," and "All power to the Soviets." The march past was concluded peacefully. There were no riots and no clashes, but for the first time the anti-Bolshevik parties gauged the impression which Bolshevik policies and slogans had made on the masses. In this early period of his activity, it was only the second month after his return, Trotsky's personality had already acquired a fresh and immense luster. Lunacharsky writes that under the influence of Trotsky's dazzling success, and of the enormous scope of his personality, many people who were close to Trotsky were even inclined to see in him the genuine first leader of the Russian Revolution. "Uritzky said once to me, and, it seems, to Manuelsky, 'Well, the Great Revolution has come, and you see that, although Lenin has so much wisdom, he begins to grow dim beside the genius of Trotsky? This opinion, Lunacharsky goes on, was incorrect, not because it exaggerated Trotsky's gifts and his power, but because the scope of Lenin's political genius had not yet revealed itself. It is true that in this period, Lenin was dimmed a little. He did not speak publicly very often and he did not write very much. He directed mainly the work of organization in the Bolshevik camp, while Trotsky thundered at the meetings. In 1917, however, the revolution was made as much at mass meetings as within the narrower compass of the party. 40. For the beginning of July the Bolsheviks convened the 6th National Congress of their party. This was to be the occasion on which the interborough organization was to join their ranks. There was no longer any talk about changing the party's label. For a time the majority of the interborough organization resisted, and on its behalf Uraniv still warned members against the bad organizational manners of the Bolsheviks and their inclination to work through narrow secretive caucuses. Trotsky headed the minority which was impatient for the merger. He pleaded that with their emergence from the twilight of clandestinity and the awakening of the broad popular movement, the Bolsheviks had largely rid themselves of their old habits, and that what was left of these would best be overcome in a common, openly working party. Assisted by Lunacharsky, he converted the majority to this view. 41 But before the merger had taken place, the country was shaken by the crisis of the July days. This was one of those violent convulsions which occur unexpectedly in every revolution, upset the plans of all leaders, accelerate the rhythm of events, and press the polarization of hostile forces to the utter limit. The patience of the garrison and of the working population of Petrograd was exhausted. Bread queues grew interminably. Money, of which 10 times more than before the war was in circulation, was depreciated. Profiteering was rampant. The masses saw that since the revolution the conditions of their daily existence had become worse, and they felt that they had been cheated. On top of all this came the costly offensive, now in progress. But there was still a discrepancy between the mood of the capital and that of the provinces. Petrograd clamored for immediate change and for the resignation of Prince Lvov's second government. In the provinces, however, the February regime was by no means discredited. Trotsky and Lenin, as they surveyed the balance of strength in the country as a whole, knew that the hour had not yet come for them to strike. But their following in the capital, seething with restlessness, began to view with distrust their tactics. The anarchists denounced the waiting game and the treachery of the Bolsheviks, as the Bolsheviks had denounced the hesitations and the treachery of the Mensheviks and social revolutionaries. Finally, a number of regiments confronted Bolshevik headquarters with an accomplished fact and called an armed demonstration for July 3. The sailors of Kronstadt and the civilian workers in the capital, stirred by rank-and-file Bolshevik agitators, eagerly responded to the call. As in most such situations, when a risky political initiative springs directly from the impulsive anger of the masses, the purpose of the initiative was not clear. Those who called the demonstration did not know whether they were out to overthrow the government or merely to demonstrate in a peaceful manner. Bolshevik headquarters made an attempt to cancel the demonstration as they had done on June 10. But this time popular passion could not be damped. 42. Lenin then tried to place his party at the head of the movement in order to keep the movement within the limits of a peaceful demonstration, the purpose of which would be once again to urge the moderate socialists to form their own ministry based on the Soviets. With this demand enormous crowds appeared in the center of the city, filling the streets, marching, and holding meetings in the course of 2 days and nights. Bolshevik speakers, including Lenin, addressed them, inveighing against the ruling coalition but also appealing for calm and discipline. The greatest and the angriest crowd besieged the Tauride Palace, where the central executive of the Soviets had its offices. The crowd sent delegations to the palace to declare that they would not disperse until the moderate socialists broke up their coalition with the cadets. Some Mensheviks and social revolutionaries were convinced that Lenin had staged the spectacle and intended it as an armed insurrection. True, for leaders of an insurrection, the Bolsheviks behaved strangely. They harangued the masses, restraining them and warning them against acts of violence. There were, nevertheless, some appearances of premeditated Bolshevik action. It was known that Bolshevik rankers had led the agitation, and the sailors of Kronstadt were most prominent in the commotion. 43 The moderate socialists sat in the besieged palace in terror of their lives. They appealed to military headquarters for help. As almost the entire garrison was on the side of the Bolsheviks, reliable detachments were called from the front. While the Mensheviks and social revolutionaries waited to be rescued, word came that the crowd outside had seized Chernov, the Minister of Agriculture, and was about to lynch him. Trotsky, who had spent the whole night and the morning in the palace, now pleading with the demonstrators outside and now with the executive inside, rushed out to the scene of the riot. What followed has been described many times, but nowhere as vividly as in Sukhanov's Notes on the Revolution. As far as the eye could see, the crowd was raging. Around one car, a group of sailors with quite ugly faces behaved in an exceptionally rowdy manner. On a back seat in that car sat Chernov, who had quite visibly lost control of himself. The whole of Kronstadt knew Trotsky and seemed to trust him. But the crowd failed to calm down when Trotsky began his speech. If a provocative shot had at this moment been fired anywhere in the neighborhood, a terrible bloodbath would have followed. They would have torn to pieces all of us, including Trotsky. Excited, with difficulty finding his words, Trotsky just managed to compel the attention of those who stood nearest to him. You have come here, you, red men of Kronstadt, as soon as you heard about the danger threatening the revolution. Long live Red Kronstadt, the glory and the pride of the revolution. But they listened to Trotsky in a sullen mood. When he tried to talk to them about Chernov, the people surrounding the car were again in a fury. You have come here to state your will and to show the Soviet that the working class does not wish to see the bourgeoisie in power. But why should you harm your own cause? Why should you obscure and blot your record by mean violence over random individuals? Every one of you has shown his devotion to the revolution. Every one of you is prepared to lay down his head for the revolution. I know this. Give me your hand, comrade. Give me a hand, my brother. Trotsky stretched down his arm to a sailor who was violently protesting against his words. The sailor grasped a rifle in one hand and withdrew the other from Trotsky. It seemed to me that he must have listened to Trotsky more than once at Kronstadt, and that he was now really under the impression that Trotsky had betrayed the cause. 44. Finally, Trotsky defied the crowd and asked those who wanted violence to be done to Chernov openly to raise their hands. Not a hand went up. Amid silence, he took Chernov, half fainting by now, by the arm and led him into the palace. Trotsky's own face, as he returned with his rescued enemy, was of a deadly pallor and covered with cold perspiration. In various parts of the city minor disturbances and affrays occurred, which could easily have led to profuse bloodshed had it not been for the restraining influence of the Bolsheviks. At length the demonstrators became tired and their energy sagged. They were on the point of dispersing when the troops from the front arrived. A violent reaction set in at once. Secret and half-secret right-wing organizations, which had hitherto lain low, descended upon the streets. After a few clashes, the pro-Bolshevik crowds, craving for sleep and rest, dispersed. Just then the papers broke the news of the collapse of the offensive on the front. This added fuel to the anti-Bolshevik reaction. The right-wing parties, the generals, and the officers' leagues blamed the Bolsheviks. It was their agitation, they said, that had destroyed the army's morale and prepared the defeat. 45. This charge alone would have been enough to bring a storm on the heads of the Bolshevik party. Added to it was another, even more inflammatory, accusation. A popular right-wing newspaper published documents alleging that Lenin had been in the pay of the German General Staff, and writs were issued for the arrest of Lenin, Zinoviev, and Kamenyak. The documents could be recognized at a glance as a clumsy fabrication. The witness who produced them, a certain Yermolenko, turned out to be a former stool pigeon, now in the service of military counterintelligence. 46. But at first the impression made by the accusation was devastating. Appearances spoke against Lenin, and for the moment appearances were decisive. The non-political citizen, no initiate in the history and habits of revolutionary parties, asked, did Lenin not in fact return via Germany? By agreement with the German government? Did he not agitate against the war? Did he not foment upheaval? It was no use replying that Lenin had resolved to travel through Germany only after all other routes, via France and England, had been denied to him, and that many of his Menshevik adversaries had returned together with him, or somewhat later, by the same route. 47 It was no use pointing out that Lenin hoped that the revolution would destroy the Hohenzollerns and the Habsburgs as it had destroyed the Romanovs. In the stampede which followed the July days such subtleties were overlooked. The upper classes were mad with fear and hatred of revolution. The middle classes were blind with despair. The General Staff needed a face-saving explanation of the latest military disaster. And the moderate socialists felt the earth opening beneath their feet. The need for a scapegoat and a spectacular sin offering was overwhelming. In the middle of this turmoil Trotsky saw Lenin. "They have chosen this moment to shoot us all," Lenin said. 48 He reckoned with the probability of a successful counter-revolution. He believed that the Soviets, emasculated by the Mensheviks and social revolutionaries, had played out their role, and he was preparing his party for a return to clandestinity. After a little hesitation, he made up his mind that he would not allow himself to be imprisoned but would go into hiding, together with Zinoviev. Trotsky took a less grave view and Lenin's decision seemed to him unfortunate. Such behavior was altogether against the grain of Trotsky's own habits. He thought that Lenin had nothing to hide, that, on the contrary, he had every interest in laying his record before the public, and that in this way he could serve his cause better than by flight, which would merely add to any adverse appearances by which people might judge him. 49 Kamina shared Trotsky's feelings and decided to submit to imprisonment. But Lenin stuck to his decision. He did not expect to be given a fair trial by a government which heaped false accusations on him and circulated fake documents in the press. The atmosphere was tense. The Bolshevik Party was virtually ostracized. Pravda had been banned and its offices demolished. Bolshevik headquarters in several districts had been wrecked. Nothing was easier for the thugs of the old Okhrana, who were still entrenched in the police, or for fanatics of the counter-revolution than to assassinate a hated leader of the revolution on the way to or from prison. Lenin was too well aware of his importance to the party to take this risk, and, disregarding all conventional considerations, went into hiding. 50. In public attacks, Trotsky's name was most often coupled with Lenin's, but no writ of arrest was issued against him. There were obvious reasons. He was not nominally a member of the Bolshevik Party. The circumstances of his return to Russia were so different from those in which Lenin had traveled that it was not easy to tack onto him the label of German agent, and the incident with Chernov, the political enemy whom he had so courageously rescued, was still fresh in everybody's mind. But he was not spared for long. Reich. Milyakov's paper published a story that before his departure from New York Trotsky had received $10,000 from German Americans, which he was to use for defeatist agitation in Russia. In less respectable newspapers the German General Staff figured as the source of the money. Trotsky at once replied with an open letter which appeared in Gorky's paper and deflated Milyakov's revelations with much comic effect. He remarked ironically that the German Americans or the German General Staff apparently considered the overthrow of a regime in an enemy country an extremely cheap affair, costing only $10,000. He attacked the sources from which the story emanated, saying that it had come from Sir George Buchanan, the British ambassador. The ambassador denied the charge, but this did not prevent Milyakov from claiming that he had the story from that source. Then Trotsky related what had really happened before his departure from New York. Russian, American, Latvian, Jewish, Finnish, and German-American socialists arranged a farewell meeting for him and 3 other Russian émigrés who were about to leave with him. A collection was made on the spot which yielded $310 to which the German-American part of the audience contributed $100. The sum was handed to Trotsky, and he divided it equally among the returning émigrés. The meeting and the collection were reported in American newspapers. He concluded with a good-humored confession which, as he knew, would discredit him in the eyes of the bourgeois public even more than being in the pay of the German General Staff. Never in his life, he wrote, had he at one time possessed $10,000 or even 1/10 of that sum. 51. In another open letter he related the story of his friendship and break with Parvus, since this connection was also brought up against him. He exposed Alexinsky, the former Bolshevik deputy turned renegade, as chief inspirer of the calumny. Alexinsky, he wrote, had been expelled as a slanderer from all journalistic organizations in Paris, and the Mensheviks had, on moral grounds, refused to admit him to the Petrograd Soviet. And this was the man now promoted to be the guardian of patriotic morality. 52. This attempt at involving Trotsky having failed, intrigue was started from the opposite angle. The press was full of stories alleging that Trotsky had broken with Lenin, the German agent. On July 10, 4 days after Lenin had gone into hiding, Trotsky therefore addressed the following open letter to the provisional government. Citizen ministers, I understand that you have decreed the arrest of comrades Lenin, Zinoviev, Kamina, but that the writ of arrest does not concern me. I therefore think it necessary to bring these facts to your attention. 1. I share in principle the attitude of Lenin, Zinoviev, and Kamina, and I have expounded it in a journal. And in all my public speeches. 2. My attitude towards the events of 3 and July 4 was uniform with that of the above-mentioned comrades. 53. He gave an account of those events and explained that the fact that he did not belong to the Bolshevik organization was due to outdated and now meaningless differences. You can have no logical grounds for exempting me from the effect of the decree by dint of which Lenin, Zinoviev, and Kamina are subject to arrest. You can have no reason to doubt that I am just as irreconcilable an opponent of the general policy of the provisional government as the above-mentioned comrades. My exemption only underlines more graphically the counter-revolutionary and wanton character of the action you have taken against them. 54. For 2 or 3 days, while the terror against the Bolsheviks was at its peak, Trotsky did not appear at the Soviet. He spent the nights at the home of Lenin, the former Menshevik who was about to join the Bolsheviks. But after the publication of the open letter to the provisional government, Trotsky, full of fight and defiance, reappeared in the limelight. He defended Lenin and the Bolshevik Party in the Soviet, on the executive of the Soviets, and on the executive of the Peasant Soviets. Everywhere he spoke amid continuous uproar. Lenin, he exclaimed, has fought for the revolution 30 years. I have fought against the oppression of the popular masses 20 years. We cannot but hate German militarism. Only he who does not know what a revolutionary is can say otherwise. Do not allow anybody in this hall to say that we are German mercenaries, for this is the voice of villainy. 55. He warned the Mensheviks, who were washing their hands of the affair, that this would be their own undoing. Chernov, the social patriot, had already been compelled to resign from the ministry, because he had participated in the Zimmerwald movement. The counter-revolution had chosen the Bolsheviks as its first targets, the moderate socialists would be its next victims. Even in those days of hysteria and panic he was listened to with attention and respect. His appeals, however, had little or no effect. The moderate socialists knew that it was preposterous to accuse Lenin and Zinoviev of being German agents, but they were convinced that the Bolshevik agitation against the war had gone too far, and they suspected that in the July days Lenin, or perhaps Lenin and Trotsky, had attempted to seize power, and they refused to lift a finger for Lenin's rehabilitation. Only Martov defended the honor of his old adversary. 56. Trotsky remained at large for another fortnight. The ministry was embarrassed by his challenge. It had no ground to order his arrest, unless it declared as lawless the principles which guided the Soviet as a whole, including its moderate majority, for it was in terms of those principles that Trotsky had framed his own activity. The ministry could not, on the other hand, allow him to remain at large and make a mockery of its action against the Bolsheviks. On the night of July 23, Trotsky and Lunakarsky were arrested and transferred to the Kresty prison. Sukhanov describes the impression which this made in Petrograd. The next day, Sukhanov himself addressed a Menshevik meeting at the Cirque Moderne. My announcement about the arrest of Trotsky and Lunakarsky was met with such a storm of indignation that for nearly a quarter of an hour it was impossible to go on with the meeting. Shouts were heard that the whole crowd, numbering many thousands, should at once march and express its protest to the authorities. It was with difficulty that Martov contrived to reduce the affair to an improvised resolution of protest. 57. Thus in the middle of a revolution in which his former friends and a former pupil had risen to power, Trotsky found himself in the same prison in which the Tsarist government had locked him up in 1905. The conditions inside the prison were worse now. The cells were extremely overcrowded, the rounding up of suspects continued, and large batches were brought in daily. Criminal and political offenders were herded together, whereas under the old regime the political offenders had enjoyed the privilege of separation. All were kept on a near-starvation diet. The criminals were incited against the German agents, robbed them of their food and manhandled them. Prosecutors, examiners, and jailers were the same as under the Tsar. The contrast between the pretensions of the new rulers and the inside aspect of the judicial machinery was striking, and, as Trotsky watched it, he reflected that Lenin was not so mistaken when he decided to take refuge. Yet in this wild chaos, in which even the life of the prisoner was sometimes in peril, there was, just as under the old regime, still enough latitude for the prisoner's political and literary activity. With such debaters as Kamenyak, Lunacharsky, Antonov Ovzhenko, and Krylenko, political debate flourished. Among the inmates were also Dybenko and Raskolnikov, the leaders of Kronstadt. Here were assembled nearly all the chief factors of the October insurrection and nearly the whole First Bolshevik Commissariat of War. Trotsky himself took to the pen, and once again a cataract of his articles and pamphlets found its way to the outside world. Some of these, including a detailed description of life in the prison, appeared, under the pen name Pitanas, in Bolshevik papers, and others in Gorky's Daily. In another of his open letters to the provisional government, Trotsky covered the legal proceedings with ridicule. He revealed that he was charged with having returned to Russia, together with Lenin, via Germany, and with having been a member of the Bolshevik Central Committee. These charges testified to the wantonness and the lazy indolence of the prosecution. 58 It was, incidentally, only some weeks after Trotsky's arrest that the interborough organization finally joined the Bolshevik Party and Trotsky became a member of the Bolshevik Central Committee. His exposure of the proceedings had the effect of causing his prosecutor's dismissal. But the proceedings went on. The Dreyfus case and the Baylis case are nothing compared with this deliberate attempt at moral assassination. Trotsky protested to Zarudny, the Minister of Justice who, by a strange freak, had been counsel for the defense in the Soviets' trial in 1906.59. As the weeks passed, events unexpectedly took a turn at once more hopeful and more menacing to the prosecuted men and their cause. The reaction against the July insurrection was broadening into an impetuous movement against all the institutions and conditions which had their origin in the February Revolution, against the Soviets, the army committees, the land committees, the factory committees, and similar bodies which had wittingly and unwittingly disputed the authority of the old administrative machine. The reaction now hit the moderate socialists. The leaders of the right wing argued, not without reason, that the Bolsheviks were only the most consistent advocates of a state of affairs to the defense of which the moderate socialists were in varying degrees also committed. 60 The Bolshevik cry "all power to the Soviets" would not die down as long as the Soviets were in existence, and the Mensheviks and social revolutionaries had a stake in their existence. If the Bolsheviks did their utmost to stir up the opposition of soldier against officer, the moderate socialists, the initial mouthpieces of that opposition, had a vested interest at least in preventing the officers' corps from regaining its old status. The leaders of the middle classes had hitherto hoped to tame the revolution with the hands of the moderate socialists. They now cast around for a military dictator capable of taming or crushing the moderate socialists as well as the Bolsheviks. Only thus did the right wing, which now included former liberals, hope to bring to an end what they regarded as the most shameful chapter in Russian history. The July days had shown that if any strength was left in anti-Bolshevik Russia, that strength resided in the officers' corps. The picture of the moderate Soviet leaders, besieged in the Tauride Palace, trembling for their lives and praying to be rescued from Bolshevik crowds by loyal troops, was not forgotten. Yet such was the illogical mechanism of the February regime that the real relationship of power was now more than ever masked by the political facade. Immediately after the July days, a second coalition government was formed with Kerensky as premier, in which the moderate socialists assumed nominal leadership. In their heyday they had been the junior partners in the coalition, and only after their weakness had been so devastatingly revealed did they assume the role of senior partners, at least in appearance. This paradox could not last. The conservative and anti-revolutionary forces rested their hopes on General Kornilov, whom Kerensky had appointed commander-in-chief. Feted and acclaimed by the upper and middle classes, Kornilov began to feel and behave like a man of providence. His attitude towards Kerensky became ambiguous and then provocative. Finally, On August 24, he openly declared war on the government and ordered his troops to march on the capital. Confident of victory, he boasted in advance of the clean sweep he was going to make of the revolution. Trotsky and his friends in Kresty received the news with mixed feelings. Kerensky kept them behind the bars, and if Kornilov were to win they would be delivered as virtual hostages to the victorious Soldateska. They had no doubt that they would be slaughtered, and this was certainly not a figment of panicky imaginations. But the situation also offered new hope. The moderate socialists could not save themselves from Kornilov without the help of the Bolsheviks, just as in the July days they could not save themselves from the Bolsheviks without the help of the generals. Soon the government itself was pressing rifles into the hands of the Red Guards, whom it had just disarmed. It begged the Bolshevik agitators, on whose destructive influence it had blamed all military disasters, to bring that influence to bear on Kornilov's troops and persuade them to disobey and desert their commanders. And, finally, Kerensky implored the sailors of Kronstadt, the villains of July, to rally to his defense. A scene of almost whimsical fantasy took place in Trotsky's cell. The sailors of Kronstadt sent a delegation to ask him whether they ought to respond to Kerensky's call and defend Kerensky against Kornilov or whether they should try to settle accounts with both Kornilov and Kerensky. To the hot-headed sailors the latter course certainly appealed more. Trotsky argued with them, reminding them how in May he had defended them in the Soviet and had said that if a counter-revolutionary general were to try to throw a noose around the neck of the revolution then the sailors of Kronstadt would come and fight and die with us. They must now honor this pledge and postpone the reckoning with Kerensky, which could not be far off anyhow. The sailors took his advice. While this was going on, the prosecution mechanically continued its job. The examination dragged on and Trotsky had to answer questions about his connections with the German General Staff and the Bolsheviks. Antonov, Ovzhenko and Krylenko, against whom no charges were brought after 6 weeks of imprisonment, threatened a hunger strike, but Trotsky tried to dissuade them. At length he decided to take no further part in the farce of interrogation. He refused to answer the examiner's questions and gave his reasons in a letter to the Central Executive of the Soviets. 3 days later, on September 4, he was released on bail. Straight from the prison he went to the Smolny Institute to participate in a session of the Committee for Struggle Against Counter-Revolution, which had, with Kerensky's blessing, been formed by the Soviet. This body was to be the prototype of the Military Revolutionary Committee which led the October insurrection. Kornilov was defeated not by force of arms, but by Bolshevik agitation. His troops deserted him, without firing a shot. From Kornilov's defeat started a new chain of events leading straight to the October insurrection. Just as the abortive revolution of 3-4 July had swung the balance in favor of counter-revolution, so this abortive counter-revolution had swung it much more powerfully in the opposite direction. The second coalition government broke down. The cadet ministers resigned, because they did not favor Kerensky's action against Kornilov. The socialist ministers withdrew, because they suspected Kerensky of having previously intrigued with Kornilov against the Soviet and encouraged his ambitions. For a month Kerensky, incapable of piecing together the broken fragments of the coalition, ruled through a so-called directorate, a small and quite unrepresentative committee. In the Soviet Trotsky and Kamina asked for an investigation of the events that led to Kornilov's coup and of Kerensky's role in the preliminaries. With increased insistence they pressed the moderate socialists to part company at last with the cadets, many of whom had backed Kornilov. After the Kornilov affair the argument in favor of a purely socialist government sounded irrefutable. When the Mensheviks and social revolutionaries still continued their attempts to revive the coalition, their followers deserted them en masse. Within a few days the moderate majority in the Soviet disintegrated. On September 9 Trotsky made one of his rousing speeches, demanding an unequivocal rehabilitation of himself and the Bolshevik leaders. He asked for the government's long-overdue report on the July events, and he tabled a motion of no confidence in the Menshevik Presidium of the Soviet. To everybody's immense surprise, the motion was carried. For the first time the Bolsheviks obtained for their proposal a majority vote in the Soviet. The revolution had set up a new landmark point 61. As they were losing ground in the Soviet, the Mensheviks and their associates made an attempt to rally outside the Soviet. For September 14 they convened the so-called Democratic Conference. This was not in any sense an elected assembly. Its composition was so devised as to secure in advance an anti-Bolshevik majority. A haphazard assortment of delegations from various non-political institutions, such as cooperatives and pre-revolutionary zemstvos, was to pronounce on all the burning political issues. Such was the paradox of the situation that, regardless of what was to happen later, at this stage it was the Bolsheviks who appeared to stand firmly by the principle of representative and elected government, while the moderate socialists sought to negate that principle. The Soviets, elected in the factories and barracks, did not represent the bourgeoisie, but they fully represented the working classes, the army, and important sections of the peasantry. Their authority and popular appeal were in part due to the absence of any truly national parliamentary institutions. To create such institutions, so it might seem, was a vital interest of the anti-Bolshevik parties. Yet the coalition governments kept on postponing the promised elections to the Constituent Assembly, and the Bolsheviks clamored for the elections. In their own minds they were not yet clear about the future relationship between a Constituent Assembly and the Soviets. They did not foresee that by investing all power in the Soviets they would make a Constituent Assembly impossible, and that they themselves would convoke it only in order to disperse it. The moderate socialists, on the other hand, complied with the repeated postponement of elections in deference to the wishes of the cadets, who feared that a national poll now taken would produce too radical a legislature. 62 In the meantime the moderate socialists tried to concoct a substitute for a parliament in the form of the Democratic Conference and the so-called pre-parliament which issued from it. The conference offered a spectacle of disarray in the ruling groups. The moderate socialists came forward with bitter recriminations against the cadets. Kerensky's own supporters openly aired their distrust of him, saying that his role in the Kornilov affair had been ambiguous and that he had tried to place himself above the parties that had sent him to the government and to establish his personal rule. Kerensky attempted to refute the charges and to persuade the conference of the need to revive the governmental coalition. But his performance was so grotesquely melodramatic that he filled his friends with despair and achieved none of his objectives. It was on this occasion that Trotsky for the first time appeared as the chief Bolshevik spokesman. The impression of his speech is thus described by the Menshevik chronicler of the Revolution 63. This was undoubtedly one of this amazing orator's most brilliant speeches, and I cannot suppress the desire to adorn the pages of my book with an almost full reproduction of this magnificent oration. If in the future my book finds a reader as Lamartine's not very imaginative book still finds readers today, let that reader judge from this page the oratorical art and the political thought of our days. He will draw the conclusion that mankind has not lived in vain this last century and a half, and that the heroes of our revolution relegate far to the background the famous leaders of 1789. The audience at the Alexandrinsky Theater was electrified at the very sound of Trotsky's name. Trotsky had prepared himself well. Standing on the stage a few steps behind him, I saw on the pulpit in front of him a closely written sheet, with underlined phrases, footnotes, and arrows drawn with a blue pencil. He spoke quite plainly, without any rhetorical art, without the slightest posturing or trickery. This time he talked with the audience, sometimes advancing towards it a step or two and then leaning his elbow on the pulpit. The metallic clarity of speech and the polish of the phrase, which are so characteristic of Trotsky, were not there in this performance. We need not summarize this speech, which reproduced the main lines of Bolshevik policy. Only a few points illustrating his polemical manner will suffice. Comrades and citizens, he began very quietly, the socialist ministers have just spoken to you. Ministers are supposed to appear before representative bodies to give an account of their work. Our ministers have preferred to give us advice rather than an account. For the advice we are grateful, but we still demand an account. Not advice, but an account, citizen ministers, the speaker repeats very quietly, tapping the pulpit. Summing up the preceding debate, he remarked that not a single speaker had defended Kerensky, and so the Prime Minister stood condemned by his own friends and followers. This struck the opposing camp at its most vulnerable point, and an angry tumult rose from the floor. One of the issues most hotly debated was a recent decree reintroducing the death penalty. You may curse me if I ever sign a single death sentence, Kerensky, anxious to appease his own resentful followers, exclaimed at the conference. To this Trotsky retorted, if the death penalty is necessary, how can Kerensky take it upon himself to say that he will make no use of it? If he thinks that he can commit himself in front of the whole of democratic opinion and say that he will not apply the death penalty, then I tell you that he is turning its reintroduction into an act of like-mindedness which transcends the limits of criminality. The supporters of the coalition had said that the whole cadet party should not be blamed for Kornilov's mutiny, and that the Bolsheviks who protested when their party was denounced as responsible for the July days, should be the last to blame the cadets wholesale. In this comparison, Trotsky replied, "There is one small inaccuracy. When the Bolsheviks were charged with having brought about or provoked the movement of 3-5 July, there was no question of your inviting them into the ministry. They were being invited to the Kresty prison. There is, comrades, a certain difference here. We say, if in connection with the Kornilov movement you want to drag the cadets to prison, then, please, do not act indiscriminately. Examine the case of every cadet individually, examine it from every possible angle." The hostile audience was convulsed with laughter, and even the most pompous among the ministers and the leaders on the platform could not suppress a giggle. But this note of jollity was quickly silenced by one of grim gravity. Trotsky urged that the Red Guards be armed. "What for? What for?" the cry came from the Menshevik benches. "Firstly, in order that we may build up a genuine rampart against counter-revolution," he answered, "against a new and more powerful Kornilov movement. Secondly, if a government of genuine dictatorship by the revolutionary democracy is established, if that new government offers an honest peace and its offer is rejected, then, I am telling you this on behalf of our party, the armed workers of Petrograd and of the whole of Russia will defend the land of revolution from the troops of imperialism with a heroism such as Russian history has never known." He concluded by denouncing the unrepresentative character of the conference, and he led the Bolshevik delegates out of the assembly. 64. Even after this exodus, the conference failed to meet Kerensky's expectations. It ended, as it had begun, in confusion. A slight majority voted for a new coalition, but then a solid majority emphatically decided against any accommodation with the cadets, the only partners available for a coalition. When, on September 21, Kerensky, disregarding the view of his own pseudo-parliament, did set up a new government with the cadets, the government was in the air from the outset. This was the fifth cabinet formed in 7 months. The lifespan which Trotsky and Lenin were to leave to it was 1 month. In the Soviets, the Bolsheviks went from strength to strength. At the beginning of September they had a majority in Petrograd, Moscow, and other industrial cities. They confidently expected to emerge as the dominant party at the forthcoming National Congress of Soviets. The body entitled to convene the Congress was the Central Executive of the Soviets, which had been elected in June and was still controlled by the moderate socialists. The latter did their best to postpone what for them was a leap in the dark, and the Bolsheviks pressed, of course, for early convocation. Trotsky pleaded with the moderate leaders and threatened them, "Do not play with this Congress." The local Soviets, those of Petrograd and Moscow in the first instance, demanded, "And if you do not convene it in a constitutional manner, it will be convened in a revolutionary manner." 65. On September 23 the Petrograd Soviet elected Trotsky as its president. As he mounted the dais, a hurricane of applause went up. Everything changed in the Soviet. In contrast to the disheartened assembly of the July days, this was now once again a revolutionary army. This was now Trotsky's guard, ready at a wink from him to storm the coalition, the Winter Palace and all the fortresses of the bourgeoisie. The only question was whether Trotsky would lead them. 66 In his presidential address, he recalled 1905 and expressed the hope that this time he would lead the Soviet towards a different destiny. He gave a solemn and emphatic pledge, on which later events were to throw a melancholy shadow: "We are all party men, and more than once we shall clash with one another. But we shall conduct the work of the Petrograd Soviet in a spirit of lawfulness and of full freedom for all parties. The hand of the Presidium will never lend itself to the suppression of a minority." 67 On behalf of the new Soviet he sounded the first summons to the Second Revolution, calling for Kerensky's resignation and the transfer of governmental power to the Congress of Soviets. He argued against the Mensheviks and social revolutionaries as trenchantly as ever, but without ill feeling, without a trace of the craving for revenge which might have been expected from a leader of a party so recently proscribed. 68. Despite Lenin's objections, all parties were represented in a new presidium of the Soviet in proportion to their strength. 69 Was this display of scrupulous respect for the rights of the minority merely a tactical stratagem, designed to deceive the minority's vigilance? Hardly so. Sukhanov relates that 3 years later, after the Bolsheviks had banned all the parties of the opposition, he reminded Trotsky of his pledge not to lend himself to the suppression of any minority. Trotsky lapsed into silence, reflected for a while, and then said wistfully, "Those were good days." 70 They were indeed. The revolution was still taking seriously its own assurance that it would widen and make real the freedoms which bourgeois democracy only promised or which it granted with a niggardly hand. Trotsky now referred to himself in public without inhibition as a Bolshevik. He accepted the label he had so long considered as little better than a slur. While in prison he had been elected to the Central Committee of the party. In the 7 weeks that passed between his release and the October insurrection, his name became not merely identified with Bolshevism, but to the outside world it came to symbolize the aspirations of Bolshevism even more strongly than did the name of Lenin, who had withdrawn from the public eye. 71 These were weeks so charged with history that they crowded from men's minds the events of preceding months and years. Trotsky's feud with Lenin for nearly 15 years seemed insignificant in comparison with the things he would do in 15 minutes for the Bolshevik Party nowadays. Yet in the inner circle of the party there were, naturally, men from whose memories nothing could efface the past feud. They viewed his sudden ascendancy in the party with well-concealed pique. They had to acknowledge the proud courage with which he had stood by their party in recent adversity, when he was not yet a member of it. Nor could they deny that in Lenin's absence none of them could speak for the party with Trotsky's firmness, clarity, and authority, and that not even Lenin could act as its mouthpiece with comparable brilliance. Trotsky's ascendancy in the party was therefore undisputed. But it is enough to scan the records of the Central Committee to glimpse the feelings below the surface. Earlier in the year Lenin had tried in vain to prevail upon his colleagues to accord Trotsky a prominent role in the direction of the Bolshevik press. As late as August 4 the Central Committee elected a chief editorial board for Bolshevik newspapers. The board consisted of Stalin, Sukhanov, and Milyutin. A proposal that Trotsky, when released from prison, should join the board was defeated by 11 votes to 10.72 on September 6. However, 2 days after his release, when he first appeared at the Central Committee, he was appointed unopposed as one of the party's chief editors. 73 The Central Committee was now composed of 21 regular and 8 deputy members. Some of these had been familiar figures in the émigré colonies, and some had come from the interborough organization. Others, like Milyutin, Nogin, Rykov, Sverdlov, Stalin, and Shaumian were homebred committee men, who had known almost no life outside their austere, clandestine party, who felt that they had been the real moles of revolution, and who looked with instinctive distrust upon the former émigrés, especially the one who was the most proud, colorful, and eloquent of all. But this antagonism was suppressed almost to the depth of the unconscious. In the Central Committee Trotsky at first behaved with the discretion and tact of a newcomer. On the day of his first appearance there, differences between the old Bolsheviks came to light which bore directly upon the party's fundamental attitude. These were the preliminaries to the great controversy over the insurrection. From his refuge, Lenin had just posed the problem before the Central Committee. Zinoviev, who shared Lenin's hiding place, had already applied to the committee for permission to come into the open and dissociate himself from Lenin. The committee had refused permission, but it was uneasy about the continued concealment of its two leaders, and it allowed Kamina to negotiate with the moderate socialists an arrangement which would make it possible for both of them to come into the open. In this prelude to the controversy over insurrection and for some time later, Trotsky said little or nothing, although he held strong views. Lenin was already prodding his party to insurrection. In his letters to the Central Committee he dwelt on the change in the mood of the Soviets, the rising tide of peasant revolt, and the impatience of the army, to urge that the party should at once pass from revolutionary declarations and promises to armed action. He was confident that if the party seized the opportunity it would gain the support of an immense majority of the people. But history offered a fleeting opportunity only. If the Bolsheviks missed it, another Kornilov would soon be ready with a pronunciamento and crush the Soviets and the revolution. In view of this danger, Lenin wrote, "No constitutional niceties, not even the niceties of Soviet constitutionalism, deserved attention. The party ought to stage the insurrection in its own name and on its own responsibility. It need not necessarily start in Petrograd. The beginning might be made in Moscow or even in Finland, and from there the insurgent movements could later converge upon the capital. 74 On September 15 the Central Committee debated these proposals for the first time. Kamina came out in categorical opposition and asked the committee to warn all organizations against any move of an insurrectionist character. The committee did not accept Kamina as advice, nor did it accept Lenin's proposals. 75. In the meantime, Trotsky was approaching the problem from his new point of vantage as president of the Petrograd Soviet. He agreed with Lenin on the chances and the urgency of insurrection. But he disagreed with him over method, especially over the idea that the party should stage the insurrection in its own name and on its own responsibility. He took less seriously than Lenin the threat of an immediate counter-revolution. 76 Unlike Lenin, he was confident that the pressure of the Bolshevik majority in the Soviets would not allow the old Central Executive to delay much longer the All-Russian Congress. He reasoned that since the Bolsheviks had conducted their whole agitation under the slogan "All Power to the Soviets," they should stage the rising in such a manner that it would appear to everyone as the direct conclusion of this agitation. The rising should therefore be timed to coincide with, or slightly precede, the Congress of the Soviets, in whose hands the insurgents should then lay the power seized. Furthermore, he wanted the insurrection to be conducted in the name of the Petrograd Soviet and through its machinery, all the components of which were in Bolshevik hands, and of the whole of which he was in personal command. The rising would then appear to the world not as the business of one party only but as a much broader undertaking. 77. It would be a mistake to read into this difference any deeper conflict over principles, and to deduce from it that, while Trotsky wished to seize power for the Soviets, Lenin aimed at placing power in the hands of his party alone. Both were in a sense Soviet constitutionalists. Lenin, too, envisaged that the insurgents would convene an all-Russian Congress of the Soviets and place power in its hands. He refused to let insurrection wait until the Congress convened, because he was convinced that the Menshevik executive would delay the Congress to the Greek calends, and thus the insurrection would never take place as it would be forestalled by a successful counter-revolution. But he, too, saw the Congress of the Soviets as the constitutional source of power. Trotsky, on the other hand, took it for granted that the Bolsheviks, constituting a majority in the Soviets, would actually be the ruling party. Neither of them at this stage saw any conflict between Soviet constitutionalism and a Bolshevik dictatorship, just as mutatis mutandis. No British Democrat sees any conflict between parliamentary rule and the cabinet system based on the majority party. The difference between Lenin and Trotsky centered on a much narrower issue, namely, on whether the rising itself ought to be conceived in terms of Soviet constitutionalism. The tactical risk inherent in Trotsky's attitude was that it imposed certain delays upon the whole plan of action. The political disadvantage of Lenin's approach was that it was likely to narrow the popular appeal of insurrection. Lenin concentrated exclusively on the end to be attained. Trotsky paid more regard to its political context, to the moods of the masses, and to the need to win over the hesitant elements, who might respond to the Soviets but not to the party's call. The one in hiding had the bare and changeable realities of power before his eyes. The other weighed, in addition, the moral and political imponderables, and he did so with the confidence that comes from being at the center of events and dominating them. This difference was incidental to the main controversy between the adherents and the opponents of insurrection. Zinoviev and Kamina held that Lenin and Trotsky were plunging the party and the revolution into a suicidal adventure. This was one of the greatest and most stirring arguments that had ever rent a party, an argument the basic pros and cons of which were to reappear, in different combinations, in innumerable future controversies, an argument about which, regardless of its immediate conclusion, history has perhaps not yet said its last word. After the event, it is easy and natural to say that the advocates of the insurrection were right, and its opponents wrong. In truth, each side presented its case in such a way that the rights were strangely blended with the wrongs and the realistic assessment of historical prospects was offset by momentous errors. Lenin and Trotsky assessed Russia's national situation and the balance of the forces inside the country with penetrating clear-sightedness. They detected the illusion in the appearance of strength with which the Kerensky regime was endowed by the mere fact of its existence, and they based their optimism about the outcome of the insurrection on an almost mathematically accurate survey of the forces arrayed against each other. Against this optimism, Zinoviev and Kamina placed on record this warning: before history, before the international proletariat, before the Russian Revolution and Russian working class, we have no right to stake the whole future on the card of an armed uprising. There are historical situations when an oppressed class must recognize that it is better to go forward to defeat than to give up without battle. Does the Russian working class find itself at present in such a situation? No, and 1,000 times no. 78. Zinoviev and Kamina saw nothing ahead but debacle, and for the rest of their tragic lives they were to burn with shame whenever they were reminded of these words. But the advocates of the rising, in the first instance Lenin and Trotsky, based their arguments not merely and not even mainly on their view of the balance of strength inside Russia. Even more emphatically they pointed to the imminence of European revolution, to which the Russian insurrection would be the prelude, as Trotsky had maintained since 1905-6. In the motion which Lenin submitted to the Central Committee on October 10, he put first among the motives for insurrection, the international position of the Russian Revolution 1790. He repeated this in almost every subsequent statement, public and private. The ripening and inevitability of world socialist revolution can be under no doubt. 80. We stand on the threshold of world proletarian revolution. 81. We shall be genuine traitors to the international, he wrote in a letter to party members, if, at such a moment, under such propitious conditions, we answer such a summons from the German revolutionaries only by verbal resolutions. 82. The international situation, he argued on another occasion, gives us a number of objective data showing that if we act now we shall have on our side the whole of proletarian Europe. 83. This belief governed not only Trotsky's but also Lenin's entire view of the situation, and Lenin insisted that a Soviet government ought to be prepared to wage a revolutionary war to help the German proletariat in its rising. Zinoviev and Kamina, on the other hand, said, if we should come to the conclusion that it is necessary to wage a revolutionary war, the masses of the soldiers will rush away from us. This was a precise anticipation of the developments which led to the Peace of Brest-Litovsk. And here we come, they argued further, to the second assertion that the majority of the international proletariat is, allegedly, already with us. Unfortunately, this is not so. The revolt in the German Navy has immense symptomatic significance. But it is a far cry from that to any sort of active support of the proletarian revolution in Russia, which is challenging the entire bourgeois world. It is extremely harmful to overestimate forces. Thus those who were supreme realists when summing up the Russian situation became illusionists when they turned towards the broader international scene, and those who saw Russia only dimly through a mist of timid skepticism became then the realists. To be sure, the advocates of insurrection embodied the energy and the indomitable courage of the revolution, while their opponents voiced the revolution's faint doubt of itself. Yet it may be wondered whether Lenin and Trotsky would have acted as they did, or whether they would have acted with the same determination, if they had taken a sober view of international revolution and foreseen that in the course of decades their example would not be imitated in any other country. A speculative question of this sort cannot be answered. The fact was that the whole dynamic of Russian history was impelling them, their party, and their country towards this revolution, and that they needed a world-embracing hope to accomplish the world-shaking deed. History produced a great illusion and planted and cultivated it in the brains of the most soberly realistic leaders when she needed the motive power of illusion to further her own work. In the same way she once inspired the leaders of the French Revolution with a belief in the imminence of a universal republic of the peoples. While the controversy was unresolved in the Central Committee, the party was naturally incapable of initiative. Towards the end of September Kerensky opened the pre-parliament, the new substitute for an elected assembly. The Bolsheviks had to decide whether they would participate. The question was related to that of the insurrection. Those who were opposed to the rising and those who hesitated were for participation. They wished the Bolshevik party to act as a regular opposition in the pre-parliament, despite the fact that this body could not claim to be a national representation. The advocates of the insurrection held that the time for their party to act as an opposition had passed, otherwise they would not have contemplated the immediate overthrow of the existing government. They argued that as long as the Bolsheviks were a minority in the Soviets they could only urge the moderate majority to transfer all power to the Soviets, they themselves could not effect the transfer. But having become the majority, they had to effect it, if they were not to prove themselves mere phrasemongers. By their presence in the pre-parliament they would merely give the latter the appearance of a real parliament and divert their own energy from direct action. In this debate, Trotsky and Stalin, this was the first time they appeared together, spoke in unison for a boycott of the pre-parliament. Kamina and Rykov pleaded for participation. The Bolshevik delegates, who had arrived from all over the country for the opening of the pre-parliament, voted by a majority for participation. Lenin pressed for a revision of this attitude. In a letter to the Central Committee he wrote, "Trotsky has spoken for the boycott. Bravo, Comrade Trotsky. The boycott has been defeated inside the group of the Bolshevik delegates. We are still for the boycott." 84 The incident showed that the party was mentally not yet in a condition to lead in an insurrection. It was with evident relief that Lenin penned the words, "Trotsky has spoken for the boycott. Bravo, Comrade Trotsky." He viewed Trotsky's attitude in the matter of insurrection with uneasiness, and even suspicion. He wondered whether, by insisting that the rising should be linked with the Congress of the Soviets, Trotsky was not biding his time and delaying action until it would be too late. If this had been the case, then Trotsky would have been, from Lenin's viewpoint, an even more dangerous opponent than Kamina and Zinoviev, whose attitude had at least the negative merit that it was unequivocal and that it flatly contradicted the whole trend of Bolshevik policy. Trotsky's attitude, on the contrary, seemed to follow from the party's policy and therefore carried more conviction with the Bolsheviks. The Central Committee was in fact inclined to adopt it. In his letters, Lenin therefore sometimes contradicted Trotsky's view almost as strongly as Zinoviev's and Kamina's, without, however, mentioning Trotsky by name. To wait for the rising until the Congress of the Soviets, he wrote, was just as treasonable as to wait for Kerensky to convoke the Constituent Assembly, as Zinoviev and Kamina wanted to do. Much later Trotsky excused Lenin's behavior, if it were not, he wrote, for this Leninist anxiety, this pressure, this criticism, this tense and passionate revolutionary distrust, the party might not have straightened its front at the decisive moment, because the resistance at the top was very strong. 85 It may be added that it was natural that Lenin's tense and passionate revolutionary distrust should include Trotsky himself, the lover of words and gestures, the empty bell and balalakin of the past, the former Menshevik helpmeet, who had only just become a Bolshevik and was now by the fortuitous circumstance of Lenin's absence placed at the head of the party. True enough, he had behaved with impressive dignity and courage in the July days. But Lenin had never doubted Trotsky's dignity and personal courage, not even in the days of their most bitter quarreling. Martov, too, had bravely defended Lenin in July. Yet it was one thing to defend a comrade, even an opponent, baited by counter-revolutionaries, but quite another to lead in a revolution. Would Trotsky be equal to that? Would he know when to pass from tirades to deeds? Up to the moment of the rising, and even during it, doubt was gnawing at Lenin's mind. In the meantime Trotsky was working on the preliminaries to the insurrection. He was doing this with so much psychological subtlety and tactical acumen that although he made his moves in broad daylight, neither friend nor foe could be sure what he was aiming at. He did not try to impose from outside a scheme of insurrection upon the course of events. He developed the insurrection out of the situations as they arose. He was therefore able to justify each step he took by some urgent and in a sense real need of the moment, which ostensibly had nothing to do with insurrection. Everything he did had an aspect of innocence, and although his moves were connected with one another in a single design, their connection, too, was perfectly camouflaged. Not a single one of the trained political and military observers who watched the scene for the government, the general staff, the Allied embassies and military missions, saw through the camouflage. And even Lenin was in part misled by it. By the beginning of October the crisis had reached a new height. Economic chaos was mounting. The provisioning of the cities broke down. Over wide stretches of the country peasants were seizing the gentry's estates and burning the mansions. The army suffered fresh defeats. The German navy was active in the Gulf of Finland. For a moment Petrograd itself seemed exposed to German attack. Government departments and military and business circles moved the evacuation of the capital and the transfer of the government to Moscow. A reversal of attitudes took place, for which parallels can be found in the annals of war and revolution. Some of those who longed for a counter-revolution but were themselves too weak to bring it about, came to contemplate with pleasure, despite their habitual profession of patriotism, the prospect that an invading enemy might do the job for them. Rodchenko, the ex-president of the Duma, was imprudent enough to state publicly that he would rejoice if the German army re-established law and order in Petrograd. Dismay spread in the working class and in the defeatist Soviet. On October 6, in the presence of delegates from all regiments stationed in the capital, Trotsky addressed the soldiers section of the Soviet and presented the following resolution: if the provisional government is incapable of defending Petrograd, then it ought either to conclude peace or to make room for another government. The transfer of the government to Moscow would be a desertion from a responsible battle position. 86. The resolution was carried without a single dissentient vote. The garrison gave notice of its interest in organizing the defense of the city, if need be without and even against the government. On the next day Trotsky sounded the alarm from the platform of the pre-parliament. The idea of surrendering the revolutionary capital to German troops, he said, was a natural link in a general policy designed to promote counter-revolutionary conspiracy. 87. A flood of abuse broke loose against the speaker, but this was the last time he addressed the pre-parliament on Lenin's insistent promptings. The party had, after all, decided to boycott the assembly. Overcoming the tumult, Trotsky announced the Bolshevik exodus. With this government of treason to the people and with this council of counter-revolutionary connivance we have nothing in common. In withdrawing from the council, we summon the workers, soldiers, and peasants of all Russia to be on their guard and to be courageous. Petrograd is in danger. The revolution is in danger. The people is in danger. From now on almost every day the insurgents took a long stride towards their goal. Both sides, Kerensky and his general staff on the one hand, Trotsky and the Soviet on the other, were engaged in a series of maneuvers designed to set the stage for civil war, but both pretended to act in the broader interest of national defense. Kerensky was preparing a redistribution of troops, ostensibly designed to strengthen the front. In the process the most revolutionary regiments were to be sent out of Petrograd, as a prelude to a showdown with the Soviet. Trotsky had to frustrate Kerensky's plan and to prevent the departure of the pro-Bolshevik regiments. He did so on the ground that the depletion of the garrison would expose the capital to German invasion, which was not untrue. The government had in the meantime denied that it proposed to evacuate Petrograd. But mistrust of its intentions had been aroused, and when it became known that Kerensky was bent on reshuffling the troops the suspicion was confirmed and strengthened. On October 9 the Soviet was in a state of extraordinary agitation. Trotsky urged its plenary session and its sections to intervene in the matter of the redistribution of troops. Since the Soviet had already assumed responsibility for the defense of Petrograd, it could not look on idly at the dismantling of the garrison. Trotsky did not yet explicitly propose that the Soviets should veto Kerensky's plan. The first step he proposed was that the Soviets should find out what was the significance of the plan and that it should keep a check on the condition of the garrison. Implicitly, however, he had already posed the question who was to be the master of the garrison. 88. On the same day, the Military Revolutionary Committee was formed at a session of the executive of the Soviet. This committee, eventually the supreme organ of insurrection, appeared at the time only to assume on behalf of the Soviet the responsibility for the city's defense. The proposal for setting it up was made by one Lazimir, a boy of 18, a left social revolutionary, who had no premonition of the consequences. The Menshevik members of the executive were opposed to the idea, but, when it was pointed out to them that this committee would be a replica and a continuation of a body they themselves had formed at the time of Kornilov's coup, they had no effective answer. In its Menshevik period, the Soviet had, indeed, repeatedly vetoed moves contemplated by the government. The practice was inherent in the dual power of the February regime, and these precedents, when they were now cited, disarmed the opposition. Trotsky, ex officio, headed the Military Revolutionary Committee. The task of the committee was to establish the size of the garrison needed for the defense of the capital, to keep in touch with the commands of the Northern Front, the Baltic Fleet, the Finnish garrison, and to assess the manpower and the stocks of munitions available, to work out a plan of defense, and to maintain discipline in the civilian population. Among the members of the committee there were, apart from its youthful and uncomprehending initiator, Podvoisky, Antonov Ovzhenko, and Lashevik, the future operational commanders of the insurrection. The committee split into 7 sections, which were to be in charge of defense, supplies, liaison, information, workers' militias, and so on. Again, in conformity with precedents, the committee appointed commissars who were to represent it with all detachments of the garrison. 89. While, partly by design and partly by the spur of great events and trivial accidents, Trotsky was forging the machinery of insurrection, the Central Committee of the party had not yet taken any final decision. On October 3 it listened to the report of an envoy from Moscow, Lomofopokov, who spoke for insurrection and demanded an end to irresolution. It was decided, says the record of the Central Committee, not to discuss this report but to ask Lenin to come to Petrograd and to put his arguments before the Central Committee. 90 On October 7 a bureau was appointed to collect information on the struggle against counter-revolution. Its members were Trotsky, Sverdlov, and Bubnov. 91 Only on October 10, the day after the formation of the Military Revolutionary Committee, did that historic session take place at which Lenin was present and at which, after grave debate, the leaders of the party took by 10 votes to 2 the decision in favor of the rising. At this session, also, the first political bureau was elected: Lenin, Zinoviev, Kamenev, Trotsky, Stalin, Sokhonikov, and Bubnov to offer the party day-to-day guidance on the insurrection. 92 But the next day Zinoviev and Kamenev appealed to the lower grades of the organization against the decision of the Central Committee, and the party's attitude was again in flux. In any case, the newly elected Politburo was incapable of offering guidance. Lenin returned to his refuge in Finland. Zinoviev and Kamenev were opposed to the rising. Stalin was almost completely absorbed by editorial work. Sokhonikov's views were a shade more cautious than Trotsky's. Lenin, however, still distrustful of Trotsky's plan, urged the party to take on itself alone the initiative of armed action. All members of the Politburo who were not in principle opposed to such action preferred the rising to be conducted through the Soviet. During the following week, Trotsky, assisted by the most effective agitators, Lunacharsky, Kollontai, and Volodarsky, was mustering the forces of the revolution. On October 10 he addressed a city conference of factory committees. On 11 and October 12 he called upon a conference of Northern Russian Soviets to be ready for great events. Our government, he stated, may flee from Petrograd. But the revolutionary people will not leave the city, it will defend it to the end. 93 At the same time he did his utmost to force the hands of the Menshevik Central Executive and to compel it to convene the Second Congress of the Soviets. On October 13, over the heads of that executive and on behalf of the Soviets of Northern Russia, he sent out a radio message to all, calling all Soviets and the army to send delegates to the Congress. At the famous Cirque Moderne, writes Sukhanov, where Trotsky, Lunacharsky, and Volodarsky took the platform, there were endless queues and crowds, whom the enormous amphitheater could not contain. Trotsky, breaking away from his work at the revolutionary headquarters, ran from the Obukhovsky to the Trubokny, from the Putilovsky to the Baltiisky, from the Manege to the barracks, and it seemed that he spoke everywhere simultaneously. Every worker and soldier of Petrograd knew him and listened to him. His influence on the masses and the leaders alike was overwhelming. He was the central figure of those days, and the chief hero of this remarkable chapter of history. 94. On October 16 the regiments of the garrison declared that they would disobey Kerensky's marching orders and remain in Petrograd. This was, as Trotsky later put it, the silent rising which in advance decided the outcome of the contest. 95 Until now Trotsky himself had been somewhat uneasy about the risk he had taken by linking the insurrection with the Congress of the Soviets. Now he was reassured, in the short run, Kerensky would not be able to alter the balance of strength in his favor. On the same day, Trotsky signed an order to the arsenals that 5,000 rifles be issued to the civilian Red Guards. This was a way of checking whether the writ of the Military Revolutionary Committee ran in the garrison. It did. During this silent rising, the Central Committee met once again in the presence of important local Bolshevik leaders. 96 Lenin, who had arrived, heavily disguised, moved that the conference should confirm the decision on insurrection, and that the Central Committee should at once issue a call to action. The representative of the Petrograd Committee spoke about apathy in the masses, but declared that the call for insurrection, if it came from the Soviet, not from the party, would stir up the masses and meet with response. Krylenko, leader of the party's military branch, on which the execution of Lenin's plan entirely depended, declared that only a minority of the branch was for insurrection, but even this minority favored initiative by the Soviet, not by the party. Volodarsky spoke in the same vein. Zinoviev and Kamina emphatically restated their objections to armed action in any form. Stalin reproached them with lack of faith in European revolution, and remarked that while the party leaders were engaged in confused argument, the Soviet was already on the road to insurrection. Milyutin, for Moscow, spoke ambiguously. Sokolnikov held that the rising ought to be started only after the opening of the Congress of the Soviets. From all sides there came anxious voices about the apathy and the weariness of the masses. Lenin recapitulated his arguments, but he made a concession to the adherents of Trotsky's plan and submitted that the Central Committee and the Soviets should in due time indicate the right moment and the practical methods of attack. 97 Tentatively October 20th was fixed as the day of action. The Central Committee had fixed this date because it was the eve of the expected opening of the Congress. Only 3 or 4 days were left for preparations. Yet no sooner had the Central Committee confirmed its decision on insurrection than Zinoviev and Kamina made a vigorous attempt to frustrate it. They denounced the plan, this time not within the Bolshevik caucus but in the pages of Gorky's newspaper. Thus, from the men supposed to act as members of the general staff of the insurrection, the outside world received a warning about what was pending. Lenin, beside himself with indignation, demanded the immediate expulsion from the party of the two strike-breakers of the revolution. His demand fell on deaf ears. In the Bolshevik newspaper Stalin tried to reconcile the adversaries, although this was a matter in which reconciliation was impossible. An insurrection either is or is not made. 98. Trotsky utilized even the confusion among the Bolshevik leaders to further his plan. On 17 October he received with well-concealed relief the news that the Menshevik Central Executive had again postponed the Congress of the Soviets for a few days. This gave him a little more time for the last preparations. But the other camp might also have benefited from the delay, and Zinoviev's and Kamina's disclosures threatened to arouse its vigilance. On October 18 two embarrassing questions were put to Trotsky in the Soviet, one about the widespread rumors on insurrection, and the other about his order to the arsenals for the issue of rifles to Red Guards. His answer was a masterpiece of diplomatic camouflage. The decisions of the Petrograd Soviet are published, he said. The Soviet is an elected institution. Every deputy is responsible to the workers and soldiers who have elected him. This revolutionary parliament can have no decisions which are unknown to the workers. We conceal nothing. I declare on behalf of the Soviet, we have not decided on any armed action. This was literally true. The Soviet had decided nothing of the sort. As its president he was expected to give an account only of the Soviet's work. He was under no obligation to make a public confession of a confidential decision taken by a private body such as the Central Committee of the party. But he did not stop at this denial, which might have confounded friends as well as foes. Nor did he tie his hands. If the course of events, he added, compels the Soviet to decide on armed action, then the workers and the soldiers will come out in response to its appeal like one man. He admitted that he had ordered rifles for the Red Guards, but he covered himself by the familiar precedent. The Menshevik Soviet had done the same. The Petrograd Soviet, he added defiantly, will go on organizing and arming workers' guards. We must be ready. We have entered a period of more acute struggle. We must be constantly prepared for attack by the counter-revolution. But to the first counter-revolutionary attempt to break up the Congress of the Soviets, to the first attempt of an attack on us, we shall retort with a counter-attack which will be merciless and which we shall press to the very end. 99 Thus he stirred the militancy of the insurgents and of their friends while he was obfuscating their enemies. With meticulous care he brought to the fore the defensive aspect of the insurgents' activity, and kept the offensive aspect in the background. On the spot Kamina rose to declare his complete solidarity with Trotsky, and Zinoviev did the same in a letter to the editor of Raboki I put. The two opponents of the rising hoped thereby to tie down their party to a strictly defensive attitude, and so to make it renounce insurrection in a roundabout way. But their demonstrative expression of solidarity with Trotsky had a quite different effect. The anti-Bolshevik parties, seeing that the known opponents of the coup declared their agreement with Trotsky, assumed that he was also in agreement with them. There will be no insurrection, then, the Mensheviks and social revolutionaries consoled themselves. Immediately after this incident, Trotsky had a secret meeting with Lenin, the only one, it seems, that they had in these weeks. He wondered whether Lenin had not misunderstood his statement and the appearance of agreement between himself and Zinoviev and Kamina, and he was anxious to dispel Lenin's misapprehension. 100 But on this point his fears were groundless. Lenin had just written to the Central Committee, Kamina's trick at the session of the Petrograd Soviet is something simply mean. He, you see, is in full agreement with Trotsky. But is it difficult to understand that Trotsky could not and should not have said more than he did in the face of enemies? 101 At this meeting, Trotsky wrote later, Lenin was more calm and confident, I would say, less suspicious. All the same, now and again he shook his head and asked, and will they not forestall us? Will they not catch us napping? I argued that from now on everything would develop almost automatically. 102. Lenin was not quite reassured. That his reiterated demand for the immediate expulsion of Zinoviev and Kamina met with no response from Trotsky and the Central Committee as a whole made him bristle with suspicion again. Zinoviev's and Kamina's indiscretion would be regarded as treacherous by any party in similar circumstances. And so Lenin saw in the consideration shown to them by the Central Committee as sign of the latter's irresolute attitude in the matter of insurrection. 103. The preliminaries to the rising came to a close when the Soviet instructed the garrison to carry out only such official orders as were endorsed by the Military Revolutionary Committee or its commissars. On October 21 Trotsky conveyed this instruction to a general meeting of regimental committees, and he appealed to the Cossacks, the former Praetorian Guards of the Tsars, to stand by the revolution. The regimental committees adopted Trotsky's resolution, which stated, inter alia, endorsing all political decisions of the Petrograd Soviet, the garrison declares, the time for words has passed. The country is on the brink of doom. The army demands peace, the peasants demand land, the workers demand employment and bread. The coalition government is against the people, an instrument in the hands of the people's enemies. The time for words has passed. The All-Russian Congress of Soviets ought to take power in its hands and secure peace, land, and bread to the people. The Petrograd garrison solemnly pledges itself to put at the disposal of the All-Russian Congress all its forces, to the last man, to fight for these demands. Rely on us. We are at our posts, ready to conquer or die. 104. Events showed that this last assurance was more solemn than true. The civilian workers were in fact ready to conquer or die, but the garrison supported the Soviet because it was confident in an easy victory over Kerensky, a victory which was expected to end the war. Whatever its motives, the fact was that the garrison placed itself under the orders of the Soviet. Inevitably this gave rise to a conflict between the regular military command and the Military Revolutionary Committee. Even now, Trotsky did not claim on behalf of that committee that it was superseding the military command. Commissars of the committee were attached to the general staff, ostensibly in order to coordinate activities and eliminate friction, and on the very day of the rising Trotsky inspired reports that the negotiations were proceeding satisfactorily. 105 At the same time as he made these military preparations, Trotsky put the Red Guards and the civilian organizations on the alert. On October 22 he addressed a monster meeting at the Narodny Dom. Around me, the eyewitness whom we have often quoted describes the scene, the crowds were in an almost ecstatic mood. Trotsky asked them to repeat after him the words of an oath. A numberless multitude lifted up their hands. Trotsky hammered out the words, let this your vote be your oath with all your might and power of sacrifice to support the Soviet, which has taken on itself the great burden of bringing the victory of the revolution to completion and of giving the people land, bread, and peace. The numberless multitude keep their hands up. They agree. They take the oath. Trotsky has finished. Somebody else is taking the platform. But it is not worthwhile to wait and look any more. 106. The theatrical quality of Trotsky's appearances and the almost poetic loftiness of his speech did no less than his ruses de guerre to mislead the anti-Bolshevik leaders. The latter were too well accustomed to the bright fireworks of his oratory to suspect that this time it was real fire. Trotsky seemed to them, and not only to them, too voluble for a commander of a successful insurrection. Yet in this revolution words, great idealistic words, were in fact more effective than regiments and divisions, and inspired tirades did the work of pitched battles. Up to a certain moment they relieved the revolution of the need to fight battles at all. The revolution worked mainly through its titanic power of persuasion, and it seemed to have vested the greater part of that power in a single person. By October 23 the Military Revolutionary Committee had a detailed plan of operations in hand. It was as simple as it was carefully laid. It provided for a rapid occupation by picked detachments of all strategic positions in the capital. Liaison between insurgent headquarters and the garrison functioned infallibly. The picked units were ready for the signal. As the members of the Military Revolutionary Committee surveyed for the last time the disposition of forces, they were confident that they could knock the government over by a slight push, so overwhelming was the superiority of the forces arrayed behind the Soviet. Only one important position was uncertain, the Peter Paul fortress on the Neva, the garrison of which was reported to stand for Kerensky or at least to waver. Antonov Ovzhenko prepared a plan to assault the fortress, the only important engagement which was expected. Trotsky, however, decided to try to storm it with words. In the afternoon of the 23rd, accompanied by a non-Bolshevik commander of the Soviet Guard, he went on a lorry into what was supposed to be the enemy's camp. He addressed the garrison of the fortress and induced it to repeat after him the oath of allegiance to the Soviet. 107. All that Trotsky was now waiting for was provocation from Kerensky, which would allow him to launch the insurrection as a defensive operation. He had no doubt that Kerensky was bound to give the provocation. He himself had provoked him sufficiently into giving it. 108 And indeed, on the 23rd, Kerensky attempted to strike a blow from the vacuum in which he and his government were suspended. He banned Raboki I Put, under which title Pravda had appeared since the July days, and he ordered the closing of its editorial offices and printing press. A working girl and a man from the press rushed to the Military Revolutionary Committee, saying that they were prepared to break the seals on the premises of Raboki I Put, and to go on producing the paper if the committee gave them an effective military escort. This suggestion, breathlessly made by an unknown working girl, came to Trotsky like a flash. A piece of official sealing wax, he wrote later, on the door of the Bolshevik editorial room as a military measure that was not much. But what a superb signal for battle. 109 On the spot he signed an order sending a company of riflemen and a few platoons of sappers to guard the Bolshevik offices and printing press. The order was carried out instantaneously. This was a tentative gambit. It was made on the dawn of October 24. Next morning the papers were full of reports about Kerensky's plan to suppress the Soviet and the Bolshevik Party. The Military Revolutionary Committee was working out the last details of the rising, which, as was now clear, could not be delayed a single day. The Smolny Institute, hitherto guarded with insouciant slackness, was rapidly transformed into a fortress, bristling with cannon and machine guns. In the early morning, the Central Committee of the party met for the last time before the decisive event. All members present in Petrograd had arrived, with the exception of Lenin and Zinoviev, who had not yet come into the open, and Stalin, who was unaccountably absent. 110 Kamina, who had resigned from the committee to oppose the insurrection, placed himself at the service of the insurgents once the action had started, and he displayed surprising initiative. It was he who proposed, inter alia, that no member of the committee should leave Smolny during the day. On Trotsky's initiative, each was given a specific assignment in liaison and organization. Dzerzhinsky kept in touch with the posts and telegraphs, Bubnov with the railwaymen, Nogin and Lomov with Moscow. Sverdlov was to watch the movements of the provisional government, while Milyutin was to take charge of the city's food supplies. Kamina and Bertin were to win over the left social revolutionaries, who were breaking away from their mother party. Finally, Trotsky proposed that, in case the Bolsheviks were routed at the Smolny, the headquarters of the insurrection should move to the Peter Paul fortress, the garrison of which he had just won over for the cause. 111. While this was taking place, Kerensky addressed the pre-parliament and indulged in belated threats. He announced that he had ordered the prosecution of the entire Military Revolutionary Committee, a new search for Lenin, the arrest of Trotsky and other Bolshevik leaders released on bail, and that he was taking action against the sailors of Kronstadt. 112 Trotsky convened an extraordinary session of the Petrograd Soviet and reported on the steps just taken by the Military Revolutionary Committee. Even now he did not proclaim the rising. We are not afraid to shoulder responsibility for maintaining revolutionary order in the city. Our principle is all power to the Soviets. At the forthcoming sessions of the All-Russian Congress of the Soviets, this principle ought to be put into effect. Whether this will lead to an insurrection or to any other form of action depends not only and not so much on the Soviets as on those who, in defiance of the people's unanimous will, still hold governmental power. Is this an insurrection? We have a semi-government in which the people has no confidence and which has no confidence in itself, because it is dead within. This semi-government only awaits the sweep of history's broom. He announced that he had countermanded Kerensky's action against the Kronstadt sailors and ordered the cruiser Aurora to lie in readiness on the Neva. Tomorrow the Congress of the Soviets opens. It is the task of the garrison and of the proletariat to put at its disposal the power they have gathered, a power on which any governmental provocation will founder. It is our task to carry this power, undiminished and unimpaired, to the Congress. If the illusory government makes a hazardous attempt to revive its own corpse, the popular masses will strike a decisive counterblow. And the blow will be the more powerful the stronger the attack. If the government tries to use the 24 or 48 hours still left to it in order to stab the revolution, then we declare that the vanguard of the revolution will meet attack with attack and iron with steel. 113. When a delegation from the city council approached him to inquire about the Soviet's intentions, he answered cryptically that the Soviet was prepared to coordinate the defense of the revolutionary order with the city council, and, tongue-in-cheek, he invited the council to participate in the Military Revolutionary Committee. Late in the evening the Menshevik Central Executive called a meeting of the delegates who had assembled for the Congress. For the last time Dan spoke on behalf of the old leadership of the Soviets. He warned the delegates against bloodshed. The counter-revolution is only waiting for the Bolsheviks to begin riots and massacres. This will be the end of the revolution. The masses are sick and exhausted. They have no interest in the revolution. It is inadmissible that the Petrograd garrison should not submit to the orders of the staff. All power to the Soviets means death. We are not afraid of bayonets. The old executive will defend the revolution with its body. 114 Amid uproar and cries of derision, Dan promised immediate peace negotiations and land reform, thereby unwittingly admitting that the Bolsheviks had all along been right in their demands. From the floor came cries, "Too late." Then Trotsky mounted the tribune, borne on a wave of roaring applause, a rising house, thunderous. His thin, pointed face was positively Mephistophelian in its expression of malicious irony. Dan's tactics proved that the masses, the great, dull, indifferent masses, are absolutely with him. He turned towards the chairman, dramatically. "When we spoke of giving the land to the peasants, you were against it. We told the peasants, if they don't give it to you, take it yourselves, and the peasants followed our advice. And now you advocate what we did 6 months ago. The time may come when Dan will say that the flower of the revolution participated in the rising of the July days. No. The history of the last 7 months shows that the masses have left the Mensheviks. Dan tells you that you have no right to make an insurrection. Insurrection is the right of all revolutionaries. When the downtrodden masses revolt, it is their right. If you maintain complete confidence, there will be no civil war. Our enemies will surrender at once and you will take the place which is legitimately yours, that of the masters of the Russian land. 115. Dan, deceived by the vague manner in which Trotsky still spoke about the rising, and perhaps also hoping that the Bolsheviks might not obtain a majority at the Congress, rushed off to Kerensky to assure him that there would be no Bolshevik coup and to implore him to refrain from repressive action. 116. The rising was already in progress. Trotsky issued his famous Order No. 1, the Petrograd Soviet is in imminent danger. Last night the counter-revolutionary conspirators tried to call the Junkers and the shock battalions into Petrograd. You are hereby ordered to prepare your regiment for action. Await further orders. All procrastination and hesitation will be regarded as treason to the revolution. The firmness of his tone inspired the insurgents with confidence. During the night of 24-25 October, Red Guards and regular regiments occupied with lightning speed, almost noiselessly, the Tauride Palace, the post offices, and the railway stations, the National Bank, the telephone exchanges, the power stations, and other strategic points. While the movement which overthrew Tsardom in February lasted nearly a week, the overthrow of Kerensky's government took a few hours only. In the morning of October 25, Kerensky had already escaped from the capital in the car of a foreign embassy. His ministers were vainly waiting for him in the Winter Palace, when at noon they were already besieged there, just as the Tsarist government had been in the final phase of the February Revolution. Without bloodshed, the Bolsheviks had become the masters of the capital. 117 By midday, Trotsky reported to the Petrograd Soviet, almost stunned with incredulity, on further developments. Some ministers had been placed under arrest, the pre-parliament had been disbanded, the whole city was under control. The enemy now held only the Winter Palace, which Antonov Ovzhenko was preparing to storm. On the evening of the 24th, Lenin, still heavily disguised, arrived in the Smolny. Reports in the newspapers about friendly negotiations between the General Staff and the Military Revolutionary Committee had stirred his mistrust afresh. He still suspected that the rising was being bungled. As he made his way stealthily from the Vyborg suburb, where he had been hiding for the last few days, to the Smolny, he did not realize that the city he walked through was virtually in his party's hands. He bombarded Trotsky and the other leaders with questions. Were they really on the point of coming to terms with the General Staff? And why was the city so calm? 118 But as he listened to the answers, as he watched the tense staff work in the room of the Military Revolutionary Committee, the reports coming in ceaselessly and the instructions going out, as he eyed the leaders of the rising themselves, almost exhausted, unshaven, dirty, with eyes inflamed from sleeplessness, yet confident and composed, he realized that they had crossed the Rubicon without him, and his suspicion melted away. Somewhat shyly and apologetically, he remarked that the rising could, of course, be conducted in their manner as well. The main thing was that it should succeed. He behaved like a commander-in-chief who, watching the decisive battle from afar and knowing that the operational commander has ideas at variance with his, is inclined to exaggerate the importance of the difference and fears that without his intervention things might go wrong, who then rushes to the battlefield while the battle is in progress and then, without a trace of offended vanity, reconciles himself to the course of action taken and acknowledges his junior's achievement. Although Trotsky had been in charge of the operation and had conducted it entirely according to his own lights, Lenin's influence was a decisive factor in the success. Trotsky had more than any single man molded the mind of the broad mass of workers and soldiers, on whose attitude the issue depended. But the active insurgents had come from the cadres and the ranks of the Bolshevik party, and on their minds, Lenin, the founder and unrivaled leader of the party, had even from his hiding place exercised by far the greater influence. Without his sustained and stubborn promptings, without his alarming warnings, they might not have followed Trotsky's orders and instructions as they did. He had inspired them with the idea of the rising before they carried out Trotsky's scheme of the rising. But it was only when he actually saw the insurrection in progress that Lenin finally and unreservedly acknowledged in Trotsky his monumental partner in the monumental game. On the evening of October 25, the two men were resting on the floor of a dark and empty room adjoining the Great Hall of Smolny, where the Congress of the Soviets was about to open. The night before, Trotsky had fainted from fatigue, and now he tried to get a little sleep. But sleep would not come. Ceaseless telephone calls in the next room roused him. Assistants and messengers knocked at the doors. One message reported a hitch in the attack on the Winter Palace, and Trotsky ordered the cruiser Aurora into action. Let them bombard the Winter Palace with blanks. This should be enough to bring about the government's surrender. He went back to lie on the floor by Lenin's side. There were fleeting moments of somnolence, new messages, rapid whispers along the floor. Soon they would have to go to the large and brightly lit hall and face the Congress. They would, of course, declare that the Congress was the only source of power, that the land belonged to the peasants, and they would offer immediate peace to Russia and the world, and tomorrow they would present a new government to the world. The thought that he or any of his comrades, the professional revolutionaries, should assume titles of ministers seemed incongruous to Lenin. Shreds of historical reminiscences, as always, reminiscences from the Great French Revolution, floated through Trotsky's somnolent mind. Perhaps they would call themselves commissaires. People's Commissars, a Council of People's Commissars, 119. The Congress opened to the accompaniment of the auroras. Bombardment of the Winter Palace with blanks. The Bolsheviks alone commanded a majority of nearly 2/3, with the left social revolutionaries they had about 3/4 of the votes. 14 Bolsheviks, 7 social revolutionaries, right and left, 3 Mensheviks, and 1 representative of Gorky's group, took their seats at the table of the new Presidium. The defeated parties at once raised an outcry against the rising and the storming of the Winter Palace. In the name of the most irreconcilable group of Mensheviks, Kinhuk, Stalin's future ambassador in Berlin, declared that they were leaving the Congress. Amid cries, "Deserters! Go to Kornilov," the group left the hall. The Mensheviks of the center and of the left stayed behind and demanded the formation of a coalition government of Bolsheviks, Mensheviks, and social revolutionaries. When the Bolsheviks rejected this demand, these groups, too, declared a boycott of the Congress and of its decisions. As Trotsky watched their exodus, led by Martov and Abramovich, his mind may have flashed back to the scene at the Second Congress of the party, in 1903, when Martov declared a boycott of the Bolshevik Central Committee. He himself was then among the boycotters. How similar in a way these two scenes appeared. The leading men were the same, the soft and the hard ones. Most of the recriminations of 1903 echoed in the declaration Martov had just made. Even the words conspiracy, usurpation, and state of siege came back. But how different was the scale of the spectacle and the intensity of the struggle? And how different was his own place in it, after all the years of side-slipping and straying, from which he had returned to Lenin? As Trotsky rose to answer Martov, while the latter was still standing opposite him on the platform, he could find in himself no softness, no lenity, not even charity for the vanquished, only gravity, exasperation, and angry contempt. The rising of popular masses, he began, needs no justification. What has taken place is an insurrection, not a conspiracy. We have hardened the revolutionary energy of the workers and soldiers of Petrograd. We have openly steeled the will of the masses for a rising, not a conspiracy. Politically this was true, although militarily the insurrection had in fact been conducted like a conspiracy, and could not have been conducted otherwise. Our rising, he went on, has been victorious. Now they tell us, renounce your victory, yield, make a compromise. With whom? With whom, I am asking, shall we make this compromise? With those miserable little groups that have left, or with those that make these proposals? But we have seen them in their full stature. Nobody in the whole of Russia follows them any more, and is it with them as with equal partners that the millions of workers and peasants should conclude an agreement? You are miserable, isolated individuals. You are bankrupt. You have played out your role. Go where you belong, to the dust heap of history. 120 This V Victus pierced the ears of Martov and of his followers as they made their way out of the hall, through the serried ranks of soldiers and workers, who indignantly reminded them of all the misdeeds of the provisional government, of the people's hunger and cold, of the senseless and bloody offensives, of the July days, of the proscription of the Bolsheviks, and of the peasants' craving for land. Pent-up emotion burst from the victors. Nemesis stalked the halls of the Smolny. She was only beginning her work. Never before had any body of men seizing power assumed so prodigious a burden of commitments as that which the Bolshevik leaders shouldered when they read out to the Congress their first hastily scribbled decrees. They promised to give the people peace, land, and bread. The distance from promise to fulfillment was immeasurable. The peace was to be just and democratic. It was to admit no annexations or indemnities, none of the injuries and insults which victors impose upon vanquished. Lenin and Trotsky had said over and over again that such a peace could not be expected from the absolutist or even the bourgeois parliamentary governments. It could only be achieved by proletarian revolutions in the belligerent countries. Yet the armies of the Hohenzollerns and Habsburgs stood on lands wrested from the Russian Empire, and as long as they had not renounced their emperors and their rulers and had not disavowed their rapacious ambitions, the Bolsheviks were in a sense committed to go on waging war, the Revolutionary War for a Just Peace. But they were also, and in the popular mind even more strongly, committed to achieving immediate peace, which could be neither just nor democratic. This was their first dilemma. Its solution would be dictated to them by weary peasant soldiers, who were all the more eager to turn their guns into plows now that all the land to plow was at last theirs. But the tenuous peace, attained under their pressure, would not avert from Russia the long ordeal of foreign intervention and civil war. The Bolsheviks shared the land among the peasants, or, rather, they sanctioned the share-out accomplished by the peasantry itself. No great country can go through an agrarian revolution of this scale and momentum without its entire economy being shaken and weakened, if only temporarily. The old links between town and country were loosened or broken, the old channels of exchange shrank and became clogged, the old obsolete and inadequate yet automatic, and in its way effective, manner of running the body politic was rendered impossible. In the most favorable circumstances, even without a civil war, it would have taken time before new links, new channels, and a new way of managing the nation's existence replaced the old ones. Before that happened, so elementary a process as the flow of food from country to town, the precondition of modern civilization, was bound to be disrupted. The demands for land and bread were not quite compatible. After the large estates had been split, less, not more, bread was available to urban workers. To the peasants the agrarian revolution was a boon at first. It not only gave them land, it relieved them of the burdens of age-old servitude and debt. But to the nation as a whole the prospect looked less promising. Rural Russia was now broken up into 25 million small holdings, most of which were tiny and worked with antediluvian tools. The Bolshevik leaders knew that in the long run this spelled economic and social stagnation. They had to encourage and then to sanction the share out of the land, because this was preferable to the old semi-feudal system of tenure, and because otherwise they would have suffered the fate of their predecessors in government. But they were from the beginning broadly committed to foster collective ownership in land, to regroup and merge the 25 million small holdings into relatively few large, modern, and efficient farms. They could not say when, how, or by means of what industrial resources they would be able to do this. They only knew that they had embarked upon a complex, paradoxical, and dangerous course. They had made one agrarian revolution with the avowed purpose of undoing it by means of another. Bread means to the industrial worker and the city dweller at large the growth and the development of industry. To the Russian worker in 1917 it also implied the elimination from industry of private ownership and control. In the theoretical conception of socialism, which the leaders of the revolution had imbibed from early youth, national and ultimately international ownership and central planning of production and distribution held a crucial place. Russia's industry, as the Bolsheviks found it, even if it had not been further destroyed through civil war, was too small and poor to serve as a basis for socialism. It provided only a starting point for evolution towards socialism. Despite the fact that they had proclaimed the socialist purpose of their revolution, the Bolsheviks could ill afford an attempt to bring Russian industry under public ownership or management at once. The resources, the administrators, the technicians, and the techniques needed were not available. They hoped to be able to seek an unhurried solution of the problem by trial and error. They were at first as reluctant to dispossess the industrialists and merchants as they had been eager to dispossess the landlords. But in the course of 1917 a state of affairs had spontaneously come to prevail, under which the owners of factories had already been more than half dispossessed. Just as in the barracks the elective soldiers' committees had deprived the commissioned officers of all authority and function, even before they tore off their epaulets, so in the factories and mines the elected works committees had appropriated most of the rights and privileges of owners and managers, even before the latter were dispossessed or dismissed. The duality of power which, from February to October, ran through Russia's system of government ran also through Russian industry, even after October. The popular instinct was a mixture of anarchism and socialism. In part naturally and in part because of the prevalent chaos, it tended to destroy the national coherence of industry, without which there could be no evolution towards socialism. Each works committee tended to become a closed community and a law unto itself. Not only the capitalists but also the nation itself was in danger of being expropriated of its industrial resources. Such a state of affairs forced the hands of the Bolsheviks. The revolutionary government, which seized power on behalf of the working class, could not re-establish the authority of the old industrialists, even if for economic reasons it had wanted to do so. It was compelled to put an end to the dual power in industry in the same way as it put an end to it elsewhere by destroying the old power. Only after that could it strive to overcome the centrifugal trends in the nation's economy. The half-dispossessed bourgeoisie, knowing that it could expect nothing good from the revolution, could not help defending itself by the only means at its immediate disposal, economic resistance and sabotage. This again impelled the Bolsheviks to press dispossession through to the end. When the economic and political struggle culminated in civil war, all these trends became focused in the sudden and premature nationalization of all industry, which was decreed in June 1918. The revolution was permanent, according to the forecast of the chief character of this book. More firmly than other Bolsheviks, Trotsky had reckoned with this prospect. But its realization meant that from the outset the Russian Revolution had to build on extremely shaky economic foundations. The result was that over the years now this and now that part of the structure was bound to collapse over the heads of the Russian people or to be pulled down in panicky haste. The Bolsheviks, nevertheless, believed that they were capable of fulfilling the three great and simple promises: peace, land, bread, to which they owed their victory. They ardently believed that the bleeding and maimed peoples of Europe would very soon follow the Russian example and help the Russian Revolution to solve its staggering problems. Russia would then enter the international socialist community, within which the wealth and civilization of Western Europe would outweigh Russian poverty and backwardness, just as the many millions of enlightened German, French, and perhaps also British proletarians would outweigh, if not outnumber, the millions of benighted mujiks. Russia had opened to the West the road of socialist revolution, and now the West would tow Russia along that road, helping her to obtain access to the blessings of real civilization. Each phrase uttered by the Bolsheviks breathed this passionate, almost messianic, belief. The dazzling blaze of this great vision brightened in their eyes even the darkest aspects of the legacy they were taking over. Similar hope glowed through their ideas on their intended system of government. Theirs was to be a state without a standing army, without police, without bureaucracy. For the first time in history, the business of government was to cease to be the professional secret and privilege of small groups of people, elevated above society. It was to become the daily concern of the ordinary citizen. After the July days, while he was hunted as a German spy and expected to be assassinated at any moment, Lenin wrote his State and Revolution, a sort of political testament, in which he revived the half-forgotten Marxist idea about the withering away of the state, the idea of a government which in a classless society would cease to be government, because it would administer things instead of governing human beings and so would no longer wield the instruments of coercion. To be sure, this was the ideal state of the future, not the Russian state of 1917. But the Soviet Republic, as it emerged from the revolution, was to be directly related to the ideal. Trotsky's conception of the state was less crystallized than Lenin's, though this did not prevent him from accepting Lenin's view when he became familiar with it. In their ideas on the Soviet Republic, which were of more immediate consequence, there was no difference between them. In the Soviets the propertied classes were not represented, they were to be disfranchised in the way in which old ruling classes are disfranchised in any revolution. The Soviets were to combine legislative and executive powers, and the government was to be responsible to them. The electors were entitled to revoke, to change their deputies at any time, not merely during periodic polls, and the Soviets could at any time depose the government through a vote of no confidence. The existence of opposition and the continued contest of parties within the Soviets were taken for granted. That the ruling party alone should be entitled to form public opinion did not yet enter anybody's mind. Of course, the Soviet Republic was to be a proletarian dictatorship. By this was meant the social and political preponderance of the working class, but the means by which this preponderance was to be established were not fixed in advance. The Bolsheviks, and socialists of other schools as well, were wont to describe the parliamentary democracies of the West as bourgeois dictatorships, in the sense that they embodied the social preponderance of the bourgeoisie, not that they were actually ruled in a dictatorial manner. The Bolsheviks at first described their own system of government as a dictatorship in that broad sense, expecting in all sincerity that by comparison with the bourgeois democracies the Republic of the Soviets would bring to the vast majority of the nation more, not less, liberty, more, not less, freedom of expression and association. The plebeian democracy of the Soviets did not at first think of itself as a monolithic or totalitarian state, because its leaders were confident that the bulk of the Russian people shared their aspirations. It did not soon occur to them to consider what they would do if this hopeful assumption proved wrong. They took it for granted that if they came in conflict with the majority of the nation, then they, their party, and their revolution would be doomed, and that all that would be left to them would be to perish with honor. But in 1917 this danger seemed to them no more real than the threat of a cosmic catastrophe. How did the Russian people view the Bolsheviks and their objectives? A mere handful participated directly in the October insurrection, hardly more, says Trotsky, than 25,000 or 30,000 at the most. 121 In this sense, the revolution was the work of a tiny minority, unlike the February insurrection during which the great, overflowing, unguided energy of the masses had swept away the monarchy. But in the last fortnight before the October Rising, in Petrograd alone hundreds of thousands of workers and soldiers took direct action, defensive in form but aggressive in essence. 122 Many more facilitated the Bolshevik victory through their friendly attitude, active and passive, and many others did so by adopting all possible shades of neutrality. The Second Congress of the Soviets represented about 20 million electors, perhaps rather fewer. Of these the great majority voted for the Bolsheviks. Even in the elections to the Constituent Assembly, held after the revolution, nearly 10 million votes were cast for the Bolsheviks alone without their left social revolutionary associates. These 10 million included the bulk of the urban working class, proletarianized elements of the peasantry, and a very large section of the army, at any rate the most energetic elements in the nation, on whose continued active support the revolution depended for its survival. But the electorate represented by the Constituent Assembly was nearly twice as large as that represented in the Soviets, and in the poll for the Assembly the Bolsheviks obtained only a large minority of the votes. Rural Russia, vast, illiterate, boiling over with revolt and revenge, had little grasp of the involved disputes between the urban parties. It would be futile to try to put the attitude of that Russia into a clear-cut formula. It was confused, changeable, self-contradictory. Nothing characterizes that attitude better than the following scene described by historians. In one rural area a large body of peasants concluded a meeting with a religious vow that they would no longer wait for any land reform, that they would at once seize the land and smoke out the landlords, and that they would consider as their mortal enemy anybody trying to dissuade them. They would not rest, the peasants proceeded to swear, until the government concluded an immediate peace and released their sons from the army, and until that criminal and German spy Lenin had received exemplary punishment. In the election to the Constituent Assembly, peasants like these undoubtedly cast their votes for a social revolutionary. But they did so because they attributed to the social revolutionaries, the party which had had its roots in the country, the firm intention of carrying out the program to which the Bolsheviks alone were determined to give effect. That is why each of these two parties, the only broad movements left after the debacle of the Cadets and the Mensheviks, could claim, each with some reason, to enjoy the peasantry's support. Do not the peasants abhor Lenin, the German spy, the social revolutionaries said with self-confidence? But do they not declare those who, like you, delay the dispossession of the landlords and prolong the war as their mortal enemies? The Bolshevik retorted triumphantly. The abhorrence in which many peasants held the Bolsheviks was due to the fact that the Bolsheviks were the avowed enemies of property. This feeling, however, was largely dispelled as soon as the Bolsheviks appeared in the countryside as the ruling party, and proclaimed the end of the war, and sanctioned or regulated the share out of the land. In the Civil War, the peasants further discovered that, by and large, only the Red Army stood between them and the return of the landlord. As the only effective opponents of restoration and defenders of the agrarian revolution, the Bolsheviks did in fact enjoy the support of the nation's overwhelming majority. But in the countryside this support was often reluctant, and it changed into its opposite when the figure of the returning landlord had ceased to cast its shadow and when Bolshevik squads went on rummaging the villages for food. Even at the height of Bolshevik popularity only the urban proletarian minority wholeheartedly identified itself with the cause of the revolution. It was to that minority that the Bolsheviks appealed in every predicament. To it they preached their transcendent ideals. From its ranks they drew the new administrators, commanders, and leaders. The Russian working class of 1917 was one of history's wonders. Small in numbers, Young, inexperienced, uneducated, it was rich in political passion, generosity, idealism, and rare heroic qualities. It had the gift of dreaming great dreams about the future and for dying a stoic death in battle. With its semi-illiterate thoughts it embraced the idea of the Republic of the Philosophers, not its Platonic version in which an oligarchy of pundits rules the herd, but the idea of a republic wealthy and wise enough to make of every citizen a philosopher and a worker. From the depth of its misery, the Russian working class set out to build that republic. But side by side with the dreamer and the hero there lived in the Russian worker the slave, the lazy, cursing, squalid slave, bearing the stigmata of his past. The leaders of the revolution addressed themselves to the dreamer and the hero, but the slave rudely reminded them of his presence. During the Civil War, and still more after it, Trotsky in his military speeches repeatedly complained that the Russian Communist and Red Army man would sacrifice his life for the sake of the revolution sooner than clean his rifle or polish his boots. This paradox reflected the lack in the Russian people of those innumerable small habits of self-discipline and civilized life on which socialism had hoped to base itself. Such was the human material with which the Bolsheviks set out to build their new state, the proletarian democracy, in which every cook should be able to perform the business of government. And this was perhaps the gravest of all the grave contradictions with which the revolution had to contend. History gave the Bolshevik leaders a first warning of this problem almost immediately after she had given them her most gracious smile, and she did so with that malignant taste for anticlimax which she so often exhibits. The grotesque sequel to the October insurrection, a sequel to which historians rarely give attention, was a prodigious, truly elemental orgy of mass drunkenness with which the freed underdog celebrated his victory. The orgy lasted many weeks and at one time threatened to bring the revolution to a standstill and to paralyze it. Drunkenness reached its height just when the new government was confronted with a boycott of the entire civil service and with the first stirrings of civil war, when the government had no administrative organs of its own and when its fate depended entirely on the vigilance, discipline, and energy of its supporters. The orgy was also of some importance in the events which set the stage for the Peace of Brest-Litovsk, for in the course of it much of the old Russian army dissolved into nothingness. Contemporary sources abound in descriptions of these strange saturnalia. A most striking account is found in the memoirs of Anton Ovovzenko, who at the time was one of the two chief commissars of the army and commander of the Petrograd garrison. The garrison, which began completely to disintegrate, gave me personally much more trouble than did the adherents of the Constituent Assembly. A wild and unexampled orgy spread over Petrograd, and until now it has not been plausibly explained whether or not this was due to any surreptitious provocation. Now here and now there, crowds of ruffians appeared, mostly soldiers, broke into wine cellars and sometimes pillaged wine shops. The few soldiers who had preserved discipline and the Red Guards were worn out by guard duty. Exhortations were of no avail. The cellars of the Winter Palace presented the most awkward problem. The Preobrazhensky regiment, which had hitherto kept its discipline, got completely drunk while it was doing guard duty at the palace. The Pavlovsky regiment, our revolutionary rampart, did not withstand the temptation either. Mixed guards, picked from different detachments were then sent there. They, too, got drunk. Members of the committees were then assigned to do guard duty. These, too, succumbed. Men of the armored brigades were ordered to disperse the crowds. They paraded a little to and fro, and then began to sway suspiciously on their feet. At dusk the mad bacchanals would spread. Let us finish off these Tsarist remnants. This gay slogan took hold of the crowd. We tried to stop them by walling up the entrances. The crowd penetrated through the windows, forced out the bars and grabbed the stocks. An attempt was made to flood the cellars with water. The fire brigades sent to do this themselves got drunk. Only the sailors from Helsingfors managed to render the cellars of the Winter Palace harmless. This was in its way a titanic struggle. The sailors stood firm, because they were bound by a severe comradely vow, death to anyone who breaks the oath, and, although they themselves were at other times magnificent titlers, they came off with flying colors. This was not yet the end of the struggle. The whole city was infected by the drinking madness. At last the Council of the People's Commissars appointed a special commissar, endowed him with emergency powers, and gave him a strong escort. But the commissar, too, proved unreliable. A bitter struggle was in progress at the Vasilevsky Island. The Finnish regiment, led by men with anarcho-syndicalist leanings, declared a state of siege on the island and announced that they would blow up the wine cellars and shoot plunderers at sight. Only after an intense effort was this alcoholic lunacy overcome. 123. Trotsky again and again addressed the Soviet on this matter, for the first time on October 29, 4 days after the rising, and for the last time on December 2. Vodka is just as much a political factor as the word, he said. The revolutionary word awakens the people and enthuses it to fight against its oppressors. Vodka puts the people to sleep again. 124. More than anybody, Trotsky had appealed to the dreamer and the hero in the working man and had spread before his eyes the grand vision of socialism. Now this vision seemed blurred by alcoholic vapors. At length the Council of the People's Commissars ordered the contents of the wine cellars to be pumped into the waters of the Neva. In the course of the orgy, the great Petrograd garrison, which had played so important a role in the revolutions of February and October, ultimately disintegrated and ceased to exist. After Petrograd came the province's turn. Comrade Burton reports his great difficulties. Anton Ovovzenko notes further in his memoirs. He also notices mass consignments of spirits and wine on the railways. Echelons of soldiers break into the wagons and get drunk. Detachments disintegrate. Plunder goes on. 125. Under this grotesque omen, which seemed to mock at its high and noble aspirations, the Soviet Republic started its first year. Chapter X. The People's Commissar. He. First Soviet government was in its composition purely Bolshevik. It was out of the question that the parties which had refused to acknowledge the Congress of the Soviets as the only constitutional source of power, and had then declared a boycott on the Congress, should join the government. Only one non-Bolshevik group, the left Social Revolutionaries, who had broken away from their mother party, were inclined to share with the Bolsheviks the responsibilities of government. To them Lenin offered seats in the Council of the People's Commissars. But the left Social Revolutionaries still hoped to mediate between the Bolsheviks and their adversaries and, in order not to spoil the chance of this, they preferred to stay outside the government. 1. Trotsky relates that, when the composition of the government was first discussed, Lenin proposed that Trotsky should be placed at its head, since he had led the insurrection of which this government was born. Out of deference to Lenin's political seniority, Trotsky refused. 2. This version has never been denied by any source, and it is indirectly confirmed by what Lunakarsky, a member of this government, related to Sukhanov, his intimate friend. Lenin, Lunakarsky said, was reluctant to preside over the Council of the People's Commissars or even to join it. He preferred to give undivided attention to the management of the party's affairs. But those Bolshevik leaders who had been opposed to the insurrection and those who had vacillated, including Lunakarsky himself, saw in this an attempt by Lenin to evade his responsibilities and insisted that he should preside over the government. Lenin was the last man to shrink from the consequences of his actions, and he agreed to head the Sovnarkom. 3. He then proposed that Trotsky be appointed Commissar of Home Affairs. 4. This commissariat was to direct the struggle against the counter-revolution, and a firm hand was needed there. Trotsky objected to this appointment, too, partly because he had been tired by the exertions of the last months and partly because he feared that in this office his Jewish origin might be a liability. The counter-revolution would whip up anti-Semitic feeling and turn it against the Bolsheviks. This consideration seemed irrelevant to Lenin. But Sverdlov, another Jew among the Bolshevik leaders, shared Trotsky's apprehension, and Lenin gave way. This was a curious episode. In the socialist parties and the Soviets, racial prejudice had never made itself felt. If it had, it would not have been countenanced. Jews, Poles, and Georgians had been prominent in all radical and revolutionary movements for the simple reason that they had been members of oppressed minorities. There were even more Jews among the Mensheviks and social revolutionaries than among the Bolsheviks. Despite his origin, Trotsky had been the leader of the insurrection. But, so far, the revolution had been an urban affair, and Russia's most advanced city its main scene. Now the Bolsheviks had to feel themselves into new roles, those of the rulers of rural Russia, which was still wrapped up in Greek orthodoxy, distrust of the cities, and racial prejudice. In a few months Trotsky would call the sons of that Russia to defend the revolution on a dozen fronts, and his origin would not handicap him. But in those few months the Soviet regime had acquired some sense of stability and so could defy inveterate prejudice. On the day after the insurrection, Trotsky may have felt that it would be imprudent for the victors to offer too strong a provocation. It is possible, however, that he had other and unavowable motives. The job of the revolution's chief policeman may not have suited his inclinations and tastes. True, he would presently be among the strongest advocates of repressive measures against incipient counter-revolution, and he would not shun the Red Terror when the time for it came. But it was one thing to justify and even direct the Red Terror in a civil war, in an atmosphere of high drama, and it was quite another to accept the office of chief policeman on the very day of the revolution. This may have seemed to him too flat a sequel. The internationalist may have been unattracted by an office in which he would have had to turn his mind mainly to domestic preoccupations. Whatever the truth, he readily agreed to become the revolution's first foreign secretary. It was on Sverdlov's initiative that he was invited to assume this office. Next to the leadership of the government, this was the most important appointment. Trotsky himself played it down. The revolution, he said, had no need for diplomacy. I shall publish a few revolutionary proclamations and then close shop. There was a little affectation in his assumption of the back seat. Sverdlov proposed his appointment on the ground that he was the right man to confront Europe on behalf of the revolution, and this assignment was as important as it was congenial to Trotsky. It is true, however, that he did not intend to confront Europe in the manner of the conventional diplomat. 5. The government was formed, but few believed it would last. To the anti-Bolsheviks, and to many Bolsheviks as well, the insurrection and its outcome looked quite unreal. Most of them expected a bloody suppression. The day after the formation of the government, the capital was astir with rumors that Lenin and Trotsky had already fled. 6 From Gatchina, less than 20 miles southwest of Petrograd, Kerensky self-confidently announced his imminent return at the head of General Krasnov's loyal Cossacks. The Commissar for Foreign Affairs, resuming his functions as chief of the Military Revolutionary Committee, had to gather an armed force in order to stop the advance of Kerensky's troops. This proved to be more difficult in some respects than it had been to make the insurrection. The garrison was in no fighting mood. It had gladly helped Trotsky to overthrow Kerensky when the latter threatened to send the rebellious regiments to the front. But when Trotsky ordered these same regiments to leave their barracks and to take up positions on the heights outside the capital, it was with much grumbling and discontent that they carried out his order. They did not expect any fighting, and when suddenly they found themselves under fire, their hearts sank. The Red Guards of the civilian workers were the only militant force available. But, like any such militia, while they acted with self-reliance and boldness as long as they moved within the walls of their city where they were familiar with every street, passage, and recess, they were little suited to meet an enemy in the open field. 7. At this moment Kerensky might have re-entered Petrograd if he had mustered a few reliable and disciplined detachments, though it is doubtful whether he would have been able to reassert his authority. But, like the troops which Trotsky sent against him, his Cossacks were by no means prepared to shed their blood. They had been told that their job was to suppress a revolt staged by a handful of German spies, and they were surprised to find the regiments of the capital and the Red Guards arrayed against them. For a moment the fate of a great country, indeed the fate of the world, depended on the encounter of a few small dispirited brigades. That side which could evoke a flicker of spirit in its troops and act with a more purpose and speed was bound to win. Victory lay in a very narrow margin of superiority, as it sometimes does even when numerous, well-equipped, tenaciously fighting but equally strong armies are locked in battle. Trotsky was confident that words of persuasion rather than bullets would disperse Krasnov's Cossacks. 8 But, before Bolshevik propagandists could approach the Cossacks, guns had to shake their self-assurance. At this stage already Trotsky had to look round for experienced and skilled commanders. On the day after the insurrection, he and Lenin turned for help to the regular officers, hitherto the target of Bolshevik attacks. But the officers who were persuaded to appear at the Smolny cautiously refused cooperation. Only a few desperados and careerists were ready to serve under the illegitimate government. One of these, Colonel Muraviv, was chosen to command in the battle on the Pulkovo Heights, and subsequently he played a conspicuous part in the first phase of the Civil War. A braggart, posing as a left social revolutionary, he seems to have been moved less by sympathy with the Bolsheviks than by a grudge against Kerensky. Trotsky first received him with suspicion. But the colonel was meddlesome, resourceful, and eager to win a prize in a seemingly hopeless assignment, and so Trotsky was captivated by his initiative and courage. Colonel Valdin, another officer of this small group, commanded the artillery, which decided the outcome of the Pulkovo battle in favor of the Bolsheviks. The employment of these officers aroused much indignation in the Soviet. Bolsheviks and left social revolutionaries were horrified to see, as they thought, the fate of the revolution placed in the hands of disreputable climbers. Muraviv was said to have been especially zealous in the suppression of the Bolsheviks in July. Boycotted by the entire officer corps, the Bolsheviks could not, however, afford to scrutinize too closely the credentials of those few who were willing to serve. In the party's military branch there were men skilled in the arts of insurrection, but almost none competent in regular warfare. The garrison was in complete chaos, and Trotsky was incapable even of tracing the stocks of ammunition and food in its possession. At that moment he was ready to employ the devil himself, provided he could keep a pistol at the devil's head and watch the way he went. In these improvisations one may discern in miniature the main elements of Trotsky's military policy in the Civil War. On October 28 Trotsky arrived at the head of the Red Guards at Gatchina, where a battle was fought for the approaches to the capital. At Gatchina Kerensky's troops suffered their first reverse, and Trotsky hoped to bring back the former premier as the Soviets' prisoner. But Kerensky escaped him. 9. While the fighting outside Petrograd was still on, inside the city the cadets of the officers' schools staged a revolt. They had some initial success, and among the prisoners they captured was Antonov Ovzhenko, the Commissar of War. Speaking to the Soviet on the steps taken to suppress this revolt, Trotsky declared among other things, "The prisoners we have taken are hostages in our hands. If our enemies happen to take prisoners from us, let them know that we shall exchange each worker and peasant for 5 military cadets. We have shown them today that our hesitations have come to an end. We do not joke when the fundamental interests of the workers and peasants are at stake. We know how the landlords and capitalists have fought, how they have treated insurgent soldiers, workers, and peasants, how much blood they have shed, how much life they have destroyed." 10. These words, liable to be taken as a signal for indiscriminate executions, provoked angry protests. 11 During a later sitting, Trotsky took advantage of a question put to him from the floor to explain what he meant. It was a matter of course, he said, that the life of prisoners was inviolable for humanitarian reasons and because the living are worth more to us than the dead. He had previously referred to the exchange, not the shooting of prisoners. 12 The incident, nevertheless, gave a foretaste of the ferocity of the Civil War. At the same session, reporting on the difficulties of supplying the Red Guards, Trotsky announced that the Soviet would not respect the sanctity of private property. The organizations of workers and soldiers can obtain from the Military Revolutionary Committee authorization for requisitions. He also reported that the government was preparing a decree which would give it power to ban newspapers backing the other side in the Civil War. On October 31 Kerensky's Cossacks surrendered at Pulkovo. Their commander General Krasnov was taken prisoner, but Kerensky escaped once again. From the battlefield Trotsky reported victory in an eloquent message to the Soviet. He released Krasnov on parole, which did not prevent the general from taking up arms against the Soviets soon afterwards. At the same time, after protracted and bloody fighting, the Bolsheviks obtained control in Moscow. The ascendancy of the Soviets was reported from most other cities as well. Lenin's government was no longer isolated in Petrograd, and some time was to elapse before the Civil War flared up for good. The first armed threat to Lenin's government had hardly been warded off when that government was in danger of being undone by the scruples and second thoughts of its own members. The moderate Bolsheviks were anxious to reconcile the Mensheviks and social revolutionaries and to invite them to participate in the government. The leaders of the Railwaymen's Union threatened to stop traffic on the railways if a coalition government of all socialist parties was not formed. On October 29 the Bolshevik Central Committee, in the absence of Lenin, Trotsky, and Stalin, resolved to open negotiations. Point 13. The Mensheviks and social revolutionaries then put forward the following conditions for their entry into the coalition. The new government was to be responsible not to the Soviets but to the broad circles of revolutionary democracy. It was to disarm the Bolshevik detachments, and Lenin and Trotsky were to be debarred from it. Point 14. These conditions amounted to a demand that the Bolsheviks should declare the October Revolution null and void, that they should disarm themselves in the face of their enemies, and that they themselves should ostracize the inspirer and the leader of the insurrection. Addressed by parties defeated in a revolution to victors seeking reconciliation, these were bold demands. The Bolshevik negotiators, Kamenyak, Ryazanov, and Sokhonikov, especially the former two, stood on the right wing of their party and desired nothing more than to be able to return to the party with a practicable compromise which it would be hard for Lenin and Trotsky to reject. So anxious were the Bolshevik negotiators to meet the Mensheviks and social revolutionaries halfway that, while the battle at Pulkovo was still undecided, they signed a joint appeal for a ceasefire, an appeal implicitly directed against their own party and the government. Yet even the most moderate Bolsheviks could not accept the Menshevik terms. They could not return to their party with the advice that it should commit suicide. Straight from the Pulkovo battle, Trotsky rushed to a conference which the Central Committee held with the Petrograd Committee and the leaders of the military branch in order to take a decision on the negotiations. He was the first to assail Kamenyak and Ryazanov. There was no need for us to stage the rising, he said, if we were not to obtain a majority in the government. We ought to obtain 3/4 of all the seats. He added that Lenin must in any circumstances continue to preside over the government. Point 15. Lenin went even farther and asked that the negotiations be broken off. At the other extreme, Ryazanov was inclined to agree to the exclusion of Lenin and Trotsky from the government, saying that the parties should insist on principles, not on personalities. The conference decided to carry on the negotiations, but only on conditions guaranteeing the parties' preponderance in the proposed coalition. This controversy was a prolongation of that which had preceded the insurrection. On the face of it, all Bolsheviks agreed that the Soviets should form the constitutional basis and framework of government. All seemed to agree also on the advisability of a coalition with any party or group prepared to endorse this principle. On November 2 the Central Committee solemnly reiterated that the Bolsheviks were still willing to form a government with the parties which had declared a boycott on the Soviets, provided that those parties retraced their steps and accepted Soviet constitutionalism. The Mensheviks and social revolutionaries could not agree to this without disavowing everything they had done since February. If the terms the Mensheviks had laid down were an implicit demand that the Bolsheviks should commit political suicide, then Lenin's party, in its turn, invited its would-be partners to commit an act of moral self-effacement. Lenin had no doubt that they would not agree, and so he saw no use in further parleying. At best, he said, this could only serve as a ruse de guerre, designed to confound Kerensky's supporters while the struggle against Kerensky lasted. Neither Lenin nor Trotsky saw any reason why their party should not form an administration consisting solely of its own members. There was nothing, they argued, to prevent the Soviet majority from shouldering exclusive responsibility. In no democratic system can the minority claim the right to participate in a government. What is vital for the minority is that it should be unhampered in its activity as an opposition, on the understanding that that activity remains within a constitutional framework accepted by both government and opposition. No such commonly accepted framework existed after the October Revolution. One party had proclaimed a new constitutional principle, which was inherently unconstitutional in the view of nearly all other parties. Emphatically denying the sovereignty of the Soviets, the Mensheviks and their associates could not even become a loyal opposition within the Soviets. Still less could they become the Bolsheviks' partners. The opposed parties were all socialist in name, yet all that connected them now were fading reminiscences of a common past. The large and influential body of Bolshevik leaders who still sought to bridge the gulf was in part moved by these reminiscences. Many of the Bolshevik conciliators also felt that their party had driven into a blind alley and that to get out it ought to grasp the helping hands of its adversaries. Kamenyak, Rykov, Zinoviev, and others argued in alarm that Petrograd was without food supplies, that the Bolsheviks could not rule the country if the railways were stopped, and that they had no chance of surviving a protracted civil war. Lenin and Trotsky, ardently supported by Sverdlov and Dzerzhinsky, did not deny the risks and dangers, but they believed that they could hold their ground if they acted with determination. To sue for coalition was to show weakness, and, anyhow, the would-be partners had stretched out hands not to help but to strangle. On November 2 the issue was discussed by the Central Executive of the Soviets, and the Bolshevik conciliators, together with anti-Bolshevik members, voted against their own party. This open split was most embarrassing, all the more so as the conciliators were headed by Kamina who, despite his recent quarrel with the party, had been elected chairman of the Central Executive of the Soviets, an office equivalent to that of President of the Republic. Briefly, the Bolshevik president openly asked for the dismissal of the Bolshevik government and for its replacement by a coalition. Kamina had behind him most important members of the government itself: Rykov, Commissar of Interior; Milyutin, Commissar of Agriculture; Nogin, Commissar of Industry and Trade; Lunacharsky, Commissar of Education; Tidorovich, Commissar of Supplies, and outside the government Zinoviev, Lozovsky, Ryazanov, and Uraniv, to mention only the most influential. There could be no graver crisis in both government and party. The rule that the members of a party should act in office on the party's instructions and be bound by its discipline was generally accepted not only by the Bolsheviks but by most Russian and indeed European parties, although the rule was more often honored in the breach than in the observance. Lenin and Trotsky set out to enforce observance. They persuaded the Central Committee to reaffirm its view: to yield to ultimatums and threats from a minority in the Soviets would amount to a complete renunciation not only of government based on the Soviets but of the democratic attitude. Such yielding would testify to the majority's fear of using its majority, it would amount to submission to anarchy, and it would encourage any minority to confront us with ever new ultimatums. 16 On November 3 the majority of the Central Committee presented the conciliators with its own ultimatum demanding disciplined behavior and threatening to convoke an emergency congress of the party, which would be asked either to endorse the conciliators' policy or to expel them. 17 The conciliators replied with collective resignation from the Central Committee and the government. They justified their step in strongly worded protests against the party's insistence on a purely Bolshevik government. Such a government, Nogin declared on their behalf, can be kept in power only by means of political terror. It would lead to an irresponsible regime, and it would eliminate the mass organizations of the proletariat from leadership in political life. 18. As in Trotsky's controversy with Lenin in 1904 and as in recent debates on insurrection, so here the wrongs and the rights of the issue were inextricably confused. From the Bolshevik viewpoint, the considerations which Lenin and Trotsky adduced to justify their policy were irrefutable. The negotiations for a broad coalition were futile. The Mensheviks and the right social revolutionaries were trying in a roundabout way to wrest power from the Bolsheviks, not to share it with them. For all his anxiety to bring about agreement with the Mensheviks, Kamina could not accept their terms. At the same session of the Central Executive of the Soviets where he virtually demanded the resignation of Lenin's government, he also declared that without Lenin and Trotsky the party would be decapitated. 19 The other side insisted on the decapitation because it could not eliminate the Bolsheviks from power without first breaking their self-reliance. Nothing was better calculated to achieve this than a demand that the Bolshevik party should allow outsiders to dictate whom it was to delegate to the government and to insist that it should disavow its two chiefs. As in October, so now, Lenin did not question the right of Kamina and his friends to dissent. But he denied them the right to act against the party's declared policy beyond the confines of the party. When they demonstratively left office, he branded them once again as deserters. Kamina and his friends eventually surrendered, as they had done in October. Their roles had been played out when it became clear that neither of the opposed parties was in a mood for conciliation. Zinoviev was the first to change sides and to declare that the Mensheviks had made a compromise impossible. 20 In words foreshadowing his future and more tragic surrenders, he appealed to his friends: "We remain with the party, we prefer to err with the millions of workers and to die with them than to stand aside in this decisive, historical moment." Within a few days the conciliators were routed. Kamina was deposed from his high office on the executive of the Soviets, and at a session of the executive Trotsky sponsored Sverdlov as Kamina's successor. The only positive outcome of the negotiations was that the left social revolutionaries, resentful at the attitude of the anti-Bolshevik parties, joined Lenin's government. Yet Lenin's and Trotsky's opponents in the party were not quite as wrong as they presently professed. Their forecast that a purely Bolshevik government could be maintained only by means of political terror and that it would result in an irresponsible regime, was eventually to come true. For the moment, Lenin and Trotsky repudiated this forecast with sincere indignation, reiterating the assurance that the Soviets could overthrow the government by a simple majority vote. 21 But history was to justify the warning, though, when it was made, no basis for it was apparent. Lenin, Trotsky and the other Bolshevik leaders undoubtedly had every intention of governing the country in a spirit of genuine responsibility to the Soviet electorate. But the fact that their party alone was to embrace Soviet constitutionalism wholeheartedly could not but lead them to identify the policies of their party with Soviet constitutionalism, then to substitute the party's wishes and desires for the principles of that constitutionalism, and in the end to abandon those principles altogether. To put it more broadly, the circumstance that the Bolsheviks were the party of the revolution impelled them first to identify the revolution with themselves, and then to reduce the revolution to being exclusively an affair of their party. 11 years later, Bukharin, surveying the sequence of events that led to the perversion of Soviet democracy and to Stalin's ascendancy, traced back these disasters to a single mistake: the identification of the party with the state. 22 The force of circumstances began to drive the party onto this road in the first week of the revolution, and the moderate Bolsheviks expressed an instinctive dread of the road. Nobody imagined the length, the direction, or the tragic character of the journey. Next to Lenin, Trotsky was the most outspoken and tenacious advocate of an exclusively or predominantly Bolshevik government. He had proudly sent the Mensheviks and the social revolutionaries to the dust heap of history, and he was in no mood to recall them as partners and allies. Yet neither he nor any of his colleagues intended to suppress these parties. When, on the day after the Menshevik exodus from the Congress of the Soviets, Martov returned to intercede with the Bolsheviks for the arrested socialist ministers, as he had in July interceded with these ministers for the arrested Bolsheviks, the Bolsheviks softened. Trotsky released the ministers from prison, placing them first under house arrest and then freeing them altogether. This was at any rate more generous than the treatment the ministers had so recently meted out to himself and Lenin. 23 In the Soviets, the Bolsheviks kept the doors wide open for the return of the Mensheviks and social revolutionaries, and on the central executive they kept vacant a number of seats proportionate to their adversaries' strength at the Congress. Both Lenin and Trotsky, even though they had no desire to share the government with the Mensheviks and social revolutionaries, wished to see them fairly represented in the proletarian parliament and its agencies. Trotsky opposed the Bolshevik conciliators without showing any sign of hesitation. Yet we have reliable testimony to his inner misgivings. Seidel relates that 3 days after the insurrection Trotsky confided to him his worry about the Mensheviks, who were likely by their pretensions and obstructiveness to compel the Bolsheviks to treat them roughly and so to widen the gulf between the parties. This, Trotsky said, caused him more anxiety than the advance of Krasnov's Cossacks and the reports about the formation of White Guards. 24 Somewhat later he expressed to Seidel his hope that, after the Bolsheviks had carried out the most essential points of their program, they would invite the Mensheviks to join the government. The talks about coalition came to an abrupt end on November 3, when Martov and Abramovich declared that they would engage in no negotiations as long as the arrests then taking place continued and the newspapers just banned were not allowed to reappear. 25 The Bolsheviks had arrested a few right-wing politicians and banned some newspapers which had openly called for armed resistance. In the Soviet, Trotsky thus justified these measures: the demand to stop all repression at the time of civil war amounts to a demand that we stop the civil war. Our adversaries have not proposed peace to us. In conditions of civil war it is legitimate to ban hostile papers. 26 He emphatically assured the Soviet that the government had no intention of setting up its own press monopoly. It was, however, in duty bound to destroy the press monopoly of the propertied classes, as every socialist party had promised to do. The printing presses and the paper mills would be nationalized, and then the government would allocate printing facilities and paper to all parties and groups in proportion to their strength in elections. Thus genuine freedom of the press would be established for the first time in history. The capacity of people to spread their views would depend on their real influence in social and political life, not on their financial resources. 27. A month after the revolution, the first White Guards, under the command of Kornilov, Kaledin, Alexeyev, and Denikin, moved into action on the Don, and the Cossacks of Orenburg rose under their ataman, Vyatov. The white generals did not even pretend to fight for the restoration of Kerensky's government. They aimed frankly either at the restoration of Tsardom or at their own dictatorship. Simultaneously with this opening of actual civil war in remote provinces, the cadets and some right social revolutionaries staged a semi-insurrection in the capital. On November 28, Trotsky announced that the cadet party was outlawed. The central committee of that party, he said, was the political headquarters of the White Guards, and it directed the recruiting of officers for Kornilov and Kalin. 28 The cadets would therefore be barred from the Constituent Assembly which the government was about to convene. We have made, Trotsky added, a modest beginning. We have arrested the chiefs of the cadets and ordered that a watch be kept on their followers in the provinces. At the time of the French Revolution, the Jacobins guillotined men more honest than these for obstructing the people's will. We have executed nobody and we have no intention of doing so. But there are moments of popular anger, and the cadets themselves have been looking for trouble. 29. The words "we have made a modest beginning" had an ominous ring. Having accomplished a revolution, the Bolsheviks could not renounce revolutionary terror, and the terror has its own momentum. Every revolutionary party at first imagines that its task is simple: it has to suppress a handful of tyrants or exploiters. It is true that usually the tyrants and exploiters form an insignificant minority. But the old ruling class has not lived in isolation from the rest of society. In the course of its long domination it has surrounded itself by a network of institutions embracing groups and individuals of many classes, and it has brought to life many attachments and loyalties which even a revolution does not destroy altogether. The anatomy of society is never so simple that it is possible surgically to separate one of the limbs from the rest of the body. Every social class is connected with its immediate neighbor by many almost imperceptible gradations. The aristocracy shades off into the upper middle class, the latter into the lower layers of the bourgeoisie, the lower middle class branches off into the working class, and the proletariat, especially in Russia, is bound by innumerable filiations to the peasantry. The political parties are similarly interconnected. The revolution cannot deal a blow at the party most hostile and dangerous to it without forcing not only that party but its immediate neighbor to answer with a counter-blow. The revolution therefore treats its enemy's immediate neighbor as its enemy. When it hits this secondary enemy, the latter's neighbor, too, is aroused and drawn into the struggle. The process goes on like a chain reaction until the party of the revolution arouses against itself and suppresses all the parties which until recently crowded the political scene. The generals who led the White Guards were monarchists. Tout court. They had been brought up to be the servants of Tsarist absolutism, and they viewed the revolution in all its phases, Bolshevik and pre-Bolshevik, with bitter hatred and a yearning for revenge. The cadets had been constitutional monarchists. Under the Tsar, the main body of the defenders of absolutism and the main body of the constitutional monarchists had confronted one another in hostility and mutual contempt. But the two parties had also overlapped. Since the downfall of the monarchy their disagreements had become largely irrelevant. They all aimed at the overthrow of the Socialist Republic. After the October Revolution, they finally sank their differences and fought under the same banner. But a large section of the constitutional monarchists was closely connected with the semi-socialist Republicans, who had been the pillars of the February regime. Within the Menshevik and social revolutionary parties all shades of opinion, from bourgeois republicanism to quasi-revolutionary socialism, could be found, and in their extreme left wings these parties overlapped with the Bolsheviks. If it had been possible for the Bolsheviks to isolate the White Guards, their most active and dangerous enemies, as the sole targets for attack, the revolution and the civil war might have developed in a different way. The natural alliance between the constitutional monarchists and the White Guards made this impossible. To deprive the White Guards of their political supply services, the Bolsheviks were compelled to outlaw the cadets. The main body of the Mensheviks and social revolutionaries would never have dreamt of defending Kornilov, Denikin, or Kolchak. But they could not remain indifferent when the cadets were declared enemies of the people, if only because their own right wing had lived with the cadets in a sort of political symbiosis, hatching common political plans and plots. A left Menshevik like Martov would hardly have stood up for the cadets alone. But he was well aware that after the cadets, the scourge of the revolution would chastise the right wing of the social revolutionaries and of his own party, and this he was anxious to avert. Trotsky's assurance that the Bolsheviks had no intention of installing the guillotine testified to his awareness that the terror might run away with the revolution. The anxiety to prevent this was widespread among the Bolsheviks. On the day after the rising they abolished the death penalty, and Lenin was alone in protesting. 30 But even Lenin, when he argued against the moderate Bolsheviks, said, "In Paris, they use the guillotine, while we only take away the food cards of those who fail to obtain them from the trade unions." 31 The party as a whole tried, in part instinctively and in part consciously, to avoid the slope, slippery with blood, down which the Jacobins had rushed. Having, of necessity, put one foot on the top of the slope, the party resisted a downward pull hard and long. The government outlawed the cadets, but not the right wing of the social revolutionaries, who had taken part in the semi-insurrection of November 28. It decreed elections to the Constituent Assembly, and it was still half unaware of the inevitable conflict between government by Soviets and a Constituent Assembly. Towards the end of November, Bukharin still urged the Central Committee to postpone the settling of accounts with the cadets till the opening of the Constituent Assembly. Invoking precedents from French and English history, he proposed that the cadets be expelled from the Constituent Assembly, and that the Rump Assembly should then declare itself a revolutionary convention. He hoped that in the assembly the Bolsheviks and left social revolutionaries would command an overwhelming majority, and that this would give the revolution the advantage of formal legitimacy. Trotsky broadly supported Bukharin's plan of action. Stalin alone seems to have had, at this stage, a clearer idea of the trend of events, probably because he did not believe that the Bolsheviks and the social revolutionaries commanded a majority in the country. Bukharin's proposal, he declared, had come too late. The suppression of the cadets had already begun and could not be delayed. He expected a split in the assembly and a struggle between two rival assemblies. As yet nobody moved the dispersal of the constituent. In the records of even the most confidential discussions not a trace can be found of any suggestion for the suppression of other parties. 32. It was little more than 2 months since Trotsky had joined the Bolshevik Party, and his leading position in its inner councils was firmly established. The first Politburo, elected before the insurrection, never came to life. It was replaced by a smaller body, the Bureau of the Central Committee, an executive in permanent session, which consisted of 4 men, Lenin, Trotsky, Stalin, and Sverdlov. 33 When the coalition with the left social revolutionaries was consummated, the Council of the People's Commissars elected an inner cabinet in which the Bolsheviks were represented by the same men, with the exception of Sverdlov, who held no office in the government. Lenin and Trotsky were generally recognized as the party's chief policy makers and supreme authorities in matters of doctrine. Stalin and Sverdlov were the chief organizers. The relationship between Lenin and Trotsky was one of mutual confidence, cordiality, and respect, though not of personal intimacy. Their common struggle against the moderate Bolsheviks, before and especially after the insurrection, the hatred with which their enemies honored both of them, demanding the exclusion of both from any coalition government, their agreement on all major issues, all this bound the two men with the strongest of ties. Underneath this concord there was still a discord in temperament and habit. Lenin's manner was unassuming and almost impersonal, even in the exercise of power. He mistrusted the colorful gesture and word. For about 2 decades he had been surrounded by many devoted followers, whom he had led by the sheer strength of his intellect and character. He had acquired a mastery in judging the merits and the faults of his colleagues and subordinates and in handling them with the greatest advantage to the party. Blunt and even ruthless in serious controversy, he was otherwise reserved, tactful, and careful to spare his followers susceptibilities and weaknesses, and open-minded to their ideas and suggestions. Trotsky's volcanic passion and his mighty language stirred the souls of the people in a way in which Lenin's incisive didactic prose never did. Now, when they were once again united in a common cause, Lenin listened to Trotsky's overflowing tirades with approval and even with admiration, but also with something of that uneasiness with which the muzhik listened to urban grandiloquence. The contrast in their temperaments extended to other qualities as well. The many years of political freelancing had left their traces on Trotsky. He did not possess the habits of free and easy teamwork which make the strength of a real leader of men. Lunacharsky, even when he still looked up to Trotsky with intense admiration, dwelt emphatically on this feature, saying that Trotsky had never succeeded in organizing any stable group of followers. 34 He was imperious and wrapped up in himself. It is all the more remarkable that in the next few years he proved himself so great and brilliant an administrator. His administrative achievement, however, was due not to his management of men but to the clarity and precision of his schemes, to his drive and willpower, and to his systematic method of work. The capacity for systematic work, in which he surpassed Lenin, was rare in a country where people attached little value to time or to steady effort. His present close partnership with Lenin was based on certain personal adjustments as well as on common purpose. With indubitable sincerity he acknowledged Lenin's leadership. He did so without a hint of sycophancy and without renouncing his own independence, but with distinct remorse for his past mistake in underrating Lenin as a revolutionary and leader. Lenin, on his part, did his best to make Trotsky feel in the party as if he had always been in it and of it. In the course of the 6 years of their partnership, years which brought a number of new disputes, Lenin made not a single allusion to their past controversies, except to say privately that in some respects Trotsky had been right and to warn the party, in his will, that it ought not to hold his non-Bolshevik past against Trotsky. The two other men in the bureau of the Central Committee were of quite different stuff. Sverdlov was Stalin's actual predecessor as the party's general secretary. Nominally the office had not yet been created. Like Stalin, he had spent all his political life in the underground. He had the same gift for organization, the same flair for handling men, the same empirical mind, and the same firmness of character. 35 More happy than Stalin in his role of organizer, cherishing no ambition to shine as an authority in matters of doctrine, Sverdlov possessed, however, if one may judge from his few writings and speeches, an intellect broader, more cultivated and flexible than Stalin's, and he was vastly more articulate. 36 It was he who, in Lenin's absence, had introduced Trotsky to the inner life of the party, had made him au fait with its military organization and facilitated Trotsky's cooperation with the various grades of the Bolshevik caucus. Sverdlov, we know, had also proposed Trotsky's appointment as Commissar of Foreign Affairs. While Trotsky's relations with Sverdlov were those of an easy comradeship, his first closer contacts with Stalin were quite different. He himself wrote later that he was hardly aware of Stalin's existence until after the October Revolution. 37 Yet Stalin had been the editor of the party's paper and one of the most important members of the Central Committee. If it was true that Trotsky overlooked him, as it were, this would point not so much to the unimportance of Stalin's role, which Trotsky was out to prove, as to Trotsky's own lack of interest in the personal influences that were at work in the party he had joined. Stalin was not a spectacular personality. Reserved, inarticulate, at times vulgar, he did not catch Trotsky's eye, because Trotsky was inclined to look in other people for the qualities which distinguished himself. With more excuse he repeated a mistake he had once made about Lenin: Stalin's greatness concealed from him Stalin's strength. He continued to treat his future rival with an unintentional yet all the more hurtful haughtiness, even after Stalin had become his colleague in the smallest group which managed the party's and the government's affairs. It is hardly surprising that Stalin's pride was stung. Personal feelings and barely incipient jealousies were as yet of no importance. Amid the turmoil and the raptures of these months, the Bolshevik leaders lived as if in an ecstatic dream which might suddenly and tragically fade. They held on to, and tried to consolidate, positions of power in which for the time being there seemed to be no power at all. But they half expected that in the process they themselves might go under and that the revolution would then roll over their dead bodies to ultimate triumph. If we both are killed by the White Guards, Lenin once said to Trotsky, do you think that Sverdlov and Bukharin will be able to carry on? 38 In the meantime they were issuing proclamations, decrees, and laws, more for the historical record than for immediate execution. If the worst came to the worst, they thought and said, they would at least bequeath to their successors a set of ideas, a restatement of revolutionary policy, which would inspire others as the message of the Commune of Paris had inspired 2 generations of socialists. In this seemingly impractical manner, the Bolshevik leaders were actually laying the foundations of the Soviet Republic. The external circumstances in which they carried out this task conformed to the idealistic purpose. It would be an understatement to say that the founders of the new state had around them none of the paraphernalia and nothing of the pomp of power. They did not possess even the simple facilities for work which could be found in the most modest of business offices. At the Smolny a typewriter was a rarity, stenographers a myth, and the telephone a delightful technical amenity. The new rulers wrote their momentous proclamations and decrees with their own hands. They ran to one another's offices through a maze of corridors. They lunched and supped at the Smolny's canteen on thin cabbage soup and black bread. And most of them lived and slept in their tiny offices, amid the endless tumult, the comings and goings of messengers and agitators, the trampling of soldiers' boots, the alarms, the panics, the enthusiasms, the tohuwabohu of dying and nascent worlds. Their offices were already guarded by volunteers from the Red Guards, but they were always accessible to the humblest worker, sailor, and journalist. To this circumstance we owe innumerable descriptions of the Trotsky of the Smolny period. Here is a typical impression, given by an American journalist. During the first days of the Bolshevik revolt, I used to go every morning to Smolny to get the latest news. Trotsky and his pretty little wife, who hardly ever spoke anything but French, lived in one room on the top floor. The room was partitioned off like a poor artist's attic studio. In one end were 2 cots and a cheap little dresser, and in the other a desk and 2 or 3 cheap wooden chairs. Trotsky occupied this office all the time he was Minister of Foreign Affairs, and many dignitaries found it necessary to call upon him there. Every little difficulty under the sun was brought to Trotsky. He worked hard and was often on the verge of a nervous breakdown. He became irritable and flew into rages. 39. Before the insurrection, Trotsky had lived as a subtenant in a middle-class block of flats, where he and his family were surrounded by intense hatred. Trotsky appears tired, nervous. Writes Sadul. Since October 20th he has not been in his home. His wife, nice, small, militant, fresh, vivacious and charming, says that their neighbors threaten to kill her husband. Is it not amusing to think that this pitiless dictator, this master of all the Russias, dare not sleep in his home for fear of the broom of his concierge? 40. Chapter 11. The Drama of Brest-Litovsk. His government would consider it the greatest crime against humanity if the war were to be continued solely in order to decide which of the strong and wealthy nations should dominate the weak ones. This government solemnly declares its resolution to conclude at once a peace, equally just to all nations and nationalities without exception. 1. In these words Lenin's peace decree, adopted on October 26 by the Congress of the Soviets, formulated the essence of Bolshevik foreign policy. Only that peace would be just that, allowed all occupied and subject peoples, whether in Europe or on other continents, to determine their own fate in free votes, taking place after the withdrawal of all occupation armies. Having put forward this bold peace aim, which could be attained only through the overthrow of all colonial empires, Lenin cautiously added that the Soviets were prepared to join in peace talks even if their program was not accepted. They were willing to consider any alternative terms. For itself, the Bolshevik government stood for open covenants openly arrived at, and it would therefore publish and declare null and void the secret imperialist treaties concluded by previous Russian governments. This message, as Lenin explained to the Congress, appealed to the governments as well as the peoples of the belligerent countries. Implicitly, it called on the peoples to rise against the existing governments, and expressly it urged those governments to arrange an immediate armistice. The central dilemma of Bolshevik foreign policy and the germ of the Brest-Litovsk tragedy were contained in this double appeal. War-weary Russia received the decree on peace with a gasp of relief. The governments and the patriotic opinion of France and Britain replied with an outcry of indignation. The Allied ambassadors and the heads of Allied military missions in Russia had been more or less aware of Russia's incapacity to wage war. 2. The Bolshevik peace propaganda, as an American observer put it, was indeed urgent and active, but it was much the case of a man blowing with his breath in the same direction with a full-grown natural tornado. 3. Yet in their desire to avert Russia's defection, the Allied envoys almost persuaded themselves that the tornado would die down if only the Bolsheviks stopped blowing. Almost from the beginning of the February Revolution, the British and the French ambassadors urged Prince Lvov, Milyukov, and Kerensky to suppress Lenin's party. 4. The heads of their military missions hopefully encouraged Kornilov to stage his coup against Kerensky and the Menshevik Soviets. 5. 2 days before the October insurrection, the British ambassador in quite undiplomatic language pressed the Russian ministers for Trotsky's immediate arrest. 6. Now when the Bolsheviks were in power, their revolutionary appeals, their disregard of diplomatic form, and their threat to publish and declare null and void the secret treaties and to withdraw Russia from the war, brought the hostility of the Allies to a head. Their envoys were so bewildered by the upheaval they had witnessed and at such a loss to account for it that they were inclined to accept any crime story purporting to offer an explanation. They were half convinced that Lenin and Trotsky were in fact Germany's bought agents and that it was German officers who had so efficiently and smoothly directed the October insurrection. 71 Consolation was left that the Bolsheviks would soon be overthrown, and that it was the duty of the Allied powers to speed up that moment. 8. Despite their revolutionary appeals, the Bolsheviks were anxious to enter into diplomatic contact with the Allies. No sooner had they routed Kerensky's troops than Trotsky suggested the resumption of normal relations to the British and the French. 9 The Bolsheviks, and Trotsky more than others, reckoned with the possibility that the Germans might, by dictating unacceptable peace terms, force Russia back into the war and into the Entente. Trotsky's suggestion fell on deaf ears. The Allied embassies ignored him. Only the Belgian minister paid him a reconnoitering visit in that little partitioned room in the Smolny. Trotsky's manner, as he was explaining his government's peace aims to the incredulous envoy, was a little firm, a little haughty, but courteous. The Belgian minister went away impressed by Trotsky's personality and by his sincerity, but also convinced that the revolution's foreign secretary was an ideologue and dreamer, not to be taken seriously, and thus he described him to colleagues. 10. Not only the foreign embassies but also the staff of the Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs met Trotsky with a boycott. It was only a week after his appointment, the week taken up by the fighting against Kerensky's troops, that he first appeared at the ministry, accompanied by Markin, a sailor from Kronstadt. He was eager above all to get hold of the secret treaties and the diplomatic correspondence of his predecessors. But the offices and the corridors of the ministry were deserted. There was not a soul to answer his questions. At length, his sailor friend found the permanent head of the ministry, Count THIRD-WORLDISM, descendant of a long line of diplomats. The Count declared that the employees of the ministry had failed to come to work. Trotsky threateningly ordered him to assemble at once the whole staff, and in no time a crowd of officials came to report. Trotsky briefly introduced himself as their new chief, told them that no force on earth could undo the revolution and that those of them who wanted honestly to serve the new government could do so. But the officials refused to hand over the secret documents and the keys to the safes containing them. Trotsky left the ministry. A little later his sailor friend returned and ordered THIRD-WORLDISM and the heads of the departments to follow him to the Smolny, where he placed them under arrest. 2 days later the Count conducted Trotsky over the ministry, opened all safes, and sorted out and handed over the secret treaties and the diplomatic correspondence. To the alarm of the diplomatic chancelleries, the treaties soon began to appear in print. They confirmed all too clearly the Bolshevik accusations. Russia had been fighting the war in order to conquer Galicia and Constantinople and to dominate the Balkans. 11. On November 7, Lenin, Stalin, and Krylenko ordered General Dukhanin, Kerensky's last chief of staff, to propose an immediate ceasefire to the German command. Trotsky addressed his first formal message to the Allied ambassadors, asking them to consider the decree on peace, which he enclosed, as a formal proposal for the immediate opening of peace negotiations. Accept, Mr. Ambassador, he concluded, assurances of the Soviet government's profound respect for the people of your country, which cannot but strive for peace, as do all the other peoples, exhausted and bled white by the unparalleled slaughter. 12 On the same day he reviewed for the first time the diplomatic scene at the Central Executive of the Soviets. The routine-ridden mind of bourgeois Europe, startled by the decree on peace, treated it as a statement of party policy rather than an act of statesmanship. The first reaction of the Germans was ambivalent. As Germans they rejoiced at the offer of peace, as conservatives they were afraid of the revolution which was making the offer. Official Britain was unmistakably hostile. The French were war-weary, but the petite bourgeoisie of France considers us as a government allied to the German Kaiser. Italy responded enthusiastically, the United States tolerantly. Far from lumping together all shades of foreign opinion, Trotsky drew careful and precise distinctions between them. Then he announced the publication of the secret treaties. He granted that the Central Powers would try to benefit from the disclosures, but the Soviets had to give an example to others, especially the German working class, of how to treat the secret bargains and compacts of the ruling classes. He hoped that when the German Social Democrats obtained access to the diplomatic safes of their governments and published their secret treaties, the world would see that German imperialism, in its cynicism and banditry, was in no way inferior to the banditry of the Allies. 13 The peoples of Europe, thus he inaugurated the publication of the secret treaties on the next day, have paid with numberless sacrifices and universal impoverishment for the right to know this truth. The elimination of secret diplomacy is the very first condition for an honest, popular, truly democratic foreign policy. 14. The Allied ambassadors held a conference at which they decided to ignore Trotsky's message and to advise their governments to leave it unanswered on the ground that the Soviet regime was illegitimate. The Allied governments accepted the advice and decided to establish formal relations only with the supreme command of the Russian army, that is with General Zhukhnin, who had his headquarters at Mogilev. By this act they elevated, as it were, army headquarters to the status of a rival government. They also warned Zhukhnin against any parleying for a ceasefire, and they clearly hinted that if Russia withdrew from the war, they would retaliate by a Japanese attack on Siberia. 15 Trotsky at once protested against these moves and threatened to arrest any Allied diplomats who might try to leave Petrograd in order to attach themselves to anti-Bolshevik forces in the provinces, and he appealed to the neutral diplomats to use their influence for peace. On the same day, General Zhukhnin, who had in any case refused to carry out the ceasefire order, was deposed. He was brutally murdered later by his own soldiers when they learned that he was bent on continuing the war. The Bolshevik Krylenko, who had been an ensign in the Tsarist army and one of the leaders of the party's military branch, was appointed commander-in-chief. The relations between Russia and the Entente at once assumed the bitterness which foreshadowed the wars of intervention. It could not have been otherwise. Given the determination of the Allied powers to continue the war, their ambassadors could not but use their influence against a government which threatened to withdraw Russia from the war. This alone inevitably led to their interference in Russia's domestic affairs. The fundamental hostility of the old school of diplomats and soldiers towards the revolution gave to that interference an unscrupulous and spiteful appearance. In the circumstances, the Allied embassies and military missions tended from the beginning to become participants in the Russian Civil War. 16 Trotsky tried to counteract this trend and to prevent the British, the French, and the Americans from committing themselves irrevocably. With Lenin's consent he did what he could to impress on them that it was in their interest that Russia should not feel completely abandoned and driven to sign any peace with Germany, regardless of terms. To this consideration the Entente paid little or no attention. Its ambassadors maintained unofficial contacts with Trotsky through junior members of their staffs, Captain Seydoux of the French military mission and Bruce Lockhart of the British embassy. It was to these officials, and to Colonel Robbins of the American Red Cross, that Trotsky made his proposals and protests, and through them he kept the Allies informed about the preliminary armistice talks. Each of the Allied officials in touch with him was converted to Trotsky's view and hopefully went to convert his superiors, but nothing came of it. We persist in denying that the earth turns, so Seydoux, at this time still an unrepentant social patriot, wrote to Albert Thomas, one of the chief exponents of French social patriotism. We go on claiming that the Bolshevik government does not exist. Bruce Lockhart was reprimanded from London for treating Trotsky as seriously as if he were another Talleyrand. 17. On November 14 the German High Command agreed to negotiate an armistice. Krylenko ordered a ceasefire and fraternization on the fronts, hoping that through contact with the Russian troops the German army would become infected with revolution. On the same day Trotsky notified the Western powers. Ensign Krylenko, the supreme commander of the armies of the Republic, has proposed delaying the opening of the armistice talks for 5 days until 18 November/1 December so that it may once again be proposed to the Allied governments to define their attitude. We, the Council of the People's Commissars, put this question to the governments of our allies. We are asking them in the face of their own peoples, in the face of the whole world, do they agree to join us in the peace talks on December 1st? We appeal to the Allied peoples and above all to their working masses, do they agree to drag on this senseless and purposeless slaughter and to rush blindly towards the doom of European civilization? The answer should be given now, in deeds not words. The Russian army and the Russian people neither can nor will wait any longer. If the Allied peoples do not send their representatives, we alone shall negotiate with the Germans. We desire a universal peace, but if the bourgeoisie of the Allied countries compels us to conclude a separate peace, The responsibility for this will rest totally on the bourgeoisie. Finally, we appeal to the soldiers of the Allied countries to act and not to lose a single hour. Down with the winter campaign. Down with the war. 18. In a report to the Petrograd Soviet, Trotsky added, "We shall in no case allow the principles of universal peace, proclaimed by the Russian Revolution, to be distorted." Under popular pressure, the German and Austrian governments have already agreed to place themselves in the dock. You may rest assured that the prosecutor, in the person of the Russian Revolutionary Peace Delegation, will be equal to his task and in due time pronounce the thunderous accusation of the diplomacy of all imperialists. 19. Such was the unprecedented style which he introduced into diplomacy. Even as Foreign Secretary he remained the revolution's chief agitator. He staked almost everything on the potential or actual antagonism between the rulers and the ruled, and he spoke to the former so that the latter might hear him. But, since he did not exclude the possibility of an understanding with the existing governments, he combined his revolutionary appeals with extremely flexible and subtle diplomacy. Irreconcilable and mordantly aggressive when confronted with hostility, he responded to any conciliatory gesture with tact and politeness. When General Judson, head of the American military mission, breaking the Allied boycott, paid him a visit and expressed the hope that the Allies would use no more threats against the Soviets, Trotsky answered that he had no desire to quarrel over bygones, that he was satisfied with the general's declaration, and he repeated the assurance that he would conduct the peace negotiations openly and publicly so that the Allies could watch them closely and join in later, if they so desired. 20. But when General Niel, head of the French military mission, who had been accustomed to talk down to Russian ministers and generals in their palatial offices, France had been Russia's chief creditor and political inspirer, appeared in the poor artist's attic at the Smolny, confident that here he could afford to speak even more haughtily, Trotsky quite unceremoniously turned him out. He ordered the French embassy to close down its press bureau, which published bulletins offensive to the Soviet government. 21. When Newlands, the French ambassador, came to the Smolny to smooth out the conflict, Trotsky was all politeness and helpfulness. His first business with the British was to demand the immediate release of Chicherin, the former correspondent of Nash Slovo, and of other Russian revolutionaries imprisoned in Britain for anti-war propaganda. When the British continued to keep Chicherin in jail, he notified them that until his demand was satisfied no British citizen would be allowed to leave Russia. 22. With firmness and dignity quite unknown to recent Russian governments, Trotsky insisted on Russia's equality with other powers, and answered insult with insult, although even his insults took the form of reasoned and persuasive argument. On November 19 the armistice delegations met, and the Germans at once proposed a preliminary truce of 1 month. The Soviet delegation refused this and asked instead for the prolongation of the ceasefire for 1 week only so as to give the Western powers time to consider the situation. Once again Trotsky turned to the Allied embassies, and once again he met with icy silence. Yet he instructed the Soviet negotiators to sign no truce unless the Central Powers undertook not to transfer any troops from the Russian to the Western fronts, and this was a quite extraordinary condition unless they expressly allowed the Soviets to conduct revolutionary agitation among German and Austrian troops. General Hoffmann, German Supreme Commander on the Russian front, rejected both demands. For a moment it seemed that the negotiations were breaking down and that Russia was back in the war. Facing once again his old audience at the Cercle Moderne, Trotsky declared that the Soviets would go on demanding an armistice on all fronts. But if we are compelled alone to sign the armistice, then we shall tell Germany that the transfer of troops from the Russian to other fronts is impermissible, because we are proposing an honest armistice and because England and France must not be crushed. And if, because of these open, direct, and honest statements the Kaiser refuses to sign a peace, the peoples will see who is right, and we shall feel like victors not like vanquished, for there are victories other than the military ones. If France and Germany do not join us in the peace talks, their peoples will drive their governments to join us, they will drive them with sticks. 23. On the same day, December 3, he reported to the All-Russian Congress of Peasant Soviets, there was another point giving rise to serious conflict, the condition that no troops must be transferred to the Western Front. General Hoffmann declared that this was unacceptable. The problem of peace was on a knife edge. In the course of the night we instructed our delegates, make no concession. Oh, I shall never forget that night. Then Germany made the concession and committed herself not to transfer any troops, except those already underway. We have our representatives with the staffs of the German army who will watch whether these terms are observed. Displaying a map showing German troop movements in the 2 months preceding the revolution, he went on, while Kerensky was still in office and dragged on the war, the German General Staff could well afford to switch troops. Now, thanks to us, the Allies are in a more advantageous position. 24 The German command no doubt treated this condition as make-believe and had no intention of observing it, but events were to show that Trotsky's words were not an empty boast. 25 So far all the great issues arising from the armistice had been left open. The Bolsheviks and the left social revolutionaries had made up their minds in favor of separate peace talks, but not of a separate peace. And even those who, like Lenin, already inclined towards a separate peace were not yet prepared to have it at any price. The main purpose of the Soviet government was to gain time, to proclaim loudly its peace aims amid the sudden stillness on the front, to gauge the intensity of the revolutionary ferment in Europe, and to test the attitude of allied and enemy governments. The Bolsheviks had no doubt about the proximity of social upheaval in Europe. But they began to wonder whether the road to peace would lead through revolution or whether, on the contrary, the road to revolution did not lead through peace. In the first case, the war would be brought to an end by revolutionary governments. In the second, the Russian Revolution would have to come to terms for the time being with capitalist rulers. Only time could show which way events were moving and to what extent the revolutionary impulse from Russia determined or failed to determine their direction. So far the soundings had produced no clear results. The German and the Austrian working classes were unmistakably restless, but it could not be said whether this pointed to the enemy's immediate collapse or towards a crisis in a more remote future. The peace delegations of the Central Powers had shown a surprising readiness to yield. Their attitude might reflect the desperate position of the Central Powers, but it might also conceal a trap. On the other hand, the hostility of the Entente seemed to relax for a moment. While still refusing to recognize the Soviets, the Allied powers, at the beginning of December, consented to exchange certain diplomatic privileges which are usually granted to recognized governments. Soviet diplomatic couriers were allowed to move between Russia and Western Europe, diplomatic passports were mutually recognized, Chicherin was at last released and returned to Russia, and Trotsky exchanged diplomatic visits with some Western envoys. Was the Entente perhaps changing its mind about peace? In Pravda, Trotsky wishfully commented on these events as symptoms pointing to the possibility of a general armistice and universal peace. 26 That he should have drawn such far-fetched conclusions from what were, after all, details of the diplomatic game, must be explained by a basic mistake in his reading of the strategic prospects. Early in the war, when governments and general staffs were taking an early conclusion of hostilities for granted, he had rightly forecast the protracted stalemate of trench warfare. 27 He had been inclined to believe that neither camp could break the stalemate resulting from the equilibrium of opposed forces. The events of more than 3 years had so strikingly confirmed this forecast that he clung to it even now, when the premise for it was about to vanish. The United States had entered the war. But this did not cause Trotsky to modify his view, and after the revolution, as before, he reiterated that neither of the hostile camps could hope to win. From this rigid assumption it seemed logical to conclude that at length the belligerent governments might realize the futility of further fighting, acknowledge the deadlock, and agree to open peace negotiations. This was the reasoning which made him jump to a conclusion about the possibility of an imminent general armistice and universal peace. At the same time, however, the Bolsheviks feared that the Entente might conclude a separate peace with Germany and Austria and strike jointly at the Russian Revolution. More than anybody, Lenin voiced this apprehension in public and private. The inner story of the war, when it was revealed, showed that this was not quite groundless. Germany and Austria had repeatedly and secretly, jointly, and separately put out peace feelers to their enemies in the West. 28 In the ruling classes of France and Britain the fear of revolution was mounting, and the possibility of an accommodation between the Entente and the Central Powers, an accommodation prompted by that fear, could not be ruled out in advance. This was a potential threat only, but it was enough to drive Lenin to the conclusion that only separate peace in the East could forestall separate peace in the West. To sum up, The Bolsheviks were enmeshed in the following intertwined dilemmas. They had to resolve whether they could wait for peace until the revolution had spread, or whether they would try to spread the revolution by concluding peace. If the road to European revolution were to lead through peace, would it be universal or separate peace? And if the terms of a separate peace were to prove so onerous and humiliating as to be unacceptable, could they wage a revolutionary war against Germany? If driven to war, could they, as a matter of principle, accept assistance from the Entente? And would the Entente be willing to grant them assistance? If not, should they strive for separate peace at any price? Or was there perhaps some way of escaping these dilemmas? On December 8, the day before the inauguration of the actual peace talks at Brest-Litovsk, Trotsky addressed a joint session of the government, the Central Executive of the Soviets, the Soviet, and Town Council of Petrograd, and leaders of trade unions. This was one of his most remarkable speeches, not only because of its rhetorical excellence and its soaring revolutionary humanitarian ethos, but also because it vibrated with his own mental wrestlings. Truly this war has demonstrated man's power and resilience, which enables him to endure unheard of sufferings. But it has also shown how much barbarity is still preserved in contemporary man. He, king of nature, has descended into the trench cave, and there, peeping out through narrow holes, as from a prison cell, he is lurking for his fellow man, his future prey. So low has mankind fallen. One is oppressed by a feeling of shame for man, his flesh, his spirit, his blood, when one thinks that people who have gone through so many phases of civilization, Christianity, absolutism, and parliamentary democracy, people who have imbibed the ideas of socialism, kill each other like miserable slaves under the whip of the ruling classes. Should the war have this outcome only, that people return to their mangers, to pick the miserable crumbs thrown from the tables of the propertied classes, should this war finish with the triumph of imperialism, then mankind would prove itself unworthy of its own sufferings and of its own prodigious mental effort, which it has sustained over thousands of years. But this will not happen, it cannot happen. Having risen in the land of Europe's former gendarme, the Russian people declares that it desires to speak to its brothers under arms, not in the language of guns, but in that of international solidarity of the toilers. This fact cannot be eliminated from the mind of the popular masses, of all countries. Sooner or later they will hear our voice, they will come to us and stretch out a helpful hand. But even if the enemies of the people were to conquer us and we were to perish, our memory would still pass from generation to generation and awaken posterity to a new struggle. To be sure, our position would have been much easier if the peoples of Europe had risen together with us, if we had to parley not with General Hoffmann and Count Czernin but with Karl Liebknecht, Clara Zetkin, and Rosa Luxemburg. This has not happened. And we cannot be blamed for that. Our brothers in Germany cannot accuse us of having communed with the Kaiser, their sworn enemy, behind their backs. We are talking to him as to an enemy. We do not soften our irreconcilable hostility to the tyrant. The truce has brought a pause in hostilities. The booming of guns has been silenced, and everybody is anxiously waiting to hear in what voice the Soviet government will talk with the Hohenzollerns and Habsburgs. You must support us in this, that we should talk with them as with freedom's enemies, and that not a single atom of freedom should be sacrificed to imperialism. Only then will the genuine meaning of our strivings penetrate deeply into the consciousness of the German and Austrian peoples. This appeal was followed by a curious passage in which he was thinking aloud before his large audience and gave free rein to his hesitation and indecision. If the voice of the German working class does not exercise a powerful and decisive influence, peace will be impossible, he stated abruptly. Then came a second thought, but if it should turn out that we had been mistaken, if this dead silence were to reign in Europe much longer, if this silence were to give the Kaiser the chance to attack us and to dictate terms insulting to the revolutionary dignity of our country, then I do not know whether with this disrupted economy and universal chaos entailed by war and internal convulsions whether we could go on fighting. As if feeling that his audience was stunned by his cry of despair, he turned abruptly and exclaimed, "Yes, we could." This brought forth stormy applause. Spurred on by the response, he added, "For our life, for our revolutionary honor, we would fight to the last drop of our blood." Here the verbatim report records a new outburst of applause. The audience, which consisted of the leading groups of the two governmental parties, thus demonstrated its emotional opposition to separate peace. The weary and the old ones, Trotsky continued, would step aside, and we would create a powerful army of soldiers and Red Guards, strong with revolutionary enthusiasm. We have not overthrown the Tsar and the bourgeoisie in order to kneel down before the German Kaiser. If the Germans were to offer an unjust and undemocratic peace, then we should present these terms to the Constituent Assembly and we should say to it, make up your mind. If the Constituent Assembly accepts such terms, the Bolshevik Party will step aside and say, look for another party willing to sign such terms. We, the Bolsheviks, and I hope the left social revolutionaries too, would summon all peoples to a holy war against the militarists of all countries. It hardly entered his mind that one day the left social revolutionaries would rise against the Bolsheviks with a cry for this holy war, and that he himself would then suppress them. If in view of the economic chaos, he concluded, we should not be able to fight, the struggle would not be at an end, it would only be postponed, as it was in 1905, when Tsardom crushed us, but we lived to fight another day. That is why we have joined in the peace negotiations without pessimism and without black thoughts. 29 His speech worked up his audience into an exalted state similar to that in which before the insurrection the crowds of Petrograd repeated after him the words of the revolutionary oath. The negotiations at Brest-Litovsk began on December 9. The representatives of the Central Powers let it be known that they agreed to conclude immediately a general peace, without annexations and indemnities. 30 who headed the Soviet delegation, asked for another pause of 10 days to give the Western powers once again time to change their minds. During the pause, only the commissions of the peace conference were in session, and their work proceeded with strange smoothness. The real negotiations were not to begin till December 27, when Trotsky arrived. In the meantime the Council of the People's Commissars took a number of demonstrative steps. It intensified its propaganda against German imperialism, and Trotsky, assisted by Karl Radek who had just arrived in Russia, edited Die Fackel, which was distributed in the German trenches. On December 13 the government allocated 2 million rubles for revolutionary propaganda abroad, and it publicized the fact. On the 19th it started the demobilization of the Russian army. It also freed German and Austrian prisoners of war from compulsory labor, allowing them to leave the camps and to organize and work as free citizens. It declared null and void the Russo-British Treaty of 1907, under which Persia had been partitioned between the two powers, and on December 23 it ordered Russian troops to evacuate northern Persia. Finally, Trotsky instructed Yov to demand that the peace negotiations be transferred from Brest-Litovsk to Stockholm, or any other place in a neutral country. Exactly 2 months after the insurrection, on 24 or December 25, Trotsky set out for Brest-Litovsk. On the way, especially in the area of the front, he was greeted by delegations from local Soviets and trade unions which urged him to speed up the negotiations and to return with a peace treaty. He was astounded to find that the trenches on the Russian side of the front were almost empty, the soldiers who had manned them had dispersed. A German liaison officer who conducted him across the front noticed the fact and reported to his superiors that Trotsky grew ever more and more depressed. 31 He did indeed become acutely and painfully aware that it was without any armed strength behind him that he would have to confront the enemy. He was all the more determined to wield his weapons of criticism. With him traveled Karl Radek, whose luggage bags were packed with revolutionary pamphlets and leaflets, and as soon as their train stopped at Brest-Litovsk, Radek, before the eyes of the diplomats and officers assembled on the platform to greet them, began to distribute the pamphlets among German soldiers. A Polish Jew, nominally an Austro-Hungarian subject, Radek had gained fame as a radical, sharp-wit pamphleteer in the German Social Democratic Party. His appearance at Brest, as a member of the Russian delegation, could not but scandalize the German and Austrian diplomats. It was intended to demonstrate that the revolution championed the cause of a class, not of a nation, and that the mere notion of an enemy national was alien to it. Trotsky had asked Radek to accompany him, because, as he told Sadul, he had confidence in his very lively intelligence and political loyalty and was convinced that the intransigence and lot of this energetic, passionate man would act as a tonic for the Yovs, Kamenevs, and other softer Russian delegates. 32. The scene of the meeting was desolate and grim. The town of Brest-Litovsk had early in the war been burnt and razed to the ground by retreating Russian troops. Only the old military fortress was intact, and in it was the general headquarters of the Eastern German armies. The peace delegations were housed in drab blocks and huts within the compound. The officers' mess served as the conference hall. The place had the air of a Prussian barrack transferred to the Polish-Ukrainian plain. Enclosed by barbed wire, surrounded by sentries, amid the routine bustle of a military establishment, the Russian delegates might have felt like inmates of an internment camp. The Germans had insisted that the negotiations should be held there, partly for their own convenience and partly in order to humble the Soviet envoys. But they had also put on several layers of velvet glove. Before Trotsky's arrival, the delegations had supped and dined together, had been received by Prince Leopold of Bavaria, the nominal commander-in-chief, and had exchanged various other courtesies. It was ironical that those who exchanged the courtesies were, on the one hand, titled members of the German and Austrian aristocracies, and, on the other, professional agitators, recent convicts, among them a left social revolutionary woman terrorist, Bitsenko, who had assassinated a Tsarist minister of war and had served a sentence of forced labor. The insinuating sociability of the Germans and Austrians did not fail to disconcert even the leading Bolshevik delegates. Yoff, Kamenyak, Pokrovsky, Karakan, seasoned and well-educated revolutionaries, showed at the conference table something of the awkwardness natural in novices to diplomacy. Throughout the first phase of the parleys, when Yoff acted as chief Soviet delegate, the conference was completely dominated by Kuhlmann, the German foreign minister. Trotsky arrived dissatisfied with his state of affairs. On Lenin's insistence, he had undertaken this mission in order to give quite a different aspect to the conference. At the outset, he frigidly rejected an invitation to meet Prince Leopold, and he put a stop to all hobnobbing. With Trotsky's appearance here, General Hoffmann remarked, the easy social intercourse outside the conference hall has ceased. Trotsky has requested that the delegations be served their meals at their quarters and has generally forbidden any private contact and entertainment. 33 The wind seems to blow in a very different direction than it did until now, Chernin, the Austrian foreign minister, noted in his diary. 34 A diplomat of the other side had only to approach Trotsky with jovial flattery or a gesture of familiarity to make him stiffen and bristle. Appearances had to conform to the realities. He had come to negotiate with enemies, not with friends. The first session, at which he replaced Yoff as chief of the Russian delegation, was held on December 27. Kuhlmann opened it with a statement that the principle to which the Central Powers had agreed, peace without annexations and indemnities, had been intended for a general peace only. As the Western Powers had refused to join in the negotiations and only a separate peace was on the agenda, Germany and her allies were no longer bound by that principle. 35 He rejected the Soviet demand for negotiations in a neutral country, and he assailed Soviet propaganda against German imperialism, which, he said, raised doubts whether the Soviets sincerely desired peace, but he wound up on a conciliatory tone. Then General Hoffmann, a pile of Soviet proclamations to German soldiers in front of him, repeated the protest on behalf of the German Supreme Command. The Austrian, Turkish, and Bulgarian diplomats spoke in the same vein. Trotsky, taking the measure of his adversaries, listened with a faintly ironical smile, and, without answering the charges, asked for a day's break. Among his adversaries 3 figures stood out. Kuhlmann, a Bavarian Catholic and traditionalist, one of the shrewdest diplomats of Imperial Germany, was not devoid of personal charm, some open-mindedness, and courage. Earlier than the Kaiser's other servants, he had come to reckon with Germany's defeat in a war on 2 fronts, and he was anxious to obtain in the East a peace profitable to his government but not too obviously imposed on Russia. Perhaps alone among Germany's rulers, he realized that a dictated peace would amount to a defeat for Germany. It would forewarn other nations what they had to expect from German victory and would stiffen their resistance. The Supreme Command bitterly opposed Kuhlmann's policy. In the eyes of Hindenburg and Ludendorff he was little better than a traitor, and they did their utmost to discredit him. He was therefore compelled to defend himself behind the scenes against the military, while he was engaged in his open duel with Trotsky. Both the military and he appealed to the Kaiser as supreme arbiter. The Kaiser backed now his diplomat and now his generals, but at heart he was with the latter, allowing them to overrule his civilian government. Kuhlmann had enough character not only to defy Ludendorff, but to disregard, on one occasion, the Kaiser's blunt order to break off the negotiations. His differences with the military, nevertheless, concerned the manner rather than the matter. He was at one with them in wishing to secure for Germany the Polish and Baltic lands conquered from Russia. But he was anxious to obtain the appearance of Russian consent, and the weakness of his position, as it revealed itself later, was that he could not obtain it. He also wished to disguise the German annexation of those lands as their liberation. The generals had neither the time nor the patience for such subtleties. General Hoffmann was supposed to be the Supreme Command's eye, ear, and strong arm at the conference table. It was his business to bring the talks to a speedy conclusion and to release the eastern armies of the Central Powers for the last, all-out offensive in the West. Every now and then he voiced his irritation and impatience with Kuhlmann's method. But more sophisticated than his superiors and more in touch with the impact of the revolution, he could not gainsay that Kuhlmann's method had its merits. He sometimes yielded to Kuhlmann and then brought Ludendorff's thunders upon his own head. 36. Count Czernin, the Austrian foreign minister, acted Kuhlmann's brilliant second. Even more acutely than his German colleague, he was aware of the catastrophe which hung over the Central Powers. From the secret treaties which Trotsky had published, he knew that the Allies had marked down the Austro-Hungarian Empire for dismemberment. With starvation in Vienna and revolt among the subject nations, the empire had begun to crumble already. Only by draining strength from Germany did it prolong its days. Czernin was therefore in a real panic whenever it seemed to him that Hoffmann's blunt intervention lessened the chances of peace. At first he threatened his German colleagues with separate negotiations, but, as his government was becoming every day more dependent on German help, he abandoned the threat. He still tried to act the soft-spoken mediator, although he was more than a little frightened by the clever and very dangerous adversary, exceptionally gifted, with a swiftness and adroitness in retort which I have rarely seen. 37 In his spare hours, Czernin read memoirs on the French Revolution, trying to find a historical yardstick for the dangerous adversary, and he wondered whether a Russian Charlotte Corday was not already lurking for Trotsky. Czernin, it seems, was alone in indulging in such meditations and looking for historical parallels. His colleagues at first viewed Trotsky and the other Russian delegates as petty adventurers, obscure upstarts or, at best, quixotic creatures, whom a quirk of destiny had thrown on the stage to act a very brief, grotesque episode in the world's drama, in which they, the great servants of two illustrious dynasties, were among the chief characters. They were sure that they would buy the Russian delegates with small favors, but they wanted first to put them in their places. This they tried to do at their first meeting with Trotsky, and they adopted the same tactics at the next session. They set against the Soviet delegation the Ukrainians, who claimed to represent independent Ukraine and denied Petrograd's right to speak for all the Russias. Such was the interplay of interests, personalities, and ambitions into which Trotsky wedged himself, when, on December 28, he addressed the conference for the first time. He brushed aside the Ukrainian intrigue. The Soviets, he declared, had no objection to the Ukraine's participation in the parleys. They had proclaimed the right of all nationalities to self-determination, and they meant to respect that right. Nor did he question the credentials of the Ukrainian delegates, who represented the Rada, a provincial replica or rather parody of the Kerensky regime. Kuhlmann once again tried to provoke an open quarrel between the Russians and the Ukrainians, which would have allowed him to become the Tertius Gaudens. But once again Trotsky avoided the pitfall. Turning to the charges and protests of the previous day, he refused to make any apology for the revolutionary propaganda which the Soviets conducted among German troops. He had come in order to discuss peace terms, Trotsky said, not in order to limit his government's freedom to express its views. The Soviets raised no objection to the counter-revolutionary propaganda which the Germans spread among Russian citizens. The revolution was so confident of its case and of the appeal of its ideals that it welcomed an open argument. This gave the Germans no ground to question Russia's desire for peace. It was Germany's sincerity that must be doubted, especially when the German delegation declared that it was no longer bound by the principle of a peace without annexations and indemnities. We, on our part, think it necessary to state that the principles of a democratic peace which we have proclaimed have not, in our eyes, become null and void after 10 days. For us they are the only conceivable basis for the coexistence and cooperation of peoples. He renewed the protest against holding the conference in the artificial isolation of the Brest fortress. The German Chancellor had told the Reichstag that in a neutral country the conference would be exposed to Allied machinations. The job of protecting the Russian government from hostile machinations, Trotsky remarked, belongs exclusively to the Russian government. We are confronted by an ultimatum, either parleys at Brest-Litovsk or no parleys at all, an ultimatum prompted by the German sense of power and conviction of Russia's weakness. We neither can deny nor intend to try to deny that our country has been weakened by the policy of its recent ruling classes. But the place of a country in the world is determined not only by the present condition of its technical apparatus, but also by the potentialities inherent in it. He was not going to measure the economic strength of Germany, whose population was starving, by the present state of Germany's food stocks. The Central Powers tended to base the peace not on agreement between the peoples, but on the so-called war map. This tendency is equally pernicious to the German and to the Russian peoples, because the war maps change and the peoples remain. Yet we stay here, at Brest-Litovsk, in order not to leave unexplored a single chance of peace, in order to learn, here at the headquarters of the Eastern Front, clearly and precisely whether a peace is now possible without violence towards the Poles, Lithuanians, Latvians, Estonians, Armenians, and other peoples, to whom the Russian Revolution has guaranteed the full right of self-determination. But the conference could continue on one condition only, namely that the negotiations should be held in public throughout, and Trotsky refused to engage in private talks, for which Kuhlmann had asked, believing that Trotsky's defiant statement was merely meant as face-saving. 38. 2 days later the delegations discussed a German draft of the peace treaty. At the outset a little incident seemed to transfer the sedate diplomats of the Central Powers into the atmosphere of a Shavian comedy. A preamble to the treaty contained the respectable cliché that the contracting parties desired to live in peace and friendship. The authors of the draft could not expect this to give rise to objections. They were mistaken. I would take the liberty, Trotsky said, to propose that the second phrase be deleted. Its thoroughly conventional, ornamental style does not correspond, so it seems, to the dry business-like sense of the document. 39. Half amused and half scandalized, the professional diplomats could not see the point. Was Trotsky speaking seriously? And how could he dismiss so lofty a statement as ornamental and conventional? But such declarations, Trotsky pertly went on, copied from one diplomatic document into another, have never yet characterized the real relations between states. He could only hope that more serious factors would shape these relations in the future. For a moment the diplomats felt as if they had been told that their emperors and they themselves were naked. What were those more serious factors? And what formula would Trotsky propose? He could give them his formula, Trotsky said, but they would not accept it anyhow. The comic wrangle went on for a while, and the words about friendship disappeared from the draft. Then followed a dramatic argument, centered on the principle of self-determination and dealing with the fate of the nations situated between Russia and Germany. The argument, mainly between Trotsky and Kuhlmann, occupied many sessions and took the form of a conflict between two interpretations of self-determination. Both sides pursued the argument in the tone of a seemingly dispassionate, academic debate on legal, sociological, and historical themes, but behind these themes loomed the realities of war and revolution, occupation, and annexation. Convinced that Trotsky was merely seeking to dress up Russia's surrender, Kuhlmann seemed anxious to provide Trotsky, and himself even more, with decorous formulas, and to present the German annexation of Poland and the Baltic states as self-determination for these. To his perplexity, Trotsky thrust aside all attempts at face-saving and insisted on the facts of annexation. Kuhlmann made his case with a systematic, relentless, yet subtle logic, the only defect of which was that it summed up the wisdom of a conservative statesman in the face of the ungovernable phenomenon of revolution. Trotsky stood before the conference as the embodiment of that phenomenon, endowed with a logic even more relentless and subtle and with a quick and deadly wit from which there was no escape. He himself obviously revelled in his own wry and sardonic humor, which made General Hoffmann growl and sent him into a huff, while the rest of the delegates quivered with suppressed laughter. Trotsky once begged the general to remember that the differences in their views were due to deeper discrepancies in their outlooks. He, the head of the Russian delegation, was still under the prison sentence which a German court had passed on him for anti-war propaganda. The general suddenly saw himself in the role of a jailbird's partner, and, feeling as if all his medals had been torn off his chest, he withdrew from the exchange. When Kuhlmann asked him whether he had anything more to say, Hoffmann angrily snapped back, "No, enough." Almost every paragraph in the draft treaty contained the statement of a noble principle and also its negation. One of the first clauses provided for the evacuation of the occupied territories. This did not prevent Kuhlmann from declaring that Germany intended to occupy the territories seized from Russia until a general peace, and indefinitely even after it. Kuhlmann also argued that Poland and the other German-occupied countries had achieved self-determination, because the Germans had installed native governments everywhere. No country, Trotsky retorted, can determine its fate while it is held by foreign troops, as a preliminary foreign troops must clear out of the territories in question. Politely, and without calling anyone names, yet unmistakably, he made it clear that what the Germans had installed were puppet administrations. As the argument became involved and apparently abstract, Trotsky switched from Russian to German. Kuhlmann was in his element with juridical diplomatic formulas and imprudently provoked further debate. When, according to the chairman of the Russian delegation, he asked, "Does a nation come into existence as a single entity? If it cannot come into existence under foreign occupation, then when and how does the moment of birth arise?" Grateful for the new opportunity to restate his case, Trotsky began to answer the puzzling question by the method of elimination. What is certain is that no nation is independent as long as it is occupied and possesses only an administration whose title to govern rests on the presence of foreign troops. The final criterion is the will of the people, freely and democratically expressed in a referendum. Finland, evacuated by Russian troops, was a case in point. In the Ukraine the process of self-determination was still in progress. But, Kuhlmann pointed out, a government so created meant a break in legal continuity, and to the conservative way of thinking legal continuity is alpha and omega. Trotsky reminded the German minister, that any occupying power breaks legal continuity and does so without the justification with which a revolution does it. Kuhlmann adroitly retorted that, if revolution claims for itself no basis in law, then it is based solely on force and accomplished fact. This seemed to knock the bottom out of Trotsky's argument. If he admitted the point, he had no ground for protest against the accomplished facts of German annexation. The crux of Trotsky's answer lay in the distinction which he drew between a force emerging from inside a nation to determine its fate and an outside force imposing its will. The controversy had thus developed into a clash of Weltanschauungen, a contest of opposed moral and historical philosophies. Every phase of this contest was reported and misreported all over the world. The occupied nations whose future was at stake listened with bated breath. At one point Kamina prompted Trotsky to explain that in denying so forcefully Germany's right to keep these nations in subjection, he was not claiming that right for Russia, as any traditionalist Russian diplomat would have done. "We undertake the obligation," Trotsky declared, "not to coerce these countries directly or indirectly into accepting this or that form of government, not to infringe their independence by any customs or military conventions. And I should like to know whether the German and the Austro-Hungarian delegations are in a position to make statements to the same effect." This brought the debate back to the burning issues. Kuhlmann answered that the governments of the German-occupied countries had the right to conclude any agreement they wished, they were even entitled to cede territory to the occupying powers. On Kuhlmann's part this was an act of self-exposure, into which Trotsky had skillfully enticed him. "The assertion of the chairman of the German delegation," said Trotsky, clinching the argument, "that these people are entitled to conclude pacts and agreements and to cede territories is a full and categorical denial of the principle of self-determination. The Central Powers had not invited the governments of the occupied countries to Brest, and this alone revealed that they treated them as dependencies with no will of their own. In the conventional language which we use in such cases this is described, not as self-determination of the peoples, but by quite a different expression, annexation." 40. Trotsky had undoubtedly out-argued his adversary. Yet the argument was somewhat inconclusive, and precisely because of its subtlety it had less effect upon German opinion than Trotsky was inclined to believe. It could not, at any rate, greatly appeal to the German workers and soldiers whom he was out to revolutionize, and therein consisted the weakness of this part of his performance. Only when General Hoffmann, eager to clothe himself in the spoils of Achilles, intervened, did the debate become at once more popular and, from the Bolshevik standpoint, politically fruitful. The Russian delegation, the general, freeing himself from Kuhlmann's restraints, burst out, has spoken as if it represented a victorious invader of our country. I should like to remind its members that the facts point to the contrary. Victorious German troops are on Russian soil. I should further like to say that the Russian delegation demands that we should recognize the right to self-determination in a form and on a scale which its own government does not recognize. The German Supreme Command thinks it necessary to repudiate its interference in the affairs of the occupied areas. Hoffmann refused to enter into any discussion on evacuation. This was Trotsky's field day. Ironically, he asked Hoffmann whether he represented the Supreme Command only or the German government, and the allusion was received with a great deal of schadenfreude by Kuhlmann and Chernin. If, as the general claimed, the most important fact was where whose troops stood, then the Russians, who held Austrian and Turkish territory, should talk with the Austrians and the Turks in a tone different from the one they used with the Germans, but they were not going to do so. Trotsky welcomed Hoffmann's brutal remarks about Bolshevik domestic policy, for he himself had invited his adversaries to speak on this without inhibition. The general was quite right when he said that our government based itself on force. In history hitherto we have known no government dispensing with force. I must, however, categorically protest against the completely untrue statement that we have outlawed all those who do not think as we do. I should be very happy to know that the social democratic press in Germany enjoys the freedom which our adversaries and the counter-revolutionary press enjoy in our country. What in our conduct strikes and antagonizes other governments is the fact that we place under arrest not workers who come out on strike but capitalists who declare lockouts on workers, that we do not shoot peasants demanding land, but arrest the landlords and the officers who try to shoot the peasants. 41 He pointed to a contradiction between Kuhlmann's and Hoffmann's arguments. The former had claimed that the German-occupied lands already had more or less independent governments, while the latter tried to justify indefinite German occupation by the fact that they had no administration of their own. Yet from their different arguments both the general and the Staatssekretär drew the same conclusion, which went to show that legal philosophy had quite a subordinate place in their decisions on the fate of living peoples. 42. The effect of this exposure was devastating. Hoffmann noted in his diary, "My speech actually made a smaller impression than I expected." 43 Kuhlmann lost his temper and regretted that he had allowed himself to be tempted into open diplomacy. 44 Later he tried to efface the aftertaste of Hoffmann's intervention and to excuse the latter's soldierly bluntness. The excuse, Trotsky remarked, confirmed that the differences between the military and the civilians in the enemy camp were a matter of form, not of substance. As for ourselves, members of the Russian delegation, our record is there to show that we do not belong to the diplomatic school. We ought rather to be considered as soldiers of the revolution. We prefer, I shall admit this frankly, statements which are definite and clear in every respect. 45. On January 5, Trotsky asked for a break in the conference so that he might acquaint his government with the German demands. The conference had already lasted nearly a month. Much time had been gained, and now party and government had to take a decision. As he traveled back to Petrograd, Trotsky stared again at the Russian trenches, the very emptiness of which seemed to cry out for peace. But now he knew better than ever that the price of peace was Russia's and the revolution's utter prostration and discredit. At Brest, reading the German and Austrian socialist newspapers, he had been shocked to see that some of these treated the peace conference as a prearranged spectacle, the outcome of which was in no doubt. Some German socialists believed that the Bolsheviks were in fact the Kaiser's agents, and even those who did not doubt Lenin's and Trotsky's integrity viewed their policy as a psychological puzzle. The desire to lift the stigma from the party was among the most important motives which guided Trotsky's conduct at the conference table. 46 It now seemed as if his efforts had not been quite fruitless. Peace demonstrations and strikes had at last begun in the enemy countries, and from Berlin and Vienna came loud protests against Hoffmann's attempt to dictate terms. The Soviets, so Trotsky concluded, must not accept these terms. They must go on biding their time and try to establish between themselves and the Central Powers a state which would be neither war nor peace. With this conclusion he reached the Smolny, where he had been eagerly and tensely awaited. His return coincided with a conflict between the Soviet government and the Constituent Assembly, at last convoked. Against the expectations of the Bolsheviks and their associates, the right social revolutionaries commanded a majority. The Bolsheviks and the left social revolutionaries decided to disperse the assembly, and they did so after the latter had refused to ratify Lenin's decrees on land, peace, and the transfer of power to the Soviets. The dispersal was at first justified by the specious argument that the elections had been held under an obsolete law, so construed under Kerensky as to give undue weight to the well-to-do minority of the peasantry. The paradox which made it possible for the Bolsheviks to emerge as the majority in the Soviets and remain a minority in the assembly has been discussed in a previous chapter. The real reason for the dispersal was that the rule of the assembly was incompatible with the rule of the Soviets. Either the assembly or the October Revolution had to be undone. Trotsky was wholeheartedly for the dispersal, and he repeatedly defended the deed in speech and writing, assuming unqualified moral responsibility for it. 47 Since 1905-6 he had stood for proletarian dictatorship in Soviet form, and when he had to choose between that dictatorship and parliamentarianism he knew no hesitation. In the event itself, however, he played no role. The assembly was dispersed on January 6 before his return to Petrograd. When he arrived, on the 7th, he and Lenin had a moment of anxiety because the adherents of the assembly seemed on the point of organizing a strong popular protest against the dispersal. But the protest fizzled out inconsequentially only much later. During the Civil War, was a movement for the constituent started on the Volga. 48. On January 8, 2 days after the dispersal of the assembly, the Central Committee was completely absorbed in a debate on war and peace, and in order to sound the party's mood it conducted the debate in the presence of Bolshevik delegates who had arrived from the provinces for the Third Congress of Soviets. Trotsky reported on his mission and presented his conclusion: neither war nor peace. Lenin urged the acceptance of the German terms. Bukharin spoke for revolutionary war against the Hohenzollerns and Habsburgs. The vote brought striking success to the adherents of revolutionary war, the left communists as they were called. Lenin's motion for immediate peace received only 15 votes. Trotsky's resolution obtained 16. 32 votes were cast in favor of Bukharin's call for war. 49 Since outsiders had taken part, however, the vote was not binding on the Central Committee. The whole Bolshevik party was soon rent between those who advocated peace and those who stood for war. The latter had behind them a large but confused majority, and they were powerfully reinforced by the left social revolutionaries, none of whom favored peace. But the war faction was not sure of its case. It was stronger in voicing opposition to the peace than in urging resumption of hostilities. At the next session of the Central Committee, on January 11, the war faction bitterly attacked Lenin. Dzerzhinsky reproached him with timidly surrendering the whole program of the revolution, as Zinoviev and Kameny had surrendered it in October. To accept the Kaiser's diktat, Bukharin argued, would be to stab in the back the German and Austrian proletariat in Vienna. A general strike against the war was just in progress. In DEUTSCHER's view, Lenin approached the problem from a narrow Russian and not from an international standpoint, an error of which he had been guilty in the past. On behalf of the Petrograd organization, Kossier repudiated Lenin's attitude. The most determined advocates of peace were Zinoviev, Stalin, and Sukhanikov. As in October, so now, Zinoviev saw no ground for expecting revolution in the West. He held that Trotsky had wasted time at Brest, and he warned the Central Committee that Germany would later dictate even more onerous terms. More cautiously, Stalin expressed the same view. Sukhanikov, arguing that the salvation of the Russian Revolution was the overriding consideration, foreshadowed in a curious epigram a distant future change in the party's outlook. History clearly shows, he said, that the salt of the earth is gradually shifting eastwards. In the 18th century, France was the salt of the earth, and in the 19th Germany. Now it is Russia. 50. Lenin was skeptical about the outcome of the general strike in Austria, to which Trotsky and the war faction attached so much importance, and he drew a graphic picture of Russia's military impotence. He admitted that what he advocated was a shameful peace, implying the betrayal of Poland. But he was convinced that, if his government refused that peace and tried to wage war, it would be wiped out and another government would accept even worse terms. He disavowed, however, the cruder arguments of Stalin and Zinoviev about the sacred egoism of the Russian Revolution. He did not ignore the revolutionary potentialities of the West, but he believed that the peace would hasten their development. The West was merely pregnant with revolution, while the Russian Revolution was already a healthy and loudly crying infant whose life must be safeguarded. For the time being, Trotsky's formula provided a meeting point for the opposed factions, although each at heart accepted only that part of the formula that suited its purpose. The war faction adopted it because it made peace impossible, while Lenin and his group saw in it a means of keeping the war faction at bay. Lenin was willing to let Trotsky try his hand once again and play for time, especially as Trotsky was doing his best to impress the left communists with the unreality of revolutionary war. On Lenin's proposal, against Zinoviev's solitary vote, the Central Committee authorized Trotsky to delay by every possible means the signature of the peace. Trotsky then submitted his own resolution: "We interrupt the war and do not sign the peace, we demobilize the army." 9 members voted for this, 7 against. Thus the party formally authorized Trotsky to pursue his policy at Brest. 51. During this interval Trotsky also presented his report to the Third Congress of Soviets. The mood of the Congress was so overwhelmingly in favor of war that Lenin kept in the background. Even Trotsky spoke more emphatically about his opposition to peace than about his opposition to war. "The great speech of the evening," writes a British eyewitness, "was made by Trotsky, whose report was listened to with rapt attention. All eyes were upon him, for he was at the zenith of his influence, the man who incorporated the revolutionary will of Russia, speaking to the outer world." When Trotsky had ended his great speech, the immense assembly of Russian workmen, soldiers, and peasants rose and solemnly sang the Internationale. The outburst, as spontaneous as it was soul-stirring to those who, like the writer, witnessed it. 52. The Congress unanimously approved Trotsky's report, but it took no decision and left the government a free hand. Before Trotsky set out on his return journey to Brest, he made a private arrangement with Lenin which, in one point, modified essentially the decisions of the Central Committee and of the government. He promised that in certain circumstances he would abandon his own policy in favor of Lenin's. His tactics made sense as long as the Germans were willing to allow him to evade the choice between war and peace. What would happen, Lenin anxiously asked, if they chose to resume hostilities? Lenin was rightly convinced that this was bound to happen. Trotsky treated this danger lightly, but he agreed to sign the peace if Lenin's fears proved justified. That he and Lenin should have found it permissible so to depart from the formal decision of the Central Committee and of the government was due to the ambiguity of that decision. The vote for neither war nor peace had made no provision for the contingency which was uppermost in Lenin's mind. But their private arrangement, too, was ambiguous, as it turned out later. Lenin was under the impression that Trotsky had promised to sign the peace as soon as he was confronted with an ultimatum or a threat of a renewed German offensive. Trotsky held that he had obliged himself to accept the peace terms only after the Germans had actually launched a new offensive, and that even then he had committed himself to accept such terms only as the Central Powers had so far offered, not the even worse terms which they dictated later. By the middle of January Trotsky was back at the conference table in Brest. In the meantime the strikes and peace demonstrations in Austria and Germany had been suppressed or had come to a standstill, and his adversaries met him with new self-confidence. In vain did he, discarding formality, ask that German and Austrian socialists be invited to Brest. 53. In vain did he ask for permission for himself to go to Vienna to contact Victor Adler, who had protested in the Austrian parliament against General Hoffmann's conduct at Brest. He was allowed, however, to pay a brief visit to Warsaw, where he was warmly acclaimed for his defense of Poland's independence. Ukraine and Poland came to the fore in this part of the discussions. Behind the scenes Kuhlmann and Chernin prepared a separate peace with the Ukrainian Rada. At the same time the Bolsheviks strenuously fostered a Soviet revolution in the Ukraine. The Rada's writ still ran in Kiev, but Kharkov was already under a Soviet government, and a representative of the latter accompanied Trotsky on his return to Brest. Among the Ukrainian parties a curious reversal of attitudes occurred. Those who, under the Tsar and Kerensky, had stood for union or federation with Russia were now bent on separation. The Bolsheviks who had encouraged separatism now called for federation. Separatists became federalists and vice versa, not from motives of Ukrainian or Russian patriotism, but because they desired to separate from, or to feed rate with, the system of government prevalent in Russia. From this reversal of attitudes the Central Powers hoped to benefit. By appearing as the protectors of Ukrainian separatism, they hoped to lay hands on the Ukraine's food and raw materials, of which they stood in desperate need, and also to turn the argument about self-determination against Russia. The Reda, weak, lacking self-confidence, on the verge of collapse, tried to lean on the Central Powers, despite the oath of loyalty it had sworn to the Entente. The Reda's delegation consisted of very young, half-baked politicians. Bershon, to quote Kuhlmann 5-4, who had just emerged from the backwoods and were intoxicated by the roles assigned to them in the great diplomatic game. Even at this stage, Trotsky did not object to the Reda's participation, but he served notice that Russia would recognize no separate agreements between it and the Central Powers. He also warned Kuhlmann and Chernin that they overrated the strength of Ukrainian separatism. Then Lubinsky, the Reda's delegate, launched a violent attack against Trotsky and the Soviet government, accusing them of trampling on the rights of the Ukraine and forcibly installing their own government in Kharkov and Kiev. Trotsky was so upset that it was painful to see, Chernin noted in his diary. Unusually pale, he stared fixedly in front of him. Heavy drops of sweat trickled down his forehead. Evidently he felt deeply the disgrace of being abused by his fellow citizens in the presence of the enemy. 55 Trotsky later denied that he was so greatly embarrassed, but Chernin's account seems credible. Trotsky certainly realized that his adversaries had succeeded up to a point in confusing the issue of self-determination. At heart he may have wondered whether the Reda's spokesman was not justified in claiming that the Ukrainian Soviets were not representative of the Ukrainian people. 56 Not that Trotsky himself would have scrupled greatly about imposing Soviet rule on the Ukraine. The revolution could not be consolidated in Russia without its being extended to the Ukraine, which was wedged in deeply between northern and southern Russia. But here for the first time the interest of the revolution clashed with the principle of self-determination, and Trotsky could no longer evoke that principle with quite the same clear conscience with which he had evoked it hitherto. He returned to the attack with a question of Poland, and asked why Poland was not yet represented at Brest. Kuhlmann made the appearance of a Polish delegation dependent on Russia's prior recognition of the existing Polish administration. We have been asked again, Trotsky said, whether or not we acknowledge Poland's independence. The question so posed is ambiguous. Do we acknowledge Ireland's independence? Our government does, but for the time being Ireland is still occupied by the British. We recognize that every human being has the right to food, which is not the same as recognizing the hungry man as stated. 57 The recognition of Poland's right to independence did not imply the admission that she was independent under German-Austrian tutelage. Then Radek came forward with a telling indictment of German-Austrian domination of his native country. He spoke of the forced deportation of hundreds of thousands of Polish laborers to Germany, the appalling conditions in which this had taken place, political oppression, the imprisonment or internment of Polish political leaders of all parties, including the internment of Radek's old adversary Pilsudski, then commander of a Polish legion which had fought on Germany's and Austria's side, and Poland's future dictator. In the middle of these exchanges, on January 21, Trotsky received a message from Lenin about the downfall of the Reda and proclamation of the Soviet government all over the Ukraine. 58 He himself got in touch with Kiev, checked the facts, and notified the Central Powers that he no longer recognized the Reda's right to be represented at the conference. These were his last days at Brest. The mutual charges and recriminations had reached a point where the negotiations became barren and could not be much prolonged. In the intervals between the sessions he refreshed himself by writing From February to Brest-Litovsk, one of his minor classics, a preliminary sketch for the monumental History of the Russian Revolution, which he was to produce 15 years later during his exile on Prinkipo Island. At last he sent a letter to Lenin in which he wrote, "We shall declare that we end but do not sign a peace. They will be unable to make an offensive against us. If they attack us, our position will be no worse than now. We must have your decision. We can still drag on negotiations for 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 days. Afterward they must be broken off. 59 events did not allow him to wait for any new decision from Petrograd, and the vote taken before his departure had in any case given him enough latitude for the action he contemplated. Count Chernin still offered his services as mediator and even visited Trotsky in his lodging, warning him about the imminence of a new German offensive and begging him to state his final terms. Trotsky replied that he was prepared to bow to force, but would not give the Germans a testimonial of good moral conduct. Let them, if they so desired, annex foreign countries, but let them not expect the Russian Revolution to exonerate or embellish their acts of violence. On the last day before the break, the Central Powers produced a fait accompli. They signed a separate peace with the Reda. We have officially informed the other side about the downfall of the Reda. Trotsky remonstrated. Nevertheless, the negotiations with a non-existing government continued. We then proposed to the Austro-Hungarian delegation, we did it in a private talk but in quite a formal manner, that they should send a representative to the Ukraine who would see for himself the Reda's collapse, but we have been told that the signature of the treaty could not be delayed. 60 General Hoffmann noted in his diary that Trotsky said that they were concluding a peace with a government whose territory extended no farther than its rooms at Brest-Litovsk. Kuhlmann self-righteously declared that German reports, the reliability of which was subject to no doubt, sharply contradicted this communication. 61 This did not prevent General Hoffmann from remarking in his diary that according to reports that lay before me, there was unfortunately ground for regarding Trotsky's statement as not unfounded. 62 The separate peace with the Ukraine served the Central Powers merely as a pretext for spreading their control to the Ukraine, and so in their eyes, the credentials of their Ukrainian partners were irrelevant. It was precisely for this reason that Trotsky felt that he could not go on with the negotiations, for to do so would have meant to connive at the coup, and at all that it entailed, the overthrow of the Ukrainian Soviets and the separation of the Ukraine. On the next day, at a subcommission, took place the famous scene at which General Hoffmann displayed a great map showing the full extent of the proposed German annexations. As Trotsky had said that he was prepared to bow to force but would not help the Germans to keep up appearances, the general evidently believed that a blunt statement of German claims might be the shortcut to peace. When, on the same day, 28 January/10 February, the political commission reassembled, Trotsky rose to make his final statement. The task of the subcommission was to say to what extent the frontier proposed by the opposite side was capable of securing, be it in the slightest degree, the self-determination of the Russian people. We have heard the reports of our representatives and, the time for decision has come. The peoples wait with impatience for the results of the peace talks at Brest-Litovsk. They ask when this unparalleled self-annihilation of mankind, provoked by the selfishness and lust for power of the ruling classes, is going to end? If either of the two camps has ever fought this war in self-defense, this has long since ceased to be true. When Great Britain seizes African colonies, Baghdad, and Jerusalem, she is not waging a defensive war. When Germany occupies Serbia, Belgium, Poland, Lithuania, and Romania and seizes the Monsoon Islands, this is not a defensive war either. This is a struggle for the partitioning of the world. Now this is clear, clearer than ever. We do not want to take part any longer in this purely imperialist war, in which the claims of the possessing classes are openly paid for in human blood. In expectation of the approaching hour when the working classes of all countries seize power, we are withdrawing our army and our people from the war. Our soldier, the tiller of the land, should go back to his land to till it this spring, the land which the revolution has taken from the landlord and given to the peasant. Our soldier, the worker, should return to the factory bench to turn out not tools of destruction but tools of construction and to build, together with the tiller of the land, a new socialist economy. As they listened to these impassioned words, the delegates of the Central Powers were still ready to applaud Trotsky with a well-roared lion. This, they hoped even now, was Trotsky's final roar, after which would come the whimper of surrender. Only gradually did the import of his statement dawn upon them, and then they became breathlessly aware that they were witnessing an act which in its tragic pathos, was unique in history. 63. We are withdrawing from the war. We announce this to all peoples and governments. We are issuing an order for the full demobilization of our army. At the same time we declare that the terms proposed to us by the governments of Germany and Austro-Hungary are in fundamental conflict with the interest of all peoples. They are repudiated by the toiling masses of all countries, including the Austro-Hungarian and the German peoples. The peoples of Poland, Ukraine, Lithuania, Courland, and Estonia feel in them the violence inflicted upon their aspirations. To the Russian people these terms are a permanent threat. The popular masses of the whole world, guided by political consciousness or moral instinct, repudiate them. We refuse to endorse terms which German and Austro-Hungarian imperialism is writing with a sword on the flesh of living nations. We cannot put the signature of the Russian Revolution under a peace treaty which brings oppression, woe, and misfortune to millions of human beings. 64. When the echoes of Trotsky's powerful voice died away, writes the historian of Brest-Litovsk, no one spoke. The whole conference sat speechless, dumbfounded before the audacity of this coup d'etat. The amazed silence was shattered by an ejaculation of Hoffmann. "Unerhört!" he exclaimed, scandalized. The spell was broken. Kuhlmann said something about the necessity of calling a plenary session of the conference, but this Trotsky refused, saying that there remained nothing to discuss. With that the Bolsheviks left the room, and in gloomy silence, still scarcely believing what they had heard and wholly at a loss as to what to make of it, the delegates of the Central Powers dispersed. 65. However, before the delegations had dispersed, something happened, the full significance of which Trotsky missed, something which confirmed Lenin's worst fears. Kuhlmann declared that in view of what had taken place, hostilities would be resumed, because Russia's demobilization was of no legal consequence, only her rejection of the peace mattered. Trotsky treated this as an empty threat. He did not believe, he replied, that the German and Austrian peoples would allow their governments to continue a war so obviously devoid of any defensive pretext. Kuhlmann himself gave Trotsky some reason for dismissing the threat when he inquired whether the Soviet government was at least prepared to enter into illegal and commercial relations with the Central Powers and in what way they could keep in touch with Russia. Instead of answering the query, as, from his own standpoint he ought to have done, this might have entailed a commitment by the Central Powers to respect a state of neither war nor peace, Trotsky haughtily refused to discuss it. He stayed on at Brest for another day and got wind of a quarrel between Hoffmann, who insisted on the resumption of hostilities, and the civilian diplomats, who preferred to accept a state of neither war nor peace. On the spot the civilians seemed to have carried the day. Trotsky was therefore returning to Petrograd confident and proud of his achievement. At this moment, the man stands before our eyes in all his strength and weakness. Single-handed, with nothing behind him save a country in chaos and a regime scarce established, who a year before had been an inconspicuous journalist exiled in New York, successfully the united diplomatic talent of half Europe. 66. He had given mankind the first great lesson in genuinely open diplomacy. But at the same time he allowed himself to be carried away by his optimism. He underrated his enemy and even refused to listen to his warning. Great artist that he was so wrapped up in himself and in his ideal and so fascinated by the formidable appeal of his own work that he lightly overlooked its deficiencies. While Trotsky was still on his way to Petrograd, General Hoffmann, backed by Ludendorff, Hindenburg, and the Kaiser, was already issuing marching orders to the German troops. The German offensive began on February 17, and it met with no resistance. 67. This is the most comic war I have ever experienced, Hoffmann wrote. It is waged almost exclusively in trains and cars. One puts on the train a handful of infantrymen with machine guns and one gun, and one rushes to the next railway station. One seizes that station, arrests the Bolsheviks, entrains another detachment and travels farther. 68. When the news of the offensive reached Smolny, the Central Committee of the party, after 8 votes, failed to agree on a way out of the situation. The committee was equally divided between the adherents of peace and the advocates of war. Trotsky's single vote could resolve the deadlock. Indeed, during this and the next day, 17 and February 18, he alone could make the momentous decision. But he refused to join either faction. His position was extraordinarily complex. He had so behaved and spoken that many identified him with the war faction, and politically and morally he did in fact stand closer to it than to Lenin's faction. But he had also made the private promise to Lenin that he would support peace, if and when the Germans resumed military operations. He still refused to believe that this moment had arrived. On February 17 he voted with the adherents of war against Lenin's proposal for an immediate request for new peace negotiations. He then voted with the peace faction against revolutionary war. And finally he submitted his own motion, advising the government to hold up new negotiations until the military and political results of the German offensive had become clear. As the war faction voted with him, his motion was passed by a majority of 1 vote, his own. Lenin then posed the question whether peace should be concluded if it turned out that the German offensive was a fact and if no revolutionary opposition to it developed in Germany and Austria. The Central Committee answered the question in the affirmative. 69. Early next morning, Trotsky opened a session of the Central Committee with a survey of the latest events. Prince Leopold of Bavaria had just broadcast to the world that Germany was defending all nations, including her Western enemies, from the infection of Bolshevism. German divisions from the Western Front were reported to have appeared in Russia. German aviation was active over Dvinsk. An attack on Revel was anticipated. All this pointed towards a full-scale offensive, but the facts were not yet established. Prince Leopold's broadcast indicated a possibility of collusion between Germany and the Entente, but no more than a possibility. Lenin urgently renewed his proposal for an immediate approach to Germany. "We must act," he said, "we have no time to lose. It is either war, revolutionary war, or peace." Trotsky, wondering whether the offensive might not bring about a serious explosion in Germany, still held that it was too early to sue for peace. Once again Lenin's proposal was rejected by the majority of 1 vote. Between the morning and the evening of this day, February 18, a dramatic change occurred. When Trotsky opened the evening session of the Central Committee, he reported that the Germans had already seized Dvinsk and that there were widespread rumors of an imminent offensive in the Ukraine. Still hesitant, he proposed to sound the Central Powers about their demands but not to request peace negotiations. "People will not understand this," Lenin answered. "If there is war we should not have demobilized." This was joking with war, which might lead to the collapse of the revolution. "We are writing papers and in the meantime they are seizing rolling stock. History will say that you have delivered the revolution. We could have signed a peace which was not at all dangerous to the revolution." Sverdlov and Stalin spoke in the same vein. "If they open a hurricane fire for 5 minutes, Stalin said, we shall not be left with a single soldier on the front." I disagree with Trotsky. To pose the question as he does is all right in literature. Yet Zinoviev, the most extreme advocate of peace, now had his qualms. Lenin was for peace even if it entailed the loss of the Ukraine, but Zinoviev would not go as far as that. 70. Thrice Trotsky spoke against suing for peace, and thrice he proposed only tentative soundings. But when Lenin once again presented his motion, Trotsky to everybody's surprise voted not for his own proposal, but for Lenin's. With a majority of 1 vote the peace faction won. The new majority asked Trotsky and Lenin to frame the message to the enemy governments. Later that night the central committees of the 2 ruling parties, the Bolshevik and the Left Social Revolutionary, met, and at this meeting the war faction once again had the upper hand. But in the government the Bolsheviks outvoted their partners, and on the next day, February 19, the government formally sued for peace. 4 days of suspense and panic passed before the German answer reached Petrograd. In the meantime nobody could say whether or on what terms the Central Powers would agree to reopen negotiations. Their armies were on the move. Petrograd was exposed. A committee of revolutionary defense was formed in the city, and Trotsky headed it. Even while they were suing for peace, the Soviets had to prepare for war. Trotsky turned to the Allied embassies and military missions to inquire whether, if the Soviets re-entered the war, the Western governments would help them. He had made such soundings before, but without effect. 71 But this time the British and the French seemed more responsive. 3 days after he had sent off the request for peace, Trotsky reported to the Central Committee an Anglo-French suggestion for military cooperation. To his mortification, the Central Committee rejected this out of hand and so repudiated his action. Both factions turned against him, the adherents of peace because they feared lest the acceptance of Allied help compromise the chances of separate peace, and the adherents of war because the same motives of revolutionary morality, by which they were actuated in opposing a compact with Germany, militate also against cooperation with the Anglo-French imperialists. Trotsky then declared that he was resigning from the Commissariat of Foreign Affairs. He could not stay in office if the party did not see that a socialist government had the right to accept assistance from bourgeois powers, provided it maintained complete independence. 72 Eventually he converted the Central Committee to his view, and Lenin firmly supported him. The German answer, when it at last arrived, came as a shock. It allowed the Soviets only 48 hours for a reply and only 3 days for negotiations. The terms were much worse than those offered at Brest. Russia was to carry out complete demobilization, to cede Latvia and Estonia, and to evacuate the Ukraine and Finland. When, on February 23, the Central Committee met, it had less than a day to make up its mind. It was again on Trotsky's single vote that the outcome hung. He had yielded to Lenin on the point that a new request for peace be made, but he was not committed to accept the new, much harsher, terms. He did not agree with Lenin that the Soviets were utterly incapable of defending themselves. On the contrary, more distinctly than hitherto, he now leaned towards the war faction. Lenin's arguments, he said, are far from convincing. If only we had unanimity in our midst, we could shoulder the task of organizing the defense, we could cope with this. We would not act a bad role even if we were compelled to give up Petrograd and Moscow. We would keep the whole world in tension. If we sign this German ultimatum today, we may be confronted by another tomorrow. We may gain peace, but we shall lose the support of the advanced elements of the proletariat. We shall, in any case, lead the proletariat to disintegration. 73. And yet, despite his forebodings about the peace, despite his confidence in the capacity of the Soviets to defend themselves, he once again ensured, by his single vote, the ascendancy of the peace faction. His puzzling conduct cannot be explained without a closer look at the alignment of the groups, their arguments, and motives. Lenin strove to obtain for the Soviets a respite, which would enable them to put their house into some order and to build up a new army. He was prepared to pay almost any price for the respite, to withdraw from the Ukraine and the Baltic lands and to discharge any indemnity. He did not accept this shameful peace as final. He, too, held that revolutionary war was inescapable, and more than once he recalled the Peace of Tilsit which Napoleon had dictated to Prussia in 1807 and which the progressive Prussian statesmen, von Stein and Gneisenau, had used to modernize their country and army and to prepare revenge. He was following their example, and he also hoped that during the respite revolution might mature in Germany and renounce and annul the Kaiser's conquests. Against this the war faction argued that the Central Powers would not permit Lenin so to use the respite. They would cut off Russia from the grain and coal of the Ukraine and the petrol of the Caucasus, they would bring under their control half the Russian population, they would sponsor and support counter-revolutionary movements and throttle the revolution. Nor would the Soviets be able to build up a new army during any respite. They had to create their armed strength in the very process of the fighting, and only so could they create it. True, the Soviets might be forced to evacuate Petrograd and even Moscow, but they had enough space into which to retreat and gather strength. Even if the people were to prove as unwilling to fight for the revolution as they were to fight for the old regime and the leaders of the war faction refused to take this for granted, then every German advance, with all the accompanying terror and pillage, would shake the people from weariness and torpor, force them to resist, and finally generate a broad and truly popular enthusiasm for revolutionary war. On the tide of this enthusiasm a new and formidable army would rise. The revolution, unchained by sordid surrender, would achieve its renaissance, it would stir the souls of the working classes abroad, and it would finally dispel the nightmare of imperialism. Each faction was convinced that the policy proposed by the other was pernicious, and the debates were charged with emotional tension. Trotsky, it seems, was alone in holding that much could be said from a realistic standpoint for and against each of the proposed courses of action, and that neither was admissible on grounds of principle and revolutionary morality. It has since become the historian's commonplace, a commonplace which after the event Trotsky himself did much to establish, that Lenin's policy had all the merits of realism and that the war faction represented an utterly quixotic aspect of Bolshevism. This view does not do full justice to the leaders of the war faction. It is true that Lenin's political originality and courage rose in those days to the height of genius, and that events, the crumbling of the Hohenzollern and Habsburg dynasties and the annulment of the Treaty of Brest before the end of the year, vindicated him. It is also true that the war faction often acted under confused emotional impulses and presented no consistent policy. But at their best its leaders argued their case very strongly and realistically, and much of their argument, too, was confirmed by events. The respite which Lenin obtained was, in truth, half illusory. After the signing of the peace, the Kaiser's government did all it could to strangle the Soviets. It could not, however, do more than its involvement in the gigantic struggle on the Western Front allowed it to do. Without a separate peace in the West it could not have done much more, even if the Soviets had not accepted the Diktat of Brest. Bukharin and Radek, when they argued against Russia's surrender, pointed to this circumstance as to one which severely restricted Germany's freedom of action. In this respect the inner story of the war, when it was revealed, proved their judgment to have been more correct than Lenin's. The occupation of the Ukraine and of parts of southern Russia alone tied down 1 million German and Austrian troops. If Russia had refused to sign the peace, the Germans might, at the most, have tried to seize Petrograd. They could hardly have risked a march on Moscow. 74 If they had seized both Petrograd and Moscow, the Soviets, whose chief strength lay in the two capitals, would have found themselves in an extremely dangerous, perhaps fatal, crisis. But this was not the point at issue between Lenin and the war faction, for Lenin, too, repeatedly stated, with curious confidence, that the loss of the one or the two capitals would not be a mortal blow to the revolution. 75. The other argument advanced by the leaders of the war faction, that the Soviets would have to build up a new army on the battlefields, in the process of the fighting, and not in the barracks during a calm respite, was, paradoxically, realistic. This was how the Red Army was eventually built up, and Bukharin's and Radek's speeches at the 7th Congress of the party anticipated on this point the military policy which Trotsky and Lenin were to adopt and pursue in the coming years. 76 Precisely because Russia was so extremely war-weary, she could not raise a new army in relatively calm times. Only severe shocks and the ineluctable necessity to fight, and to fight at once, could stimulate the energies hidden in the Soviet regime and bring them into play. Only thus could it happen that a nation which had under the Tsar, Prince Lvov, and Kerensky been too exhausted to fight, went on fighting under Lenin and Trotsky in civil wars and wars of intervention for nearly 3 years. The weakness of the war faction lay not so much in its case as in its lack of leadership. Its chiefs were Bukharin, Dzerzhinsky, Radek, Yov, Uritsky, Kollontai, Lomofopokov, Bubnov, Pyatakov, Smirnov, and Ryazanov. All were eminent members of the party. Some of them had great intellectual gifts and were brilliant spokesmen and pamphleteers. Others were courageous men of action. Yet none of them possessed the indomitable will, the moral authority, the political and strategic talents, the tactical flexibility, and the administrative capacity required of a leader in a revolutionary war. As long as the war faction had no such leader, it represented merely a state of mind, a moral ferment, a literary cry of despair, not a policy, even though at first a majority of the party was drawn into the ferment and echoed the cry of despair. The leadership of the war faction was vacant, and the faction cast inviting glances at Trotsky. Incidentally, in their ranks were many of his old friends who had joined the Bolshevik party together with him. On the face of it, there was little to prevent him from responding to their expectations. Although he held that Lenin's policy, like that of the adherents of war, had its justification, he did not conceal his inner revulsion against it. All the more astounding was it that at the most critical moments he threw the weight of his influence behind Lenin. He shrank from assuming the leadership of the war faction because he realized that this would have transformed at a stroke the cleavage among the Bolsheviks into an irretrievable split and, probably, into a bloody conflict. He and Lenin would have confronted each other as the leaders of hostile parties, divided not over ordinary differences but over a matter of life and death. Lenin had already warned the Central Committee that if they outvoted him once again in the matter of peace, he would resign from the committee and the government and appeal against them to the rank and file. 77 At this time Trotsky was Lenin's only possible successor as the chief of the government. But as chief of a government committed to wage a most dangerous war in desperate conditions, He would have had to suppress the opposition to war, and almost certainly to take repressive action against Lenin. Both factions, aware of these implications, refrained from uttering plain threats. But the unspoken threats were there in the undertones of the debate. It was in order to stop the party drifting towards a civil war in its own ranks that at the crucial moments Trotsky cast his vote for Lenin. 78. Some analogy to the situation which was likely to arise if Trotsky had acted otherwise may be found in the three-cornered struggle which developed between the Commune of Paris, Danton, and Robespierre during the French Revolution. In 1793 the Commune stood, as Bukharin and the left communists were to do, for war against all the anti-revolutionary governments of Europe. Danton advocated war against Prussia and agreement with England, where he hoped that Fox would replace Pitt in office. Robespierre urged the convention to wage war against England, and he strove for an agreement with Prussia. Danton and Robespierre joined hands against the Commune, but, after they suppressed it they fell out. The guillotine settled their controversy. Trotsky, who so often looked at the Russian Revolution through the prism of the French, must have been aware of this analogy. He may have remembered Engels's remarkable letter to Victor Adler, explaining all the pulsations of the French Revolution by the fortunes of war and the disagreements engendered by it. 79 He must have seen himself as acting a role potentially reminiscent of Danton's, while Lenin's part was similar to Robespierre's. It was as if the shadow of the guillotine had for a moment interposed itself between him and Lenin. This is not to say that, if the conflict had developed, Trotsky, like Danton, would necessarily have played a losing game, or that Lenin was, like Robespierre, inclined to settle by the guillotine an inter-party controversy. Here the analogy ceases to apply. It was evident that the war party, if it won, would be driven to suppress its opponents, otherwise it could not cope with its task. A peaceable solution of the crisis in the party was possible only under the rule of the adherents of peace, who could better afford to tolerate opposition. This consideration was decisive in Trotsky's eyes. In order to banish the shadow of the guillotine he made an extraordinary sacrifice of principle and personal ambition. To Lenin's threat of resignation he replied, addressing himself more to the advocates of war than to Lenin, "We cannot wage revolutionary war with a split in the party. Under these conditions our party is not in a position to wage war, especially as those who stand for war do not want to accept the material means for waging it. 80 I shall not take upon myself the responsibility of voting for war." Later he added, "There is a lot of subjectivism in Lenin's attitude. I am not sure that he is right, but I do not want to do anything that would interfere with the party's unity. On the contrary, I shall help as much as I can. But I cannot stay in office and bear personal responsibility for the conduct of foreign affairs." 81. The leaders of the war faction did not share Trotsky's fears. Dzerzhinsky, already the head of Chaikot, 82 held that the party was strong enough to stand the split and Lenin's resignation. Lomov-Apokov, leader of the Bolsheviks in Moscow, appealed to Trotsky not to let himself be intimidated by Lenin's ultimatums. They could take power without Lenin. 83 In the course of the debate, however, the gravity and urgency of Trotsky's argument so impressed some of the advocates of war, Dzerzhinsky and Yov, that they retraced their steps. Lenin obtained 7 votes for peace. This was still a minority of the Central Committee. But as Trotsky and 3 leaders of the war faction abstained, and only 4 voted against Lenin, the peace terms were accepted. The 3 leaders of the war faction who abstained, Yov, Dzerzhinsky, and Krestinsky, issued a solemn statement saying that they could not contemplate a war to be fought simultaneously against German imperialism, the Russian bourgeoisie, and a section of the proletariat headed by Lenin, and that a split would be such an unmitigated disaster that the worst peace was preferable. 84 But the irreconcilable adherents of war, Bukharin, Uritsky, Lomov, Bubnov denounced the decision in favor of peace as a minority opinion, and in protest against it they resigned from all responsible offices in party and government. In vain did Lenin try to dissuade them from taking this step. Trotsky, having brought about the defeat of the left communists, now showed them his sympathy and affection, and wistfully remarked that he would have voted differently had he known that they were going to resign. 85. The peace faction had won, but its conscience was troubled. No sooner had the Central Committee, on February 23, decided to accept the German terms than it voted unanimously to start immediate preparations for future war. When it came to the appointment of a new delegation for Brest-Litovsk, a tragicomic scene took place. Every member of the committee dodged a dubious honor. None, not even the most ardent advocate of peace, was eager to place his signature under the treaty. Sokhonikov, who eventually headed the new delegation, threatened to resign from the Central Committee when his candidature was proposed, and only Lenin's good-tempered persuasion induced him to yield. 86 This matter having been settled, Trotsky asked amid Stalin's sneers, for which Stalin later apologized, that the Central Committee take cognizance of his resignation from the Commissariat of Foreign Affairs, which was already virtually under Chicherin's management. The Central Committee appealed to Trotsky to stay in office until the peace was signed. He only agreed not to make public his resignation until then and declared that he would not appear any more in any governmental institution. Prompted by Lenin, the committee obliged him to attend at least those sessions of the government at which foreign affairs were not under debate. 87. After all the recent exertions, triumphs, and frustrations, Trotsky's nerves were frayed. It looked as if his performance at Brest had been wholly wasted, and this was indeed what many thought and said. Not without reason, he was blamed for having lulled the party into false security by his repeated assurances that the Germans would not dare to attack. Overnight the idol became almost a culprit. On the evening of 27 February, writes M. Phillips Price, the Central Soviet executive met at the Tauride Palace, and Trotsky addressed them. He had disappeared for some days, and no one seemed to know what had happened to him. That night, however, he came to the palace, hurled the darts of eloquent scorn against the imperialisms of the Central Powers and of the Allies, upon whose altar the Russian Revolution was being sacrificed. When he had finished, he retired again. Rumor had it that he was so overcome with mortification that he broke down and wept. 88. On March 3, Sokhonikov, making it abundantly clear that the Soviets were acting under duress, signed the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk. In less than a fortnight, the Germans seized Kiev and vast parts of the Ukraine, the Austrians entered Odessa, and the Turks Trebizond. In the Ukraine the occupying powers crushed the Soviets and reinstalled the Reda, only to overpower shortly thereafter the Reda II, and to place Hetman Skoropadsky at the head of their puppet administration. The momentary victors showered upon Lenin's government demands and ultimatums, each more humiliating than the preceding. Most galling was the ultimatum demanding that the Soviets sign an immediate peace with independent Ukraine. In the Ukraine the people, especially the peasants, were putting up a desperate resistance to the occupying forces and their Ukrainian tools. By signing a separate treaty with the latter, the Soviets could not but appear to disavow the whole Ukrainian resistance. At the Central Committee Trotsky demanded the rejection of the German ultimatum. Lenin, always with the idea of future revenge in his mind, was determined to drain the cup of humiliation. But at every German provocation the opposition to peace rose again in the party and in the Soviets. The Treaty of Brest had not yet been ratified and ratification was still uncertain. On March 6 an emergency congress of the party met at the Tauride Palace to decide whether to recommend ratification to the forthcoming Congress of the Soviets. The proceedings were held in strict secrecy, and the records were published only in 1925. The atmosphere was heavy with dejection. The delegates from the provinces found that, in expectation of a German attack, governmental offices were preparing to evacuate Petrograd, a move from which Kerensky's government had shrunk. The commissars were already sitting on their bags and cases, only Trotsky was to stay behind to organize the defense. The delegates reported a general slump in the party's popularity. 89 Only recently the clamor for peace had been so powerful as to destroy the February regime and to lift the Bolsheviks to power. But now, when the peace had come, the party responsible for it was the first to be blamed. At the Congress, Trotsky's activity was inevitably the pivot of debate. In a most incisive speech Lenin urged ratification of the peace. The main burden of his argument was against the war faction, but he also castigated Trotsky's great mistake and wishful belief that the Germans would not attack, the belief which had underlain neither war nor peace. 90 The war faction jumped to Trotsky's defense. Even the chauvinist German press, Rodek said, had to admit that the proletariat of Germany was against Hindenburg and for Trotsky. Our policy at Brest-Litovsk has not failed, It has not been an illusion but a policy of revolutionary realism. 91 It was much better for the Soviets to have concluded peace only after the German offensive, because nobody could doubt that they acted under external compulsion. But then Radek voiced the war faction's disappointment with Trotsky. One may reproach Trotsky only for this, that having achieved so much at Brest he then joined the other side. For this we have a right to reproach him, and we do so. 92. Trotsky once again, and more explicitly, justified his behavior. Bukharin, Radek, and their friends, he said, saw in war the only salvation, and so they were obliged, infringing upon formal party considerations, to pose the issue on a knife edge. With a weak country behind us, with a passive peasantry, with a somber mood in the proletariat, we were further threatened by a split in our own ranks. Very much was at stake on my vote. I could not assume responsibility for the split. I had thought that we ought to retreat rather than sign peace for the sake of an illusory respite. But I could not take upon myself the responsibility for the leadership of the party. 93. This, as far as the records show, was the only time he openly stated that he had shrunk from superseding Lenin as the leader of the party. The danger of the split, he added, will have neither disappeared nor lessened if European revolution is further delayed. 94 He admitted that he had misjudged German intentions, but he reminded Lenin that they had both agreed on breaking off the negotiations. He had, he said, a profound respect for Lenin's policy, but not for the manner in which Lenin's faction was putting its case before the country. They fostered apathy and defeatism, which were demoralizing the working class, and amid which it was extremely difficult to build up the new army they all wanted. He did not urge the Congress to refuse ratification, but there ought to be a limit to surrenders. They must not give in to Lenin and sign a treaty with Germany's Ukrainian puppets. 95 And here he made a remark hinting at a most ominous contingency. If, he said, the party was so powerless that it had to let down the Ukrainian workers and peasants, then it might be its duty to declare, "We have come before our time. We withdraw into the underground, and we let Chernov, Gukakov, and Milyakov settle accounts with the Ukraine." But I think that even if we should be compelled so to withdraw, we must still act as a revolutionary party and fight for every position to the last drop of our blood. 96 This was his strongest intimation so far that the Russian Revolution might have been a false spring, and to Marxist ears his words carried the grimmest connotation. Marx and Engels had repeatedly written about the tragic fate which overtakes revolutionaries who come before their time. 97 Finally, recalling Dzerzhinsky's, Yov's, Krestinsky's, and his own great act of self-restraint and his sacrifice of the ego on the altar of Bolshevik unity, he told Lenin that there were as many dangers as opportunities in Lenin's policy, and that the peace faction might be sacrificing life's only end for the sake of mere living. 98. Lenin once again used the threat of resignation. He would resign, he said, if the Congress limited his freedom of action with regard to the Ukraine. There is, he pleaded, no treason in the behavior of soldiers who refuse to come to the rescue of surrounded comrades in arms, when they know that they are too weak to rescue those surrounded and that they themselves will perish in the attempt. Such was the position of the Soviets in relation to the Ukraine. This time a large majority agreed with Lenin. Trotsky, nevertheless, tabled an amendment to Lenin's motion affirming that peace was necessary. He proposed to replace necessary by permissible. From the platform of the Congress, he could not fully explain why, after all he had done to promote Lenin's policy, he vacillated again. Behind the scenes he and Lenin, in perfect concord, were sounding the Entente once again on whether they would get assistance if they refused to ratify the peace. In expectation of the answer, Lenin was even delaying the Congress of the Soviets which was to vote on ratification. He very nearly committed himself with President Wilson to renouncing the Treaty of Brest if the President gave a binding promise of help. 99 At the Congress of the party, Lenin cryptically remarked that the situation was changing so rapidly that in 2 days he himself might speak against ratification. 100 Trotsky was therefore anxious that the Congress should not frame its resolution in terms which were too rigid. Lenin, however, did not at heart expect any encouraging answer from the Entente, and once again he was right. He had agreed, on Trotsky's prompting, to make the soundings in order to have a clear conscience in the matter. But in the meantime he wished the Congress to approve peace without qualification. This the Congress did. In the debate, Trotsky had recalled his great act of self-restraint and his suppression of the ego. These words bring to mind the remark of a friend of his early youth: Trotsky's entire behavior is dominated by his ego, but his ego is dominated by the revolution. 101 This trait of the boy of 18 was still there in the great and famous man of 38. His conduct during this drama testified to his subordination of personal ambition and inclination to the interests of the party. But now, when Lenin's triumph was complete, Trotsky's ego chafed, and from the platform of this grim Congress it cried out for compensation. The great debate over peace was followed by a grotesque wrangle over Trotsky's faults and merits. His friends and followers, Krestinsky, Yov, and Ryazanov, tabled a formal motion justifying his policy at Brest. It was, from every point of view, preposterous to press such a motion at this moment. The Congress had just decided that peace was an absolute necessity, and it should not have been expected to give now its retrospective blessing to neither war nor peace. The circumstance that Trotsky's defenders came from the war faction made this demonstration appear a last sally from a defeated minority. The Congress had been in no mood to rebuff Trotsky for what he had done at Brest; it preferred to let bygones be bygones. But, having been expressly asked to declare itself, it could not but administer a rebuff. It rejected the motion, and this wounded Trotsky's pride and ambition. He exclaimed that he had become the man most hated by the imperialists of the Central Powers, the man blamed for the continuation of war, and now, wittingly or unwittingly, the party had lent its authority to the enemy's charges against him. He therefore resigned from all responsible offices with which the party had entrusted him. By this time Trotsky's appointment as Commissar of War was either moved or decided upon in the inner councils of the party, and the Congress was anxious to give him at least partial satisfaction. Amid much uproar and confusion, several resolutions were tabled and many votes were taken, the result of which was not clear. During this undignified wrangle, Lenin kept silent. In the name of Lenin's faction, Zinoviev assured Trotsky that the whole party warmly appreciated his brilliant efforts from Brest to arouse the German working class and considered this part of his work as fully correct. But Trotsky ought to appreciate that the party had changed its attitude, and that it was pointless to argue over the formula neither war nor peace. The Congress first adopted Zinoviev's resolution. Then it voted for Radek's motion which contradicted it, and then it passed still another text which contradicted Radek's. It is an event unheard of in history, Trotsky complained, that in the face of the enemy a party should repudiate the policy of its representatives. In pique he submitted an ironical resolution roundly condemning his own policy. The Congress, of course, rejected it, and he withdrew from the fray. When it came to the election of the Central Committee, he and Lenin obtained the highest number of votes. Abandoning his policy, the party nevertheless gave him its unreserved confidence. 4 crowded months had passed since the Soviets had ratified the peace. The Council of the People's Commissars had moved from Petrograd and had installed itself at the Kremlin in Moscow. The Allied diplomatic missions had also left Petrograd, but in protest against the peace they went to Vologda, a small provincial town. Trotsky had become Commissar of War and had begun to arm the revolution. The Japanese had attacked Siberia and occupied Vladivostok. The Germans had suppressed the Finnish Revolution and forced the Russian Navy to withdraw from the Bay of Finland. They had also occupied the whole of the Ukraine, the Crimea, and the coasts of the Black and the Azov Seas. The British and the French had landed at Murmansk. The Czech Legion had risen against the Soviets. Encouraged by foreign interventions, the Russian anti-revolutionary forces had resumed the life and death struggle, subordinating to it all principles and scruples. Many of those who had only recently accused the Bolsheviks of being German agents, Milyukov, and his followers in the first instance, had come to rely on German assistance in their fight against the Bolsheviks. 102 Hunger had visited Moscow and the cities of northern Russia, cut off from their granaries. Lenin had decreed wholesale nationalization of industry and called on the committees of poor peasants to requisition food from wealthier farmers in order to feed the urban workers. Several real risings and several phantom conspiracies had been suppressed. Never yet had any peace brought so much suffering and humiliation as the peace of Brest had brought to Russia. But Lenin nursed his child the revolution through all these trials and disappointments. He would not renounce the Treaty of Brest, although in more than one respect he disregarded its stipulations. He had not ceased to call on the German and Austrian workers to rise in revolt. He had, despite the clause about Russia's disarmament, authorized the formation of the Red Army. But in no circumstances did he permit his followers to rise in arms against Germany. He had recalled to Moscow the Bolsheviks who had directed the Ukrainian Soviets and who had been tempted to strike from the underground at the occupying power. 103 All over the Ukraine, the German war machine crushed anti-German guerrillas. Russian Red Guards watched their agony from across the frontier and yearned to go to their rescue, but Lenin held the Red Guards unyieldingly in check. Trotsky had long since given up his opposition to the peace. He had accepted the party's final decision and its consequences. Cabinet solidarity and party discipline alike obliged him to stand by Lenin's policy. He did so with complete loyalty and devotion, although he must have paid for that loyalty with many an inner conflict and many moments of acute anguish. The Bolshevik war faction, leaderless and confused, had lapsed into silence. All the more loudly and impatiently did the left social revolutionaries voice their opposition to the peace. In March, immediately after the ratification, they had withdrawn from the Council of the People's Commissars. They still sat in nearly all departments of the government, including the Chaikot, and in the executive organs of the Soviets. But, exasperated by all that had happened, they could not for long remain half in opposition to the government and half responsible for it. Such was the situation when the Fifth Congress of the Soviets assembled in Moscow at the beginning of July 1918. The left social revolutionaries resolved to bring matters to a head and to break with the Bolsheviks. The outcry against the peace went up once more. Delegates from the Ukraine mounted the platform to describe the desperate struggle of the Ukrainian guerrillas and to beg for help. The leaders of the left social revolutionaries, Kamkov and Spiridonova, denounced the Bolshevik betrayal and clamored for a war of liberation. Both Kamkov and Spiridonova were great revolutionaries of the old Narodnik type. They had fought bomb in hand against Tsardom and had paid for their courage with many years of solitary confinement and hard labor. They spoke with the authority of heroes and martyrs rather than that of leaders and politicians. They refused to weigh pros and cons. They demanded from the victorious revolution the heroism and the martyrdom to which they themselves had risen. The Bolsheviks as a body were far removed from such unreasoning ardor. Yet Spiridonova's and Kamkov's appeals still struck a chord in many a Bolshevik, and certainly in Trotsky. When, at the Congress, Kamkov walked across the platform towards the diplomatic box where Count Merbuk, the German ambassador, was listening to the debates and, pointing at the ambassador, poured out his detestation of the Kaiser and of German imperialism, the Congress applauded his courage. At heart Trotsky must have done the same. Kamkov was, after all, only repeating what he himself had done at Brest, and from the lips of Kamkov and Spiridonova the echoes of his own voice seemed to come back to him. It was only a few months since he had publicly, solemnly, and confidently vowed that the Bolsheviks would defend the honor of the revolution to the last drop of blood, and expressed the hope that the left social revolutionaries would do likewise. It was an even shorter time since he had begged his comrades rather to declare that they had come before their time and go under an unequal struggle than wash their hands of the fate of the Ukraine. He had in the meantime followed Lenin, hoping that this might be the way to save the revolution. But at heart he could not condemn those who did not do so. He was therefore acting a grimly paradoxical part when, on July 4th, he asked the Congress to authorize an emergency order which, as Commissar of War, he was about to issue. 104 The order was designed to impose severe discipline on Russian partisan detachments which threatened to disrupt the peace by self-willed attacks on German troops. The text ran as follows: "These are my orders. All agitators who, after the publication of this order, continue to urge insubordination to the Soviet government are to be arrested, brought to Moscow, and tried by the Extraordinary Tribunal. All agents of foreign imperialism who call for offensive action and offer armed resistance to Soviet authorities are to be shot." He argued the need for this order with perfect logic. He was not going to discuss, he said, which was the right policy, peace or war. On this the previous Congress of Soviets, constitutionally the supreme authority in the state, had spoken the last word. What he was arguing was that nobody had the right to arrogate to himself the functions of the government and take war into his own hands. The agitation against peace, conducted among Red Guards and partisans, had assumed dangerous forms. Commissars who had stood for peace had been assassinated, commissions of inquiry sent from Moscow had been fired at. His friend Rakovsky, who at one time headed the delegation negotiating with the Reda, had been threatened with bombs. You understand, comrades, that there can be no joking in such matters. As the person at present responsible for the conduct of the Red Army. At this moment, Kamkov interrupted him with a cry, "Kerensky! You think yourself a new Napoleon," another left social revolutionary shouted. "Kerensky!" Trotsky replied, "Kerensky obeyed the bourgeois classes, and I here am responsible to you, representatives of Russian workers and peasants. If you pass censure upon me and adopt a different decision, one with which I may or may not agree, then, as a soldier of the revolution, I shall submit to your decision and carry it out." He thus made it clear that he was acting in solidarity with a government of which he was a member rather than from fundamental disagreement with the opposition. But he also warned the opposition that at this stage the disruption of peace could only benefit either the Entente or the extreme German militarists who were not satisfied even with the Brest Diktat. Despite their bitter attacks on him, he still addressed the left social revolutionaries with mild persuasiveness, not accusing them yet of any responsibility for incitement to war. 105 When Spiridonova scolded him for his militarist, Bonapartist style, he replied half apologetically, "I myself, comrades, am by no means a lover of military style. I have been accustomed to use the publicist's language, which I prefer to any other style. But every sort of activity has its consequences, even stylistic ones. As the People's Commissar of War who has to stop hooligans shooting our representatives, I am not a publicist, and I cannot express myself in that lyrical tone in which Comrade Spiridonova has spoken here." By now Spiridonova, too, had abandoned the lyrical tone. The small, frail woman mounted the platform to accuse Lenin and Trotsky of treason and to threaten them. "I shall grasp in my hand the revolver and the bomb, as I once used to do," she exclaimed. This was advance notice of an insurrection which was only 2 days off. Sadul has left a graphic description of the scene and of the different ways in which Lenin and Trotsky reacted to the threat. Lenin rises. His strange, fawn-like face is, as always, calm and mocking. He has not ceased and will not cease to laugh under the insults, attacks, and direct threats showered upon him. In these tragic circumstances, when he knows what is at stake, his work, his idea, his life, this vast laughter, broad and sincere, which some find out of place, gives me the impression of extraordinary strength. Every now and then, a sharper affront just for a second manages to freeze this laughter, which is so insulting and exasperating to the adversary. By Lenin's side, Trotsky, too, tries to laugh. But anger, emotion, agitation change his laughter into a painful grimace. Then his animated, expressive face becomes extinguished, and disappears under a Mephistophelian, terrifying mask. He does not have the master's sovereign will, his cool head, his absolute self-control. Yet he is, less implacable. 106. It was, of course, easier for Lenin so self-confidently to face his opponents. He had all the time been firmly convinced that peace was the revolution's only salvation. The contortion of Trotsky's face reflected the conflict in his mind. These tumultuous debates were interrupted on July 6 by the assassination of Count Mirbach, the German ambassador. The assassins, 2 left social revolutionaries, high officials of the Chaikot, Blumkin, and Andreev, acted on Spiridonova's order, hoping to provoke war between Germany and Russia. 107 Immediately afterwards the left social revolutionaries staged their insurrection against the Bolsheviks. They succeeded in arresting Dzerzhinsky and other chiefs of the Chaikot, who had gone without any guard to the insurgents' headquarters, and they occupied the posts and telegraphs and announced to the country the overthrow of Lenin's government. But they had no leadership and no plan of action, and after 2 days of skirmishing they surrendered. On July 9 the Congress of the Soviets reassembled and Trotsky reported the suppression of the rising. He said that the government had been surprised by the attack. It had denuded the capital of the few reliable detachments it had possessed, sending them to fight against the Czechoslovak Legion in the east. For its own security the government had relied mainly on that same Red Guard, consisting of left social revolutionaries, which staged the rising. All that Trotsky could oppose to the insurgents was a Latvian rifle regiment commanded by Vatsidis, a former colonel of the General Staff, who was presently to become commander-in-chief of the Red Army, and a detachment of revolutionized Austro-Hungarian prisoners of war, led by Beleg Khan, the future founder of the Communist Party of Hungary. But the rising had an almost farcical character, from the military if not from the political viewpoint. The insurgents were a band of brave but undisciplined partisans. They failed to coordinate their attacks, and eventually they yielded more to Bolshevik persuasion than to force. Trotsky, who was just then disciplining the Red Guards and guerrillas into a centralized Red Army, used the rising as an object lesson demonstrating the correctness of his military policy. Even now he spoke of the insurgents half-pityingly, saying that he and others had defended them in the government as children who had run amok, but he added that there could be no room for such children. 108 The leaders of the rising were arrested, but they were amnestied a few months later. Only some of those who had abused positions of trust inside the Chaikot were executed. Thus, with Trotsky hurling back the stubborn echo of his own passionate protests against the peace, ended the great controversy over Brest-Litovsk. Chapter 12. Arming the Republic. WAR is an instrument of policy. It must necessarily bear its character. It must measure with its scale. The conduct of war, in its great features, is therefore policy itself, which takes up the sword in place of the pen, but does not on that account cease to think according to its own laws. This Clausewitzian phrase described war between nations, in which the identity of strategy and politics is often obscured and far from obvious. In civil war it is direct and undisguised. It is the laws of politics that dominate every phase, dictate to the belligerents 9/10 of their moves, and produce the final verdict on the battlefields. When in the middle of March 1918 Trotsky was appointed Commissar of War and President of the Supreme War Council, he did not even put down his pen to take up his sword. He used both. He undertook to conjure an army out of an apparent void. The armed forces of the old regime had vanished. On the Don and in the northern Caucasus a few pro-Bolshevik detachments of the old army still confronted the First White Guards. But they too were militarily so worthless that the government preferred to disband them rather than try to salvage them for the new army, so strong was its fear that the remnants of the old army might infect the new with anarchic vices. Thus the once gigantic military power was completely scrapped. All that survived of it and was still battle-worthy was a single division of Latvian riflemen, commanded by Colonel Vatsidis. Apart from this there were the workers' Red Guards and bands of partisans inspired by enthusiasm and sometimes not lacking self-discipline, but with little or no training or organization. Their numbers were far from impressive. In October 1917 the Red Guards of Petrograd had no more than 4,000 and those of Moscow no more than 3,000 fully trained and armed members. 1 Since October their numerical strength had not grown appreciably. From such slender beginnings sprang into being the Red Army which, after 2.5 years, had 5 million men under arms. Numbers alone give only a faint idea of the difficulties. The greatest obstacles were moral and political. When he set out to found the Red Army, Trotsky seemed to be burning all that he had worshipped and worshipping all that he had burned. The Bolsheviks had denounced militarism and encouraged the soldier to revolt against discipline and to see in the officer his enemy. They had done this not from enmity towards the army as such, but because they had seen in that army the tool of hostile interests. So overwhelmingly successful had their agitation been that it rebounded upon them. They were therefore compelled to break down the frame of mind which they themselves had built up before they could create the army which was a condition of their self-preservation. The popular mood was compounded of various strains: pacifist abhorrence of war, conviction that the revolution could rely on Red Guards and partisans and needed no regular army, and belief that it was the inalienable right of soldiers to elect their commanders and soldiers' committees. When Trotsky first came forward to say that soldiers' committees could not lead regiments into battle and that an army needed centralization and formal discipline, his words sounded like a profanation of a revolutionary taboo. Moreover, all the machinery of government had broken down so completely that the attempt to create a new army seemed hopelessly unreal. Trotsky took over his department from an ineffective collegium of 3 commissars: Podvoisky, Antonov Ovzhenko, and Dybenko. Since November he had nominally headed the All-Russian Collegium for the administration of the War Department affairs, but the Brest crisis had prevented him from giving much attention to this office. This collegium prepared the decree of January 15, 1918 about the creation of an army of volunteers. Like most laws and ordinances of this period, this too was a statement of principle, on which the government was as yet unable to act. There were no administrative agencies to recruit the men, to put them into barracks, to clothe and feed them. There were no officers and sergeants to train the recruits. Only in April, a month after he had assumed his new office, did Trotsky begin to form regional and local offices of his commissariat, i.e. recruiting centers, but still there was a gulf between decree and execution. All that had been achieved 5 months after the October insurrection was that in a few cities several hundred members of the Red Guards had begun to train for positions of command. The first pronouncements which Trotsky made in his new office contained the main elements of his military policy. Point 2 He appealed primarily to the members of the party and of the Soviets. Only with their support could he hope to carry out his task. He impressed upon them the need for the revolution to pass from its first, destructive, to its next, constructive, phase, and his text was, "Work, discipline, and order will save the Soviet Republic." It was in the military field that the transition had to be made first, for on it depended the revolution's survival. He did not opportunistically decry the first destructive phase, which, he said, had brought the great awakening of the personality in Russia. Therein lay the historical significance and greatness of the first phase of the revolution. But the awakened personality, reacting against its former suppression, revealed its self-centered and anti-social features. Yesterday the man of the mass was still a nobody, a slave of the Tsar, of the gentry, of the bureaucracy, an appendage to the machine, a beast of burden. Having freed himself, he is now most acutely aware of his own identity and begins to think of himself as of the center of the world. 3 It was the party's duty to inure the awakened personality to a new, conscious social discipline. For this the party itself must overcome its own anti-militarist bias. Too many of its members still viewed any army as an instrument of counter-revolution. It was not yet the immediate task to create a fully fledged army, it was rather to gather a nucleus for it. The government decreed universal obligatory military training, in principle, but only volunteers would be immediately drafted and trained. The party must also overcome the crude bias in favor of elected commanders and soldiers' committees, for these were not of the essence of revolutionary democracy. The democratic principle required that the government should be elected and controlled by the masses, not that the masses should arrogate its functions and deprive it of the powers of appointment. The Red Army must use the services of the former Tsarist officers. In matters of defense, courage, revolutionary enthusiasm, and readiness for sacrifice were not enough. As industry needs engineers, as farming needs qualified agronomists, so military specialists are indispensable to defense. For while those who had made the revolution were utterly reluctant to take orders from the generals and colonels of the old regime, the generals and colonels were not less reluctant to place their skill and experience at the disposal of the Bolsheviks. There were only a few exceptions. The first military man of stature who volunteered for service was General Bontbruvik, former commander of the Northern Front, who was won over by his brother, a well-known Bolshevik writer. Trotsky entrusted the general with organizing the general staff, a task which had been quite beyond the ensign Krylenko, the commander-in-chief appointed in the first days of the revolution. But very few officers followed Bontbruvik. Those who did so approached their task with all the mental habits of the regular soldier, accustomed to work within the rigid and well-ordered framework of a normal army and ill at ease in the climate of revolution. Rodek describes Trotsky's first conferences with these officers in April 1918. In the course of many days the officers put forward and discussed their ideas, while Trotsky listened in silence. All sorts of schemes for galvanizing the old army were advanced, and none took account of the recent psychological upheavals. Then Trotsky outlined his scheme for recruiting volunteers. The only answer he obtained was an embarrassed silence and a shrugging of shoulders. The officers attributed the collapse of the old army to lack of discipline, and they were sure that there would be no discipline in an army of volunteers. Trotsky's project struck them as the fancy of a revolutionary dilettante. 5. But in Trotsky's scheme of things politics dictated the military course of action. He had to enlist the enthusiasts of the revolution first, for only they would serve with complete self-discipline and could be counted upon later to impose discipline upon others. Even the drafting of volunteers was no easy matter. Adventurers and pot hunters flocked to the recruiting centers, and they had to be carefully eliminated. Only in the late summer of 1918 did Trotsky proceed to experiment with conscription. He called up a small number of industrial workers in Petrograd and Moscow. When the first 10,000 workers had been drafted, this was hailed as a feat. Gradually more were recruited, although, as conscription widened, the workers' reluctance to enroll began to show itself. But persuasion and appeals to class solidarity were, for the most part, effective. Only when the proletarian core of the army had been firmly established, did Trotsky begin to call up the peasants, first the poor and then the Seredniaks. These often deserted en masse, and their morale fluctuated violently with the ups and downs of the Civil War. 6. As armies were lost and raised periodically with the frequent and sudden contraction and expansion of Soviet-held territory, the process had to be repeated in various provinces at different times. Until very late in the Civil War, the Red Army had therefore little uniform outlook. Various stages in its organization constantly overlapped. Hardened and well-disciplined divisions fought side by side with units which were little better than a half-armed rabble. This increased the instability and nervousness peculiar to a revolutionary army, formed amid universal unsettlement. If, in spite of this, and in spite of a chronic shortage of munitions, uniforms, and boots, and also in spite of hunger and epidemics, the Red Army stood the test, this was due to the fact that it was set up in a number of concentric and gradually widening rings, each from a different social stratum and each representing a different degree of loyalty to the revolution. In every division and regiment the inner core of Bolsheviks carried with it the proletarian elements, and through them also the doubtful and shaky peasant mass. On April 22, 1918 Trotsky laid his scheme before the Central Executive of the Soviets. 7 When he came to his point about the employment of officers, the Mensheviks raised an outcry. Thus the Napoleons make their appearance. Dan exclaimed. Martov accused Trotsky of paving the way for a new Kornilov. These charges carried little conviction when they came from a party which had all but delivered the revolution to Kornilov. 8 More serious were the objections of the left social revolutionaries, to whom this was no mere debating point. But the most persistent and influential opposition arose within the Bolshevik party itself. This opposition was actuated by the most diverse motives. Most of the left communists, who had opposed the Peace of Brest, repudiated Trotsky's policy in the name of the revolution's libertarian spirit. They refused to countenance a centralized standing army, let alone one officered by Tsarist generals and colonels. Led by I.N. Smirnov, Bukharin, Pyatakov, and Bubnov, the left communists came out against Trotsky as frankly and bitterly as they had come out against Lenin in the controversy over Brest. They saw in their present opposition a continuation of their previous struggle. They refused to accept any compromise with forces of the old regime, whether in foreign or in domestic policy. The other element in the opposition was formed by men who belonged to the inner Bolshevik hierarchy. As a rule these men stood for centralized authority and strict discipline, and they viewed the left communists as irresponsible troublemakers. They were not fundamentally opposed to Trotsky's idea of the new army, but they viewed with suspicion his solicitations of the former officers' corps. They suspected, not quite without reason, that the officers would enlist in order to betray the Red Army from within, and some were jealous for newly acquired positions of power which they were now being asked to share in the army with erstwhile enemies. The jealousy and the suspicion were blended into a strong sentiment, which found expression in the Central Committee of the party. Even those Bolsheviks who agreed that the officers should be employed did so with strong mental reservations, and every now and then they gave vent to suppressed feeling. They opposed Trotsky's policy deviously, attacking it not in principle but in detail and execution. These two trends of opposition overlapped and formed an ambiguous alliance. They enlisted the support of the commissars and commanders of the Red Guards and partisan groups, ordinary workers, and non-commissioned officers, who had distinguished themselves in the first weeks of the upheaval, were surrounded by a halo of heroism, and bitterly resented subordination to Tsarist generals or any other military authority. Implied in the immediate issue was a wider question concerning the attitude of the new state towards the positive values of the pre-revolutionary civilization and towards the intelligentsia, which represented the sum total of the ideas, knowledge, and higher skills bequeathed by the old order. In the military field this question was most acute, but it was of vital significance to every aspect of Soviet life. Among Bolsheviks and ordinary workers there was an intense dislike of the professional men who had enjoyed freedom and privileges while the revolutionaries had spent their best years in banishment and prison. They were stunned when they were told that the revolution should restore the Tsar's flunkies and the bourgeois Philistines to respectability and influence. Yet this was what the revolution was beginning to do, because it could not wreak vengeance upon the intelligentsia without shattering the basis of its own future. Without its doctors, scientists, research workers, and technicians, of which it had none too many, and without its writers and artists, the nation would have sunk finally to the level of primitive barbarism, to which it was anyhow dangerously close. The disputes over the specialists were therefore implicitly a struggle over the level of civilization from which the building of socialism was to begin. Trotsky repeatedly posed the issue in this wider context, and not merely as a matter of military expediency. He argued that the cultural heritage of which the revolution had taken possession must be saved, cultivated, and developed, and as long as the revolution had to defend itself, military skill and knowledge must be considered as part of that heritage. His exhortations to this effect make up many pages in the volumes of his military writings, and they belong to the cultural as well as to the military history of the Soviet regime. The combination of the groups opposed to Trotsky's policy was all the more formidable as Lenin for a long time reserved judgment on the employment of the officers, although he himself most emphatically insisted on a considerate and tactful treatment of the civilian specialists. The military branch of the party, on whose cooperation so much depended, was firmly against Trotsky's policy. The conflict came into the open when Lashevik, the leader of that branch, a member of the Central Committee and Zinoviev's close friend, publicly boasted that the party would use the old generals only to squeeze them like lemons and then throw them away. Zinoviev spoke in the same manner, as if setting out to wound the officers' self-respect and to obstruct Trotsky's attempts to enlist them. 9a General Novotsky, who had of his own accord declared his readiness to serve under the Bolsheviks, wrote an open letter to Trotsky, in which he refused cooperation, saying that he had no desire to be squeezed and thrown away like a lemon. Trotsky countered this with an emphatic repudiation of the attacks on the officers, those former generals, he wrote, who work conscientiously in the present difficult conditions, deserve, even if they are of a conservative outlook, infinitely more respect from the working class than pseudo-socialists who engage in intrigue. 10. Trotsky was not merely anxious to reassure the officers. He was sincerely indignant about Zinoviev's and Lashevika's crude and offensive language. Even after the Civil War, when the need to employ the old officers was less pressing, he continued to demand that they should be treated with consideration. He held that they should be employed even after a new officers' corps had been raised up, because no civilized and rationally governed society can waste men of skill, knowledge, and merit. He also spoke from his own faith in the moral greatness of the revolution by which even men of conservative upbringing must be impressed, and he bitterly reproached with pusillanimity those Bolsheviks who thought that once a man had been a Tsarist officer he must forever remain insensitive to the appeal of socialism. He himself strove to impress upon the officers the moral grandeur of the revolution, obscured by its miseries. Some of his pleadings with the officers therefore belong among the most stirring apologias for the revolution. This, for instance, is a passage from an inaugural address he gave at the Military Academy in 1918. The address was devoted largely to the Academy's curriculum, but it also contained words the like of which had hardly ever resounded within the walls of a military academy. People unaccustomed to the revolution and its psychology, may, of course, view with some horror, that riotous, self-willed, and violent anarchy which appeared on the surface of revolutionary events. Yet in that riotous anarchy, even in its most negative manifestations, when the soldier, the slave of yesterday, all of a sudden found himself in a first-class railway carriage and tore off the velvet upholstery to make puttees for himself, even in such a destructive act there manifested itself the awakening of the personality. The ill-treated, downtrodden Russian peasant, accustomed to be slapped in the face and abused with the worst curses, all of a sudden found himself, perhaps for the first time in his life, in a first-class carriage, He saw the velvet upholstery. In his own boots he had stinking rags. He tore off the velvet, saying that he, too, had the right to something good. After 2 or 3 days, after a month, after a year, no, after a month, he has understood the ugliness of his behavior. But his awakened personality, the human personality, will remain alive in him forever. Our task is to adjust this personality to the community, to induce it to feel itself not a number, not a slave, as it had felt before, and not merely an Ivanov or a Petrov, but Ivanov the personality. Point 11. Supremely self-confident in his own intellectual power, Trotsky often castigated the generals he had enlisted for their attachment to routine, narrowness, and sometimes ignorance. For all his insistence on the need to employ the old officers, he showed the utmost vigor and initiative in educating former N.C.O.S. and ordinary workers into a new officers' corps. He appealed to the N.C.O.S. as the future unbreakable cadre of the officers' corps of the Soviet Republic, telling them that in the Russian Revolution as in the French, it was they who carried the marshals' batons in their knapsacks. Point 12. By the end of the Civil War, the Tsarist officers made up only 1/3 of the commanding staffs. 2/3 had been promoted from the ranks, and among those so promoted were many of the future marshals of the Second World War. But in 1918 more than 3/4 of the commanding and administrative staffs of the Red Army consisted of officers of the old regime, and in the highest commands the proportion was even greater. Point 13. Among the officers there were, of course, traitors and would-be traitors. Some waited for an opportunity to join the White Guards, others deployed their troops so as to expose them to loss and defeat, still others passed important secrets to enemy headquarters. Soon after he became Commissar of War, Trotsky appeared as chief witness in the trial of Admiral Shchastny, whom he charged with sabotage. The admiral was condemned to death on the strength of Trotsky's deposition. The trial was designed to implant in the mind of the nascent army the idea, taken for granted in any established army, that certain actions must be regarded and punished as treason, and it was meant to intimidate the officers who were in sympathy with the White Guards. In civil war any penalty milder than death rarely has a deterrent effect. The fear of prison does not deter the would-be traitor, because he hopes in any case for the victory of the other side, which will free him, honor him, and reward him, or he may hope at least for an amnesty after the end of the Civil War. Trotsky's orders of the day bristled with dire threats to the agents of the White Guards. But even the threat of capital punishment was no grave deterrent to officers in the fighting lines. Trotsky then ordered that a register of their families be kept so that the would-be traitor should know that if he went over to the enemy, his wife and children would stay behind as hostages. This was a cruel measure, and Trotsky employed all his dramatic eloquence to make the threat as awe-inspiring as possible. He justified it on the ground that without it the revolution would be defeated and the classes that stood for the revolution be exposed to the vengeance of the White Guards. Amid the panics, the intense suspicions, and the violent passions of civil war, there were many innocent victims, and all too often Trotsky had to remind his overzealous subordinates that the purpose of the terror was not to destroy potential enemies but to compel them to serve the revolutionary state. He placed the commissar by the officer's side. For this, as for many other institutions, precedents could be found in the French Revolution, and Kerensky had already appointed commissars with the army. But hitherto the commissars had been attached only to the highest commands, and their role had been vague. Trotsky placed them at every level of the military ladder, from company commander to commander-in-chief. He also tried clearly to define the duties and responsibilities of commander and commissar. The former was responsible for military training and the conduct of operations, the latter for the commander's loyal behavior and the morale of the troops. 14 No military order was valid unless it was signed by both. But no matter how clearly duties were assigned in theory, military authority was split. Rivalry and jealousy were inevitable. The officer resented the commissar's control. The commissar refused to reconcile himself to an arrangement which placed a colonel or a general under him politically and above him militarily. Trotsky tried to keep the balance between the two hierarchies. He sometimes appeared to the commissars as the protector of the officers and to the officers as the chief instigator of the commissars, and as he acted without regard for persons, he made many enemies. But he gained many devoted adherents among the officers, who were grateful to him for their rehabilitation, and also among the commissars, who held that the Red Army owed its political cohesion and power to his scheme. On the whole the system worked, though not without friction, and no alternative to it could be devised. Under the uncontrolled leadership of the former officers the Red Army would have collapsed politically. Under the command of Bolshevik dilettantes it would have been doomed on the battlefields. And nobody paid the effectiveness of this system a fuller, though reluctant, tribute than Denikin, its victim. The Soviet government may be proud of the artfulness with which it has enslaved the will and the brains of the Russian generals and officers and made of them its unwilling but obedient tool. 15. The task still to be accomplished was to centralize the Red Army and to establish single command. Trotsky went on to disband the Red Guards and the partisan detachments. The incorporation of partisan units proved unsatisfactory, because it infected the regular detachments with a guerrilla spirit. In the end Trotsky demanded the complete disbandment of partisan units and threatened with severe punishment commanders and commissars willing to incorporate such units. He insisted on the organization of the entire army into uniformly constituted divisions and regiments. This led to innumerable conflicts with guerrillas, especially with the anarchist partisan army led by Makhno. 16. But even in divisions which were led by Bolsheviks often only lip service was paid to centralization and uniform organization. To many a Bolshevik the enforcement of centralization was all the more odious when it entailed subordination to a Tsarist general. The left communists continued frankly to voice their opposition. A less open but all the more effective focus of the opposition was in the 10th Army, which, under Voroshilov's command, stood at Tsaritsyn, the future Stalingrad. In the middle of 1918 the Soviet Republic was still virtually without an army. If foreign intervention had developed then on its later scale, or if the White Guards had been ready, the position of the Soviets would have been desperate. But the course of events somehow favored the Bolsheviks. It imparted approximately the same rhythm and tempo to the efforts of both camps to gather and marshal their armed strength. Like the Red Army, the White Guards were only beginning to form. The German advance was confined to the southern fringe, and the troops of the Entente landed only at the remote outposts of Murmansk, Archangel, and Vladivostok. In central Russia the Bolsheviks consolidated their power in comparative safety. This circumstance accounted in part for the relatively slow progress they had so far made in the military field. It needed an imminent and mortal threat to speed up the process. That threat came suddenly from the Czechoslovak Legion, formed earlier in the war by prisoners of war eager to fight against Austro-Hungary. Under the Treaty of Brest the Soviet government was obliged to disarm the Legion. The disarming was carried out so reluctantly and perfunctorily that the Legion remained in possession of most of its arms. The British and the French at first proposed to evacuate the Legion from a Russian harbor, and to this the Soviet government agreed. Subsequently, however, the Entente failed to supply the ships and resolved to leave the Legion in Russia, where it might be used against either the Bolsheviks or the Germans, or against both. Trotsky guaranteed the Legion full security, and he offered its members the right to settle and work in Russia, if they so desired. While the Legion was aimlessly shifted across the Urals and Siberia, it was aroused by a rumor that the Bolsheviks were about to extradite it to the Germans. The Legion took up arms. In the military vacuum of Asian Russia, it rapidly occupied a vast area, overthrew the Soviets and made common cause with Kolchak's White Guards. 17. When the Czechs seized Samara on the Volga, Trotsky ordered the first compulsory call-up of workers. From Moscow he hastily dispatched the conscripts against the Czechs. Most of them had had almost no preliminary training and were armed only. En route. During the Czech advance the left social revolutionaries rose against the Bolsheviks. The latter, we know, had at their disposal in Moscow only the Lettish troops commanded by Vatsitis and a detachment of revolutionized prisoners of war under Belokhin. After the suppression of the rising in Moscow, the Lettish troops, too, were sent to fight the Czechs. The situation on the Volga was aggravated by the alleged treason of Muraviv, the colonel who had defeated Kerensky's attempt to recapture Petrograd, who had then distinguished himself fighting in the south and who had been appointed commander of the Eastern Front. Muraviv was, or claimed to be, in sympathy with the left social revolutionaries, and the Bolsheviks accused him of collusion with the Czechs and Kolchak. According to one version, he committed suicide after he had been unmasked. According to another, he was executed. In the meantime the Czechs seized Ufa, Simbirsk, and Ekaterinburg. In Ekaterinburg the Bolsheviks had kept in internment the Tsar and his family, They had intended to let a revolutionary tribunal try the Tsar, as Charles I and Louis XVI had been tried, and Trotsky had chosen for himself the role of the Tsar's chief prosecutor. But the advance of the Czechs and of Kolchak had so surprised the Bolsheviks on the spot that, so they claimed, they had no time to arrange for the safe evacuation of the Tsar and his family. They feared that the Tsar might be rescued by the Whites and rally all the forces of the counter-revolution, hitherto divided because of the lack of any unifying authority. Remembering perhaps Marat's dictum, woe to the revolution which has not enough courage to behead the symbol of the ancien regime. The Bolsheviks, before their hasty withdrawal, executed the Tsar and his whole family. The official Bolshevik version claims that the execution was decided upon by the local Bolsheviks but approved after the event by Moscow. There are reasons to doubt the veracity of this version. It seems that the local Bolsheviks first asked the Politburo for a decision, that Trotsky still counseled evacuation so that the Tsar might be placed in a dock, but that the Politburo refused to take any risk and ordered the execution. Thus the world was deprived of the spectacle of a most dramatic trial, in which Trotsky and the Tsar would have faced each other. The advance of the Czechs and of the White Guards continued. On August 6 the Red Army withdrew in panicky haste from Kazan, the last important town on the eastern bank of the Upper Volga. If the Czechs succeeded in crossing the river at this point, they could surge across the open plain towards Moscow, and they would have found no obstacle in their way. The Central Executive of the Soviets declared the Republic in danger. Trotsky ordered the first compulsory call-up of commissioned and non-commissioned officers, and stern measures against easygoing or privilege-seeking communists in the army. 18 2 days after the fall of Kazan, he himself left for the front in a train which was to serve as his abode and mobile headquarters during 2.5 years. In an order of the day issued before his departure, he wrote, "Leaving for the Czechoslovak front, I send my greetings to all those who honestly and bravely defend the freedom and independence of the working class. Honor and glory to the valiant fighters. At the same time I am issuing this warning, no quarter will be given to the enemies of the people, the agents of foreign imperialism, the mercenaries of the bourgeoisie." In the train of the People's Commissar for War, where this order is being written, a military revolutionary tribunal is in session, has unlimited powers within the zone of this railway line. A state of siege is proclaimed over this zone. Comrade Kamenchikov, whom I have charged with the defense of the Moscow-Kazan line, has ordered concentration camps to be set up at Murom, Arzamas, and Sviask. I am warning responsible Soviet officials in all regions of military operation that we shall be doubly exacting towards them. The Soviet Republic will punish its sluggish and criminal servants no less severely than its enemies. The Republic is in peril. Woe to those who directly or indirectly aggravate the peril. 19. Trotsky arrived at Sviask, a little town on the western bank of the Volga, opposite Kazan. This was the most advanced position of the Reds, after their retreat across the river. He found the front in a state of virtual collapse, mass desertion from the ranks, prostration among commanders and commissars. From his train, which stood within the reach of enemy fire, he descended into panic-stricken crowds of soldiers, poured out on them torrents of passionate eloquence, rallied them and, on occasion, personally led them back to the fighting line. At an especially critical moment, his own escort joined in the battle, leaving him almost alone on his train. The local commissars proposed that he should move to a safer place on a steamboat on the Volga, but fearing the effect this might have on the troops, he refused. On a ramshackle torpedo boat he went with sailors of Kronstadt, who had brought over a tiny flotilla to the Volga, on an adventurous night raid to Kazan. Most of the flotilla was destroyed, but it managed to silence the enemy batteries on the banks of the river, and Trotsky returned safely to his base. The forces engaged in this fighting were extremely small. 20 As at the opening of every civil war, so here the fortunes of a great revolution swayed on minute scales. In a battle of this sort the leader is constantly before the eyes of the men. His faith, his presence of mind, and his courage may work wonders. He has to establish his military authority also by personal example, which the leader of a normal army is rarely expected to give. In such a battle, on the other hand, the local commanders are constantly before his eyes, and the reputation which they gain on the spot helps them to undreamed of promotion and fame. From Sviask dated Trotsky's friendship for Vatsitas, whom he presently promoted to commander-in-chief of the Red Army. There, too, the young Trotsky caught his eye. There the ties of comradeship with Raskolnikov, the commander of the Kronstadt sailors, and with the commissars I.N. Smirnov and Arkady Rosengolds grew close. At Sviazk he also conceived a high regard for V. Meslok's organizing ability, and throughout the Civil War he promoted Meslok, who later became his enemy and vice premier under Stalin. These men, the veterans of the Fifth Army, remained close to Trotsky during the Civil War, and they formed something like a counterpart to the Tsaritsyn group, whom Stalin befriended. Lavish in praise for those who distinguished themselves by courage and talent, Trotsky dealt implacably with those who failed in their duties. He brought before a court-martial the commander and the commissar of a regiment. The commissar's name was Panteleiev, who at the height of the battle had taken themselves and their men away from the front line. Both the commander and the commissar were shot. The soldiers of the Red Army, Trotsky commented on the event, are neither cowards nor scoundrels. They want to fight for the freedom of the working class. If they retreat or fight poorly, commanders and commissars are guilty. I issue this warning: if any detachment retreats without orders, the first to be shot will be the commissar, the next the commander. Cowards, scoundrels, and traitors will not escape the bullet. For this I vouch before the whole Red Army. 21. Trotsky's unpublished correspondence with Lenin shows what meticulous attention he gave to the details of battle. In one message he insistently demands reinforcements, in another he asks that disciplined communists ready to die be sent to the Volga. Lightweight agitators are not needed here. In still another message he asks for a supply of pistols and for a good military band. Eager to appeal to the soldiers' imagination and pride, he asked that the popular satirical poet Demian Bedny be sent to the front and that the government should establish medals for bravery. The shyness which, after the abolition of all medals, the Bolsheviks felt about this last proposal can be guessed from the fact that Trotsky repeated it 3 times with increasing impatience. The correspondence also reveals a curious instance of Trotsky's ruthlessness. On August 17 Lenin communicated to him that the Red Cross, supported by the French and American consuls, asked for permission to transport food from Nizhny Novgorod, which was held by the Bolsheviks, to Samara, which was occupied by the Whites. Lenin saw no objection to the expedition. But Trotsky refused to allow the Red Cross to move across the fighting lines. Fools and charlatans, he answered Lenin, would start talking about the possibility of conciliation with the Whites. He did not, he added, wish the Red Cross to witness the bombardment of the bourgeois quarters of Kazan. Before the bombardment, however, he issued a public warning to the working people of Kazan: our artillerymen will do their utmost to avoid damaging the dwellings and living quarters of the poor. But in a savage battle accidents may occur. We warn you about the imminent danger. Remove your children from the town, seek refuge on Soviet territory. We offer fraternal hospitality to all toiling and needy people. 22. On September 10 the Reds stormed and seized Kazan. 2 days later Trotsky captured Simbirsk and announced this in a laconic message to Trotsky: order carried out. Simbirsk taken. At the beginning of October the whole of the Volga region was again under Soviet rule. This victory had an electrifying effect, especially because it coincided with a grave political crisis. In Moscow, a social revolutionary, F. Kaplan, had just made an attempt on Lenin's life. Another social revolutionary assassinated Yursky in Petrograd. In retaliation, the Bolsheviks proclaimed the Red Terror and ordered the shooting of hostages. During these events Trotsky was recalled to Moscow. He found Lenin recovering from his wound, and, having reassured Lenin and the executive of the Soviets about the prospects of the campaign, he returned to the front. About the same time the Right Social Revolutionaries tried to reassemble the dispersed Constituent Assembly and to form a rival government at Samara, under the protection of the Czechs and Kolchak. The Social Revolutionaries wielded considerable influence among the Volga peasants, and even a mere symbolic revival of the Constituent Assembly threatened to embarrass the Bolsheviks. By recapturing the Volga region, the Red Army eliminated this threat. The movement for the Constituent, cut off from its peasant following, was reduced to impotence. The Social Revolutionaries found themselves at the mercy of Kolchak, who presently proclaimed himself dictator, dispersed the Rump Assembly, executed some of its leaders, and compelled others to seek refuge in Soviet territory. Thus the adherents of the assembly were crushed between the millstones of the Soviets and the White Guards. 23. Finally, the victory on the Volga gave a powerful stimulus to the growth of the Red Army. Peril had shaken the Soviets from complacent indolence. Victory gave them confidence in their own strength. The work of preliminary organization carried on in the Commissariat of War began to yield results. Commanding staffs had been set up, recruiting centers were functioning, a rough framework for an army was ready. At the end of September, Trotsky returned to Moscow and reorganized the Supreme War Council into the Revolutionary War Council of the Republic. The body had to decide on matters of military policy. 24. Under it were the Revolutionary War Councils of 14 armies, each council consisting of the commander of the army and 2 or 3 commissars. Trotsky himself presided over the War Council of the Republic. His deputy, who managed the council's day-to-day work while Trotsky was inspecting the fronts, was E.M. Sklyansky. Trotsky himself paid generous tribute to the talents, energy, and industry of his deputy, describing him as the Carnot of the Russian Revolution. The histories of the Civil War written during the Stalin era hardly ever mention Sklyansky, even though he had not been involved in the struggle between Trotsky and Stalin and died in 1925. But Lenin's published correspondence and, even more, the unpublished records leave no doubt about Sklyansky's crucial role in the conduct of military affairs. His was one of the extraordinary careers of the time. As a young graduate of the medical faculty of Kiev, he had been drafted before the revolution into the army as a doctor and soon became prominent in the clandestine military organization of the Bolsheviks. Trotsky met him only in the autumn of 1917, and he was so impressed by Sklyansky's great creative elan, combined with concentrated attention to detail, that he appointed him as his deputy. 25. The other members of the council were Vatsidis, who had just been appointed commander-in-chief, I.N. Smirnov and A. Rosengolds, the commissars who had served with Vatsidis on the Volga, Raskolnikov who commanded the Red Flotilla at Kazan, and Muralov and Urnev. Thus the victors of Kazan were now placed at the head of military affairs. With their help, Trotsky set out to overhaul and centralize the southern front. It was in the south that the White Guards now had their main strongholds. The strongest Bolshevik force in the south was Voroshilov's 10th Army. But Voroshilov was refusing to overhaul his troops according to Trotsky's uniform pattern. The conflict had been brewing for some time. Stalin had spent most of the summer at Voroshilov's headquarters at Tsaritsyn and had lent his support to Voroshilov. Somewhat later, in September, Stalin acted as chief political commissar to the whole southern front, and there was constant friction between the front and headquarters in Moscow. Trotsky was resolved to put an end to this. At the beginning of October, he appointed Sidin, a general of the old army, as commander of the southern front, and he demanded subordination from Voroshilov. He also appointed a new Revolutionary War Council for the southern front, on which Shlyapnikov, a prominent Bolshevik, replaced Stalin as chief commissar. Trotsky accompanied these appointments by a threat: commanders and commissars who dare to infringe on rules of discipline will, regardless of past merit, be immediately committed to trial before the Revolutionary Military Tribunal of the Southern Front. 26. At the same time, Trotsky proposed the appointment of Stalin to the War Council of the Republic, hoping either to appease him or to tie his hands. Stalin had already repeatedly protested to Lenin against Trotsky's handling of the Southern Front. Stalin returned to Moscow, and a superficial reconciliation between the adversaries took place. But Voroshilov, confident in Stalin's protection, continued to defy higher authority and ignored the orders of the new commander. Soon afterwards Stalin returned to Tsaritsyn. But as the conflict was getting worse, Lenin diplomatically recalled him to Moscow, and Trotsky set out to inspect the front. The story of Trotsky's visit to Tsaritsyn has been described many times by Trotsky himself and others. He threatened to court-martial Voroshilov. In a public order of the day, he castigated his command for putting its own ambitions above the interests of the entire front. 27. Confronted with the threat, Voroshilov promised obedience, and Trotsky took no further action, except that he placed a man whom he trusted, Okulov, in the command of the 10th Army in order to keep Voroshilov in check. 28. He gave further publicity to the conflict when, on the first anniversary of the revolution, he reported on the military situation to a Congress of Soviets and spared no black paint in depicting the condition of the 10th Army. The DEUTSCHER group did not forgive Trotsky this humiliation. 29. Trotsky spent the rest of the autumn and the beginning of the winter at the Southern Front. In the meantime, his opponents in Moscow, especially Stalin and Zinoviev, worked against him and tried, not without some success, to influence Lenin. Trotsky later recounted that, while he was at the front, Menzinsky, the future chief of the GPU, warned him about the intrigue. Menzinsky said that Stalin tried to persuade Lenin that Trotsky was gathering around him elements hostile to Lenin. Trotsky frankly put the question to Lenin, and he relates that Lenin, embarrassed, did not deny the fact of the intrigue, but assured Trotsky of his complete confidence in Trotsky's loyalty. All the same, Lenin refused to become involved in the quarrel and exerted himself to compose it. Some time later he suggested that Okulov, the man whom Trotsky had left at Tsaritsyn to keep an eye on Voroshilov, should be recalled. Trotsky refused and this time brought matters to a head. He asked that Voroshilov be deposed from his command and transferred to the Ukraine, and that new commissars should be appointed to the 10th Army. Lenin yielded, and Voroshilov had to go. The Tsaritsyn group sought to revenge itself. It whispered that Trotsky was the friend of Tsarist generals and the persecutor of Bolsheviks in the army. The accusation found its way into the columns of Pravda, which was under Bukharin's editorship. On December 25, 1918, Pravda published a scathing attack on Trotsky by a member of Voroshilov's staff. 30 This coincided with a new attempt of the left communists to achieve a revision of military policy. Having failed in their opposition to the employment of officers, the left communists shifted their ground and demanded that the commissars should hold all commanding posts and that the officers should serve under them as mere consultants. The whispering campaign against Trotsky became even deadlier. It was said that he delivered communists and commissars to the firing squad. The accusation was brought before the Politburo and the Central Committee by Smilgat and Lashevik, two members of the committee, who held important political posts in the army. The cases of the Commissar Panteleiev, who had been court-martialed and shot at Sviask, and of two other commissars, Zalutsky and Bakov, who were said to have narrowly escaped execution, were brought to the notice of the Central Committee. Trotsky replied to these charges in a confidential letter to the committee. 31 He made no apology for the shooting of Panteleiev, who had been court-martialed for plain desertion, but he added that as far as he knew this was the only case of the sort which had occurred. More recently there was a misunderstanding in connection with his order that the commissars should keep a register of officers' families in order that officers should know that if they committed treason their relatives might be victimized. On one occasion several officers went over to the White Guards, and it turned out that the commissars had not bothered to keep a register of their families. Trotsky then wrote that communists guilty of such neglect deserved to be shot. Smilgat and Lashevik apparently thought that it was at them that Trotsky had aimed his threat. Trotsky explained that this was preposterous. Smilgat and Lashevik knew that he valued them as the best commissars in the army. He had uttered the threat as a general remark, aimed at nobody in particular. On internal evidence, Trotsky's explanation seems to be true. His opponents did not support their charges by any specific instances, except the case of Panteleiev. Nevertheless, Trotsky's orders were full of such blood-curdling threats, and although he may have uttered them merely to discipline his subordinates, they blotted his reputation, and the charges connected with them were leveled against him by Stalin's followers long after the Civil War. Trotsky asked the Central Committee to define its attitude towards his military policy and to remonstrate with Pravda for having printed the accusation without prior investigation. He himself replied in Pravda with an attack on conceited, semi-educated party quacks, who spread distrust and hostility towards the officers. The general public knows almost every case of treason, but even in narrower party circles all too little is known about those professional officers who have honestly and willingly given their lives for the cause of the Russia of workers and peasants. 32 The public should, of course, be informed about the instances of treason, but it should also know how often entire regiments perished because they were commanded by amateurs incapable of understanding an order or reading a map. He firmly rejected the new proposals that the officers should be mere consultants to the commissars. The idea was militarily worthless, and it was calculated to satisfy vindictive cravings. The purpose of the Red Terror was not to exterminate or to degrade the intelligentsia, but at the most to intimidate it and so to induce it to serve the workers' state. He took up this subject in a letter to a friend, which appeared in Voeno dello. In February 1919.33 the letter reveals the bitterness of the controversy. He wrote with scorn about the new Soviet bureaucrat, trembling over his job, who looked with envy and hatred at anybody superior to him in education or skill. Unwilling to learn, he would never see the cause of his failings in himself, but was always on the lookout for a scapegoat, and always ready to cry treason. Conservative, sluggish, and resenting any reminder that he ought to learn, this bureaucrat was already a baleful ballast in the new state. This is the genuine menace to the cause of communist revolution. These are the genuine accomplices of counter-revolution, even though they are not guilty of any conspiracy. The revolution would be an absurdity if its only result were to be that a few thousand workers should get government jobs and become rulers. Our revolution will fully justify itself only when every toiling man and woman feels that his or her life has become easier, freer, cleaner, and more dignified. This has not yet been achieved. A difficult road lies between us and this our essential and only goal. 33. This in a nutshell is the leitmotif of Trotsky's later struggle against Stalin, and it first appears as early as 1 year after the October insurrection. In November 1918 the Austro-Hungarian and German empires crumbled under the impact of defeat and revolution. The Treaty of Brest was annulled. The armies of the Central Powers withdrew from Russia and the Ukraine, leaving a military vacuum. Into this vacuum Trotsky was anxious to move the Red Army. But the bulk of the army was tied down by Kalkak in the Urals and by Denikin and Krasnov in southern Russia and on the Don. On the western and southwestern fronts the situation was much the same as it had been on other fronts shortly after the revolution. The Bolsheviks there could rely only on Red Guards and partisan units. Even these were desperately short of ammunition, their guns rusted because lubricants could not be obtained, and their horses died for lack of fodder. The railways carried military transport at only a mile an hour. The rigors of the Bolshevik rural policy, the requisitioning of food adversely affected the temper of the troops. 34. In such circumstances Lenin was not very anxious to press on with the occupation of the Ukraine. He attached more importance to clearing the Don and the northern Caucasus of anti-Bolshevik forces. Trotsky was inclined to give priority to the occupation of the Ukraine. He expected Allied expeditionary forces to land on the coast of the Black Sea, and, by bringing the Ukraine under Soviet control, he wanted to keep them as far from Moscow as possible. In the meantime, Kalkak's guards had struck once again and seized Ufa and Perm. Fearing that Kalkak, Denikin, and Krasnov might effect a juncture on the Volga, Lenin warned Trotsky not to allow himself to be carried away by his Ukrainian plans at the expense of other fronts. Soon, however, Kalkak's advance was stopped, and the danger which was uppermost in Lenin's mind did not arise. On the other hand, the French landed at Odessa and Nikolov, as Trotsky had feared. The Bolshevik guerrillas in the Ukraine proved, after all, strong enough to defeat Petlura, to seize Kharkov, and to carry the revolution into most of the country. But in the meantime Denikin was gathering strength in the steppe of the northern Caucasus. With the beginning of the winter a lull set in the fighting, and for a moment it seemed that the lull might end in a formal armistice. The French intervention was collapsing. Stirred by Bolshevik agitation, the French garrison of Odessa revolted, and some time afterwards the whole French expeditionary force was withdrawn from Russia, to the disappointment of the White Guards. But Clemenceau and Foch did not give up the policy of intervention. In opposition to them, President Wilson proposed an armistice between the warring Russian parties and governments and a conference on Prinkipo Island. The Soviet government accepted the proposal. On January 24, 1919 Lenin cabled Trotsky, "I am sorry but you will have to go to Wilson." 35 He urged Trotsky to seize a few more cities so as to strengthen his bargaining position at the Prinkipo conference, which indicates that he seriously contemplated the armistice. Trotsky agreed to speed up military operations, but refused the diplomatic assignment, perhaps because of the still fresh and bitter aftertaste of Brest, and he proposed that Chicherin and Rakovsky be sent. The incident had no sequel. The chiefs of the White Guards, encouraged by the French, refused to meet the Bolsheviks, and so President Wilson's attempt at mediation foundered. The new campaigning season was approaching, but even now, a year after Trotsky had become Commissar of War, his military policy had not yet received the party's blessing. He carried it out as if on his own responsibility. His opponents feverishly prepared to challenge his policy at the forthcoming 8th Congress of the party, convened for March. Lenin stood at least as firmly as Trotsky for centralization and strict discipline, but he had not yet made up his mind on the employment of officers. Treason occurred all too frequently, and the opposition made the most of it. Shortly before the Congress, Lenin suggested to Trotsky the wholesale dismissal of the officers and the appointment of Lashevik, who had been a sergeant in the Tsarist army, as commander-in-chief. He was intensely surprised when Trotsky told him that more than 30,000 officers were already serving with the Red Army. Only now did Lenin realize the magnitude of the problem and admit that, in comparison with the number of the officers employed, the instances of treason were few. He agreed at last that it was impossible to dismiss the officers, and he publicly spoke with admiration of the originality with which Trotsky was building communism with the bricks left over from the destroyed edifice of the old order. 36. Assured of Lenin's support, Trotsky confidently looked forward to the debate. The opposition marshaled its adherents in the army and brought to the Congress as many of them as could be elected. However, before the Congress opened, Kolchak launched a new full-scale offensive. Once again the Eastern Front was convulsed. It seemed preposterous that at such a moment the head of the War Department should waste time defending his policy in prolonged debate, and that hosts of commissars should leave the fighting line to attend the Congress. The Central Committee therefore decided that Trotsky should at once leave for the Eastern Front and that the military delegates should return to the front. The opposition protested, saying that Trotsky was using the emergency to silence its adherents and to evade a critical scrutiny of his policy. The Central Committee then reversed its decision and allowed the military delegates of the opposition to stay in Moscow. But Trotsky himself and his adherents from the army immediately departed for the front. He left behind theses explaining the main aspects of his policy, and on his behalf Sokhonikov presented these to the Congress. The main debate on military affairs took place in secret sessions of the military section of the Congress. The records are not available, but the broad lines of the debate and its outcome are clear from the papers of the Politburo and from messages exchanged between Trotsky, Zinoviev, and Stalin. 37 The left communists and Voroshilov subjected Trotsky to severe criticism, and even the charges about his shooting of commissars were brought up again. Lenin made a strong plea in defense of Trotsky and left to attend to other business. The debate was then conducted by Zinoviev and Stalin. The defeat of the opposition was a foregone conclusion after Lenin's intervention. Both Zinoviev and Stalin were careful to give the impression that their views were identical with Lenin's, but they supported Trotsky's policy rather half-heartedly, and they made a few minor concessions to the opposition which were just enough to sully Trotsky's triumph. The opposition mustered about one-third of the votes, and it may be that the concessions helped to reduce its strength, as Zinoviev later reported to the Politburo. In a public vote the Congress fully approved Trotsky's activity and adopted his theses. But the approval was qualified by an instruction, passed in secret by the military section, which demanded that Trotsky pay more attention to communist opinion in the army, hold regular monthly meetings with the important commissars, and so on. Thus, while the general public learned that the party had fully endorsed Trotsky's policy, his opponents in the Bolshevik hierarchy had the satisfaction that not all the charges against him had been unequivocally dismissed. Something of the accusation that he was the enemy of the party man in uniform had indeed stuck to Trotsky. 38. Trotsky first learned that the Congress had fully approved his policy from a telegram, signed by Stalin, which reached him at the front on 22 or 23 of March. Soon afterwards he received a message from the Central Committee, written by Zinoviev, who informed him about the concessions made to the opposition and urged him to treat this as a warning. Trotsky refused to accept the warning. He replied in writing that he could not recall commissars from the front every month to hold conferences with them. The warning was in any case dictated by a shameful, crude, plebeian bias, which permeated all of Voroshilov's attacks. He reproached himself for having treated Voroshilov too leniently, for every discontent in the army is armed discontent. Even in the civilian Bolshevik organization, he wrote, the margin of permissible controversy was narrow, from the moment when the party had passed from debate to action. The margin must be even narrower in the army, he must exact formal discipline. With much warmth he then recounted some of his conflicts with commanders and commissars, whom he had had to arrest and punished for breaches of discipline, but who, he hoped, would realize the need for this and would face him without bitterness in the future. Finally, he demanded a formal inquiry into the charges about the shooting of Commissars. 39 He implied that Lenin and Zinoviev were not fully aware of the appalling conditions at the front. The attitude of the opposition resulted from weariness and strained nerves, and he was afraid that the party leadership, too, might succumb to this mood. For the moment the matter was closed. The left communists, defeated at the Congress, could not repeat their challenge. Their resentment still simmered, but in the subsequent crises of the Civil War the need for discipline, centralization, and expert military leadership was generally accepted as a matter of course. However, the opposition in the party hierarchy, led by Stalin and Zinoviev, was as strong as ever. It merely shifted its ground from the issues hitherto debated to strategy and operational plans. The strategy of the Civil War was determined by the fact that the Red Army fought on fronts with a circumference of more than 5,000 miles. Even a numerous, well-equipped, and superbly trained army could not hold all these fronts simultaneously. The war consisted of a series of deep thrusts by the White Guards, now from this and now from that part of the outer fringe into the interior, and of corresponding, even deeper, Red counter-thrusts. After the defeat of the Czech Legion, 3 major campaigns formed the climaxes of the Civil War. In 1919, Kolchak's offensive, undertaken from Siberian bases, towards the Volga and Moscow. In the spring, Denikin's advance from the south, also aiming at Moscow, in the summer, and Yudenika's attempt to capture Petrograd, in the autumn. Had all these offensives converged simultaneously on the centers of Soviet power, the counter-revolution might have won. But the White Guards operated on external lines, and they were separated from each other by thousands of miles. Each White Army grew up independently and at a different pace, and the commander of each was eager to win laurels exclusively for himself. The Red Army, on the contrary, benefited from operating on internal lines. It shifted its strength from one front to another to secure local superiority. Its operations were eventually planned and its resources controlled from a single center. But it was natural that the fixing of strategic priorities should give rise to friction and controversy, especially as almost every decision involved a choice between political as well as strategic alternatives. In March and April Kolchak's troops once again advanced on a broad front towards the Volga and renewed the threat to Moscow so narrowly averted in the previous summer. The Red Army in the east was depleted, its best troops had been sent against Denikin in the south. Trotsky spent 2 months on the eastern front, during which he stiffened the retreating army and prepared the counter-thrust. This time he could view the prospects with greater confidence than during the campaign against the Czechs. He already had more than 500,000 men under arms, and as the trade unions called up 50% of their members, the army's establishment rose to 1.5 million men before the close of this campaign. 40 Towards the end of April the commander of the Eastern Front, S. Kamenyak, a former colonel of the Tsarist General Staff, carried out a bold outflanking maneuver against Kolchak's southern flank and struck at the overextended lines. Soon the white troops began to fall back in disorder towards the Urals. At this point a controversy ensued between Vatsidis, the commander-in-chief, and Kamenyak, the commander of the front. The latter was eager to exploit his victory and to pursue Kolchak into Siberia. He was confident that he could inflict a final defeat on Kolchak even though with only a part of his forces, which were again to be depleted in order to strengthen the southern front. Vatsidis, however, vetoed Kamenyak's plan. He supposed that Kolchak had strong reserves in Siberia, and, considering the risk of a deep pursuit to be too great, he ordered Kamenyak to stop at the Urals. Trotsky backed the commander-in-chief. He, too, feared that the eastern armies might march into a trap set for them by Kolchak. 41 At the moment Trotsky was also more eager to clear European Russia of the White Guards than to extend Soviet rule to Siberia. New commitments also appeared. Hungary and Bavaria had just been proclaimed Soviet republics, and Lenin urged the Red Army to establish liaison with Soviet Hungary, even though Polish troops in eastern Galicia barred access to Hungary. 42 For all these reasons Trotsky was anxious to reduce the commitments on the eastern front. As Kamenyak would not give up his plan to pursue Kolchak, Trotsky removed him from the command. But now the commissars of the Eastern Front, Lashevik, Smilga, and Gusev, declared their solidarity with the removed commander and asked that he should be reinstated and given a free hand. The commissars had Stalin's ear, then Lenin's, and they achieved a reversal of Trotsky's and Vasidis's decision. Kamina pressed the pursuit beyond the Urals and presently crushed Kolchak, who, it turned out, had no strategic reserve in Siberia. Thus Trotsky's opponents scored a notable advantage. Trotsky had in the meantime gone to the southern front, and there he spent most of the summer. Just as Kolchak's retreat was beginning, Denikin had advanced into the Ukraine, meeting only negligible resistance. The Ukraine, having only recently and superficially come under Soviet control, had no regular army. Red Guards and partisan bands roamed the country, looting and spreading anarchy. Makhno's anarchist detachments held part of the country under their sway. The left communists, defeated in Russia, had found refuge on the Ukrainian front which, being in an early phase of revolutionary ferment, was congenial ground to them. Trotsky himself had placed Antonov Ovzhenko, Podvoisky, and Bubnov in charge of military affairs in the Ukraine, but Bubnov was one of the leaders of the left communists and Antonov Ovzhenko was also inclined to give free rein to Red Guards and partisans. At first Trotsky proposed firm action, and suggested to Moscow that the three commissars be removed from the Ukraine and replaced by convinced disciplinarians. He even complained about the softness of his friend Rakovsky, who headed the Soviet Ukrainian government, and he asked that either Kamina or Voroshilov should be appointed commander of the Ukrainian front, with a categorical assignment to subdue the guerrillas. 43. From Moscow no reply came at first. The longer Trotsky stayed in the Ukraine, however, the more he felt himself overwhelmed by the prevalent chaos. He came to think that the military disorder could not be overcome before the economic and political condition of the country had become more normal. He could not, he reported to Moscow, centralize and discipline troops whom he was unable to feed, clothe, and arm. Neither agitation nor repression can make battle worthy a barefoot, naked, hungry, lice-ridden army. 44. He asked for supplies from Russia, but in vain. In addition, the Ukrainian peasantry showed utter hostility towards the Soviets, and the Bolshevik leaders on the spot were half resigned to defeat. The reshuffling of commanders he himself had proposed could not remedy these conditions. In the meantime Lenin began to urge him with increasing impatience to carry out the proposed change in the Ukrainian command. At the beginning of July Trotsky returned to Moscow. This was the lowest point in his fortunes during the Civil War. He admitted that he had misjudged the position on the Eastern Front when he opposed the pursuit of Kolchak. Now he had to answer strictures on his management of the Ukrainian front. In addition, the commander-in-chief whom he had promoted and backed had become the victim of scathing attacks. Stalin pressed for Vasidis's dismissal and even charged him with treason. He proposed that Kamina, the victor over Kolchak, whom Trotsky had so recently demoted, should be appointed commander-in-chief. Stalin himself, incidentally, had just successfully directed the defense of Petrograd against Yudenik, and he walked in the fresh glory of that victory. On July 3 the Central Committee resolved to act on Stalin's advice. Vasidis was dismissed with honors, and Kamina was appointed commander-in-chief. Trotsky resisted the change and sulked, but Kamina's success on the Eastern Front, as he himself wrote later, bribed Lenin and broke down my resistance. 45 This reverse was bitter enough, but yet another followed. The Central Committee also decided to overhaul the Revolutionary War Council of the Republic. Trotsky was to remain its chairman, but his friends were removed, and their places were taken by Smilga and Gusev, the commissars who had defended the new commander-in-chief against Trotsky and whose candidatures Stalin favored. The double reproof was so hurtful to Trotsky that he resigned on the spot from the Politburo, the Commissariat of War, and the Council of War. But the Politburo could not permit the conflict to come into the open. No matter with what Trotsky may have been taunted in the inner councils of the Kremlin, to the country he remained the leader of the October insurrection, the founder of the army, the artisan of its victories. His resignation in the middle of a new emergency would have dismayed the army and the party. And Lenin, at any rate, was genuinely anxious that his government should not forfeit Trotsky's services. On Lenin's proposal, the Politburo rejected Trotsky's resignation, and it adopted unanimously a resolution solemnly assuring Trotsky of its deep respect and complete confidence and urging him to continue his extremely difficult, dangerous, and important work on the Southern Front. It was also on this occasion that Lenin, obviously perturbed by the incident, handed to Trotsky as a token of his confidence an endorsement in blank of any order which Trotsky might issue. 46 On these terms Trotsky stayed in office. Another tug-of-war arose at once over the campaign against Denikin, and in this, too, Trotsky's adversaries worsted him. By this time Denikin had seized Tsaritsyn, the coal basin of the Donets, and Kharkov. The anti-Bolshevik front spread from the Volga and the Don to the western steppe of the Ukraine. Its eastern sector between the Volga and the Don was held by the Don Cossacks, while the White Guards proper advanced on the central and western sectors. The question to resolve was at which sector the Red Army should direct a counterstroke. The new commander-in-chief proposed to direct it at the eastern sector, along the Don Valley, towards Tsaritsyn and Denikin's bases in the northern Caucasus. On strictly military grounds this was a sound plan. It was designed to outflank Denikin's forces and to cut them off from their main bases. It was also calculated to separate Denikin's army from Kalkak's so that even if Kalkak were to regain the initiative and advance once again, he could not join hands with Denikin. The offensive was to be carried out by Red armies withdrawn from the Urals, and it was easier to throw these armies against Denikin's eastern flank than to shift them farther to the west. To this scheme Trotsky objected. Denikin, he argued, was weakened by a dissension between the White Guards proper and the Don Cossacks. The White Guards consisted mainly of Russian officers impatient to overthrow the Bolsheviks in Moscow and Petrograd. The Cossacks, indulging in particularism, wished merely to keep the Bolsheviks out of their stanitsas, and were reluctant to stick out their necks beyond the Don Valley. Denikin's plans for an offensive on Moscow left them lukewarm. Trotsky held that if the Red Army were to throw its main force into the Don Valley, it would arouse the Cossacks, force them into a bitter fight, and thus unwittingly help to close the breach in the enemy's camp. Even after an initial success, the Red Army would have to advance across land with poor communications and amid a hostile population. In the meantime, Denikin would strike at the weak central sector, for there was the shortest route to Moscow. Trotsky proposed that the main force of the Red Army should be shifted to the central sector, with Kharkov and the Donets Basin as its chief objectives. In an advance along this line the Reds could split Denikin's army, separate the Cossacks from the White Guards and neutralize them. The attackers would enjoy the advantage of operating in a highly industrialized area, the population of which favored the Soviets, and they would also have at their disposal a dense network of roads and railways. The social and political lie of the land should therefore determine the direction of the offensive. Kamina's plan, though correct from an abstract strategic standpoint, failed to make allowance for the close interplay of politics and strategy in civil war. When the controversy between the Commissar of War and the Commander-in-Chief was brought before the Politburo, the arguments of the Commander-in-Chief carried the day. The Politburo authorized the main offensive on the eastern sector. This continuous succession of personal reverses for Trotsky had a strange sequel. In a somewhat sullen mood Trotsky returned to the southern front. He had hardly arrived at his field headquarters at Kozlov before he received an enigmatic message, bearing the signatures of Dzerzhinsky, Krestinsky, Lenin, and Sklyansky, informing him that the commander-in-chief had been charged with treason and imprisoned. The message did not specify the charges, it merely stated that they were based on depositions made by another arrested officer. The blow was deadly. It originated with Stalin, who had already denounced Vatsitis as a traitor, and it was unmistakably aimed at Trotsky. We do not know exactly how Trotsky reacted to this blow. Almost certainly he strongly defended the imprisoned man and personally vouched for his integrity, for this is how he acted in similar cases, when less important officers were implicated. 47 Enough that after a few days Vatsitis was released and rehabilitated. Trotsky himself later gave two versions of the charges. According to one, Vatsitis had not shown enough vigilance in dealing with counter-revolutionary officers in his entourage. According to the other, he nourished hopes of a future Napoleonic career. 48 Neither lack of vigilance nor a privately cherished ambition amounted to treason or justified the imprisonment, and, after his release, Vatsitis continued to hold high posts in the army until late in the Stalin era. His arrest in 1919 was therefore intended to add humiliation to the setbacks Trotsky had already suffered. These were weeks of exceptional tension between Trotsky and Lenin, as their correspondence testifies. In part this was due to the disagreement over strategy and in part to the fact, connected with it, that Trotsky's assignment to hold the Ukraine against Denikin was a Sisyphean labor. Lenin also suspected that Trotsky was seeking to discredit the new commander-in-chief in the eyes of the officers on the southern front. From the south, Trotsky reported that Yegoriev, the commander of the front, took a highly critical view of Kamenet's plan for the offensive, and that he carried out Kamenet's orders without conviction. Regardless of the rights and wrongs of the issue, Trotsky wrote, this was an abnormal state of affairs, and he proposed the appointment of a new commander of the front who would share the views of the commander-in-chief. This proposal, which actually testified to Trotsky's loyalty, stirred suspicion in the Kremlin. The Politburo changed the commander of the front, but also detailed to the Ukraine Smilga and Lashevik, who were at loggerheads with Trotsky, and, further, it meaningfully reminded Trotsky that he ought to do all he could to strengthen the authority of the new commander-in-chief. Against the insinuation, Trotsky vigorously protested. Repeatedly he expostulated with Lenin and the Politburo for their unbusinesslike replies to his messages. Lenin, in his turn, showered upon him admonitions and reproaches. Why had he so little achievement to report? Where were the offensives that were to be mounted in the Ukraine? In truth, the unsettlement prevalent in the Ukraine afforded Trotsky little or no scope for military action. The Red Army had invested its main strength in the eastern sector of the front, and the Ukraine, which formed the central and western sectors, was left to fend for itself. Trotsky ceaselessly alarmed Moscow about the insufficiency of the Ukrainian forces, still utterly disorganized, and he demanded reinforcements and supplies. The Politburo almost certainly suspected that Trotsky made these demands in order to achieve by a roundabout way a revision of Kamenet's operational plan and a different distribution of the troops. A glimpse of the situation on the spot may be gained from an angrily aggressive message which Trotsky addressed to the Politburo on August 11. The Red Army men in the Ukraine, he wrote, were starving. Half of them had neither boots nor underwear, and very few had coats. It was no better with rifles and ammunition. Everybody was armed except the soldiers. The Kulaks had vast stocks of weapons bought from deserters. Hungry and unarmed, the Red Army man lost confidence when he came face to face with a well-fed village usurer. The Kulaks must be taken severely to task and disarmed. 2,000 or 3,000 well-equipped and reliable communists could stiffen the front, but Moscow refused to dispatch them. The Ukrainian Bolsheviks were in a defeatist mood. They held that it might not be a bad idea to let the Ukraine experience white rule for a short time. This would cure the people of illusions and turn them back towards the Bolsheviks. He assured the Politburo that he firmly resisted this mood. But the Ukrainian divisions needed a respite, a chance to wash, to dress, and to prepare for the offensive. 49. Denikin, however, did not allow them the respite. A fortnight later he seized Kiev and nearly the whole of the Ukraine, and he pressed at the Red Army's weak center, towards Voronezh and Kursk, along the shortest line to Moscow. At this moment Trotsky demanded a revision of the operational plan. He urged that the reserves of the Supreme Command be shifted from the eastern sector towards Voronezh and Kursk. Over and over again he repeated this demand, and over again the Politburo and the General Staff rejected it. Meanwhile the Red Army failed to make any decisive progress on the Don, and Denikin seized Kursk, Voronezh, and Orel. Only when the threat to Moscow became imminent, at the beginning of October, did the commander-in-chief change his mind and begin to mass reserves on the central sector. But by now Denikin's forces had broken through towards Tula, the last important town in front of Moscow. And simultaneously, Yudenik, armed by the British and supported by the British Navy, rapidly advanced from Estonia towards Petrograd and reached the outskirts of the city. If it were not for the extreme gravity of the situation, Trotsky might have rejoiced at the completeness with which events had vindicated him and converted all his opponents to his view. Now even Stalin pressed for the final abandonment of Kamenet's operational plan, and sparing Kamenet no insult, he repeated word by word Trotsky's arguments. 50. At this moment of general depression Trotsky's optimism and energy knew no bounds. He was convinced that the regrouping of forces at last undertaken would soon yield results. The front was virtually overhauled, the reserves built up, and, with communication lines so radically shortened, abundant supplies reached the troops. The enemy was overextended, and the power of the Red Army was like a compressed spring ready for the recoil. Trotsky confidently assessed the material and moral resources the Soviets could still marshal. Like no other member of the Politburo, he had constantly stared at the inferno of the Civil War. He was haunted by the image of half-naked soldiers trembling in the frost and of the wounded dying en masse for lack of medical attention. He had also fully gauged the army's nervous instability. But at moments of mortal peril he believed in the army's capacity for sudden bursts of enthusiasm, in its readiness for sacrifice, and in the spirited initiative of its commanders and men, which triumphed over the chaos into which the revolution seemed periodically to dissolve. He now rose to his full height not merely as the chief manager and organizer of the army but as its inspirer, as the prophet of an idea. He boldly tapped the hidden moral resources of the revolution. The quality of his appeal may be gauged, for instance, from an address he gave at a congress of the Komsomol, the communist youth, which met just when Moscow and Petrograd had come within reach of the White Guards. He spoke to juveniles about the duties they had to perform within the shrinking area left to the Red Army. They should assist in the mobilization, they should help to maintain liaison between units in combat, they should steal through the enemy's lines to reconnoitre his dispositions, and so on. But before they went on their perilous assignments, they ought to know the place they occupied in the affairs of the world. Lucidly, simply, without a trace of condescension, he surveyed the international scene. They should also see their own role against the background of world history, in the long perspective of mankind's slow, painfully slow, yet inspiring progress from the dark animal realm to undreamed-of summits of civilization, towards which socialism was leading them. He turned his listeners' minds back to primitive man, who hobbling and limping, wandered through sleepy forests and who, gripped by superstition, created for himself little gods and tsars and princes. Then man replaced the many gods by one god and the many little tsars and princes by one tsar. But he has not stopped at this. He has renounced tsars and gods and has made an attempt to become free master of his own life. We are participants in this unprecedented historic attempt. These hundreds of thousands of years of man's development and struggle would be a mockery if we were not to attain a new society, in which all human relations will be based on cooperation and man will be man's brother, not his enemy. He then spoke about history's enormous furnace, in which the Russian national character was remolded and freed from its languor and sluggishness. This furnace is cruel, tongues of flame lick and scorch us, but steal our national character. Happy is he, Trotsky exclaimed, who in his mind and heart feels the electrical current of our great epoch. 51. It was in the grimmest of moods that the Politburo met on October 15. At Orel the battle still swayed, and on its outcome hung Moscow's fate. There seemed to be little hope for Petrograd's defense. Under so gloomy an aspect did the situation present itself to Lenin that he proposed to abandon Petrograd and to gather all available strength around Moscow. He reckoned even with the possibility of Moscow's fall and with a Bolshevik withdrawal to the Urals. Against this proposal Trotsky vigorously protested. Petrograd, the cradle of the revolution, must not be abandoned to the White Guards. The surrender of that city might have a disastrous effect on the rest of the country. He proposed that he himself should go to Petrograd to take charge of its defense. He submitted to the Politburo a series of emergency decrees aiming at total mobilization, let them disband the multiple and now useless government departments and agencies in Moscow and call everybody to arms. He would rush reinforcements to Petrograd from the dead ends of the front, from the coast of the White Sea and the Polish marches. This time his habitual antagonists supported him. Stalin, too, demanded the defense of both capitals. 52 In their attitude there was that concord which may unite enemies on a sinking ship when they are bent on rescuing it. While Trotsky volunteered to go to Petrograd, Stalin replaced him on the southern front. The Politburo adopted the decrees submitted by Trotsky, and it elected a commission of 4 which was to give effect to them. It also authorized Trotsky to leave for Petrograd, but it still reserved judgment on his plan to defend the city. On October 16, in his train en route to Petrograd, Trotsky dictated his reflections on the situation. He mocked at Churchill's recent proclamation of the anti-Soviet crusade of 14 nations. These, he wrote, were nothing but 14 geographic notions. Kalkak and Denikin would have been happier to be succored by 14 Anglo-French divisions. The loud rejoicing of the bourgeois West over the imminent downfall of the Soviets was premature. Even if the Red Army were not to succeed in halting Yudenik outside Petrograd, it would crush him within the walls of the city. He sketched something like a plan for a battle inside Petrograd, which curiously resembles the tactics of the Battle of Stalingrad in the Second World War. Having broken through this gigantic city, the White Guards would get lost in this labyrinth of stone, where every house will present them with an enigma, a threat, or a deadly danger. From where should they expect a blow? From a window? From a loft? From a cellar? From behind a corner? From everywhere. We can surround some streets with barbed wire, leave other streets open and transform them into traps. All that is needed is that a few thousand people should be firmly resolved not to surrender. 2 or 3 days of such street fighting would transform the invaders into a frightened and terrified flock of cowards, surrendering in groups or individually to unarmed passers-by and women. But street fighting causes accidental casualties and it results in the destruction of cultural values. This is one of the reasons why the field command is obliged to take every step not to allow the enemy to approach Petrograd. 53. In Petrograd bad news awaited him. Yudenik had seized Krasno Selo, at the approaches to the city. The defenses had been depleted by a transfer of troops to the southern front and disorganized by treason among high staff officers. Zinoviev, chief of the Commune of the North, was in a mood of prostration, and his irresolution infected his subordinates. But from Moscow came Lenin's notification that the Politburo had approved Trotsky's plan and authorized him to wage the battle, if need be, inside the city. Lenin still prudently insisted that he should prepare for a retreat, evacuate official documents and arrange for the blowing up of power stations and for the scuttling of the Baltic fleet. Trotsky replied with a confident report, and as if to give to his confidence a peculiarly defiant twist, he inquired whether he would be allowed to pursue Yudenik into Estonia. Yudenik is jumping off ground. 54. He addressed once again the Petrograd Soviet he had led in 1905 and 1917. He described frankly the threatening disaster and, calling for a supreme effort, he gave vent to his personal feeling for the city. In these dark, cold, hungry, anxious, bad autumn days Petrograd presents to us again the grand picture of rallying self-confidence, enthusiasm, and heroism. The city which has suffered so much, which has burned with so strong an inward flame and has braved so many dangers, the city which has never spared itself, which has inflicted on itself so much devastation, this beautiful red Petrograd remains what it has been, the torch of revolution. 55. Of the effect of Trotsky's intervention we have many eyewitness accounts. The following comes from Lashevik, who at this time was, as we know, anything but friendly towards Trotsky and himself played an eminent role in these events. Like fresh reinforcements arriving, Trotsky's presence on the spot at once showed itself, proper discipline was restored and the military and administrative agencies rose to their task. Whoever was inefficient was demoted. The higher and the middle commanding personnel were changed. Trotsky's orders, clear and precise, sparing nobody and exacting from everybody the utmost exertion and accurate, rapid execution of combat orders, at once showed that there was a firm directing hand. The inward rallying had begun. The staffs got into working order. Liaison, hitherto defective, became satisfactory. The supply departments began to function without a hitch. Desertion from the front was radically reduced. In all detachments field tribunals were in session. Everybody began to realize that only one road was left forward. All avenues of retreat had been cut. Trotsky penetrated into every detail, applying to every item of business his seething, restless energy and his amazing perseverance. 56. For a few days Yudenika's advance continued. The appearance of British tanks on the outskirts of the city caused a panic. On horseback Trotsky gathered terror-stricken and retreating men and led them back into the fighting line. In a spurt of improvisation factories, working within the range of Yudenika's artillery, began to turn out tank-like vehicles, and the panic was over. Regular troops, hastily formed Red Guards, even detachments of women, fought back, as Yudenik put it, with heroic madness. A week after Trotsky's arrival, the defenders passed to the offensive. On the second anniversary of the revolution, which was also his 40th birthday, Trotsky was back in Moscow to report victory to the Central Executive of the Soviets. The last act of the Civil War had begun. On the southern front, too, the White Guards were reeling back and disintegrating. 57 The Red Army pressed forwards towards Kharkov, Kiev, and Poltava. In Siberia Kolchak was utterly defeated. So rapidly did the tide turn that only 3 weeks after that critical session at which defeat had stared the Politburo full in the face, Red Moscow gloried in triumph. At the ceremonial anniversary session of the Executive of the Soviets, Trotsky was acclaimed as Father of Victory and awarded the Order of the Red Banner. 58. He was now at the summit of his political and military achievement. He had led a revolution, he had founded a great army and had guided it to victory. He had won the adoration of the broad mass of the revolution's well-wishers and the grudging admiration as well as the unforgiving hatred of its enemies. Like other Bolshevik leaders, he hoped that the horrors and terrors of the Civil War were over and that the era of peaceful socialist reconstruction was about to begin. In this he expected to play a part as preeminent as the one he had played in military affairs. In December 1919, at the 7th Congress of the Soviets, he drew up a balanced sheet of the Civil War, for, although the fighting was still on, its outcome was in no doubt. 59 He paid a high-minded tribute to those who had borne the crushing burden of the last years. He eulogized the commissars, whose enemy he had been supposed to be. In our commissars, we have a new communist order of samurais, the members of which have enjoyed no caste privileges and could die and teach others to die for the cause of the working class. He praised lavishly the commanders of the victorious armies, those who had been Tsarist generals and those who had risen from the ranks and had in civilian life been metal workers or barbers. With a special warmth he spoke of the achievements of 3 army commanders, Franz, the worker, Tykhovsky, the guard officer, and Sokolnikov, the revolutionary journalist. Then he outlined the prospect of the abolition of the standing army and of its transformation into a democratic militia inspired by the socialist ideal, the militia of which George had once dreamt. 60 He had a few friendly words even for the Mensheviks who had, in the last emergency, rallied to the defense of the Soviets and were present at this Congress. We appreciate very highly, he said, the fact that other parties, too, parties belonging to the opposition, have mobilized a certain number of their workers for the army. They have been received there as brothers. A few months earlier he had threatened the Mensheviks that they would be crushed to dust if they obstructed defense. But now he addressed himself to Martov, who had congratulated the Bolsheviks on their military and diplomatic successes. He expressed real joy, without any arrière-pensée, and without a trace of irony, because Martov has spoken about our army and our international struggle. He has used the word we, and in so doing he has added political and moral strength to our cause. Like other Bolsheviks, Trotsky looked forward to appeasement in domestic policy, which would allow the parties at least of the socialist opposition to resume open activity. The curtailment of the powers of the Chaikat and the abolition of the death penalty in January 1920 were intended as first steps in that direction. But these sanguine hopes were not to materialize. The horrors of war had not yet receded into the past. 61. Chapter 13. Revolution and Conquest. Throughout these years the leaders of Bolshevism anxiously watched for the omens of revolution in Europe. Every phase in the social and political struggles of Europe reacted directly upon the course of the Civil War. The downfall of the Hohenzollerns and Habsburgs allowed the Soviets to regain ground lost under the Peace of Brest-Litovsk. But soon afterwards the victorious Entente proclaimed the blockade of Russia, and this was followed by the Crusade of 14 nations. The mere threat of Allied intervention profoundly affected the situation in Russia. Since the revolution the old ruling classes had been in a state of utter depression, terrified by the abyss which separated them from the mass of the people. They lacked organization and faith in their own cause, they were divided against themselves, they were incapable of producing any plan of action. 1 The promise of intervention put courage into their hearts. It was only after the promise had been made, after British, French, and American liaison officers had appeared at the headquarters of the white generals, and the first foreign cargoes of guns and munitions had reached Russian shores, that the ranks of the White Guards began to swell and the Civil War flared up in earnest. The Bolsheviks thought that only intense revolutionary ferment abroad could paralyze the intervention. They were compelled to carry the struggle into the enemy's camp, and they were all the more inclined to do so as they had persistently predicted that Europe's ruling classes would not reconcile themselves to the Russian Revolution, and that for its self-preservation the revolution would be forced to assail the European capitalist order, which was anyhow about to crumble under the blows of the European working classes. Half of this prediction had come true. The ruling classes of the Entente had declared war on Bolshevism, and there were moments when the other half, too, foreshadowing the rising of the European proletariat, seemed close to fulfillment. Since November 1918, Germany and most of Central Europe had been in the throes of upheaval. In Berlin, Vienna, and Warsaw, councils of workers' deputies existed side by side with social democratic governments. The Bolsheviks, who looked at things through the prism of their own recent experience, saw in this an exact reproduction of that dual regime which had, in Russia, sprung from the February Revolution. They spoke about the German February, and they expected a rapid disintegration of the dual regime, an ascendancy of the councils of workers' deputies, a German October. It was an extremely simple-minded notion that history could so precisely and so rapidly repeat itself in country after country. But the mechanics of all the classical popular revolutions have very many features in common. Each begins with a partial collapse of the established system of government, each passes through the transitory phase of a dual regime, and in each the conservative, moderate, and conciliatory parties, at loggerheads with one another, successively exhaust and discredit themselves. It was this broad succession of phases that the Bolsheviks expected to recur in other countries. What was wrong in their expectations was not merely the calendar of revolutionary events but the fundamental assumption that European capitalism was at the end of its tether. They grossly underrated its staying power, its adaptability, and the hold it had on the loyalty of the working classes. The revolutionary ferment in Europe was strong enough for a minority of the working class to be determined to follow in Bolshevik footsteps. The majority exerted themselves to wrest reforms from their governments and propertied classes. But even when they exhibited sympathy for the Russian Revolution, they were in no mood to embark upon the road of revolution and civil war at home and to sacrifice in the process the standards of living, the personal security, the reforms they had already attained, and those which they hoped to attain. The historic tragedy of Bolshevism in its heroic period was its refusal not merely to reconcile itself to this fact but even to make full allowance for it. The Bolshevik leaders viewed the relative conservatism of European labor as the deceptive surface of politics, beneath which pulsated all the revolutionary instincts of the proletariat. What was needed was to break through the thin crust and to release the hidden anti-capitalist energies. This picture of the world resulted from something more than an error of political judgment. It reflected the psychological incapacity of early Bolshevism to acknowledge its own isolation in the world, an incapacity which was common to all leaders of the revolution, but which was in nobody as strong and as complete as in Trotsky. An instinctive horror of the revolution's isolation permeated the whole of his being, his brain, and his heart. None of the Bolshevik leaders had as yet even the faintest premonition of socialism in one country. But to Trotsky the isolation of Bolshevism was already a nightmare too terrible to contemplate, for it meant that the first and so far the only attempt to build socialism would have to be undertaken in the worst possible conditions, without the advantages of an intensive international division of labor, without the fertilizing influence of old and complex cultural traditions, in an environment of such staggering material and cultural poverty, primitiveness, and crudity as would tend to mar or warp the very striving for socialism. Sooner or later this horror of isolation was bound to clash with reality, and the clash was to compel Bolshevism to wrestle convulsively with its own mental image of the world. After Brest, when this dilemma had first upset his inner confidence, Trotsky found a sort of escape in the Herculean exertions of the Civil War. For the time being his horror of isolation found inverted expression in violent bursts of confidence in the imminent expansion of the revolution. In January 1919, when the streets of Berlin were littered with barricades, he wrote, "It is no longer the specter of communism that is haunting Europe. Communism in flesh and blood is now stalking the continent too." It was the ideas and the hopes of the bourgeoisie that had assumed an air of utter unreality in his eyes. He saw something ghost-like in the appearance in Europe of President Wilson, that Tartuffe brought up on a Quaker fasting diet, who roams bleeding Europe as the supreme representative of morality, the messiah of the American dollar, and punishes and pardons the nations and settles their fate. Europe could not fail to see that its only salvation was a continent-wide federation of Soviet republics, and once Germany had acceded to that federation, Soviet Italy and Soviet France will join a month earlier or a month later. Point 3. In the first week of March 1919, a significant event occurred within the walls of the Kremlin. In an old, imperial court of justice, Lenin opened a meeting of about 20 delegates from various foreign left socialist groups. The arrival of those delegates was in a sense the first breach in the blockade. Most of them had had to steal across frontiers, some of the expected delegates had been prevented by their governments from leaving their countries, others had been arrested. En route. Having for a long time been completely cut off from the West, the Bolsheviks listened eagerly to what the delegates reported on the state of affairs abroad. The reports were confused and contradictory, but on balance they seemed to justify the expectation of early revolution. The purpose of the conference was not quite clear. It was either to proclaim the foundation of the Third International or to make preliminary arrangements for this. The Bolsheviks were inclined to form the new international there and then, but they waited to hear the opinion of foreign delegates. The most important of these, the Germans, held that the groups represented at the conference were, apart from the Russian party, too weak to constitute themselves as a fully fledged international. However, an Austrian delegate who, after an adventurous journey, arrived in the middle of the debate, gave a startling description of Europe seething with revolution, and he passionately called on the conference to raise at once the banner of the new international. The conference responded. It constituted itself as the Foundation Congress of the Communist International. Thus, fathered by wish, mothered by confusion, and assisted by accident, the great institution came into being. Its birth coincided with the ebbing away of revolution in Europe. The January Rising in Berlin had been crushed, its reluctant leaders Rosa Luxemburg and Karl Liebknecht had been assassinated. This was a turning point in European history, for none of the waves of revolution that came in the following years equaled in impetus and impact the wave of 1918. The Bolshevik leaders failed to recognize the turning point for what it was. The defeat of the January Rising in Berlin seemed to them an episodic reverse, very much like their own setback in July 1917, to be followed by an aggravation of social strife. Greeting the foreign delegates in the Kremlin, Lenin told them, not only in Russia, but even in the most advanced capitalist countries of Europe as, for instance, in Germany, civil war has become a fact. Revolution has begun and is gaining strength in all countries. The Soviet system has won not merely in backward Russia, but even in Germany, the most developed country of Europe, and also in England, the oldest capitalist country. For Lenin was given to this illusion not less than Trotsky, although Trotsky, with his foible for indulging in breathtaking predictions, made the blunder appear even more egregious. It is doubtful whether Lenin and Trotsky would have founded the International at this stage if they had had a clearer perception of the condition of Europe. They would, in any case, have gone on advocating the idea of the new international, as they had done since 1914. But it is a far cry from advancing an idea to imagining that it has become reality. In the period of Zimmerwald and Kienthal, both Trotsky and Lenin had contemplated the new international not as a body representing a revolutionary minority and competing with the old social patriotic international, but as an organization leading the majority of workers and replacing the old international. Trotsky had explicitly argued that, if they remained in a minority, the revolutionary Marxists might have to return to the old international and act as its left-wing. 5 Nothing had been further from his thoughts or Lenin's than the intention of giving an assortment of small political sects the high-sounding label of the international. And yet this was what they did in March 1919. Most of the delegates who constituted themselves the founding fathers of the Comintern represented small Marxist or pacifist sects nesting in the nooks and crannies of the European labor movements. This might not have mattered in a truly revolutionary situation, for, in such a situation the extreme sect as a rule, rises rapidly to influence and leadership. The Bolsheviks were not quite aware of the weakness of their foreign associates, but even if they had been aware of it they could still hope that with the progress of international revolution these associates would gain strength, as it had been gained by the Bolsheviks, who had themselves been little more than a sect early in 1917. The hope seemed all the more justified as the Second International had fallen into such disrepute that it appeared to be dead beyond resurrection. The workers' widespread opposition to the old International sprang, however, not from any positive revolutionary attitude, but from a revulsion against war and social patriotism. The Bolsheviks, naturally, confused the motives. Even so, their expectations were not altogether groundless. Within a year the new International did, in fact, gain a formidable hold on the European labor movement. Trotsky made only a brief appearance at the founding Congress. Kolchak's spring offensive had just begun and Trotsky, interrupting an inspection of the battlefields, came to the conference hall straight from his train, in full uniform, bringing with him a breath of the Civil War. The delegates who had known him as the spokesman of Zimmerwald eyed with thrilled curiosity the passionate anti-militarist transfigured into the leader of an army. 6 He gave the conference a hurried explanation of the main lines of his military policy and then presented a manifesto he had written to introduce the new International to the world. The manifesto began with a rapid incisive survey of the changes which capitalism had recently undergone. The war had brought the twilight of laissez-faire. The state now tended to dominate economic life. Which state would dominate it, the bourgeois or the proletarian? This was the question. The reformists and social patriots evaded the issue and preached conciliation. If these preachings were to find acceptance among the working classes, capitalist development in new, much more concentrated and monstrous forms, would be restored on the bones of several generations, with the inevitable prospect of new world war. Luckily for mankind, this is impossible. 7 Socialism, if it won in Europe, would also free the colonial nations, and assist them with its technology, organization, and spiritual influence so as to speed up their transition to an organized socialist economy. Colonial slaves of Africa and Asia. The hour of proletarian dictatorship in Europe will strike for you as the hour of your own emancipation. From earlier classical statements of Marxist policy, the manifesto differed mainly in its emphasis on proletarian dictatorship, on the role of a revolutionary party, and in its aggressive opposition to bourgeois democracy. But if these were differences of emphasis rather than principle, the idea of an alliance between socialist revolution in the West and the colonial peoples of the East was quite new. It bore the hallmark of the Third International. Nevertheless, the manifesto was addressed primarily to Europe. The whole bourgeois world charges the communists with the destruction of freedom and political democracy. The charge is untrue. Assuming power, the proletariat only discovers the full impossibility of the application of bourgeois democracy, and it creates the conditions and the forms of a new and higher workers' democracy. The wailings of the bourgeois world against civil war and red terror are the most prodigious hypocrisy known in history. There would have been no civil war if cliques of exploiters, who had brought mankind to the brink of perdition, had not resisted every step forward made by the toilers, if they had not organized conspiracies and assassinations and called in armed assistance from outside. Never artificially provoking civil war, the communist parties strive to shorten as much as possible the duration of such war, to diminish the number of its victims and, above all, to secure victory to the working class. Far from forming a group of conspirators or from renouncing the patrimony of European socialism, the International prided itself on inheriting the heroic efforts and the martyrdom of a long line of revolutionary generations from Babeuf to Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg. 8. Not a month passed from the issue of this manifesto before revolution had gained important footholds in Central Europe. Hungary and Bavaria were proclaimed Soviet republics. Bolshevik hopes soared. From Munich and Budapest the revolution would surely spread at once to Berlin and Vienna. The news reached Trotsky while he was mounting an offensive in the foothills of the Urals, and there, on the marches of Asia, he greeted the promise of the revolution's salvation coming from the West. In Reflections on the Course of the Proletarian Revolution, written under the fresh impression of these events, he remarked, "Once the Church used to say, Ex Orient Lux. In our epoch, indeed, the revolution has begun in the East, but the revolution which we live through is a proletarian one. And the proletariat is strongest, most organized, most enlightened in the old capitalist countries." Yet he had a foreboding about the strange course of events. Hungary had been the most backward land in the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Bavaria was the most retrograde province of Germany. In both countries the peasants, not the workers, predominated, and both had traditionally been regarded as ramparts of reaction. Why was it that the revolution obtained footholds there and not in the centers of proletarian socialism? He answered his own question, saying that although the proletariat was weak in the backward countries, the ruling classes there were weaker still. History has moved along the line of least resistance. The revolutionary epoch has made its incursion through the least barricaded gates. The suggestive metaphor suggested more than Trotsky himself intended. He had no doubt that the revolution would advance to the heart of the fortress. Today Moscow is the center of the Third International. Tomorrow, this is our profound conviction, the center will shift westwards, to Berlin, Paris, London. The Russian proletariat has welcomed with joy the envoys of the world's working classes within the walls of the Kremlin. With even greater joy will it send its own envoys to the Second Congress of the Communist International, to one of the Western European capitals. An international congress in Berlin or in Paris will mean the full triumph of proletarian revolution in Europe and consequently all over the world. What happiness it is to live and fight in such times. 9. Barely 3 months later the great prospects and hopes had gone with the wind. Soviet Bavaria had succumbed to the troops of General Hoffmann, Trotsky's adversary at Brest. White terror reigned over the ruins of Soviet Hungary. The workers of Berlin and Vienna viewed with apathy the suppression of the two communes. Germany and Austria, indeed the whole of Europe, seemed to be finding a new conservative balance under the Peace of Versailles, just concluded. These events coincided with the worst predicament of the Civil War. British and French intervention reached its height, and Denikin seized the Ukraine and advanced towards Moscow. This was a strange moment in the history of Bolshevism. Not only did the anti-Soviet intervention gather strength and momentarily meet with little or no effective counteraction from the Western working classes. Not only had the revolution lost its footholds in Central Europe. Even in Russia it stood in the gravest danger of forfeiting the relatively wealthy and civilized Western and Central provinces and of having to draw back into the wastes of the East, for only there did the course of the war favor the Red Army. But while fortune frowned upon the Bolsheviks from the West, it enticed them with new opportunities in the East. Not only did the wild mountain ranges of the Urals offer hospitality and security to the Soviets. Beyond the Urals and Siberia, Asia stirred in rebellion against the bourgeois West. In India these were the days of Amritsar, when Gandhi's campaign of civil disobedience all but transformed itself into a nationwide anti-British rising. This concatenation of events set in motion Trotsky's political imagination and impelled it in a curious direction. On August 5, 1919, Trotsky sent from the front a secret memorandum to the Central Committee, urging a radical reorientation in international affairs. He argued that the revolution had been thrown back eastward and eastward it must face. He still assumed that the delay in European revolution would last from 1 to 5 years only, and he did not believe that Denikin would consolidate his hold on the Ukraine. Yet for the time being, he wrote, the Red Army could play only a minor part in Europe, whether as an offensive or a defensive force. But the gates to Asia were open before it. There the Red Army would have to contend only with Japanese forces which were too small for Siberian spaces and which would be hampered by American jealousy of Japanese expansion. And the weight of the Soviet regime in Asia was such that the Bolsheviks were in a position not merely to wait there for new developments in Europe, but to embark upon an intense activity in the East. In a tone of disillusionment with the recently formed International, Trotsky suggested that a body directing the revolution in Asia might soon be of much greater importance than the executive of the Comintern. The Red Army might find the road to India much shorter and easier than the road to Soviet Hungary. A serious military man had suggested to him a plan for the formation of an expeditionary cavalry corps to be used in India. Trotsky repeated that the revolution's road to Paris and London might lead through Kabul, Calcutta, and Bombay. With the utmost urgency he made the following proposals. An industrial base should be built up in the Urals to make the Soviets independent of the strategically vulnerable Donets Basin. A revolutionary academy should be opened in the Urals or in Turkestan. Political and military staffs should be set up to direct the struggle in Asia. Technicians, planners, linguists, and other specialists should be mobilized for this work, particularly from the Ukrainian communists, who, having lost the Ukraine, should now help the revolution to establish itself in Siberia. 11. These proposals bore little relation to what could and had to be done immediately to ward off a military debacle. Together with this memorandum, Trotsky forwarded 2 other messages with detailed proposals for the overhaul of the Southern Front. To these, it may be surmised, the Politburo immediately devoted closer attention than to the suggested Asian reorientation. Point 12. Nor was this train of thought firmly rooted in Trotsky's own mind. It came as an impetuous reflex of his own brain in response to an exceptional set of circumstances, and the reflex ran counter to the principal, European, direction of his thought. It is, nevertheless, instructive as a pointer towards the future. In milder form, the circumstances which gave rise to these suggestions, Russia's severance from the West and the abeyance of revolution in Europe, would persist after the end of intervention and civil war, and the reaction to them would follow broadly the lines suggested by Trotsky. The centers of Soviet power would shift eastwards, to the Urals and beyond. Only Stalin, not Trotsky, was to become the chief agent and executor of this momentous shift, which could not but entail an orientalization of the revolution's mental and political climate, an orientalization to which Trotsky was not assimilable. The road of the revolution to Peking and Shanghai, if not to Calcutta and Bombay, was to prove shorter than that to Paris and London, and certainly easier than the road to Berlin or even to Budapest. It is a tribute to the fertility of Trotsky's mind that in a single side flash it opened vistas upon the future which far surpassed the comprehension of most contemporaries. Before the year 1919 was out, the Bolsheviks again hopefully faced west. The Ukraine and the southern provinces of European Russia were again under their control. The White armies awaited the coup de grâce. The opposition of Western European labor was at last seriously hampering British and French intervention. Only relations with Poland were in suspense. Poland was egged on by France to act as the spearhead of the anti-Soviet crusade. But Pilsudski, who already ruled Poland but not yet as dictator, adopted an ambiguous attitude. He cherished the ambition of conquering the Ukraine, where the Polish landed gentry had possessed vast domains, and setting up a Polish-Ukrainian federation under Polish aegis. But he hung fire as long as the Bolshevik forces were engaged against the White Guards, for he knew that Denikin's or Yudenika's victory would mean an end to Poland's independence. In strict secrecy from the French, who were arming and equipping his army, he concluded an informal ceasefire with the Bolsheviks. For a moment it seemed that the ceasefire would lead to an armistice and peace. In November 1919 the Politburo deliberated over the terms of a settlement proposed by the Poles. It found the terms acceptable, and it commissioned Trotsky and Chicherin to work out the details. Point 13. So confident were the Bolshevik leaders in the approach of peace that they put on a peace footing those of their armies which were not engaged in combat and transformed them into labor armies. On January 16, 1920 the Entente lifted the blockade from Russia, and immediately the Central Executive of the Soviets decreed the reforms already mentioned, the abolition of the death penalty and the curtailment of the Chaikov's powers. A few days later, however, on January 22, Trotsky communicated to the Politburo his apprehension that Pilsudski was preparing for war. 14. With Lenin's encouragement, he proceeded to strengthen the Red armies on the Polish front. 15. At the beginning of March the Poles struck. From the Urals, where he had been inspecting the labor armies, Trotsky rushed to Moscow. The peace reforms were stopped or annulled. The country was once again in a warlike spirit. In view of what happened later, it ought to be underlined that at this juncture Trotsky stood for a policy of the strong arm towards Poland. For many months Chicherin had in vain addressed secret peace offers to Warsaw, urging a settlement of frontier disputes extremely favorable to Poland. Pilsudski ignored the advances and kept Polish opinion in the dark about them. Chicherin continued to make conciliatory proposals even after the beginning of the Polish offensive. His policy, however, aroused opposition within the Commissariat of Foreign Affairs, especially from Litvinov, his deputy. Trotsky intervened and firmly sided with Litvinov. He urged the Politburo to stop the overtures. Pilsudski saw in them merely signs of Soviet weakness, and, as they had been made secretly, they failed to move Polish opinion towards peace. Trotsky demanded a return to open diplomacy which should enable the Polish people to see who was responsible for the outbreak of hostilities. Pilsudski settled this controversy, for shortly thereafter he found a pretext for breaking off negotiations, invaded the Ukraine, and seized Kiev. On May 1, 1920, Trotsky appealed to the Red Army to inflict upon the invader a blow which would resound in the streets of Warsaw and throughout the world. The Polish invasion stirred Russia deeply. For the first time the Bolsheviks now called for national, not for civil war. To be sure, to them this was a struggle against Polish landlords and capitalists, a civil war in the guise of national war. But whatever their motives, the conflict let loose patriotic instincts and chauvinist emotions beyond their control. To the conservative elements in Russia this was a war against a hereditary enemy, with whose re-emergence as an independent nation they could not reconcile themselves. A truly Russian war, even though waged by Bolshevik internationalists. To the Greek Orthodox this was a fight against a people incorrigible in its loyalty to Roman Catholicism, a Christian crusade even though led by godless communists. Some of those conservative elements had at heart been in sympathy with the White Guards. But now that the White Guards had gone down in ruin, they were on the lookout for a pretext which would allow them to climb on the Soviet bandwagon without loss of patriotic and Greek Orthodox faith. The Polish invasion provided it. General Brusilov, commander-in-chief under the old regime, headed the movement of conversion. He placed himself at Trotsky's services and called upon all good Russians to follow in his footsteps. Thus, in addition to its revolutionary overtones, the war acquired its nationalist undertones. Pilsudski's troops did much to whip up the anti-Polish sentiment. Their behavior in occupied Ukraine was overbearing. They began to establish the Polish landlords on their former domains, and they marked their victories by the shooting of prisoners of war and by pogroms. To be carried on a tide of national unity was for the Bolsheviks a novel and embarrassing experience. Trotsky exerted himself to assert the party's internationalist outlook. He welcomed Brusilov's demonstration of solidarity with the Red Army, but he publicly repudiated Brusilov's chauvinist and anti-Catholic tone. 16 When the rumor spread that Brusilov would lead the Red Armies against the Poles, Trotsky denied this and emphasized that the Polish front was under the command of Tykhievsky and Yegorov, whose loyalty to the internationalist idea of the revolution had been tested in the Civil War. At the height of hostilities, he publicly ordered the closing down of Vojenno Dello, the periodical of the General Staff, because in an article on Pilsudski it had used language insulting the national dignity of the Polish people. He further ordered an inquiry into the matter, so that the culprits should never again be entrusted with any work enabling them to influence the mind of the Red Army. 17 On his visits to the front, he kept in check the angry passion aroused in the army by reports about Polish shootings of prisoners of war. Even an enemy, he argued at meetings of frontline soldiers, must not be slandered. He emphatically forbade retaliation on Polish prisoners. Let the hand be cut off of any Red Army man who lifts his knife on a prisoner of war, on the disarmed, the sick and wounded, he wrote in an order of the day. Ruthless in battle, the Red Army man must show magnanimity towards the captive and helpless enemy. 18. Pilsudski's victory in the Ukraine was short-lived. A few weeks of Polish occupation were enough to arouse the Ukrainian peasantry against the invaders. Tykhievsky's armies on the northern sector of the front and Yegorov's on the southern were reinforced by divisions released from fighting against Denikin and Kalkuk. The Red Army, although poorly equipped, was now at the peak of its strength. Before the end of the campaign it had 5 million men under colors. On June 12 the Bolsheviks recaptured Kiev, and presently Pilsudski's troops retreated in panic towards the boundaries of ethnographic Poland. At this point important political issues intervened to complicate the conduct of the war. Some of these concerned Russia's relations with Britain, others bore on her attitude towards Poland, and the two sets of problems were at some points interconnected. The opposition of British Labour to intervention and the defeat of the White Guards had weakened the interventionist party, led by Winston Churchill. The government was divided against itself, the Prime Minister being inclined to withdraw from intervention and to resume trade with Russia. At the end of May 1920 a Soviet trade mission, headed by Krasin, left Moscow for London. In the meantime, however, the interventionist party was momentarily strengthened by Pilsudski's victories. The Politburo was under the impression that the British government, like the French, wholeheartedly backed Pilsudski. The Commissariat of Foreign Affairs and the Comintern tried to hit back at British positions in Asia, especially in Persia and Afghanistan, as Trotsky had suggested in the previous year. But before long British official policy wavered again. Labour's opposition to intervention had risen to a high pitch, and the Red Army's pursuit of the Poles had in any case exposed once more the futility of intervention. On July 11, Lord Curzon, the British Foreign Secretary, offered his government's mediation between the Soviets and Poland and also between the Soviets and that remnant of Denikin's army which, under Baron Rajol, had entrenched itself in the Crimea. Throughout June and July the Politburo and the Commissariat of Foreign Affairs tried to grasp the trend of British policy. Trotsky repeatedly intervened in the debate and found himself in opposition to the majority view. Of this controversy there is a vivid account in Trotsky's confidential messages to Chicherin, Lenin, and other members of the Politburo, and in Lenin's laconic remarks, in his own handwriting, found in the Trotsky Archives. In a memorandum of June 4, Trotsky insistently urged the adoption of a conciliatory attitude towards Britain. He argued that British policy by no means followed a single line set on intervention, and that it was in the Soviet interest to keep it fluctuating. Soviet attempts to stage anti-British revolts in the Middle East, let alone a Soviet expedition to the Middle East, would tend to consolidate British policy in extreme hostility towards the Soviets. Last August he himself had set great store by the revolutionary movements in Asia, but now, in the light of fresh information, he argued that in the Middle East, at any rate, these movements lacked inherent strength. 19 The Bolsheviks ought to further revolutionary propaganda and clandestine organization, but avoid any steps which might involve them in risky military commitments. At best they could use the threat of revolution in the Middle East as a bargaining counter in diplomatic exchanges with Britain. But they ought to use every opportunity to impress the British with their desire to reach agreement over the East. On the margin of this document Lenin remarked with some irony that Trotsky, like Curzon, was mistaken about British policy. Its line was firmly set. It was absolutely clear that England helped and would continue to help both the Poles and Rajol. 20. In July, after Lord Curzon's offer of mediation, the issue was once again under discussion. Lenin communicated the offer to Trotsky, who was at the front. On the same day, July 13, Trotsky replied in two messages, urging the Politburo and Chicherin to accept British mediation between Russia and Poland, and to aim at an armistice which would lead to peace with the Entente as well as with Poland. 21 He once again advised the Politburo to pay more careful attention to divergent trends in British opinion and policy. 22 The Politburo rejected Trotsky's proposals and, of course, the British offer. Oddly enough, it asked Trotsky to administer the rebuff to Lord Curzon. Actuated by the principle of cabinet solidarity, he did so. In a scintillating sarcastic manifesto, from which nobody could even remotely guess his mental reservations, he explained that the British government, with its record of intervention, was a party to the conflict and could not aspire to render service as an impartial conciliator. 23 This difference, after all, concerned only diplomatic tactics. But it was connected with another and fundamental controversy. Rejecting Curzon's proposal, Lenin demanded a furious speeding up of the offensive on Poland. To this, too, Trotsky was opposed. By now the Red Army had reconquered all Ukrainian and Belarusian lands and stood roughly along a line which Lord Curzon, when he still reckoned with Denikin's victory, had proposed as the frontier between Russia and Poland. At this line Trotsky intended to halt the Red Army and to make a public offer of peace. Lenin and the majority of the Politburo were bent on continuing the pursuit of the Poles into Warsaw and beyond. Once again the interplay of politics and strategy dominated the dispute. There was a military risk in Trotsky's proposal. Pilsudski was not likely to accept the Curzon line as a frontier and he might have used the respite of an armistice to prepare a comeback. Trotsky was willing to take this risk. He set his mind on the political and moral advantages of the course of action he advocated and on the dangers which would attend Lenin's policy. He held that a straightforward public peace offer, making it clear that the Soviets had no designs on Poland's independence and coveted no truly Polish territory, would favorably impress the Polish people. If Pilsudski accepted the offer, well and good. If not, the Polish people and the world would know whom to blame for the continuation of war. Trotsky argued that the Red Army's advance towards Warsaw, without a preliminary offer of peace, would destroy the Russian Revolution's goodwill with the Polish people and play into Pilsudski's hands. For nearly a century and a half the greater part of Poland had been subjugated by the Tsars. It was less than 2 years since the Poles had regained independence, solemnly guaranteed to them by the Russian Revolution. A Russian army invading Polish soil, even though under provocation from Pilsudski and even though marching under the red flag, would seem to them the direct successor to those Tsarist armies which had kept them, their fathers, and their forefathers in bondage. The Poles would then defend their native soil tooth and nail. 24. Lenin did not share these scruples and forebodings. It was Pilsudski who had, deliberately and conspicuously, played the aggressor's part, while Lenin had made every effort to avert the war. Now, when the fortunes of battle favored the Red Army, it was, in Lenin's view, its right and duty to grasp the fruits of victory. No victorious soundly led army stops halfway in the pursuit of an almost rooted enemy, and no moral, political, or strategic principle forbids an army to invade the aggressor's territory in the course of a pursuit. Nor was this all. Lenin believed that the workers and peasants of Poland would greet the invaders as their liberators. All the Bolshevik leaders, including Trotsky, had only a dim idea of the facts of the situation. They had, as a result of the blockade, lost contact with Poland as completely as if that country had been many thousands of miles away. They knew that there had been Soviets in Poland, in which the Communists had wielded a very strong influence, and they believed them to be still in existence. Their information was more than a year out of date. In the meantime, in Poland as in the rest of Central Europe, the tide had turned. Pilsudski had dispersed the Soviets and severely suppressed the Communist Party. 25. A group of eminent Polish socialists, who had joined the Bolsheviks, lived in Moscow, and to them the Politburo turned for advice. They were strangely divided. Radek, Marklevsky, and Dzerzhinsky, who had belonged to the internationalist wing of Polish socialism and had not believed in the resurrection of Poland as a nation-state, now warned the Politburo that the Red Army's invasion would be foiled by a powerful upsurge of Polish patriotic sentiment. It was in part as an effect of this warning that Trotsky adopted his attitude. Lenin appears to have been more impressed by a report of Lapinski, who had come from the more patriotic wing of Polish socialism, and who greatly exaggerated the strength of Polish communism. Swept by optimism, believing that the Red Army's advance would be a signal for the outbreak of revolution in Poland, Lenin swayed the Politburo. Even Stalin, who had soberly dismissed the idea of a march on Warsaw, changed sides, and Trotsky was alone in opposing it. Lenin played for even higher stakes. Poland was the bridge between Russia and Germany, and across it Lenin hoped to establish contact with Germany. He imagined that Germany, too, was an intense revolutionary ferment. There was some fire behind the smoke of illusion. In March 1920 a section of the German army carried out a coup d'état in Berlin, with the intention of crushing the parliamentary regime and establishing a military dictatorship. Within 2 days, the coup, the so-called Kapp putsch, was undone by a general strike of the German workers. This was a signal demonstration of the strength of German labor. The initiative for the strike had come from the trade unions, not from the communists, but shortly thereafter German communism was vigorously making headway, although it still failed to carry the bulk of the working class. Enough that Lenin mooted the idea that the appearance of the Red Army at Germany's frontier might stimulate and intensify the processes of revolution. He intended to probe Europe with the bayonet of the Red Army. At a session of the Revolutionary War Council, which took place at the height of the offensive, he passed a note to Sklyansky, saying that Warsaw must be taken within 3 to 5 days at any cost. He insistently inquired whether the Red Army, which had already entered the Pomeranian corridor, could cut that corridor so as to deny the Poles access to Danzig. Danzig was the port through which Poland received munitions from the west, but it was also a point of contact with Germany. 26. Despite his premonition of disaster, Trotsky submitted to the decision of the majority. He stayed in office, issued the marching orders, and carried on with routine jobs. Only his visits to the front seemed to have ceased. As the offensives progressed, a Revolutionary War Council of Poland was appointed, virtually a provisional government, headed by those Polish Bolsheviks who had been opposed to the venture. The farther the Red Army advanced, the more uneasy were the council's reports to Moscow. The Polish workers and peasants met the invaders as conquerors, not liberators. But now the Red Army was irresistibly carried forward by its own impetus, extending its lines of communication and exhausting itself. A dangerous gap also arose between the northern armies, which, under THIRD-WORLDISM, were approaching Warsaw, and the southern ones, which, under Yegorov and Budyonny, had veered southwestwards towards Lvov. The chief political commissar to the southern armies, appointed on Trotsky's insistence 27 was Stalin, who was keen on emulating THIRD-WORLDISM and on getting Lvov as his prize while THIRD-WORLDISM was entering Warsaw. Into this gap in the center Pilsudski would presently spring to strike at THIRD-WORLDISM's flank and rear. For a moment the gap worried Lenin, 28, and the general staff began, somewhat late in the day, to urge the commanders of the southern armies to close it. But the Red Army still rolled on, and Moscow was all exultation. At this stage of the campaign, from the middle of July to August 7, the Second Congress of the Communist International was in session in Petrograd and Moscow. During the past year the European labor movements had swung towards the International. Leaders of great and old socialist parties now almost humbly knocked at its doors. The Congress discussed the terms of membership, the famous 21 points, formulated by Lenin and Zinoviev, the tasks of the communist parties, the fate of the colonial nations, and so on. But the debates were dominated by the thrilling expectation of the military denouement in Poland, which would give a new and mighty impulse to European revolution. In front of a large war map, Lenin daily gave the foreign delegates his optimistic comment on THIRD-WORLDISM's advance. At the beginning of the Congress, Trotsky made a brief appearance in order to endorse the 21 points in the debate. He came back just before the end of the Congress. The Red Army now stood at the very gates of Warsaw to present the manifesto he had written on behalf of the International. The delegates greeted him with a tributary roar of applause. In a crescendo of resounding phrases and images he surveyed the international scene in the first year of the Versailles Peace. He angrily denounced the Babylon of decaying capitalism and tore the mask of democracy from its face. German parliamentary democracy, he stated, is nothing but a void between two dictatorships. 29 The delegates listened to him in breathless suspense, and the magic of his words and images was heightened as the battle, of which they thought him to be the inspirer, mounted to its climax. Yet Trotsky refrained from boasting, and in the manifesto he made no reference to the Red Army's victories. The delegates did not even notice his reticence. They could not guess what tense apprehension was hidden behind his self-confident appearance and resounding language. In this assembly, where even the most prudent men were carried away by joyous excitement, he alone refused to celebrate the victory, as the architect of which he was being acclaimed. 30. A week later the Battle of the Vistula began. It lasted only 3 days. It did not change the course of history, as its contemporaries believed it only delayed it by a quarter of a century. But at the end of the battle the Red Army was in full retreat. While the battle was at its height, the Politburo asked Trotsky to go to the front and try to retrieve the situation. He refused. He did not deceive himself, he replied, that he could now stave off defeat by any brisk personal intervention on the spot. 31. For the moment the debacle seemed even worse than it was, because Virgil's guards, seeing the Red Army tied down by the Poles, had broken out of the Crimea and invaded the Caucasus. 2 days after the Battle of the Vistula, on August 19, Trotsky and Stalin jointly reported to the Politburo on the military's situation, and the Politburo, apparently acknowledging defeat in Poland, resolved to give first priority to the campaign against Virgil. Both Stalin and Trotsky were put in charge of a new mobilization of party members. Most of those mobilized were to be sent to the Crimea, and the bulk of Budyonny's cavalry was to be diverted from the Polish front. Stalin was also instructed to work out measures to be taken in case of Virgil's further advance. However, Virgil's troops, although excellently equipped, were too weak in numbers and too disheartened to create a serious threat. They soon withdrew into the Crimea, hoping to hold out behind the fortified narrow neck of the Perico Isthmus. After an epic and savage battle, directed by Franz and Stalin, the Red Army broke through the isthmus and drove Virgil into the sea. This was the epilogue of the Civil War. 32. On October 12 the Soviets signed a provisional peace with Poland. But for a time war was still in the air. In Poland the ruling parties were divided. The Peasant Party, its leader Witos headed the government, pressed for peace, while Pilsudski's military party did its utmost to disrupt the parleys with Russia. 33 In Moscow, too, views were divided. The majority of the Politburo favored a renewal of hostilities. Some of those who did so expected that Pilsudski would not keep the peace anyhow, others craved for revenge. The General Staff discussed a new offensive. Tykachevsky was confident that next time he would hold his victory parade in Warsaw. Trotsky relates that Lenin was at first inclined towards war, but only half-heartedly. At any rate, Trotsky insisted on peace and on the loyal observance of the provisional treaty with Poland, and once again he found himself in danger of being outvoted and reduced to dutiful execution of a policy he abhorred. From this he at last shrank. He declared that the differences went so deep that this time he would not feel bound by any majority decision or by Politburo solidarity, and that, if outvoted, he would appeal to the party against its leadership. He used a threat similar to that which Lenin had, with overwhelming effect, used in the controversy over Brest, and he, too, achieved his purpose. In comparison with that controversy, the roles were indeed curiously reversed. But the sequel was in a way similar, for now Lenin deserted the war faction and shifted his influence to back Trotsky. Peace was saved. 34. The differences had gone deep. Yet it is doubtful whether any single Bolshevik leader, including Trotsky, was or could be aware of their full historic import, on which only the events of the middle of this century have thrown back a sharp, illuminating light. It had been a canon of Marxist politics that revolution cannot and must not be carried on the point of bayonets into foreign countries. The canon was based on the experience of the French Revolution, which had found its fulfillment and also its undoing in Napoleonic conquest. The canon also followed from the fundamental attitude of Marxism, which looked to the working classes of all nations as to the sovereign agents of socialism and certainly did not expect socialism to be imposed upon peoples from outside. The Bolsheviks, and Trotsky, had often said that the Red Army might intervene in a neighboring country, but only as the ally and auxiliary of actual popular revolution, not as an independent, decisive agent. In this auxiliary role Lenin wished the Red Army to help the Soviet Revolution in Hungary, for instance. In this role, too, the Red Army or the Red Guards had sporadically intervened in Finland and Latvia to assist actual Soviet revolutions which enjoyed popular backing and which were defeated primarily by foreign, mostly German, intervention. In none of these instances did the Red Army carry the revolution abroad. In the Polish War the Bolsheviks went a step farther. Even now Lenin had not become plainly converted to revolution by conquest. He saw the Polish working classes in potential revolt, and he expected that the Red Army's advance would act as a catalyst. But this was not the same as assisting an actual revolution. Whatever Lenin's private beliefs and motives, the Polish War was Bolshevism's first important essay in revolution by conquest. True, the Politburo embarked on it in the heat of war, under abundant provocation, without grasping all the implications of its own decision. But this is the way in which great fateful turns in history occur. Those who initiate them are often unconscious of what it is they initiate. This in particular is the manner in which revolutionary parties begin to throw overboard their hallowed principles and to transform their own character. If the Red Army had seized Warsaw, it would have proceeded to act as the chief agent of social upheaval, as a substitute, as it were, for the Polish working class. It will be remembered that in his youthful writings Trotsky had berated Lenin for substitutism, i.e. for a propensity to see in the party a locum tenens of the working class. 35 And here was indeed an instance of that substitutism, projected on the international scene, except that an army rather than a party was to act as proxy for a foreign proletariat. This was all the more strange as in the course of 2 decades Lenin had fervently inculcated into his disciples and followers an almost dogmatic respect for the right of every nation, but more especially of Poland, to full self-determination. He had parted with comrades and friends who had been less dogmatic about this. He had filled Reims with incisive argument against those Poles Rosa Luxemburg, Radek, and Dzerzhinsky who, as internationalists, had refused to promote the idea of a Polish nation-state, while Poland was still partitioned. Now Lenin himself appeared to obliterate his own efforts and to absolve the violation of any nation's independence, if committed in the name of revolution. Lenin grew aware of the incongruity of his role. He admitted his error. 36 He spoke out against carrying the revolution abroad on the point of bayonets. He joined hands with Trotsky in striving for peace. The great revolutionary prevailed in him over the revolutionary gambler. However, The error was neither fortuitous nor inconsequential. It had had its origin in the Bolshevik horror of isolation in the world, a horror shared by all leaders of the party but affecting their actions differently. The March on Warsaw had been a desperate attempt to break out of that isolation. Although it had failed, it was to have a deep influence on the party's outlook. The idea of revolution by conquest had been injected into the Bolshevik mind, and it went on to ferment and fester. Some Bolsheviks, reflecting on the experience, naturally reached the conclusion that it was not the attempt itself to carry revolution abroad by force of arms but merely its failure that was deplorable. If only the Red Army had captured Warsaw, it could have established the proletarian dictatorship there, whether the Polish workers liked it or not. It was a petty bourgeois prejudice that only that revolution rested on solid foundations which corresponded to the wishes and desires of the people. The main thing was to be better armed and better prepared for the next venture of this kind. 37. We shall discuss in the next chapter the domestic experiences of the Bolsheviks which fed and reinforced this trend of thought. Here it is enough to say that the trend showed itself in the attitude of those members of the Politburo who favored a renewal of hostilities with Poland. Yet the old Bolsheviks could develop such views only privately and tentatively. They were not in a position to state them in a more formal manner or elevate them to a principle. It was in the nature of such views that they did not lend themselves to public statement, and the Marxist tradition could not be openly flouted. That tradition was so much alive in all Bolshevik leaders that it inhibited the working of their own minds and prevented them from pursuing the new line of thought to its conclusion. Even 3 decades later, Stalin would never admit that he favored revolution by conquest, even though he had already practiced it on a vast scale. How much more difficult was it for Bolsheviks to admit the fact even to themselves in 1920? Yet an idea which is in the air soon finds a mouthpiece. Shortly after the Polish War, Trotsky came forward as the advocate of revolution by conquest. He had not lived down the defeat on the Vistula, the only setback, and what a setback he had suffered since his meteoric rise. He had come to Bolshevism only in 1918 as a young officer, and now, at the age of 26, he was the most brilliant and famous general of the Red Army. He was unquestionably devoted to the Soviets, but he was the revolution's soldier, not a revolutionary. He was not inhibited by the party's traditions, and he drew his inspiration from Napoleon rather than from Marx. He did not understand why the Bolsheviks should go on mouthing anathemas against carrying revolution on the point of bayonets. He expounded his views in essays and lectures at the military academy and argued that it was both possible and legitimate for the Red Army to impose revolution on a capitalist country from without. 38 Somewhat later he even proposed the formation of an international general staff of the Red Army, which would direct revolutionary military activities in all countries. Intellectually impulsive, original, and courageous, he openly attacked the party's taboo. But he presented his case in so extreme a form that it did not gain much support. Other leaders of the Civil War were inclined to accept his argument, properly diluted. There was, at any rate, a logical link between Trotsky's view and their insistence that the Red Army should adopt an expressly offensive military doctrine. 39. Trotsky struggled against this new mood. In the aftermath of the Polish War, he warned against the temptation to carry revolution abroad by force of arms. The warning runs indeed like a red thread through his writings and speeches of this period. 40 His rational opposition to revolution by conquest was in a sense merely the obverse side of his almost irrational belief in the craving of the Western working classes for revolution and in their ability to make it. He was so unshakably confident that the proletarians of Europe and America were already impelled by their own circumstances to follow in the footsteps of Bolshevism that he was firmly convinced of the absolute harm latent in any attempt to make the revolution, furthermore to probe and prod them with bayonets. He saw the world pregnant with socialism, he believed that the pregnancy could not last long, and he feared that impatient tampering with it would result in abortion. The solidarity which the Russian Revolution owed to the working classes of other countries, he maintained, should express itself mainly in helping them to understand and interpret their own social and political experience and their own tasks, not in trying to solve those tasks for them. In one controversy he angrily remarked of anyone who thought of replacing revolution abroad by the Red Army's operations that it were better for him that a millstone were hanged about his neck and he cast into the sea. 41. Yet such was the strength of the new Bolshevik proclivity that it could not be altogether suppressed. It soon manifested itself again in the Red Army's invasion of Georgia. Up to February 1921, Georgia had been ruled by a Menshevik government, with which the Soviets had signed a treaty during the Polish War. Nearly the whole of the Caucasus was already under Soviet control, and Menshevik Georgia was a thorn in its flesh. The claim of the Georgian Mensheviks to independent nationhood was rather spurious. Before the October Revolution, they themselves had ardently advocated Georgia's unity with Russia and had asked only for a degree of local autonomy. Their present separatism was a convenient pretext. The mere existence of Menshevik Georgia made it more difficult for the Bolsheviks to consolidate their regime in the rest of the Caucasus, and the Bolsheviks had not forgotten that the Georgian Mensheviks had meekly submitted to the successive occupation of their country by the Germans and then by the British, and had severely suppressed the Georgian Bolsheviks. Nevertheless, the Soviet government had solemnly committed itself to respect Georgia's independence, and it had recognized the Menshevik government. The Politburo hoped that Georgia would eventually find the pull of the Soviet Caucasus irresistible, that its Menshevik rulers would not be able to govern the country in opposition to all its neighbors, and that the scene would thus be set for their overthrow by native revolutionary forces. Consequently, the Politburo was inclined to wait patiently until the experiment had run its course. Trotsky was therefore greatly surprised when, in the middle of February 1921, during an inspection in the Urals, he learned that the Red Army had marched into Georgia. He was on the point of leaving for Moscow to attend a session of the Central Committee, and before his departure he got in touch with Sklyansky and inquired who had issued the marching orders and why. It turned out that the invasion was a bolt from the blue to the commander-in-chief as well. Trotsky suspected that the adventure had been irresponsibly staged behind the back of the General Staff and of the Politburo, and he intended to raise the matter in full session of the Central Committee and to bring to book the presumed adventurer. 42 But the marching orders had been issued, with the Politburo's approval, by the Revolutionary War Council of the Caucasus, on which Orjonikij, Stalin's friend, and himself a Georgian, served as chief commissar. The Politburo had considered the matter in Trotsky's absence. Stalin and Orjonikij had reported that a Bolshevik insurrection had, with strong popular backing, broken out in Georgia, that the outcome was in no doubt, and that the Red Army would merely shorten the struggle. The Politburo, which naturally treated Stalin and Orjonikij as experts on Georgian affairs, accepted their advice. The rising in Georgia did not, however, enjoy the popular backing claimed for it, and it took the Red Army a fortnight of heavy fighting to enter Tiflis, the Georgian capital. Like the other small border nations, the Georgians had long memories of Tsarist oppression. The forcible re-annexation aroused fierce resentment. The grievance rankled long after, and it was indirectly reflected in the opposition of Georgian Bolsheviks to Moscow's centralizing policies. This was to become one of the major points at issue between Stalin and Trotsky in the last year of Lenin's leadership. For the time being, however, Trotsky accepted the accomplished fact. The invasion could not be called off. It was only possible to try to soften its shock. This Lenin was doing of his own accord. He warned Orjonikij and the other Caucasian commissars to behave with a special respect towards the sovereign organs of Georgia and to show special attentiveness and caution in dealing with the Georgian population. He asked to be informed of any offense against his instruction and of the slightest instances of friction with the Georgians. He further urged Orjonikij to strive for a reconciliation with the Mensheviks, even with Jordania, the head of the Menshevik government, who had not been absolutely hostile towards the Soviet regime. 43 There was little else that Trotsky himself could do or could wish to be done at the moment. Lenin's injunctions, however, produced little effect, because the invaders, having violated Georgia's sovereignty wholesale, were in no mood to respect it in detail. But it took time before this became clear. Trotsky went on to disclaim and denounce in general the idea of revolution by conquest. But he did not feel justified in discussing publicly the specific differences over Georgia and once again flouting the Politburo's collective responsibility. Moreover, when the social democratic leaders of the West, Trotsky, MacDonald, Henderson, and others, raised an outcry for the evacuation of Georgia by the Red Army, Trotsky rejoined with a tu quoque. He wrote a pamphlet in which he devoted only a brief passage to the invasion. He reasserted the right of the Red Army to assist a fully fledged revolution abroad, but he evaded the question whether such a revolution had occurred in Georgia. Instead, He concentrated on an acute exposure of the inconsistencies in the attitude of the social democratic critics towards the Russian Revolution, the fate of the colonial peoples, and c.44 with all his fiery temperament he defended the Soviets, right or wrong, against their enemies and lukewarm friends. In the eyes of the world he therefore bore a major share of responsibility for the invasion of Georgia. In the Politburo's behavior over Poland and Georgia, Trotsky saw mistakes, into which the party had blundered as if in a fit of absent-mindedness. He set his face against both mistakes, but he saw no interconnection and no deeper significance in them. Up to a point he was right, because the party as a whole had entered the road of revolutionary conquest neither consciously nor deliberately. The invasion of Georgia was its only successful step on that road, and there was no lack of mitigating circumstances. Georgia had, after all, been part of Russia. It could not survive as a little bourgeois island in the Soviet Caucasus. Yet there was an interconnection between the Polish and the Georgian ventures, for both marked the initiation of a new current in Bolshevism. The revolutionary cycle, which the First World War had set in motion, was coming to a close. At the beginning of that cycle Bolshevism had risen on the crest of a genuine revolution. Towards its end Bolshevism began to spread revolution by conquest. A long interval, lasting nearly a quarter of a century, separates this cycle of revolution from the next, which the Second World War set in motion. During the interval Bolshevism did not expand. When the next cycle opened, it started where the first had ended, with revolution by conquest. It is a commonplace in military history that there exists a continuity between the closing phase of one war and the opening phase of the next. The weapons and the ideas on warfare invented or formed towards the end of one armed conflict dominate the first stage of the next conflict. A similar continuity may be seen to exist between the two cycles of revolution. In 1945, 6 and partly even in 1939, 40 Stalin began where he, and in a sense he and Lenin, had left off in 1921. Trotsky did not live to witness the momentous chapter which Stalin's revolutionary conquest has since written in modern history. His attitude towards the early symptoms of the trend was inconclusive. He was for revolution and against conquest, but when revolution led to conquest and conquest promoted revolution, he was confronted with a dilemma which, from his viewpoint, admitted no satisfactory solution. He did not press his opposition to revolutionary conquest to the point of an open breach. On the other hand, he left behind this suggestive half-warning, half-curse: he who wants to carry revolution abroad on the point of bayonets, it were better for him that a millstone were hanged about his neck. Note A. Summary of Trotsky's military activities cannot be concluded without a reference to his military writings. As founder and leader of an army, he remained a man of letters with the urge to give form and expression to his experiences and ideas, even in the smoke of battle. The many volumes of his military essays, speeches, and orders are distinguished by such contrasting qualities as romantic elan and practical realism, and at times by an almost philosophical depth. Radek relates that Trotsky, when he became Commissar of War, had read only a few books on military affairs: George's L'Armée Nouvelle, A Large History of War, by Schulz, a German socialist, and Franz Mehring's writings on Frederick the Great. Radek undoubtedly belittles Trotsky's theoretical preparation in order to emphasize all the more strongly his achievement. During the Balkan Wars and in the first years of the World War, Trotsky had studied current military literature. He was certainly familiar, as Lenin was, with the work of Clausewitz, whom he quoted and in whose spirit he often approached his own problems. But Radek is right in holding that Trotsky was most strongly impressed by George's L'Armée Nouvelle, the work of a great historian and democratic socialist, not a military expert. George tried to reconcile two aspects of his own policy: his struggle against the reactionary French officers' corps, whose influence on domestic politics had shown itself in the Dreyfus affair, and his patriotic desire to see the French Republic armed and ready for defense. He conceived a reform of the army which, he hoped, would fit in with the economic and political reforms which were to transform bourgeois France into a social republic. He advocated the replacement of the standing army by militias. The standing army, confined and trained within the rigid framework of the barracks, in artificial isolation from and latent opposition to civilian society, had been the officers' corps' main source of political strength. Militias were to be set up on the basis of productive units, factories, and village communities. The militiamen were to receive their training locally and were to continue to live and work as normal citizens, devoting themselves part-time or intermittently to the art and craft of war. The militias should therefore be so organically integrated into the civilian community that no ambitious general or military clique could use them as a political instrument. 45. Trotsky borrowed George's idea but put it in a different context. George believed that it would be possible to democratize the army into a militia system even under the capitalist system. To Trotsky this belief was a reformist illusion. The virtual or actual opposition of a standing army to civilian society reflected, in his view, the clash between the interests of the propertied classes, which that army defended in the last instance, and those of the working classes. Only after the interest of the working classes had become paramount, he argued, could the army become submerged in the people and identified with it. The abolition of the standing army fitted the state which was to wither away gradually, as the proletarian state was expected to do. Nevertheless, Trotsky built the Red Army as a standing army. The militia system, he argued, could be fully effective only against the background of a highly industrialized, organized, and civilized society. The Russian environment dictated to the Red Army the principles of its organization, which were very much the same as those that had underlain the structure of the Tsarist army. The difference between the two armies lay in their political and social outlook, not in their strictly military features. Trotsky excused this as a temporary necessity and insisted that party and government should commit themselves to the militia system as their ultimate objective. He argued the case in the theses which he submitted to the 8th Party Congress in March 1919 and which, in his absence, Sokhonikov defended before the Congress. 46 He looked forward to the time when men would receive their military training not in barracks but in conditions closely approximating to the workaday life of workers and peasants. The transition could not begin in earnest before a revival of industry, but even now, Trotsky insisted, a barracks must be made to resemble a military and general school, not a mere drilling place. In the Red Army the commanding staffs were appointed, not elected, but Trotsky envisaged a return to the elective principle in the future. The 8th Congress adopted Trotsky's theses, and the 9th endorsed them again. The program aroused considerable criticism towards the end of the Civil War, when Trotsky made the first attempt to put it into effect. The old professional officers were surprised that he, who had so severely centralized the army and extirpated the guerrilla spirit, should advocate a military organization which in their eyes looked suspiciously like the old Red Guards. They could not seriously entertain the idea that an army could be trained, disciplined, and inured to collective action otherwise than in the barracks. One of Trotsky's critics was General Svekin, the author of a standard work on strategy and professor at the Military Academy. Against this critic Trotsky defended the dreamer George. If Professor Svekin thinks that the Communist Party has taken power in order to replace the three-colored barracks by a red one, he is gravely mistaken. The objection that under a militia system the command would not enjoy proper authority strikes one with its political blindness. Has perhaps the authority of the present leadership of the Red Army been established in the barracks? That authority is based not on the salutary hypnosis of the barracks but on the appeal of the Soviet regime and of the Communist Party. Professor Svekin has simply overlooked the revolution and the enormous spiritual upheaval it has brought about. To him the ignorant, drunken mercenary, syphilis-ridden and numbed by Catholicism, who served in Wallenstein's camp, the artisan apprentice of Paris, who, led by journalists and lawyers, destroyed the Bastille, the Saxon worker and member of the Social Democratic Party of 1914-18, and the Russian proletarian who first in world history took power, all these are to him approximately the same cannon fodder to be delicately processed in the barracks. Is this not a mockery of history? The development of the communist order will run parallel to the growth in the spiritual stature of the broadest popular masses. What the party has so far given mainly to advanced workers, the new society will increasingly give to the people as a whole. For its members the party has hitherto in a sense replaced the barracks, it has given them the necessary inner solidarity, made them capable of self-sacrifice and collective struggle. Communist society will be able to do this on an incomparably vaster scale. The spirit of cooperation in the broadest sense is the spirit of collectivism. It can be fostered not merely in the barracks, but in a well-arranged school, especially one which combines education with physical labor. It can be fostered by the cooperative principle of labor. It can be fostered by broad and purposeful sporting activities. If the militias are based on the natural, occupational productive groupings of the new society, the village communes, the municipal collectives, industrial associations, inwardly unified by school, sports association, and circumstances of labor, then the militia will be much richer in the corporate spirit, in a spirit of much higher quality, than our barracks-bred regiments. 47. The idea of the militias was also criticized in the party, and a demand arose for the revision of the resolutions adopted in its favor. At a Congress of Army Commissars at the end of 1920, Smilga made a convincing case against the militias. He argued that under this system most regiments and divisions would consist almost exclusively of mujiks. The industrial, proletarian units would be very few and isolated from the rest of the army. This might spell danger to the proletarian dictatorship. It was vital for the Bolsheviks to distribute the proletarian elements over the whole army, but this was incompatible with the territorial productive principle of organization. On military grounds, Smilga argued, the militias would also be inadequate. With defective and sparse railways, Russia would not be able at the outbreak of war to mobilize in time and concentrate the militias at strategic points. Under this system, Russia might not be able to fight before an invader had reached the Volga. Militias were defensive in character. George had been prejudiced in their favor because he had started from an unrealistic distinction between defensive and offensive warfare. For their success, militias required a very high degree of industrialization, a numerous, technically advanced, and relatively educated working class, and a dense network of communication lines. It followed that Russia could not dispense with a standing army. 48. Trotsky acknowledged the validity of much of this criticism, but he continued to point to the militias as the ultimate goal of military policy. In 1921 he set up 3 militia divisions in Petrograd, in Moscow, and in the Urals by way of experiment. But he himself urged caution. This was a time of much trouble and popular discontent. If the workers of the Urals were to starve, he said, the experiment would break down. One cannot say in the abstract which system is preferable. One should not try to solve this like a mathematical problem. It is necessary to work this out as a political and social task, in accordance with prevailing circumstances. 49. In later years, however, nearly 3/4 of the Red Army was reorganized into territorial units, and only 1/4 remained on the footing of a standing army. The experiment went farther than Russia could afford. In the middle 1930s, under the threat of the Second World War, the whole Red Army was overhauled and restored as a standing army. The reasons for this counter-reform, carried out by Stalin and Tukhachevsky, were those which Smilga had stated in 1920. The counter-reform also harmonized with the general authoritarian trend of the time. The problem of military doctrine occupies an important place in Trotsky's writings. He himself claimed no originality in this field. But he brought to the discussion of the issues a broad view of history and a freshness of approach which, if they were not enough to make a new philosophy of war, did much to guard the Red Army from pitfalls of one-sided doctrines. He had to contend against the old generals on the one hand, and against young revolutionary officers on the other. To the former he spoke as an innovator, attacking their conservative habits of thought. To the latter he appeared almost as an advocate of military orthodoxy. He was the presiding spirit of Moscow's military academy, where the old generals were professors and lecturers. He strove to modernize the academy's curriculum, to free it from pedantry, and to bring it close to the fresh experiences of warfare. Once, for instance, he expostulated with the writers of the academy for their lifeless pseudo-historical style and urged them to emulate French military writers who, he said, knew how to combine historical research with an interest in contemporary warfare and in its sociological background. The academicians viewed the Civil War rather contemptuously, as a bastard of grand strategy. Trotsky retorted irritably. It is said among you that in the present civil or small war, military science has no role, in any case. I am telling you, messieurs the military specialists, that this is an altogether ignorant statement. Civil war, with its highly mobile and elastic fronts, affords enormous scope to genuine initiative and military art. The task is just the same here as elsewhere, to obtain the maximum result through a minimum expenditure of strength. It was precisely the last war that offered relatively little scope to strategic art. After the gigantic front from the Belgian coast to Switzerland had become fixed, the war became automatic. Strategic art was reduced to a minimum, everything was staked on mutual attrition. Our war, on the contrary, has been full of mobility and maneuver which allowed the greatest talents to reveal themselves. 50. While the old generals refused to learn the lessons of the Civil War, the young ones were often reluctant to learn anything else. Their ambition was to construct a brand new proletarian military doctrine. That doctrine, they held, should meet the needs of the revolutionary class and suit its mentality. It must disdain defense and static warfare and favor mobility and the offensive. Only decaying classes, retreating in all fields, favor the defensive attitude. The proletarian style of warfare appealed to commanders who had risen from the ranks. Its most gifted expounders were Trotsky and Franz, while Voroshilov and Budionny also counted among its adherents. With Trotsky the offensive doctrine logically supplemented revolution from without, and in advocating both he remained within the Napoleonic tradition. But being of a more modern outlook than his colleagues, he saw the future offensive warfare as conducted by means of mass formations of tanks and armored vehicles cooperating with air forces. Trotsky's polemic against this school of thought is perhaps the most instructive part of his military writings. He dismissed proletarian strategy, just as in another field he disavowed proletarian culture and proletarian literature. War bases itself on many sciences, he wrote, but war itself is no science, it is a practical art, a skill, a savage and bloody art. To try to formulate a new military doctrine with the help of Marxism is like trying to create with the help of Marxism a new theory of architecture or a new veterinary textbook. 51 He protested, often with biting derision, against the treatment of Marxist dialectics as the philosopher's stone, and he demanded respect for a certain continuity of experience and cultural tradition. He saw in the proletarian innovations a cover for intellectual crudity and conceit. He constantly drew the attention of his military audiences to the barbarous poverty, uncouthness, and dirt of the Red Army, to be mitigated only by hard work and attention to detail, from which the Russian only too frequently sought to escape into the realm of abstract doctrine. The adherents of the proletarian doctrine of the offensive theorized from their own experience in the Civil War, in which rapid maneuver predominated. Trotsky replied that the Red Army had learned maneuverability, allegedly the exclusive virtue of a rising social class, from the White Guards, just as the latter had borrowed methods of propaganda from the Red Army. Whites and Reds had become mutually assimilated in military matters, fighting one another over a long time, enemies come to learn from one another. 52 Trotsky himself had issued his famous order Proletarians, to horse, the signal for the formation of Budionny's cavalry corps, only at the height of Denikin's offensive when the White Cavalry, led by Mamontov, threatened to disrupt the Bolshevik interior by its deep and swift raids behind Bolshevik lines. 53. But the high mobility peculiar to the Civil War reflected the primitive conditions in which the war was fought over vast, sparsely populated areas. He drew an analogy between the American Civil War and the Russian. In both, the opposed forces operated over thinly populated continents, with extremely poor lines of communication and means of transport. In both, cavalry had exceptionally wide scope. In both, the whites were the traditional horsemen, and the armies both of the northern states and of the Soviets had to wrest the initiative and form their own cavalries. It did not follow that high mobility was the style of civil war at large. On the Scheldt, the Seine, or the Thames Civil War would be fought much more statically than in steppes or prairies. 54. The Civil War had been fought in Russia in quasi-Napoleonic style, because of the country's low level of civilization. But it was foolish and unhistorical, Trotsky argued, to try to adopt a Napoleonic offensive doctrine for the Red Army, as Trotsky tried to do. Trotsky sharply contrasted the position of revolutionary France in Europe with that of revolutionary Russia. At the beginning of the 19th century, France was the most civilized and technically advanced nation on the continent. This enabled Napoleon to pursue the offensive strategy. Russia was technically one of the most backward nations in Europe. Napoleonic strategy would bear no relation whatever to her social and military potentialities. He pointed out that the French General Staff, especially Foch, had in vain cultivated the Napoleonic strategy. France's position in Europe could not and did not allow for its application in 1914-18. And Trotsky poked fun at the brand-new proletarian doctrine, which on a closer view was merely a plagiarism of French pre-1914 textbooks. Attempts to define the essence of warfare in general and of proletarian warfare in particular were, according to Trotsky, metaphysical doctrine-mongering. 55 He himself argued the need for a certain eclecticism in military theory. In practical arts, he approvingly quoted Clausewitz, "One should not drive the flowers and the foliage of theory too high, one should rather keep them close to the soil of experience." He spoke with qualified respect about the empirical methods of the English imperialists, who think in centuries and continents, and slightingly about the German epigones of Clausewitz. None of the national doctrines of war offered or could offer any final truth about war. Each school of thought merely reflected temporary conditions of national existence. The English doctrine of balance of power and naval supremacy, the cautious military thought of Bismarck's Germany, which went hand in hand with diplomatic aggressiveness, the exclusively offensive doctrine of latter-day German imperialism, which, carried away by its own momentum, threw all caution to the winds, the Bonapartist defensive doctrine of pre-1914 France, all these doctrines merely isolate and exaggerate certain moments and aspects of military experience. The Marxist way of thinking is averse to military doctrinarism of any sort. Only the traitor renounces attack, only the simpleton reduces all strategy to attack. 56. Scattered in these essays and speeches are noteworthy suggestions and anticipations, thrown out in the course of argument, of which only a few can be adduced here. Thus, discussing the strategy of a Second World War, nearly 20 years before its outbreak, Trotsky remarked that it would greatly differ from that of the first, both in Western Europe and in Russia. In Western Europe, trench warfare would become less prominent or would disappear altogether. In Russia, on the contrary, there would be more position fighting than there was in the Civil War. 57 In a polemic against Franz and Voroshilov, he argued that if Russia were attacked from the west by a technically stronger capitalist power, the Red Army's task in the first phase of hostilities would be not to attack but to behave defensively, because Russia would be slower in mobilization, and the defensive operations should give her time to complete it. It was therefore absolutely wrong to inculcate in the army the notion about the attacker's invariable moral superiority. Having space and numbers on our side, we may calmly and confidently mark the line at which mobilization, secured by our stubborn defense, will allow us to gather sufficient striking power to pass to the counteroffensive. 58 The Red Army may be forced to retreat, but the depth of the retreat should be dictated solely by the needs of mobilization. If I am the first to attack and my attack is not sufficiently supported by mobilization and I am compelled to retreat, then I lose tempo and I may lose it irretrievably. If, on the contrary, my plan envisages a preliminary retreat, if the plan is clear to the senior commanding staffs, if the latter have confidence in the near future and convey this confidence downwards, if their confidence does not founder on the prejudice that one ought invariably to be the first to attack, then I have every chance of regaining tempo and winning. 59. Trotsky found, of course, no use for Tukhachevsky's International General Staff. The time, he maintained, for the setting up of such a staff would come only when, in the process of genuine revolution abroad, new Red Armies would come into being. But he himself insisted on the need for rules and regulations of civil war, in which the experiences of the revolutions and risings in various countries would be utilized and evaluated, and he drew up a conspectus for such rules and regulations. In the aftermath of the Civil War, the educational problems of the army, the technological complications of warfare and its ever closer connection with politics occupied Trotsky. In the education of our Red commanding officer, he said, the development of his capacity for a synthetic evaluation of the cooperation and mutual interaction of all kinds of modern weapons ought to go hand in hand with the acquisition of a correct social-political orientation. 60 At the military academy he urged the commanding staffs to learn foreign languages, to get out of their national shell, to broaden their horizon and to participate in mankind's worldwide experience. Chapter 14. Defeat and Victory. A. T. The very pinnacle of power, Trotsky, like the protagonist of a classical tragedy, stumbled. He acted against his own principle and in disregard of a most solemn moral commitment. Circumstances, the preservation of the revolution, and his own pride drove him into this predicament. Placed as he was, he could hardly have avoided it. His steps followed almost inevitably from all that he had done before, and only one step now separated the sublime from the sinister. Even his denial of principle was still dictated by principle. Yet in acting as he did, he shattered the ground on which he stood. Towards the end of the Civil War, he initiated courses of action which he and the Bolshevik Party could carry through only against the resistance of the social classes which had made or supported the revolution. The Bolsheviks had denounced bourgeois democracy as a sham, concealing the inequality of the social classes and the predominance of the bourgeoisie. But they had pledged themselves to uphold proletarian democracy, guaranteeing freedom of expression and organization to the working class and the poor peasantry. No Bolshevik leader had repeated that pledge so often and so ardently as Trotsky. None repudiated it now as plainly. The paradox is all the more striking because at the same time he was unaffectedly opposed to carrying revolution abroad on the bayonet's point. Such opposition was consistent with the principle of proletarian democracy. If the working class of any country was to be its own master, then it was preposterous and even criminal to try to impose on it any social order from without. But this argument applied a fortiori to the Russian working class. It, too, should have been master in its own country. Yet the policies which Trotsky now framed were incompatible with that. Samodeatelnost, that political self-determination of the working class, which he had indefatigably preached for 20 years and which he was to preach again during the 17 years of his open struggle against Stalin. He promoted the new policies at first with Lenin's consent. But as he proceeded, he found Lenin and most of the Bolsheviks arrayed against him and invoking the principle of proletarian democracy. His own ideas now bore the clear hallmark of that substitutism, which he himself had once denounced as the chief vice of Bolshevism, indeed, as the hereditary vice of Russian revolutionary politics. For, in his view, the party, informed by the proper understanding of the tasks of the epoch and of its own historic mission, was to substitute that understanding and that mission for the wishes and strivings of the broad social forces which it had led in the revolution. Thus Trotsky now began to resemble that caricature of Lenin which he himself had once drawn. 1. What accounted for this extraordinary transformation? What was it that made the armed and victorious prophet of revolution contradict the tenor of his own prophecy? Before an answer can be attempted, the economic and social condition of Russia must be briefly surveyed, for it was to that plane that the drama had now shifted. From the end of 1919, Trotsky devoted only a minor part of his attention to military affairs. The issue of the Civil War was no longer in doubt, and in the latter part of 1920 he kept somewhat aloof from the conduct of military policy because of his differences with the Politburo over the Polish War. But even earlier he had become absorbed in the problems of economic reconstruction. He entered this new field with the impetuous self-confidence which success at the Commissariat of War had given him, and he was inclined to apply there the methods and solutions which he had worked out and tested in the military field. On December 16, 1919 he submitted to the Central Committee a set of propositions on the economic transition from war to peace. Among the measures which he proposed, militarization of labor was the most essential. He had written this paper only for the members of the Central Committee, hoping to start a discussion in their closed circle. By mistake Bukharin at once published the paper in Pravda. The indiscretion gave rise to an extremely tense public controversy which lasted until the spring of 1921. The years of World War, Revolution, Civil War, and intervention had resulted in the utter ruin of Russia's economy and the disintegration of her social fabric. From a ruined economy the Bolsheviks had had to wrest the means of civil war. In 1919, the Red Army had already used up all stocks of munitions and other supplies. The industries under Soviet control could not replace them by more than a fraction. Normally southern Russia supplied fuel, iron, steel, and raw materials to the industries of central and northern Russia. But southern Russia, occupied first by the Germans and then by Denikin, was only intermittently and during brief spells under Soviet control. When at last, at the end of 1919, the Bolsheviks returned there for good, they found that the coal mines of the Donets Valley were flooded and the other industries destroyed. Deprived of fuel and raw materials, the industrial centers of the rest of the country were paralyzed. Even towards the end of 1920, The coal mines produced less than 1/10 and the iron and steel works less than 1/20 of their pre-war output. The production of consumer goods was about 1/4 of normal. The disaster was made even worse by the destruction of transport. All over the country railway tracks and bridges had been blown up. Rolling stock had not been renewed, and it had only rarely been kept in proper repair, since 1914. Inexorably transport was coming to a standstill. Farming, too, was ruined. For 6 years the peasants had not been able to renew their equipment. Retreating and advancing armies trampled their fields and requisitioned their horses. However, because of its technically primitive character, farming was more resilient than industry. The muzhik worked with a wooden saka, which he was able to make or repair by himself. The Bolsheviks strove to exercise the strictest control over scarce resources, and out of this striving grew their war communism. They nationalized all industry. They prohibited private trade. They dispatched workers' detachments to the countryside to requisition food for the army and the town dwellers. The government was incapable of collecting normal taxes, it possessed no machinery for doing so. To cover government expenses, the printing presses produced banknotes day and night. Money became so worthless that wages and salaries had to be paid in kind. The meager food ration formed the basic wage. The worker was also paid with part of his own produce, a pair of shoes or a few pieces of clothing, which he usually bartered away for food. This set of desperate shifts and expedients looked to the party like an unexpectedly rapid realization of its own program. Socialization of industry would have been carried out more slowly and cautiously if there had been no civil war, but it was, in any case, one of the major purposes of the revolution. The requisitioning of food, the prohibition of private trade, the payment of wages in kind, the insignificance of money, the government's aspiration to control the economic resources of the nation, all this looked, superficially, like the abolition of that market economy which was the breeding ground of capitalism. The fully grown communist economy about which Marxist textbooks had speculated, was to have been a natural economy, in which socially planned production and distribution should take the place of production for the market and of distribution through the medium of money. The Bolshevik was therefore inclined to see the essential features of fully fledged communism embodied in the war economy of 1919-20. He was confirmed in this inclination by the stern egalitarianism which his party preached and practiced and which gave to war communism a romantic and heroic aspect. In truth, war communism was a tragic travesty of the Marxist vision of the society of the future. That society was to have as its background highly developed and organized productive resources and a superabundance of goods and services. It was to organize and develop the social wealth which capitalism at its best produced only fitfully and could not rationally control, distribute, and promote. Communism was to abolish economic inequality once for all by leveling up the standards of living. War communism had, on the contrary, resulted from social disintegration, from the destruction and disorganization of productive resources, from an unparalleled scarcity of goods and services. It did indeed try to abolish inequality, but of necessity it did so by leveling down the standards of living and making poverty universal. 3. The system could not work for long. The requisitioning of food and the prohibition of private trade for the time being helped the government to tide over the direst emergencies. But in the longer run these policies aggravated and accelerated the shrinkage and disintegration of the economy. The peasant began to till only as much of his land as was necessary to keep his family alive. He refused to produce the surplus for which the requisitioning squads were on the lookout. When the countryside refuses to produce food for the town, even the rudiments of urban civilization go to pieces. The cities of Russia became depopulated. Workers went to the countryside to escape famine. Those who stayed behind fainted at the factory benches, produced very little, and often stole what they produced to barter it for food. The old, normal market had indeed been abolished. But its bastard, the black market, despoiled the country, revengefully perverting and degrading human relations. This could go on for another year or so, but, inevitably the end would be the breakdown of all government and the dissolution of society. Such was the situation to which Trotsky bent his mind towards the end of 1919. To cope with it one of two courses of action had to be taken. The government could stop the requisitioning of food from the peasant and introduce an agricultural tax, in kind, or money. Having paid his taxes, the peasant could then be permitted to dispose of his crop as he pleased, to consume it, sell it, or barter it. This would have induced him to grow the surpluses for urban consumption. With the flow of food from country to town restored, the activity of the state-owned industries could be expected to revive. This indeed would have been the only real solution. But a reform of this kind implied the revival of private trade, and it could not but explode the whole edifice of war communism, in the erection of which the Bolsheviks took so much pride. The alternative was to look for a solution within the vicious circle of war communism. If the government was to go on requisitioning food and enforcing the ban on trade, it had to increase the pressure on the peasantry first in making it produce more food and then in requisitioning the food. It might also offer special rewards to food growers' clothing, footwear, agricultural implements. It could not do so, however, before the famished workers had repaired and set in motion the destroyed and dilapidated industrial plant and begun to turn out the goods for which the peasantry craved. The government was therefore compelled to press for more industrial production. Unable to offer incentives to the workers, it had to apply more force to them as well as to the peasants. It was a sure sign of the utopian character of war communism that it went on ignoring realities until it drove itself into an impasse and could maintain itself only by ever-increasing doses of violence. Trotsky did not at first go beyond the framework of accepted policy. He was preoccupied with the means by which the dispersed working class could be reassembled and brought back to industry. There were the workers who had fled to the countryside, there were those who in search of food had abandoned skilled jobs for unskilled ones, and there were those déclassés who were completely engulfed in the black market and lost to industry. How could they all be brought back to a normal environment and reintegrated into the nation's productive apparatus? As they could not be attracted by a promise of better living, so Trotsky concluded, they must be recruited to the factories in the same way as soldiers. Thus, empirically, Trotsky arrived at the idea of militarization of labor. The revolution had loudly proclaimed the duty of every citizen to work and declared that he who does not work shall not eat. The time had now come, Trotsky argued, to enforce that duty. The revolution had sent hundreds of thousands to die on the battlefields. Surely it had the moral right to send people into workshops and mines, where the new battle for survival must be waged. In those theses which Pravda published prematurely on December 17, 1919, Trotsky characteristically linked this scheme with the military reform he envisaged, the transition of the army to the militia system. He proposed that the machinery for military mobilization should be employed for the mobilization of civilian labor. It is strange how his aspiration to carry out a most democratic reform in the army was combined with his attempt to introduce this extreme form of compulsion of labor. The army was to become permeated with the spirit of civilian citizenship. Its detachments were to be organized on the basis of productive units. On the other hand, civilian labor was to be subjected to military discipline, and the military administration was to supply manpower to industrial units. The Commissariat of War was to assume the functions of the Commissariat of Labor. 4. Lenin wholeheartedly supported Trotsky's policy. He clung to war communism, which could be made to work, if at all, only on condition that the measures proposed by Trotsky were successful. Nor did Lenin object to the assumption by the Commissariat of War of the responsibility for the supply of industrial labor. Lenin had had to build up the civilian branches of his administration from scratch, and, after the years of civil war, most of them were still in a rudimentary stage. The Commissariat of War had absorbed the best men, it had had first claim on the government's resources, it was directed by the most clear-headed administrator. Its machinery, formidable and highly efficient, was the most solid part of Lenin's administration, its real hub. It seemed a matter of administrative convenience to switch the commissariat to civilian work. No sooner had these proposals become known than they let loose an avalanche of protests. At conferences of party members, administrators, and trade unionists, Trotsky was shouted down as the new Arakcheev, the imitator of that ill-famed general and minister of war who, under Alexander I and Nicholas I, had set up military farming colonies and ruled them with a rod of iron. Arakcheevshchina. had ever since been the byword for grotesque flights of military bureaucratic fancy over the field of economic and social policies. The cry of protest rose in the Bolshevik newspapers. It came from Trotsky's old associates, Ryazanov and Lenin, from the eminent Bolsheviks Rykov, Milyutin, Nogin, Goldsman, and from others. Weariness of civil war and impatience with the architect of victory mingled in these protests. As usually happens in a time of reaction from the tensions and sacrifices of war, people were willing to cover with laurels the man responsible for victory. But they were even more eager to get rid of the rigors of wartime discipline, and they looked for guidance to men who were of less fiery temperament and less splendid talents, but who were willing to pursue milder courses of action. Old, battle-hardened Bolsheviks were heard to declare that they had had enough of the army's impositions, that the commissariat of war had long enough kept the country under terror and sucked its blood, and that they would not countenance Trotsky's new ambitions. Matters came to a head on January 12, 1920, when Lenin and Trotsky appeared before the Bolshevik leaders of the trade unions and urged them to accept militarization. Trotsky defended his own record. If his commissariat, he said, had pillaged the country and exacted severe discipline, it had done so to win the war. It was a disgrace and a sin against the spirit of the revolution that this should now be held against him, and that the working class should be incited against the army. His opponents were complacent about the country's economic condition. The newspapers concealed the real state of affairs. It is necessary to state openly and frankly in the hearing of the whole country, that our economic condition is 100 times worse than our military situation ever was. Just as we once issued the order proletarians, to horse, so now we must raise the cry proletarians, back to the factory bench. Proletarians, back to production. 5. The nation's labor force continued to shrink and degenerate. It could not be saved, reconstituted, and rehabilitated without the application of coercive measures. Lenin spoke in the same vein. Yet the conference almost unanimously rejected the resolution which he and Trotsky jointly submitted. Of more than 70 Bolshevik leaders, only 2 men voted for it. Never before had Trotsky or Lenin met with so striking a rebuff. Trotsky's strictures on the complacency of his critics were not unjustified. The critics did not and could not propose any practical alternative. They, too, clung to war communism and disavowed only the conclusion Trotsky had drawn from it. He had little difficulty therefore in exposing their inconsistency. Yet there was a certain realism and valuable scruple in their very lack of consistency. Trotsky's opponents refused to believe that the wheels of the economy could be set in motion by word of military command, and they were convinced that it was wrong for a workers' state to act as a press gang towards its own working class. 6. In the meantime, the first labor army came into being, not by the militarization of civilian labor but by the transformation of a regular army into a labor force. The initiative came from the Revolutionary War Council of the Third Army, which was stationed in the Urals. After its victory over Kalkuk, that army frittered away its time and energy in idleness. It could not release and send home its men, primarily because of the lack of transport. Its Revolutionary War Council proposed that meanwhile the army should be employed in timber felling, farming, and other work. Lenin and Trotsky welcomed the suggestion, which gave them a chance to put their policy into effect virtually without opposition. The trade unions did not object to the productive employment of idle regiments. 7. Trotsky hoped to use this experiment as a starting point for the conscription and direction of civilian labor. Nothing could be simpler than that the army, before releasing its men, should take a census of their productive skills, mark every soldier's trade in his service book, and then direct him straight from the demobilization point to the working place where he was wanted. Trotsky planned to combine the soldier's service book with the worker's labor book, a device which should also facilitate the formation of militias on the basis of productive units. This was an imaginative idea. Its flaw was that the released soldier, anxious to reunite with his family or to look for a better living, was likely to abandon the working place to which he had been directed. Trotsky drew blueprints for the organization of communal feeding centers to attract workers, but such schemes could not be put into effect amid the famines and disorders of the time. He displayed astounding originality and inventiveness, but his imagination worked feverishly in a vacuum, and his ideas were out of joint with reality. After the army of the Urals, the armies of the Caucasus and of the Ukraine were put to work in mines, forests, and fields. Trotsky headed the entire organization. General Botbruvik was his chief of staff, Pyatakov was his representative in the Urals, and Stalin was chief commissar of the Ukrainian Labor Army. The organization maintained military discipline, and each labor army regularly reported its successes and failures on the fronts. Views about the economic efficiency of the labor armies were divided. It could, at any rate, not have been lower than that of civilian labor at the time. The Bolsheviks acclaimed the labor armies, especially after Trotsky had gone to some length to mollify the trade unions and had appealed to the labor armies for friendly cooperation with them. He brought to this work his moral passion and theatrical elan, which led him, however, to exaggerate the significance of what he did and to cast a false glamour over what were at best sad expedients. This, for instance, is how he wrote in one of his orders to the labor armies. Display untiring energy in your work, as if you were on the march or in battle. Commanders and commissars are responsible for their detachments at work as in battle. The political departments must cultivate the spirit of the worker in the soldier and preserve the soldier in the worker. A deserter from labor is as contemptible and despicable as a deserter from the battlefield. Severe punishment to both. Begin and complete your work, wherever possible, to the sound of socialist hymns and songs. Your work is not slave labor but high service to the socialist fatherland. 8. On February 8 he departed with his staff for the Urals, on the first inspection of the labor armies. In en route. The paper published on his train, he thus addressed his staff. The old capitalist organization of labor has been destroyed irrevocably and forever. The new socialist organization is only beginning to take shape. We must become conscious, self-sacrificing builders of the socialist economy. Only on this road shall we find a way out, salvation, warmth, and contentment. We must begin from the foundations. Our train is proceeding to the northern Urals, where we shall devote all our strength to the organization of labor in which the Ural workers, the Ural peasants, and the Red Army men, will participate hand in hand. Bread for the starving. Fuel for the freezing. This is the slogan of our team this time. 9. He had just written these words when, in the middle of the night, he was shaken by a violent concussion. His train became derailed in a severe snowstorm. Throughout the night and the whole of the next day the train lay in snowdrifts almost within sight of a small station. Not a soul came to inquire what had happened. The station masters had ceased to signal the passage of trains. Even the train of the President of the Supreme War Council had passed through unnoticed. Despite the threat of court-martial, nobody bothered to clear away the snowdrifts from the tracks. The accident unexpectedly revealed to Trotsky the void which grew around governmental policies and plans. A fathomless apathy shrouded the people. Trotsky raged, conducted an investigation on the spot, and ordered a military tribunal into action. But he could not help reflecting that repression alone could not remedy the people's numb insensibility. His forebodings grew darker during his sojourn in the countryside of the Urals. He became acutely aware that the nation's energy and vitality was drying up at its very source on the farmstead. He now searched for remedies beyond war communism. He returned to Moscow with the conclusion that a measure of economic freedom should be restored to the peasantry. In clear and precise terms he outlined the reform which alone could lead the nation out of the impasse. There must be an end to the requisitioning of crops. The peasant must be encouraged to grow and sell surpluses and to make a profit on them. The government and the party were not aware of the magnitude of the disaster, because the last forcible collection had yielded more food than the previous one. This, he argued, was because after the retreat of the White Guards, the requisitions had been carried out over a much wider area than before. In general, however, the food reserves are in danger of drying up, and against this no improvement in the requisitioning machinery can help. That way lay further disruption, further shrinkage of the labor force and final economic and political degradation. 10. At the Central Committee his arguments carried no conviction. Lenin was not prepared to stop the requisitions. The reform Trotsky proposed looked to him like a leap in the dark. The government, he held, had already shown too much haste in preparing the transition to peace. Trotsky himself had just warned the Central Committee that Poland was about to attack. It seemed safer to stick to an established policy rather than tamper with the army's food supplies, which had, after all, been secured by the requisitions. Nor was that all. Lenin and the Central Committee had not yet lived down the illusions of war communism. They still hoped that the system, having rendered valuable service in war, would be even more useful in peace. Trotsky proposed to throw the economy back onto the treacherous tides of a free market. This was what the Mensheviks demanded. Did Trotsky agree with them? Had he become a free trader? He was asked. 11 He was told that the party had advanced towards an organized and controlled economy and that it would not allow itself to be dragged back. The Central Committee rejected his proposals. Only more than a year later, after the failure of war communism had been demonstrated with tragic conclusiveness, did Lenin take up the same proposals and put them into effect as the new economic policy. This was then and still is hailed as a stroke of Lenin's genius, a rare feat of courageous, undogmatic statesmanship. In the light of the facts, it seems that the feat was at least overpraised, and that when Trotsky later reproached Lenin and the Central Committee for initiating the most important changes in economic policy when these were overdue by a year or two, the stricture was not quite undeserved. 12 The incident also shows how unreal is the juxtaposition, in Stalinist versions, of Lenin the friend and Trotsky the enemy of the peasantry. Lenin's reputation as the well-wisher of the muzhik rests primarily on a new economic policy. Yov, whom we know as Trotsky's close friend, remarked in the letter he wrote before his suicide in 1927, that it was Trotsky's major weakness that he did not persist in his wisdom, especially when to be wise was to be alone. 13 One might add that on this occasion Trotsky, rebuked for his wisdom, plunged back into the accepted folly and persisted in it with an ardor which even the fools thought too foolish. After the Central Committee rejected his proposals, he dropped the matter. He did not raise it again or even hint at it at the 9th Congress of the party, which met a month later, at the end of March 1920. Instead, he appeared as the government's chief economic policy maker and expounded a master plan for the next phase of war communism. Did he become convinced that the revision of policy he had suggested was unseasonable? Did he consider it impolitic to advocate a reform for which the Mensheviks, too, clamored? Did he fear that the party as a whole was not in a receptive mood? Probably all these motives had their part in inducing him to act as he did. The nation's economy continued to decay. The need for radical action became more pressing. As the party had refused to ease the rigors of war communism, it had to aggravate them. Trotsky consented to bear the onus and the odium of the job. The Politburo urgently requested him to take charge of the wrecked transport system and offered to back him to the hilt in any course of action he might take, no matter how severe. Trotsky pleaded incompetence, but agreed to take over temporarily the Department of Transport in addition to that of War. 14 With increased confidence he returned to the theme of militarization of labor. This, he said at the Congress, was indispensable for the integration and development of the nation's resources under a single economic plan. Planned economy was still far off, but the party and the nation should not expect to move towards it by cautious, well-measured steps. In the past, Russia had always advanced by violent leaps and bounds. She would continue to do so. Compulsion of labor was, of course, unthinkable under fully fledged socialism, but it would reach the highest degree of intensity during the transition from capitalism to socialism. He urged the Congress to approve disciplinary measures, the severity of which must correspond to the tragic character of our economic situation. Deserters from labor ought to be formed into punitive battalions or put into concentration camps. 15 He also advocated incentive wages for efficient workers and socialist emulation, and he spoke of the need to adopt the progressive essence of Taylorism, the American conception of scientific management and organization of labor, which had been abused by capitalism and rightly hated by the workers, but of which socialism could and should make rational use. These were then startling ideas. At the Congress, a minority denounced them and indignantly resisted a disciplinarian trend of Trotsky's policy. That minority consisted of the libertarians, the ultra-lefts, the democratic centralists, led by Ossinsky, Sapronov, and Preobrazhensky, men with whom Trotsky would one day join hands against Stalin. Now he was their chief antagonist, and he swayed the Congress. 16. Soon afterwards he again expounded and elaborated his policy at a Congress of Trade Unions. He demanded that the unions should discipline the workers and teach them to place the interest of production above their own needs and demands. The Central Council of Trade Unions was already split into two groups. One supported his productionist attitude, the other, led by Trotsky, felt that the trade unions could not help defending the consumptionist claims of the workers. Trotsky argued that the workers must first produce the resources from which their claims could be met, and that they should remember that they were working for the workers' state, not for the old possessing classes. Most Bolshevik trade unionists knew from experience that such exhortations did not impress hungry men. But since the party had endorsed Trotsky's policy, they could not oppose him in public. At the Congress the Mensheviks became the mouthpieces of discontent. They attacked the labor armies. They denied the government the right to conscript workers and deprived them of the freedom to defend their interests. They argued that compulsory labor was inefficient. "You cannot build a planned economy," exclaimed Abramovich, the Menshevik, "in the way the pharaohs built their pyramids." 17 Abramovich thus coined the phrase, which years later Trotsky was to repeat against Stalin. The Mensheviks were on strong ground, and the fact that their record in the revolution had been poor, even odious, could not detract from the logic and truth of their argument. Trotsky himself could not at heart contradict them when they argued that the wastage of the industrial labor force could not be stopped as long as the peasants were not allowed to sell their crops freely. 18. His answer to the criticisms was little better than a piece of brilliant sophistry. Its historical interest lies in the fact that this has been perhaps the only frank attempt made in modern times to give a logical justification of forced labor. The actual taskmasters and whippers in do not bother to produce such justifications. The crux of Trotsky's argument was that under any social order man must work in order not to die, that labor was therefore always compulsory, and that communists should approach the matter without cant, because they were the first to organize labor for the benefit of society as a whole. He came to deny by implication the significance of the differences in form and degree in which the natural compulsion of labor manifested itself under different social systems. Man had worked as slave, serf, free artisan, independent peasant, and free wage earner. The natural compulsion of labor had been aggravated or softened by social relations. Man had fought against slavery, serfdom, and capitalism in order to ease it. The Russian Revolution had promised to ease it radically by means of rational economic organization. It was not the revolution's fault that, because of inherited poverty and the devastation of several wars and of blockade, it could not honor its promise. But the Bolsheviks need not have expressly repudiated that promise. This was what Trotsky appeared to do when he told the trade unions that coercion, regimentation, and militarization of labor were no mere emergency measures, and that the workers' state normally had the right to coerce any citizen to perform any work at any place of its choosing. We are now heading towards the type of labor that is socially regulated on the basis of an economic plan, obligatory for the whole country, compulsory for every worker. This is the basis of socialism. The militarization of labor, in this fundamental sense of which I have spoken, is the indispensable basic method for the organization of our labor forces. Is it true that compulsory labor is always unproductive? This is the most wretched and miserable liberal prejudice. Chattel slavery, too, was productive. Compulsory serf labor did not grow out of the feudal lord's ill will. It was a progressive phenomenon. 19. Carried away by his desire to justify the measures he sponsored, he, the rebel, par excellence, the expounder of permanent revolution, came very near to talking like an apologist for past systems of coercion and exploitation. For a time the Polish War blunted the edge of this controversy. Peril from without once again induced people to accept without murmur policies which, before, had aroused their intense resentment. At the height of the war, Trotsky, surrounded by a team of technicians, made a determined effort to set the railways in motion. By this time the stock of locomotives had been almost entirely wasted. Engineers forecast the exact date only a few months ahead when not a single railway in Russia would be working. Trotsky placed the railwaymen and the personnel of the repair workshops under martial law, and he organized systematic and rapid rehabilitation of the rolling stock. He went into the repair workshops to tell the workers that the country was paying for their slackness in blood. The paralysis of transport had encouraged the Poles to attack. The situation of the worker, he declared, is grievous in every respect. It is worse than ever. I would deceive you if I were to say that it will be better tomorrow. No, ahead of us are months of heavy struggle until we can lift our country out of this terrible misery and utter exhaustion, until we can stop weighing our bread ration on the chemist's scales. 20 When the railwaymen's trade union raised objections to his action, he dismissed its leaders and appointed others who were willing to do his bidding. He repeated this procedure in unions of other transport workers. Early in September he formed the ISSAC, the Central Transport Commission, through which he brought the whole field of transport under his control. The Politburo backed him to the hilt as it had promised. To observe electoral rights and voting procedures in the unions seemed at that moment as irrelevant as it might seem in a city stricken with pestilence. He produced results and surpassed expectations. The railways were rehabilitated well ahead of schedule, the blood circulation of the economic organism was revived, and he was acclaimed for the feat. 21. But no sooner had the Polish War been concluded than the grievances and dissensions exploded anew and with greater force than before. He himself provoked the explosion. Flushed with success, he threatened to shake up various trade unions as he had shaken up those of the transport workers. He threatened, that is, to dismiss the elected leaders of the unions and to replace them by nominees who would place the nation's economic interest above the sectional interests of the workers. He grossly overstepped the mark. Lenin now bluntly dissociated himself from Trotsky and persuaded the Central Committee to do likewise. The committee openly called the party to resist energetically militarized and bureaucratic forms of work, and it castigated that degenerated centralism which rode roughshod over the workers' elected representatives. It called on the party to re-establish proletarian democracy in the trade unions and to subordinate all other considerations to this task. 22 A special commission was formed to watch that these decisions were carried out. Zinoviev presided over it, and, although Trotsky sat on it, nearly all its members were his opponents. 23 As a finishing stroke, the Central Committee forbade Trotsky to speak in public on the relationship between the trade unions and the state. Trotsky, unrepentant, sulked. At the beginning of December, at a closed session of the ISSAC, he returned to the attack on trade unionists who, as he said, had been good at conducting strikes in the old days but showed little understanding of the needs of a socialist economy. He defended his practice of overruling them, made light of the demand for elections in the trade unions, and castigated those who cried out that a new bureaucracy was reviving Tsarist methods of government. Bureaucracy, he replied, was not a discovery of Tsardom. It has represented a whole epoch in the development of mankind, an epoch by no means closed. A competent, hierarchically organized civil service had its merits, and Russia suffered not from the excess but from the lack of an efficient bureaucracy. He made this point repeatedly, arguing that for the sake of efficiency it was necessary to grant certain limited privileges to the bureaucracy. He thus made himself the spokesman of the managerial groups, and this later enabled Stalin to taunt him plausibly with being the patriarch of the bureaucrats. 24 He was confident, Trotsky said, that he could win popular support for his policy, but the economic and social breakdown left no time for the application of the democratic process, which worked with unbearable slowness, because of the low cultural and political level of the Russian masses. What you call bossing and working through nominees is in inverse proportion to the enlightenment of the masses, to their cultural standards, political consciousness, and the strength of our administrative machinery. 25. Once again the Central Committee rebuffed him. Trotsky fretfully reminded Lenin and the other members of how often they had privately urged him, the troubleshooter, to act ruthlessly and disregard considerations of democracy. It was disloyal of them, he remarked, to pretend in public that they defended the democratic principle against him. 26. The deeper ill which afflicted the whole system of government, and of which this tug-of-war was merely a symptom, lay in the frustration of the popular hopes aroused by the revolution. For the first time since 1917 the bulk of the working class, not to speak of the peasantry, unmistakably turned against the Bolsheviks. A sense of isolation began to haunt the ruling group. To be sure, the working class had not come to regret the revolution. It went on to identify itself with it, and it received with intense hostility any openly counter-revolutionary agitation. October had so deeply sunk into the popular mind that Mensheviks and social revolutionaries now had to preface their criticisms of the government with an explicit acceptance of the achievements of October. Yet the opposition to current Bolshevik policies was just as intense and widespread. The Mensheviks and social revolutionaries, who in the course of 3 years had been completely eclipsed and had hardly dared to raise their heads, were now regaining some popular favor. People listened even more sympathetically to anarchist agitators violently denouncing the Bolshevik regime. If the Bolsheviks had now permitted free elections to the Soviets, they would almost certainly have been swept from power. 27. The Bolsheviks were firmly resolved not to let things come to that pass. It would be wrong to maintain that they clung to power for its own sake. The party as a whole was still animated by that revolutionary idealism of which it had given such abundant proof in its underground struggle and in the Civil War. It clung to power because it identified the fate of the Republic with its own fate and saw in itself the only force capable of safeguarding the revolution. It was lucky for the revolution, and it was also its misfortune that in this belief the Bolsheviks were profoundly justified. The revolution would hardly have survived without a party as fanatically devoted to it as the Bolsheviks were. But had there existed another party equally devoted and equally vigorous in action, that party might, in consequence of an election, have displaced Lenin's government without convulsing the young state. No such party existed. The return of Mensheviks and social revolutionaries would have entailed the undoing of the October Revolution. At the very least it would have encouraged the White Guards to try their luck once again and rise in arms. From sheer self-preservation as well as from broader motives, the Bolsheviks could not even contemplate such a prospect. They could not accept it as a requirement of democracy that they should, by retreating, plunge the country into a new series of civil wars just after one series had been concluded. Nor was it by any means likely that a free election to the Soviets would return any clear-cut majority. Those who had supported Kerensky in 1917 had not really recovered from their eclipse. Anarchists and anarcho-syndicalists, preaching a third revolution, seemed far more popular among the working class. But they gave no effective focus to the opposition, and they were in no sense pretenders to office. Strong in criticism, they possessed no positive political program, no serious organization, national or even local, no real desire to rule a vast country. In their ranks honest revolutionaries, cranks, and plain bandits rubbed shoulders. The Bolshevik regime could be succeeded only by utter confusion followed by open counter-revolution. Lenin's party refused to allow the famished and emotionally unhinged country to vote their party out of power and itself into a bloody chaos. For this strange sequel to their victory the Bolsheviks were mentally quite unprepared. They had always tacitly assumed that the majority of the working class, having backed them in the revolution, would go on to support them unswervingly until they had carried out the full program of socialism. Naive as the assumption was, it sprang from the notion that socialism was the proletarian idea, par excellence, and that the proletariat, having once adhered to it, would not abandon it. That notion had underlain the reasoning of all European schools of socialist thought. In the vast political literature produced by those schools, the question of what socialists in office should do if they lost the confidence of the workers had hardly ever been pondered. It had never occurred to Marxists to reflect whether it was possible or admissible to try to establish socialism regardless of the will of the working class. They simply took that will for granted. For the same reason it had seemed to the Bolsheviks as clear as daylight that the proletarian dictatorship and proletarian democracy were only two complementary and inseparable aspects of the same thing. The dictatorship was there to suppress the resistance of the propertied classes, and it derived its strength and historic legitimacy from the freely and democratically expressed opinion of the working classes. Now a conflict arose between the two aspects of the Soviet system. If the working classes were to be allowed to speak and vote freely, they would destroy the dictatorship. If the dictatorship, on the other hand, frankly abolished proletarian democracy, it would deprive itself of historic legitimacy, even in its own eyes. It would cease to be a proletarian dictatorship in the strict sense. Its use of that title would henceforth be based on the claim that it pursued a policy with which the working class, in its own interest, ought and eventually must identify itself, but with which it did not as yet identify itself. The dictatorship would then at best represent the idea of the class, not the class itself. The revolution had now reached that crossroads, well known to Machiavelli, at which it found it difficult or impossible to fix the people in their revolutionary persuasion, and was driven to take such measures that, when they believed no longer, it might be possible to make them believe by force. For the Bolshevik party this involved a conflict of loyalties, which was in some respects deeper than any it had known so far, a conflict bearing the seeds of all the turbulent controversies and somber purges of the next decades. At this crossroads Bolshevism suffered a moral agony the like of which is hardly to be found in the history of less intense and impassioned movements. Later Lenin recalled the fever and mortal illness which consumed the party in the winter of 1921, during the tumultuous debate over the place of the trade unions in the state. This was an important yet only a secondary matter. It could not be settled before an answer had been given to the fundamental question concerning the very nature of the state. The party was wholly absorbed in the controversy over the secondary issue, because it was not altogether clearly aware of the primary question and was afraid to formulate it frankly in its own mind. But as the protagonists went on arguing, they struck the great underlying issue again and were compelled to define their attitudes. It is not necessary here to go into the involved and somewhat technical differences over the trade unions, although the fact that the drama of the revolution revealed itself in a seemingly dry economic argument significantly corresponded to the spirit of the age. 28 Suffice it to say that, broadly speaking, three attitudes crystallized. The faction led by Trotsky wanted the trade unions to be deprived of their autonomy and absorbed into the machinery of government. This was the final conclusion which Trotsky drew from his conflicts with the trade unions. Under the new dispensation, the leaders of the unions would, as servants of the state, speak for the state to the workers rather than for the workers to the state. They would raise the productivity and maintain the discipline of labor, they would train workers for industrial management, and they would participate in the direction of the country's economy. At the other extreme, the workers' opposition, led by Shlyapnikov and Kollontai, protested against the governments and the party's tutelage over the unions. They denounced Trotsky and Lenin as militarizers of labor and promoters of inequality. In quasi-syndicalist fashion they demanded that trade unions, factory committees, and a national producers' congress should assume control over the entire economy. While Trotsky argued that the trade unions could not in logic defend the workers against the workers' state, Shlyapnikov and Kollontai already branded the Soviet state as the rampart of a new privileged bureaucracy. Between these two extremes, Lenin, Zinoviev, and Kamina spoke for the main body of Bolshevik opinion and tried to strike a balance. They, too, insisted that it was the duty of the trade unions to restrain the workers and to cultivate in them a sense of responsibility for the state and the nationalized economy. They emphasized the party's right to control the unions. But they also wished to preserve them as autonomous mass organizations, capable of exerting pressure on government and industrial management. Implied in these attitudes were different conceptions of state and society. The workers' opposition and the so-called dissemists were the stalwart defenders of proletarian democracy vis-a-vis the dictatorship. They were the first Bolshevik dissenters to protest against the method of government designed to make the people believe by force. They implored the party to trust its fate to the working class which had raised it to power. They spoke the language which the whole party had spoken in 1917. They were the real levelers of this revolution, its high-minded, utopian dreamers. The party could not listen to them if it was not prepared to commit noble yet unpardonable suicide. It could not trust its own and the Republic's fate to a working class whittled down, exhausted, and demoralized by civil war, famine, and the black market. The quixotic spirit of the workers' opposition was apparent in its economic demands. The opposition clamored for the immediate satisfaction of the workers' needs, for equal wages and rewards for all, for the supply, without payment, of food, clothing, and lodging to workers, for free medical attention, free traveling facilities, and free education. 29 They wanted to see fulfilled nothing less than the program of full communism, which was theoretically designed for an economy of great plenty. They did not even try to say how the government of the day could meet their demands. They urged the party to place industry, or what was left of it, once again under the control of those factory committees which had shown soon after the October Revolution that they could merely dissipate and squander the nation's wealth. It was a sad omen that the people enveloped in such fumes of fancy were almost the only ones to advocate a full revival of proletarian democracy. Against them, Trotsky prompted the party to cease for the time being the advocacy and practice of proletarian democracy and instead to concentrate on building up a producer's democracy. The party, to put it more plainly, was to deny the workers their political rights and compensate them by giving them scope and managerial responsibility in economic reconstruction. At the 10th Congress, when this controversy reached its culmination, Trotsky argued, "The workers' opposition has come out with dangerous slogans. They have made a fetish of democratic principles. They have placed the workers' right to elect representatives above the party, as it were, as if the party were not entitled to assert its dictatorship even if that dictatorship temporarily clashed with the passing moods of the workers' democracy. It is necessary to create among us the awareness of the revolutionary historical birthright of the party. The party is obliged to maintain its dictatorship, regardless of temporary wavering in the spontaneous moods of the masses, regardless of the temporary vacillations even in the working class. This awareness is for us the indispensable unifying element. The dictatorship does not base itself at every given moment on the formal principle of a workers' democracy, although the workers' democracy is, of course, the only method by which the masses can be drawn more and more into political life. 30. The days had long passed when Trotsky argued that the Soviet system of government was superior to bourgeois parliamentarism because under it the electors enjoyed, among other things, the right to re-elect their representatives at any time and not merely at regular intervals, and that this enabled the Soviets to reflect any change in the popular mood closely and instantaneously, as no parliament was able to do. His general professions of faith in proletarian democracy now sounded like mere saving clauses. What was essential was the historical birthright of the party and the party's awareness of it as the indispensable unifying element. Euphemistically yet eloquently enough he now extolled the collective solidarity of the ruling group in the face of a hostile or apathetic nation. Lenin refused to proclaim the divorce between the dictatorship and proletarian democracy. He, too, was aware that government and party were in conflict with the people, but he was afraid that Trotsky's policy would perpetuate the conflict. The party had had to override trade unions, to dismiss their recalcitrant leaders, to break or obviate popular resistance, and to prevent the free formation of opinion inside the Soviets. Only thus, Lenin held, could the revolution be saved. But he hoped that these practices would give his government a breathing space. His whole policy had become a single struggle for breathing spaces during which it might modify its policies, make headway with the rehabilitation of the country, ease the plight of the working people, and win them back for Bolshevism. The dictatorship could then gradually revert to proletarian democracy. If this was the aim, as Trotsky agreed, then the party must reassert the idea of that democracy at once and initiate no sweeping measures suggesting its abandonment. Even though the regime had so often had recourse to coercion, Lenin pleaded, coercion must be its last and persuasion its first resort. 31 The trade unions ought therefore not to be turned into appendages of the state. They must retain a measure of autonomy, they must speak for the workers, if need be against the government, and they ought to become the schools, not the drill halls, of communism. The administrator, and it was from his angle that Trotsky viewed the problem, might be annoyed and inconvenienced by the demands of the unions. He might be right against them in specific instances, but on balance it was sound that he should be so inconvenienced and exposed to genuine social pressures and influences. It was no use telling the workers that they must not oppose the workers' state. That state was an abstraction. In reality, Lenin pointed out, his own administration had to consider the interests of the peasants as well as of the workers, and its work was marred by muddle, by grave bureaucratic distortions, and by arbitrary exercise of power. The working class ought therefore to defend itself, albeit with self-restraint, and to press its claims on the administration. The state, as Lenin saw it, had to give scope to a plurality of interests and influences. Trotsky's state was implicitly monolithic. The 10th Congress voted by an overwhelming majority for Lenin's resolutions. Bolshevism had already departed from proletarian democracy, but it was not yet prepared to embrace its alternative, the monolithic state. While the Congress was in session, the strangest of all Russian insurrections flared up at the naval fortress of Kronstadt, an insurrection which, in Lenin's words, like a lightning flash illumined reality. The insurgents, sailors of the Red Navy, were led by anarchists. Since the end of February they had been extremely restless. There had been strikes in nearby Petrograd, a general strike was expected, and Kronstadt was astir with rumors of alleged clashes between Petrograd workers and troops. The crews of the warships were seized by a political fever reminiscent of the excitement of 1917. At meetings they passed resolutions demanding freedom for the workers, a new deal for the peasants, and free elections to the Soviets. The call for the Third Revolution began to dominate the meetings, the revolution which was to overthrow the Bolsheviks and establish Soviet democracy. Kalinin, President of the Soviet Republic, made a flat-footed appearance at the naval base. He denounced the sailors as disloyal and irresponsible and demanded obedience. A delegation of the sailors sent to Petrograd was arrested there. Soon the cry "Down with Bolshevik tyranny" resounded throughout Kronstadt. The Bolshevik commissars on the spot were demoted and imprisoned. An anarchist committee assumed command, and amid the sailors' enthusiasm the flag of revolt was hoisted. The heroic and generous Kronstadt, writes the anarchist historian of the insurrection, dreamt of the liberation of Russia. No clear-cut program was formulated. Freedom and the brotherhood of the peoples of the world were the watchwords. The Third Revolution was seen as a gradual transition towards final emancipation, and free elections to independent Soviets as the first step in this direction. The Soviets were, of course, to be independent of any political party, of free expression of the will and the interests of the people. 32. The Bolsheviks denounced the men of Kronstadt as counter-revolutionary mutineers led by a white general. The denunciation appears to have been groundless. Having for so long fought against mutiny after mutiny, each sponsored or encouraged by the White Guards, the Bolsheviks could not bring themselves to believe that the White Guards had no hand in this revolt. Some time before the event, the white émigré press had indeed darkly hinted at trouble brewing in Kronstadt, and this lent color to the suspicion. The Politburo, at first inclined to open negotiations, finally resolved to quell the revolt. It could not tolerate the challenge from the Navy, and it was afraid that the revolt, although it had no chance of growing into a revolution, would aggravate the prevailing chaos. Even after the defeat of the White Guards, numerous bands of rebels and marauders roamed the land from the northern coasts down to the Caspian Sea, raiding and pillaging towns and slaughtering the agents of the government. With a call for a new revolution, bands of famished Volga peasants had overrun the gubernia of Saratov, and later in the year Trotsky had to employ 27 rifle divisions to subdue them. 33 Such was the turmoil that leniency towards the insurgents of Kronstadt was certain to be taken as a sign of weakness and to make matters worse. On March 5 Trotsky arrived in Petrograd and ordered the rebels to surrender unconditionally. Only those who do so, he stated, can count on the mercy of the Soviet Republic. Simultaneously with this warning, I am issuing instructions that everything be prepared for the suppression of the mutiny by armed force. This is the last warning. 34 That it should have fallen to Trotsky to address such words to the sailors was another of history's ironies. This had been his Kronstadt, the Kronstadt he had called the pride and the glory of the revolution. How many times had he not stumped the naval base during the hot days of 1917? How many times had not the sailors lifted him on their shoulders and wildly acclaimed him as their friend and leader? How devotedly they had followed him to the Tauride Palace, to his prison cell at Kresty, to the walls of Kazan on the Volga, always taking his advice, always almost blindly following his orders. How many anxieties they had shared, how many dangers they had braved together. True, of the veterans few had survived, and even fewer were still at Kronstadt. The crews of the Aurora, the Petropavlovsk, and other famous warships now consisted of fresh recruits drafted from Ukrainian peasants. They lacked, so Trotsky told himself, the selfless revolutionary spirit of the older classes. Yet even this was in a way symbolic of the situation in which the revolution found itself. The ordinary men and women who had made it were no longer what they had been or where they had been. The best of them had perished, others had become absorbed in the administration, still others had dispersed and become disheartened and embittered. And what the rebels of Kronstadt demanded was only what Trotsky had promised their elder brothers and what he and the party had been unable to give. Once again, as after Brest, a bitter and hostile echo of his own voice came back to him from the lips of other people, and once again he had to suppress it. The rebels ignored his warning and hoped to gain time. This was the middle of March. The Bay of Finland was still icebound. In a few days, however, a thaw might set in, and then the fortress, bristling with guns, defended by the whole Red Navy of the Baltic, assured of supplies from Finland or other Baltic countries, would become inaccessible, almost invincible. In the meantime, even communists joined in the revolt, announcing that they had left the party of the hangman Trotsky. The fortress, so Trotsky resolved, must be seized before ice floes barred the approach. In feverish haste picked regiments and shock troops were dispatched to reinforce the garrison of Petrograd. When the news of the mutiny reached the 10th Congress, it aroused so much alarm and anger that most of the able-bodied delegates rushed straight from the conference hall in the Kremlin to place themselves at the head of the shock troops which were to storm the fortress across the Bay of Finland. Even leaders of the workers' opposition and dissentists, who, at the Congress, had just raised demands not very different from those the rebels voiced, went into battle. They, too, held that the sailors had no right to dictate, hands on triggers, even the justest of demands. White sheets over their uniforms, the Bolshevik troops, under Tukhachevsky's command, advanced across the bay. They were met by a hurricane fire from Kronstadt's bastions. The ice broke under their feet, and wave after wave of white-shrouded attackers collapsed into the glacial Valhalla. The death march went on. From three directions fresh columns stumped and fumbled and slipped and crawled over the glassy surface until they too vanished in fire, ice, and water. As the successive swarms and lines of attackers drowned, it seemed to the men of Kronstadt that the perverted Bolshevik revolution drowned with them and that the triumph of their own pure, unadulterated revolution was approaching. Such was the lot of these rebels, who had denounced the Bolsheviks for their harshness and whose only aim it was to allow the revolution to imbibe the milk of human kindness, that for their survival they fought a battle which in cruelty was unequaled throughout the Civil War. The bitterness and the rage of the attackers mounted accordingly. On March 17, after a night-long advance in a snowstorm, the Bolsheviks at last succeeded in climbing the walls. When they broke into the fortress, they fell upon its defenders like revengeful furies. On April 3 Trotsky took a parade of the victors. "We waited as long as possible," he said, "for our blinded sailor comrades to see with their own eyes where the mutiny led. But we were confronted by the danger that the ice would melt away and we were compelled to carry out the attack." 35 Describing the crushed rebels as comrades, he unwittingly intimated that what he celebrated was morally a Pyrrhic victory. Foreign communists who visited Moscow some months later and believed that Kronstadt had been one of the ordinary incidents of the Civil War, were astonished and troubled to find that the leading Bolsheviks spoke of the rebels without any of the anger and hatred which they felt for the White Guards and interventionists. Their talk was full of sympathetic reticences and sad, enigmatic allusions, which to the outsider betrayed the party's troubled conscience. 36. The Rising had not yet been defeated when, on March 15, Lenin introduced a new economic policy to the 10th Congress. Almost without debate the Congress accepted it. Silently, with a heavy heart, Bolshevism parted with its dream of war communism. It retreated, as Lenin said, in order to be in a better position to advance. The controversy over the trade unions and the underlying issue at once died down. The cannonade in the Bay of Finland and the strikes in Petrograd and elsewhere had demonstrated beyond doubt the unreality of Trotsky's ideas, and in the milder policies based on the mixed economy of subsequent years there was, anyhow, no room for the militarization of labor. The controversy had not been mere sound and fury, however. Its significance for the future was greater than the protagonists themselves could suppose. A decade later Stalin, who in 1921 had supported Lenin's liberal policy, was to adopt Trotsky's ideas in all but name. Neither Stalin nor Trotsky, nor the adherents of either, then admitted the fact, Stalin because he could not acknowledge that he was abandoning Lenin's attitude for Trotsky's, Trotsky because he shrank in horror from his own ideas when he saw them remorselessly carried into execution by his enemy. There was hardly a single plank in Trotsky's program of 1920, one which Stalin did not use during the Industrial Revolution of the 30s. He introduced conscription and direction of labor. He insisted that the trade unions should adopt a productionist policy instead of defending the consumer interests of the workers. He deprived the trade unions of the last vestige of autonomy and transformed them into tools of the state. He set himself up as the protector of the managerial groups, on whom he bestowed privileges of which Trotsky had not even dreamt. He ordered socialist emulation in the factories and mines, and he did so in words unceremoniously and literally taken from Trotsky. 37 He put into effect his own ruthless version of that Soviet Taylorism which Trotsky had advocated. And, finally, he passed from Trotsky's intellectual and historical arguments ambiguously justifying forced labor to its mass application. In the previous chapter we traced the thread of unconscious historic continuity which led from Lenin's hesitant and shame-faced essays in Revolution by Conquest to the revolutions contrived by Stalin the Conqueror. A similar subtle thread connects Trotsky's domestic policy of these years with the later practices of his antagonist. Both Trotsky and Lenin appear, each in a different field, as Stalin's unwitting inspirers and prompters. Both were driven by circumstances beyond their control and by their own illusions to assume certain attitudes in which circumstances and their own scruples did not allow them to persevere, attitudes which were ahead of their time, out of tune with the current Bolshevik mentality, and discordant with the main themes of their own lives. It was only under the threat of the total decomposition of the revolution and of the Russian body politic that Trotsky advanced the idea of complete state control over the working classes. His alert, restless, experimenting mind boldly sought a way out in contradictory directions. In each direction it moved to the ultimate limit, while the main body of Bolshevik opinion marked time. He proposed a new economic policy when the party was still rigidly committed to war communism. Then his thought switched in the opposite direction, explored it to the end and reached the alternative conclusion, that the only remedy for the ills of war communism was cast iron discipline of labor. By now the main current of Bolshevik opinion had slowly moved towards the new economic policy, which it had compelled him to abandon. It was his clear, consistent, and swift logic, the logic of the great administrator impatient of confusion and bungling, that defeated Trotsky. His mind fixed on his objective, he rushed headlong into controversy, impetuously produced arguments and generalizations, and ignored the movement of opinion until he overreached himself and aroused angry resentment. The self-confident administrator in him got the better of the sensitive political thinker and blinded him to the implications of his schemes. What was only one of many facets in Trotsky's experimental thinking was to become Stalin's alpha and omega. 38. In his aberration Trotsky remained intellectually honest to the point of futility. He made no attempt to conceal his policy. He called things by their names, no matter how unpalatable. Accustomed to sway people by force of argument and appeal to reason, he went on appealing to reason in a most unreasonable cause. He publicly advocated government by coercion, that government which can never be publicly advocated and is practiced only sub silentio. He hoped to persuade people that they needed no government by persuasion. He told them that the workers' state had the right to use forced labor, and he was sincerely disappointed that they did not rush to enroll in the labor camps. 39 He behaved thus absurdly because before his mind's eye he had no cold machine of coercion slowly and remorselessly grinding its human material, but the monumental and evanescent outlines of a proletarian Sparta, the austere rigors of which were part of the pioneering adventure in socialism. The very absurdity of his behavior contained its own antidote. In his candor he gave the people ample notice of the danger threatening them. He indicated the limits to which he was prepared to go. He submitted his policies to public control. He himself did everything in his power to provoke the resistance that frustrated him. To keep politically alive he needed broad daylight. It took Stalin's bat-like character to carry his ideas into execution. The Bolshevik Party still defended the principle of proletarian democracy against Trotsky, but it continued to depart from it in practice. It was only in 1921 that Lenin's government proceeded to ban all organized opposition within the Soviets. Throughout the Civil War the Bolsheviks had harassed the Mensheviks and social revolutionaries, now outlawing them, now allowing them to come into the open, and then again suppressing them. The harsher and the milder courses were dictated by circumstances and by the vacillations of those parties in which some groups leaned towards the Bolsheviks and others towards the White Guards. The idea, however, that those parties should be suppressed on principle had not taken root before the end of the Civil War. Even during the spells of repression, those opposition groups which did not plainly call for armed resistance to the Bolsheviks still carried on all sorts of activities, open and clandestine. The Bolsheviks often eliminated them from the Soviets or reduced their representation by force or guile. It was through the machinery of the Soviets that Lenin's government organized the Civil War, and in that machinery it was not prepared to countenance hostile or neutral elements. But the government still looked forward to the end of hostilities when it would be able to respect the rules of Soviet constitutionalism and to readmit regular opposition. This the Bolsheviks now thought themselves unable to do. All opposition parties had hailed the Kronstadt rising, and so the Bolsheviks knew what they could expect from them. The more isolated they themselves were in the nation, the more terrified were they of their opponents. They had half suppressed them in order to win the Civil War. Having won the Civil War, they went on to suppress them for good. Paradoxically, the Bolsheviks were driven to establish their own political monopoly by the very fact that they had liberalized their economic policy. The new economic policy gave free scope to the interests of the individualistic peasantry and of the urban bourgeoisie. It was to be expected that as those interests came into play, they would seek to create their own means of political expression or try to use such anti-Bolshevik organizations as existed. The Bolsheviks were determined that none should exist. We might have a two-party system, but one of the two parties would be in office and the other in prison. This dictum, attributed to Bukharin, expressed a view widespread in the party. Some Bolsheviks felt uneasy about their own political monopoly, but they were even more afraid of the alternative. Trotsky later wrote that he and Lenin had intended to lift the ban on the opposition parties as soon as the economic and social condition of the country had become more stable. This may have been so. In the meantime, however, the Bolsheviks hardened in the conviction, which was to play so important a part in the struggles of the Stalinist era, that any opposition must inevitably become the vehicle of counter-revolution. They were haunted by the fear that the new urban bourgeois, the intelligentsia, and the peasantry might join hands against them in a coalition of overwhelming strength, and they shrank from no measure that could prevent such a coalition. Thus, after its victory in the Civil War, the revolution was beginning to escape from its weakness into totalitarianism. Almost at once it became necessary to suppress opposition in Bolshevik ranks as well. The workers' opposition expressed much of the frustration and discontent which had led to the Kronstadt rising. The cleavages tended to become fixed, and the contending groups were inclined to behave like so many parties within the party. It would have been preposterous to establish the rule of a single party and then to allow that party to split into fragments. If Bolshevism were to break up into two or more hostile movements, as the old Social Democratic Party had done, would not one of them, it was asked, become the vehicle of counter-revolution? In the temper of the Party Congress of 1921 there was indeed something of that seemingly irrational tension which had characterized the Congress of 1903. A split similarly cast its shadow ahead, only the real divisions were even more inchoate and confused than in 1903. Now as then, Trotsky was not on the side of the controversy to which he would eventually belong. And now as then he was anxious to prevent the split. He therefore raised no objection when Lenin proposed that the Congress should prohibit organized groups or factions within the party, and he himself disbanded the faction he had formed during the recent controversy. 40 This was not yet strictly a ban on inter-party opposition. Lenin encouraged dissenters to express dissent. He liberally invited them to state their views in the Bolshevik newspapers, in special discussion pages and discussion sheets. He asked the Congress to elect the leaders of all shades of opposition to the new Central Committee. But he insisted that opposition should remain diffuse and that the dissenters should not form themselves into solid leagues. He submitted a resolution, one clause of which empowered the Central Committee to expel offenders, no matter how high their standing in the party. Trotsky supported the clause, or, at any rate, raised no objection to it, and the Congress passed it. It was against Shlyapnikov, Trotsky's most immitigable opponent, that the punitive clause was immediately directed, and against him it was presently invoked. It did not occur to Trotsky that one day it would be invoked against himself. The arrangement under which opposition was permitted, provided it remained dispersed, could work as long as members of the party disagreed over secondary or transient issues. But when the differences were serious and prolonged, it was inevitable that members of the same mind should band together. Those who, like the workers' opposition, charged the ruling group with being animated by bureaucratic and bourgeois hostility towards the masses could hardly refrain from concerting their efforts against what they considered to be a sinister and formidably organized influence within the party. The ban on factions could thus at first delay a split, only to accelerate it later. Barely 2 years were to elapse before Trotsky was to take up and give a powerful resonance to many of the criticisms and demands made by the less articulate leaders of the workers' opposition and of the dissemists, whom he now helped to defeat, and before he, too, was to cry out for a return to proletarian democracy. It was only a few years since Trotsky had, as an émigré in Vienna, drawn that impressive vista of Russia's past, in which he showed how history had thrown the Russian people into a severe environment, exposed them to pressures from wealthy and powerful Europe and to invasions from all directions, and let a Leviathan-like state mold their destinies for them. To feed itself, he then wrote, the Leviathan starved the nation, retarded or accelerated the growth of its social classes, and atrophied its civilization. 41 The revolution was in one of its aspects the people's triumph over the Leviathan. The triumph had seemed complete, for the old state had been reduced to dust and ashes. Yet the revolution, too, had to draw its nourishment and its vitality from that same severe environment. From this it absorbed all its severity. Rich in world-embracing ideas and aspirations, the new republic was poor with the accumulated poverty of over 1,000 years. It mortally hated that poverty. But that poverty was its own flesh and blood and breath. Trotsky had contrasted the spires and the vaulting arches and the Gothic lacework of Western European feudalism with the coarse and barbarous vulgarity of Russian feudalism, which could only fill the crevices of its log cabin with moss. He had juxtaposed the rich and complex growth of the Third Estate in Europe with the Russian police-sponsored crafts, the free and cultivated bourgeois personality of the West with a snout which every policeman could kick and punch. Yet from that same log cabin, shattered by revolution and war, he set out with the Bolshevik Party to pioneer for socialism. Against all expectations, the advanced, civilized West had turned its back on the revolution, and for decades Bolshevism had to entrench itself in its native environment in order to transform it. The brand of socialism which it then produced could not but show the marks of its historic heritage. That socialism, too, was to rise rough and crude, without the vaulting arches and spires and lacework of which socialists had dreamt. Hemmed in by superior hostile forces, it soon delivered itself up to the new Leviathan state rising as if from the ashes of the old. The new state, like the old, was to protect and starve the nation, retard and accelerate its growth, and efface the human personality, the revolutionary proletarian personality. It was another of history's ironies that Trotsky, the hater of the Leviathan, should have become the first harbinger of its resurrection. When he was still at the threshold of his career, Trotsky wrote, "A working class capable of exercising its dictatorship over society will tolerate no dictator over itself." 42 By 1921 the Russian working class had proved itself incapable of exercising its own dictatorship. It could not even exercise control over those who ruled in its name. Having exhausted itself in the Revolution and the Civil War, it had almost ceased to exist as a political factor. Trotsky then proclaimed the party's historical birthright, its right to establish a stern trusteeship over the proletariat as well as the rest of society. This was the old Jacobin idea that a small virtuous and enlightened minority was justified in substituting itself for an immature people and bringing reason and happiness to it, the idea which Trotsky had abjured as the hereditary obsession of the Decembrists, the Narodniks, and the Bolsheviks. This obsession, he himself had argued, had reflected the atrophy or the apathy of all social classes in Russia. He had been convinced that with the appearance of a modern, socialist working class that atrophy had been overcome. The revolution proved him right. Yet after their paroxysms of energy and their titanic struggles of 1917-21 all classes of Russian society seemed to relapse into a deep coma. The political stage, so crowded in recent years, became deserted and only a single group was left on it to speak boisterously on behalf of the people. And even its circle was to grow more and more narrow. When Trotsky now urged the Bolshevik Party to substitute itself for the working classes, he did not, in the rush of work and controversy, think of the next phases of the process, although he himself had long since predicted them with uncanny clear-sightedness. The party organization would then substitute itself for the party as a whole. Then the Central Committee would substitute itself for the organization, and finally a single dictator would substitute himself for the Central Committee. The dictator was already waiting in the wings.